Futures back to the upside here this morning, trying to hold on to a very, very slight gain to start things off. We were lower initially this morning, but starting to get a little bit of a rebound here ahead of a whole bunch of economic data to get sorted out this morning. And over the next couple of days, we'll get a CPI reading. We'll get a whole bunch of employment data as well. ADP private number coming up this morning. It's a weekly print. We'll also get retail sales coming up this morning at 8:30. Import-export prices as well to come. So stay tuned for 8:30. We'll get a big dump at that point, and then retail inventories and business inventories coming up at 10 o'clock this morning. Speaking of a bit of a dump right now, there's dark bull prints. Ignore that candle. That is not actually correct at this point. Big day yesterday, though. That's Palunteer, yeah. Big day yesterday for Palunteer. Just watching right now as we come back in a little bit this morning on Watch with Michael Burry giving his opinion on Palunteer today. We'll talk about that coming up as well. More earnings tonight after the close. Robinhood going to headline the earnings parade coming through. We'll bring that to you live as it comes out after 4 p.m. tonight. The next couple of days going to be interesting on the earnings calendar. Big tech maybe back in focus. There's a couple of headlines this morning around Apple specifically, Alphabet as well, Microsoft and Cisco. Interesting look this morning as well. A few analysts with opinions on how the networking side of things could come back into play as these data centers get built out more and more. And the need for the networking side of things could come back into play as well. So big day yesterday for Cisco. We'll see if we can hold on to slight gains here this morning. Sharif's having an argument with his computer at the moment. Did you teach it a lesson?
No. Okay. No, absolutely not. I'm getting dominated right now. But good morning, everybody. Computer issues to start this Tuesday morning. There's a whole lot to talk about. Google looking to raise money with a bond raise there, so we'll talk about that. Tesla executives headed out the door, and the UK antitrust push pressures Apple and Google to kind of reform their App Store or Play Store settings. And then you've got Cisco, which kind of caught my attention with a custom ASICs. As again, Brendo, we're going to see this custom silicon coming in, eating into the margins of NVIDIA as people look to make specific chips for the specific tasks they're running in their data centers. So a good look. Some earnings names to get to as well. Yeah. CVS, Coke, Oscar Health, all reporting this morning. Yeah, it's a surprise miss for Coke, a rare miss for Coke. I guess $75 here coming into play right now. Downside in a big way. What did we go out at yesterday? $78. So not huge on the percentage side of things, but a rare miss on the revenue side of things here for Coke. And we keep seeing this. Like, I don't know if you noticed in this country, but they canceled Minute Maid, those concentrate.
Oh, I didn't.
Yeah, those concentrate orange juices. They're really trying to push more into a health kick, less sugar, more into focus of health. So keep tabs on that. And then your favorite company reported this morning.
Which one?
Race.
Oh, okay. Ferrari.
I know you're a big fan. Ferrari reporting this morning.
Did you see they came out yesterday with that electric? They showed the interior of the first all-electric Ferrari for the first time yesterday. I wasn't impressed.
The purists are going to love that.
I wasn't impressed at all, but I don't know. I was talking to Randy about it. He wasn't either.
Wasn't either.
Yeah, huh? No, I don't know where they're going with this, but anyways, we'll touch on race actually up to the tune of 5 or 6% right now. So pretty good report for Ferrari, guys. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody, and well, it's a good morning if you're a shareholder of TSM. It's a good morning if you're a shareholder of Oscar. It's a good morning if you, we were up, but now we're red on the ES and the NASDAQ, but we're challenging on the ES, the 7,000 level. Oscar with a big guidance beat. Always talk about, forget about the top and the bottom. It's all about that guide. They missed on top, missed on bottom, and they're still able to get to the upside. TSM sales numbers, looks like they can give a boost to the chips today, up 2 points. So you've got NVIDIA holding over 190. Hasn't done that in a little bit of time. And that note about Michael Burry seeing a pattern on Palunteer. Interesting.
What was the pattern he was seeing?
He's like some head and shoulders on Palunteer.
One of those.
I mean, but didn't it make a head and shoulders like 2 weeks ago? I don't know. Even like, wouldn't that be the head and then wouldn't that be the shoulders? So like, wouldn't that call have been? I don't know. At the beginning of the year, it looks like it made a head and the shoulders. Maybe like now, I don't know how you would call that a whatever. It doesn't really matter at the end of the day. Actually, Palunteer, if you remember from the afternoon yesterday, was setting up for that breakaway through the 146. It actually tagged 10, 15 cents above. From the pre-market, it did break that level. It's going to have to do it twice to break out long, obviously. But yeah, day trading, a little different. Today, obviously, we had some good runners in the chip space, in some of these recoveries and growth stocks. Look for a little continuation there with one notable exception. Bitcoin did not break 70,000. Bitcoin is is still under, I should say, 69,000. So that's weak. Despite the fact you had a good rally, it was solid. It held some gains yesterday, but wasn't able to really punch through that 70,000. Still a resistance level on BTC.
And from BTC over to silver. I mean, I'm going to look at silver today down 2.3%. I've already written it down on the note here. We'll look to see about a short, I think, today in silver. Trying to break underneath VWAP a little bit. I mean, it's still really early to decide what's going on. As Brendan said, there's a bunch of dark pools ticking off into there. Alibaba a little bit upside. I mean, there's not much. ES and the NASDAQ both relatively meh today so far. I mean, unfortunately, we're starting to point southbound here, as we can see in the market. But, woke up and everything was kind of okay, and now everything is not so okay, down about 100 points right now on the NASDAQ, and similarly on the ES, with the move just a little lesser than expected. Yeah, Coke, I mean, we know that, Warren Buffett and all them have been sort of selling some of their positions off, and you can see Coke with a nice move to the downside, as Brendan said, down 4%. That's a pretty big percentage move down there. It takes them a while to get up, but we just had like a huge week and a half there for KO. So you're just coming back into a potential buy zone, I think, anyways, for KO. We'll have to talk about that as we go through the earnings. Yeah, I have a pretty big headache right now, so I don't know what the hell is going on. So we'll be drinking some water here, ready to get going. Futures, maybe looking short on silver. Bitcoin's an interesting call under 70,000. That should be something decent to look forward to. And then, Palunteer was moving around yesterday. And then Oscar has been getting beat up. So it's like, it's down, it's up 9% or whatever it was today, now 7%. So we'll see, like a big, huge guide there. I was expecting 12.8 and guided like 17 to 19 or something. So an absolutely big guide on the billions aside there. So we'll see where we can go. Just falls right into the lap again of support at $12, and now nothing but upside from here. So there's UNH. Maybe, and that's still 275. I was wondering if they were catching a little bit on that as well, but no.
They're still getting smacked.
Yeah, they've had a nice little downside push there. That Trump RX news, and I mean, that shouldn't really, I guess that affects UNH obviously, but 260, yeah. That was a really nice rally back, right? Like from that 240 up to 380. Now you're almost right back in again. This is probably, it's funny because the Dow's at all-time highs, so we know that UNH is a big one there.
Well, for me, thank you, Brian Shannon, with the note about the downward sloping 200-period moving average on UNH, because look, and ultimately, you always have to make your own decisions, but you're looking for reasons sometimes as to what to do. And I'm just only speaking for, like when I had a swing in this at $300 and was actually thinking it was going to close this gap. I was the trade's off here, we'll scalp, and then we'll look for it to press into the 440s, 450s, just a pure technical thing. And then there was something that Brian Shannon, who I believe might be on today's Tuesday, so hopefully we'll have it in the afternoon, talked about be wary of having huge targets or the bigger targets on something with a downward sloping 200-period moving average, because that's suggestive of a long-term trend. So instead of that, I was like, okay, well, I'll take more out in front of the 200 and then just trail it to the 50 and not look for the home run trade. Just be happy with the win and look at the stock. Obviously, bad news has hit it as well, but it's something to look for. You just much prefer holding longer on something that's in an upward trend. If it's in a downward overall long-term trend still, it can be a little bit, I guess. The best way to think of it is everyone always wants that big winner on a stock that's been depressed. But oftentimes it's down there for a reason. And if you get a good bottom, it's better to bank off of it than try to hope that suddenly that stock is going to turn around in the long term. Best to hold the ones that are consistently making fresh highs. Hold that for the dream. It's a heck of a lot easier to do than try to hope that you've got the bottom on something. So UNH doing its thing. unfortunately, to said downside. But that's okay. If you're looking at health stocks today, just focus on Oscar. That's looking a little bit strong. And then you won't have to worry about the doldrums of UNH. One thing I look back, I'm like, oh, where'd Sharif go? Because I was gonna actually reference something that Sharif said. Just the backlog that Caterpillar is dealing with right now. Oh, there he is. No, like this stock has been on absolute fire. Just another fresh high here today, and is what I mean. We say it's not that much of a day trading stock, but it actually has had some pretty good moves. Last couple of points in yesterday's trade, a new fresh highs. You can always find. I'm just using this as an example of the other side of the UNH. Like if you happen to be in a swing and something that's making fresh highs, it's a heck of a lot easier to hold on when the trend looks like this. So much better. Bottom picking is fun, don't get me wrong. It just, you always feel great if you have a bottom, but much easier to hold on when you've got an absolute banger or a winner that has a chart that looks like this, right, Sharif? I know he likes it. I like the sausage.
You and I were talking about this as well. I was telling you, like, completely took me by surprise. The insane backlog for the generators for these data centers. I was telling you the story about the OpenAI president basically meeting with these huge swaths of investors who kind of just all they do is have these big data center storage areas, and they're like, hey, you know, come open up a data center with us. We've got the space, you know, everything's good. And then so the first question they'll ask them, okay, so what's your uptime? And they'll be like, whatever the utility company is. Like, well, that doesn't work for us. We need 100% uptime. So like, all right, well, order the generators. Well, there's a 2-3 year backlog for those generators, so get in line. And so that's why you're seeing this parabolic move here.
Yeah, it's the same argument. I mean, you can talk about the materials even that are being used to build these things. I mean, everyone gets so focused at the product coming out the door and the end of the line, but there's so many things that have to fall into place before that, you know, to produce the thing that are going to be huge opportunities as well. I was just keeping an eye on Spotify here. There were some dark prints there, so ignore this candle again at 8 a.m. But coming back in a hurry here, we're back through 450 right now to the downside. This is a pretty good report, though, from Spotify. One headline, or at least one note from an analyst this morning, essentially led off the note saying, finally consistent profitability from this company.
And when you add 1 million more users than the street expected, you get a check mark and an A+ beside your name, Brendo. Yeah. So they added 9 million premium subs. So those are the paid subs, obviously, ahead of the 8. Now they have 290 million premium subs who are paying. I'm included in that list. That's a 10% year-over-year bump, but they're monthly active users, so the amount of users they can monetize, not just paying, 751 million. So, and 516 earnings per share, Brendo, so they're well in profitability territory on revenue of more than $5.25 billion. So now they're running annual rate is going to be over $20 billion dollars.
And the impressive part of this is who they're competing with for these customers. You know, it's not like there's teeny tiny little options in small companies. It's Google and Apple that they're competing with and doing quite well here, guys. So not very much volume behind this move yet, guys, but Spotify looking good here so far.
I mean, it's hard to argue. It was a pretty hefty EPS beat for sure. But it's not, again, it's not always about the top and bottom line. But this is, just to go back to, just for a split second, what we were just mentioning about trying to catch bottoms and sort of the nature of what to expect from a move. On the first day, when you're getting a relief rally in a stock, I find it on light volume pre-market, it's not the end of the world if you have good news and you start pulling back a little bit. Heck, I mean, Oscar, which we were just talking about, is doing that. Spotify is doing that. It wouldn't be the first time. We've seen the banks do this from time to time, actually, a lot of that in this last quarter, where you do see the dip in the pre-market. What's more important is at the open, if it tries to fill in that gap, that'll be a bad sign for me on Spotify. Because if this just turns into, a bump for people to try to dump off, yuck. And then wait for another support level to try to come in here on something like a Spotify. And this would be a high example of you need to see volume. It's an expensive stock. B, it doesn't usually do a bunch of pre-market volume. You want to see the opening. Remember there was a day, it wasn't necessarily Spotify, but it was a similar stock. It was high priced, heavy spread, like that kind of deal. And I was on the desk Tom wasn't in. I was on the desk with the Rune, and I remember it was like for some reason I liked the stock as a fade, and let's just say he liked it as a long. And it was so whippy in the first 5 minutes of the open. Ultimately, it was a good short, but it ran both sides heavy, and then decided it was going to pick a direction. So if you had any traditional stop, all it did is like run your stops, and then eventually ended up being like a really good short. But it didn't matter because the spread was so insane at the open that it was almost untradeable, unless you just wanted to give it like a super, super wide stop. So I think Spotify probably falls into that category, but it's also in the category of it's in the downward slope, and it's been doing really poorly. So great. Nice bounce here for the day trade, let it settle down, but definitely give this one some time to prove its worth. Because, and again, I'm probably a little bit biased because I'm not a Spotify user. We got rid of it and we're all YouTube now, YouTube Premium, and YouTube Music. But I see so much competition for them, and I feel like they've been out of favor for a bit, and just one bounce might not be enough.
Ooh. Yeah, I'm not in Spotify. I think that the competition is the real problem there as it starts to ramp up. But I mean, they're putting up the numbers, so we can talk about competition all we want. But 2.95 was the estimate, and they put up 5.16, so that's huge, right? So $5.16 versus $2.95, so it's absolutely monstrous for this un-American company, Spotify. Yeah, you're welcome. That was great. I mean, glad that you did well on your NVIDIA trade, so thank you so much for that one, Steve Irwin. Can Amazon get back to 230? I mean, everything is obviously depending on time frame, but yeah, I mean, that is where your 50-period moving average is. Amazon did nothing all last year. You know, it was a pretty mess stock, and I was just thinking, like, you might be in for that again. Like, I think it might be a decent buy down here, just because of how much it's been beat up after its earnings call. And it was like, you know, they hated on the CapEx, and we haven't seen Microsoft really recover from that kind of a play. We saw, obviously, Meta be rewarded on that. We're not seeing it being rewarded at Amazon, not yet. And now this is day 3, or maybe this is day 4 off of earnings. So, you know, we should start to see it climb a little bit back upside. With the market being down, Amazon's up. So I do think that the 230 is probably the right look. I can't put a time on it. Like, I have no idea. I mean, will upgrades get it there? I mean, upgrades could get, 215, 220-ish. And then we have to deal with this 200-period moving average. Last time we were under here, we spent a little bit of time underneath, and that was obviously the tariff time. But we haven't been underneath since. So I think this one is like a prove it name. We got to get back above, man. I mean, we've been over this since May, and then it just kind of chopped sideways near the top end and fell on earnings. So I don't really love Amazon up here. I've been saying that for a minute. And yeah, I just think there's better spaces to be in, even including a Walmart or something like that for now. Amazon just gonna have to work through its CapEx issues and get that all figured out. So for me, Amazon, is not really a great screaming buy down here. But it's definitely a DCA type of thing. You're into a key level that's held, like we held 200. So we only spent, a month underneath there in the last 18 months or so. So I think it's probably worth something down here, but to think it's going to go back to 230, I don't think it has the juice underneath that a year NVIDIA trade did with Amazon. So we'll hold those cards close and see what winds up happening. I think if there's anything out of the big cap names, like Meta would be the one that I think has the chance to really make a move back higher off of its recent bounce. So like I said yesterday, you get that whole quarter now for free, because it came all the way back in and gave us underneath the reported number, and market liked it. So now all of a sudden they don't. So I think that's going to be good value there, and a tech washout would be Meta more than Amazon for me. So all right, we should have Luis coming through, I believe, on a Tuesday. So that should be exciting to have him come through and see if there's any small cap names as we talk about Amazon and Spotify and Meta. Another interesting development in the last 6 to 8 months is Joe's morning options segment. So he's ready to go, I believe. Are you ready there, Joe?
Looks ready.
He's ready. Thumbs up over there. All right, over to the side with Joe.
All right, guys, happy Tuesday and welcome back. Let's hop right into the derivative world here, guys. We're going to be taking a look at some of these options contracts. We're going to start things off with NVDA. I mean, we had a nice move right out of the gate, strong open. Before we get into some of these numbers, I want to take a look at the actual contract. Never mind this graphic over here. But here, what we got going on here, guys, is something very, very interesting. And this is our opening drive, right? We go over this time and time again, and we talk about the power of leverage and the power of options, and we're going to do exactly that here this morning. So right at that 9:30 gate, if you were to have owned this contract at $1.92, if you were fortunate enough, this is best case scenario, but when you've seen the strong opening drive, what we got going on here, it doesn't always work like that. You're most likely going to be an owner before this happens, or getting in on the break as well too. But as quick as you would like, as Sharif would typically say, 226% in a span of 15 minutes, okay? And we all know that NVDA did not move 226% in 15 minutes, but this is where the power of the leverage really comes in. And once again, this is best case scenario, typically hypothetical, but if you own this contract before this date, then the chances are you have the ability to sit through a nice move like that, okay? So moving forward, guys, let's get into the actual contracts metrics here, and we're gonna start things off with the open interest and the volume, 56,500 at that 190 mark with volume around 47,200, okay? And once again, this is going to be expiring this Friday. Now, we talked about what was happening yesterday during the midday show. It's like, hey, we keep running into this 192.5 supply zone. Well, what I started to recognize a little bit after the bell is that we were starting to slowly push below that 190 mark. And I think a lot of it has to do with the supply over at this $190 strike price. Now, the bid and ask on this name is always going to be relatively tight, around $5 or so. The ask sitting around $3.55 and the bid at $3.50. Now, for your delta, you're sitting around that $51 mark, was slightly in the money around the close, but your gamma exposure, it's around 0.045, not too bad whatsoever. And then you can also see your at the money IV slightly cooling down. If you want to talk about cooling down and implied volatility, well, perfect. We're going to be moving on to our next underlying, and that is going to be silver. Now, after we experienced those consecutive selling sessions when we were down 30% in one of them, we were looking at our implied volatility around 130%, even as high as around 150%. Now you can see the drastic cooling on this. We're going to start with our implied volatility, our Vega metric, at 87.2%. So you're just going to gain volatility decay as well as theta decay if you were an options writer. So when you see those drastic increases in implied volatility, there's ways that you can take advantage of it instead of getting caught in the opposite side of that, where you get that if you've been writing before you had experienced those massive moves within the underlying. You want to be patient and wait until things come after, all right? Let's get into some more of these metrics, guys. Open interest sitting around 20,300. And if you go $10 higher, around the 85 and 90 strike price, you're going to see an increase on that as well. That is going to be February 20th expiration cycle. Bid in the ask sitting around $20. You're sitting at that 58 delta with your gamma exposure relatively cooling down with your implied volatility. And we'll be back momentarily, guys, with some upgrades and downgrades.
Looking forward to the upgrades and downgrades as always, but yeah, it was a strong day in SLV yesterday in the metals, but kind of like Bitcoin, not really punching through the absolute top and sort of not really giving you that parabolic, I guess, like the crazy feels that we were getting, and just in terms of volatility. And you can see it, like very condensed. Like, yeah, sure, it's up, but really condensed price action, 2, 3, 4% on trends, when we were getting those types of moves for half of the day. Like, I think the stat was, and I don't know if it still holds true, because obviously, I think it was about a week ago or so, and 40% of the days in the year, silver had moved 5% or more, something along those lines. But we haven't seen that for now a couple of days in a row. So you temper your expectations a little bit. I still look at this. I still look for that reversion trade, although when the volatility is higher, that had basically on the 5% days, it worked 6 times out of 6 looking for a mean reversion on the 15-minute. And then the 2 days where we have low volatility or lower volatility, it didn't work. So I'm kind of just going to look for whether we see that crazy expansive candle at the open or some kind of not exuberant, but huge move or something indicating that volatility is going to be back. Or I might sit silver out today and wait for it to start trading the way it was when it seemed like it was going ham almost every single day. But under 5%, it's a bit of a different beast. It's just kind of adjust the strategy. But for the mean reversion, it's just not as good when the stock, when the vehicle isn't really moving the way that it was in the past. So I like those 5% kind of days. If we get back to that, I'll be a little bit more on board.
So I'm actually today the complete opposite. I have silver as the #1 trade idea today. So we're going to be all over SLV, looking for a short. And I don't know if it's going to go, but it's starting to go right now. So we'll have to wait on it. But silver can be, obviously, as Neil just mentioned, very, very volatile. So we'll be looking a lot on this side of the desk today at silver, already down 3%. So should be another very active day in SLV. All right, back over to the desk. Our guest is upon us very soon.
All right, a couple things here real quick. DataDog just popping up to session highs. DDog reporting this morning. Nice look through 130 right now. Just double checking, the earnings call did start at 8 a.m. I'm not seeing any comments on this currently, but DataDog catching a little bit of a bid here with the earnings call going. So just a heads up on that. Sharif, you and I were just discussing this Google debt raise. So they go to market yesterday, I guess it was, for, what was it, 20 billion or something to that tune in North America. And then today over in the UK and Europe, selling more debt, some of it 60-year, 100-year debt. And I was reading this morning that the 100-year specifically had a lot of demand.
That's crazy.
And as you were saying, I'm not sure what they were paying on that, but 100-year debt raise.
That's the only data point I don't have what the coupon is on these longer dated maturities. So 2029, the earliest maturity expiration date for these bond issuances, the latest 2066. And as Brendo mentioned, they're actually considering a debt sterling tranche, potentially including a rare 100-year bond, but there is a lot of demand from investors, as this article highlights. But this marks a major shift, Brendo, from self-financing for the AI capex, which we've seen these hyperscalers do. And let's be honest about it, they have a lot of money, so they really haven't needed to go into the debt market. This is a marked change here, especially with the kind of eye-watering number we're looking at. So big tech as a whole in 26 slated to spend $630 billion on AI capex.
Just this year.
Yeah, just this year, and 185 billion of that was guided by Google. So almost 200 billion out of that 630 gives you an idea of the scale.
When you have endless cash mountains just sitting around, it's easy to get interest in raising more. Let's bring in, as mentioned, Luis Barbato over in Barcelona, Spain this morning to talk a little bit about some small cap action that has been pretty hot once again. Good to see you, Luis, as always, over the past couple of days here. Let's go through the whole rundown here, the whole gauntlet as to what's moving around this morning, what you're looking at, and why.
We don't have a very active morning in small caps, so we have a couple of tickers only, and we are reviewing tickers from day before and probably Friday as well. So it's not a lot of active today in the small caps.
It's a good concept though, and a good reminder to people. I mean, it doesn't always have to be, the first day, the first headline has popped out. We can always go back and look at, what happened the day before, what happened 2 days prior, because sometimes with these specifically, when you get that initial huge move, the second day or the third day, when there's less eyeballs on it, can be the most attractive.
Absolutely, and also if you're looking for short, if you are more a short seller, sometimes the first day and with a lot of volume and potential move because of news, is very tricky to go short. Some of our setups are built on the second or third day when nobody is looking this stock, the volume is shifting to another tickers, and then when the volume drops on these tickers that we trade day before or 2 days ago, then when the volume drops, the fade starts, and it starts to go down. And I would like to explain one trade we took yesterday. It's in LIMN. Okay, this is what we call the first red day. So why we tried these stocks. After we have a huge move, you can see from 0.50 to almost $250 in few days moving up and up and up. We are waiting, we are expecting for the first red day to build, okay? So what we can have a weak opening and right away start to go down, or the other scenario is a short squeeze, so we break highs of previous days, and when all the shorts are stop out and squeeze, the movement start to appear, okay? And you go short on the consolidation and waiting for a very, very long move, right? So I can show you a couple of tickers, a couple of traders who trade this stock. You can see they're waiting for the first red day, and once the highs are getting lower and losing support and losing VWAP, then we start to close the trade. This is one of our traders, and this is the other one, building the position, what we call recycling the position, or rotating the shares around the core position you want to have. You want to go short, but it's not that you go short and wait for the profit or for the gold. You build up the position, you recycle the shares until you get a nice price, and when the VWAP is lost, then we start to take profits, right? So it was a very, very nice setup.
Let's dig into that a little bit, because a lot of people might be hearing that term, Luis, for the very first time. The two things, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but two things we're looking to do here. One is improve the average price, so move the average price actually as high as possible versus that high that's been put in. And the second is utilizing some of the rebates that ECNs provide, even make a little bit of cash if possible.
Absolutely. It's not about averaging down into a losing position, but it's taking into account that you're not going to get the best price always. So you like this, let's say this area, you like to go short in this area. Okay, so it's not that you decide only one entry point, but you divided your shares into an area that you like the short. And why the stock is making noise up and down, you're adding more and taking some profits out of the table, because in case you go, if it goes up again, you can add again more, always while your setup is alive. If your playbook is still alive. If it goes higher and breaking new highs and with volume, you might just stop out the whole of the trade. But while it's in the area that your setup it's still working out, you can add and reduce some position to better your price and pyramid the position once it starts to work out.
All right, let's talk a little bit about today. If we are looking at what was moving around the past couple of days, looking for that opportunity of a breakdown because of maybe less attention being paid to it, which ones are standing out here this morning?
Yeah, we have already traded one stock, which is AFI, AZI. As you can see here, we short this one here against the top. Why? Because when you check the data, 80% of the times that it got up, it closed red. So you are more comfortable going short on the pops. It's true that this trade didn't hold a lot, the short. Look at this. Once it broke the VWAP all the way down, it's already negative almost in the day. So this was one of the best trades we already took pre-market. And also we are waiting for this stock AVP to try to fight the VWAP again. So it's this stock AVP. It has already got up, move a lot, now, there it goes. So it has already going down. We're waiting this stock to push a little bit around 270, 280 area to go short and reject this VWAP and keep going down. This is the main two tickers we're looking at.
If you are just going back to the initial concept we were talking about, if we're building a position around a level that we're interested in to be short, what triggers you to start, getting down to a very, very small percentage of that core position?
Well, you have to, of course, technical analysis. That's the first point. Where do you have resistance of previous days or even resistance of the pre-market? And also check when the market opens, if it keeps having a lot of volume or the volume start to disappear. It's very important, the concept of shifting volume. If you see some of other stocks taking attention of the traders and algorithms, and if the volume goes there, your setup is more likely to work out. So previous pre-market highs, previous resistance from other days and volume. Those are the main three tickers to reduce the position or stop out the whole position.
Fantastic, Luis. Great stuff as always. We will touch base again tomorrow with a review. Very, very well received last week. We look forward to it again this week.
Thank you very much, Brandon.
Myself included, looking forward to some more conversation with Luis tomorrow afternoon. Guys, make sure you tune in for that. All right, let's take a look at some of these analyst actions here this morning, guys. We're going to kick things off with some downgrades, and we're going to start it off with Monday.com, going from a buy to a hold. A lot of that across the board here. Loop Capital giving them the downgrade, guys. You're down roughly 0.8% here this morning. Now, On Semi also getting the downgrade as well, too, guys, going from a buy to a hold. By benchmark, you're down almost 4% here this morning. Now, Peloton, surprise, surprise, going from a buy to a hold. Once again, down 1.8% here. Now, Under Armour, Now, we're going from a neutral to a sell with a $6.20 price target by Citigroup. That's UAA. You're down 5.5% here this morning. Now, moving forward, guys, let's take a look at some of these upgrades. More positive note, going from a neutral to a buy with a $180 price target here by Daiwa Securities. And then we also have Take-Two Interactive, guys, outperform to a strong buy with a $285 price target. You're up more than 2% here this morning, and that's going to be by Raymond James. Unity Software also getting the nod by Oppenheimer. You're up 3.81% here with a price target of around $38. And then we have Vistra Energy also getting the nod, guys. Jefferies going from a hold to a buy, up 3 1/3 here with a price target of $203, guys.
One of those names on the upgrade list is one we talked about last week. Vistra, not really. Vistra Energy has just been, it's been lollygagging realistically relative to what's been going on in, say, like a GEV. And you'd think that the CapEx spend story would have given it a bit of a bigger boost, but it is threatening. A couple of things to like about this. We talked about that upward sloping 200 period. It's still got the nice upward sloping 200 period. It's leveling off, but it's trying to break this little subtle downtrend. And realistically, it's very close. And look, is the upgrade today enough to punch through? That's not always the best catalyst in the world. But once this is closing again above the 50, a little bit of catch up to GEV does make some sense. Now, obviously, I'm biased in that I'm going to like GEV more because I own them. But at the end of the day, both Constellation and Vistra have been counter trend for the last couple of months relative to a leader in the space. And not all things are alike, but I do expect there is a catch-up trade. If this trend continues, the market continues on the path where we get, the dip buy works, then this is a name to keep in mind here once they can get above that 50-period moving average here for Vistra. On that downgrade side, all I can say is sucks for Peloton, man. Kicking them while they're down.
I have Palunteer. I like the upgrade yesterday, up 7 or 8%. Nice to see finally catching a little bit of wind here. So, we're not going to be all negative. The sticky note's going to be out in 2 seconds. I think if this one can fall back into this 143 area for me, especially on an upgrade, up 1.6% today. If the market does wind up falling down, let's look to see if Palunteer can get picked up here somewhere. And I'm written down 142. 50 to 143. So, in this general area down here for PLTR, just at yesterday's close, we'll see if we can get some bids, back, support that VWAP down here and get it figured out there today if the market does come back in. I mean, I'll be short, but if the short isn't working like yesterday and we have to flip over to longs, like the biggest position yesterday, period, was the short that I had to begin with. And they were able to get out of it because it didn't work and then flipped over and wound up having a great day looking for some longs. So, we'll see if Palunteer wants to work out down here around 142.50. So that's the upgrade for me that I like on that little list there. So PLTR off of a big day yesterday. We'll see if it can continue today. Thank you to Luis for coming through. It's 8:38. We'll go back to the desk.
Market just coming back in a little bit here. We had some numbers come through there when Luis was on. Retail sales specifically coming in lower than expected. So the month-over-month number for December here, flat versus a 0.4% uptick that was expected. Export-import prices as well, 0.3% to the upside on exports versus 0.1 expected, 0.1 to the upside on imports versus 0.3 that was expected there. So that was really the main numbers there. The year-over-year retail sales number, 2.4% versus 2.9. Some cracks under the hood, maybe, but we'll see. It's worth noting as well, Navarro just making some comments right now saying, not expecting weak jobs number coming up tomorrow. Remember, we get non-farm payrolls tomorrow after the delay from last Friday, but also saying, quote unquote, we need to revise expectations on these monthly job numbers going forward. So maybe setting the table here for something.
And like this is building more into the narrative that we've been talking about, this low hire, low fire current state of the job market right now. I don't know, I feel like this is building a little bit of pressure on the Fed in order to cut. This is one of the parts of the mandate here that I think the variable is a little bit in flux. We've seen inflation. I don't want to say it's at their target. It's not at 2%, but it's under control. We're seeing that, especially with the growth in the GDP. You're not seeing the corresponding move in inflation, but the job market is where it's a little bit dicey. And we're seeing more corporate layoffs. Like we have CRM here on the morning, Brendo. They're laying more people off, and we've been seeing this sort of tech. I don't want to call it a tech wreck, but the layoffs have been coming from tech. Amazon as well with the 16,000 last week. So tough.
I feel almost as if, and I have no data or proof to back this up, but I feel almost as if they're going out of their way to make these layoffs in a way that doesn't sound like AI is just taking these jobs immediately.
Exactly.
And they're just downsizing for the sake of cutting costs. But and maybe that's true.
A lot of people are saying that exactly the same thing you're saying. They're saying, in public, CEOs are saying one thing because, the PR and, obviously you have to watch what you say. In private, though, they're saying something completely different, and it's the leaks coming out of those private meetings that are keeping the market worried.
Yeah. Coming up at 10 o'clock, a couple of numbers to deal with this morning as well. Business inventories for November and retail inventories ex autos coming at 10 a.m. this morning. But again, we'll get non-farm payrolls tomorrow morning, and then CPI, I believe it's Friday. Friday at 8:30. It was interesting. I was listening to I think it was the analyst, an equities analyst or an economist maybe, on Bloomberg this morning from Cantor Fitzgerald, trying to make the argument that with the switch to Warsh at the Fed, we're not going to get 2, we're going to get 3 cuts before the end of this year, and that he sees the long end of the curve, the 10-year, even the 30s coming back into a 3 handle of some sort by the end of 2026.
I just want to see which version of Kevin Warsh we're going to get. Brendo. Was it the hawk that was on the FOMC during the great financial crisis, who pounded the table about lowering the debt balance, the Fed's balance sheet, and keeping rates elevated, more hawkish tones, or is it going to be the person that President Trump handpicked to cut rates? And he was asked, President Trump was asked point blank, I think by an NBC reporter, do you think that, Kevin Warsh knows you want to cut rates? And he just came out with it. He's, of course, I've been pounding the table. I've been saying it on every network. Anybody who will listen, I tell them to drop rates. So a little on this hand, a little on that hand. We're going to see. We're not going to wait that long to find out.
I feel like we get a very dovish Kevin Warsh when we do get it. What is that, May? We'll get that switch, I mean, that's also betting on the fact that all goes well with him getting approved and all the T's getting crossed, which I'm sure they will between now and then. Market holding here on aftermarket lows, guys, and support from yesterday.
Yeah, we're just basically almost exactly flat here on the ES and the Nasdaq, just very, very slightly down after a slight bounce. But when you work out the odds, I know we've been looking at the rate tool for the odds of a cut and sort of been focused on the middle of the year. But if you do go all the way out to December, like you are going to find, like at that point, like the chance that we're only a quarter point or nothing is at about 24% when you add that up. So, at that point, we're looking at for sure, the market says 75%, just a little bit more than that you're going to get 2 cuts, and then over 40% that we would get 3. So that has been inching in the other direction. The betting markets do support the thesis that it doesn't really matter what Warsh was before. What we're expecting is a little bit better opportunity for more than 2 cuts this year. And you sort of see this reflected in some of the strength that you've had, relatively speaking, in the Russell, which has been performing pretty well. Like the IWM made a nice little high, although much like I just said with the Nasdaq and the ES, it's like exactly flat as well here. But it's got the whole rounded bottom that a lot of the stocks that we were looking at in the last couple of days seem to have as well, and could be pushing back into some highs. Like it's pretty darn close to it, maybe a day or two away if you look at sort of average moves here for some of the small cappers. And the IWM's been performing incredibly well, and I think that does bodes well that the market is unfazed by the person that Warsh was in terms of his view on policy prior. Because if you really think that, okay, that's who he is and he's not going to care, I can't see the rate tool being where it is. I can't see the Russell being where it is either. But the market's telling you the story that we're expecting to get these cuts and money printer stays alive.
Yeah, look, I'm excited to continue to trade these markets. I mean, we made all-time highs yesterday in the diamonds. The S&P 500 is going to it seems like it's having a problem with 7,000, and NASDAQ down here to 25,000. NASDAQ's the one that's down right now about 1.5–2%, depending on what we do today, of course, from its all-time highs. But this is what the Dow is doing. We've talked about emerging markets and how strong many of these other markets have been. Yeah, the Dow's working despite UNH, and another thing we could look at here too is if we go over to the get over here, Bitcoin, my Bitcoin chart right here. Forget about Bitcoin right now. I think that thing is cooked for a minute. DXY, that's been a story as well, right? I mean, today you get a little bit of a falling dollar coming back in, looking to see if we can break through this 97 marker. But this has also been a little bit of a story that we have to look at, and when we're talking about the Fed, should be looking at this dollar weakness here. And, like we said, dollar weakness has its pushes and pulls for some of the domestic companies versus some of the multinational companies. And, you're getting low again. Like if you can start to break, like we had a nice little rally there last week to end the week. And then the last couple of days has been a nice little downside push here. So I'm a little nervous to see if we can break through this 96 area. And I'm not sure what kind of confidence that's going to give to the Fed are they looking at data? Yeah, they're supposed to be. We'll have to see. We have a big jobs number coming out this week as well. Nothing else coming today. But if we don't hold this 96, then I do fear that there could be, I think that should spark an interest rate cut. But again, the more this monetary system keeps falling apart and people don't trust it, the more this US dollar is going to go down. We saw a nice move in USD yen as well on some of that political news over there in Japan, not helping out this US dollar at all. And, like I said, we saw that over the weekend here. So there's a couple days of downside action for the DXY. So just looking at what the dollar's doing here and how that's going to possibly affect the market doesn't hurt getting lower, but it's a confidence thing. So let's, the U.S. GDP is still, blasting off. They gave it an upside guide most recently over that 4% marker. So just watching out for the US dollar there. That could be part of the silver trade today. And you want to look at it, if you're going to be trading it with silver, you want to look at like a minute chart or something like that just to see the reaction that we've generally had. When the US dollar goes down, we've seen silver go back there to the upside. So again, like a weaker dollar, if you're making sales, like I was saying, in Japan or wherever you're making sales, and you're an Apple or you're a Google or whatever, and you get to see your money being repatriated AAPL back here in US dollars, it's going to accrue higher to your income statement, because all of a sudden, the 1,000 euros that you sold your phone for is now worth 1,200 US or whatever, right? And then tomorrow it's worth 1,300 US. So you're bringing back more money, so that, you've seen names like Apple and some of these other names continue to make, new moves higher, including a Spotify. They're a European-based company as well, right? So we'll have to wait to see what happens here. If the US dollar continues to get a little lower, I think it does help a lot of these companies out, but not great for, the exporting side of things here when we're looking as a whole. So some things to consider when we're looking at that. And we don't look enough at the TLTs at 20 years or anything like that. So I'm not too comfortable, analyzing that against what the market's been doing. 69.1 right here, IBIT and Bitcoin. I had, so my sticky notes out, I have IBIT written down as a short just because I'm sort of biased short to the market. But we are right now, just took out VWAP. So maybe again, I don't think it's going to be a punch short immediately off open. We still have, wow, we still have 50 minutes before the bell even rings here. So like, 50 minutes ago we were up here, then a half hour ago we were down here, and now we're in the middle. So let's not get too excited about where this market's going to open up. But right now you're floating back over zeros. So that's nice to see for all the bulls. And there's not too many single stock stories on the big side of things. There's lots. There's DataDog. There's lots of Oscar. There are lots of individual stories today from that side of things, but nothing like hugely needle moving on the NVIDIA front or on any of these big market cap fronts. So, might be a minute to see this market today and see what kind of movement we wind up having, which is why I want to focus. And that's why when you look on here, it's SLV, it's IBIT, it's Palunteer, and it's the market. So it's like 4 things that have been moving around. And so that's why we want to look at spots that actually have reasons to move and possibly downside action today in many of those names, except for Palunteer for me. So yeah, there's a bunch of different things happening right now. We see in the chat there, CRDO, CCCX or something like that is moving around.
PHIOs making
Charlie.
There are some good small caps today. I know.
Oh, Churchill Capital. I remember that one.
Said that maybe there wasn't a lot that was spiking on the radar, but no, PHIO is making some power moves in here. You also had, what was that, NM, Hoth was moving. No, it's EVMN, that's what it is. It's Evomune is also another small capper that's going absolutely ham. This one up over 100%. So you have one of these over 100%. I think it's like a 25 mil float or something like this. So a pretty small float for EVMN is going to be a driver of it. That does put this in like the high probability or the higher probability of a halt. Anytime you're dealing with a small float, wide spread at times here. Like you just saw, like they just pulled the stock up and went 36 to 33. So it's going to move that 10%. No problem, and especially off the open. I'm not saying you even don't trade it. Just do not be surprised if this one halts a few times here today. It'll be a little different. Like PHIO, I think when you're like a $1.30 stock, look how steady it is. It is up 50%, so it is volatile as well, but probably not as likely to have trading halts. And remember, sometimes a good look is something trending and holding the volume weighted average price a little bit better off of that open. You want to make sure that the buyers don't just dump it right away at 9:30. So good upward trend in both those. I see a lot of people in the chat talking about the small cappers as well. Plenty out there. I think that's why it was good to have Luis on. Now Sharif will be covering a few of those before we get to the bell.
Another one making a move back to the upside here right now. CVS back above 75 bucks. Just double checking. 8 a.m. was the earnings call on this one as well. Didn't see any comments, but a little more positive here for CVS. You were making a good point on how this thing has been doing over the past little while. I mean, another one that's kind of flown under the radar.
Brendo, this thing is up, I think, 40% over the past year. Not one that I pegged for a turnaround story like this, but they're quite profitable, guys. Let's talk a little bit about this. They brought home a little bit less than $3 billion in profit on the quarter. Recall, this company had been bleeding cash and bleeding profitability as it looked to restructure. Adjusted EPS 109, beating the 99 expected by the street, and a big headline revenue number, about 106 billion, a little bit less of revenue on the quarter. That easily beats a 103.5 expected by the street, and they confirmed full year profit guidance. They're guiding, Brendo, $7 to $7.20 per share. They're maintaining their 2026 outlook of at least $400 billion in total revenue for the year. Their insurance business continues to improve, that Atena or whatever. Pharmacy and consumer wellness prescriptions are up about 12.5%. And remember that Rite Aid acquisition that they had? It was like another pharmacy that they acquired. Well, their prescription count increased markedly as a result of that acquisition. They were criticized at the time for kind of taking on too much debt, but looking good now.
One that's not, definitely, this morning. HOG, Harley Davidson, downside in a big way right now. Got to zoom way out. This is 2020, pandemic lows coming into play here for Harley Davidson on an earnings miss here. Not much good, it looks like, as far as what I can see as the numbers go. I mean, this thing's just been in a downward spiral going back to the beginning of 2025.
The guidance missed, Brendo. It was the guide really that sent this one down. They reported per share loss of $2.44 only from sales of less than $500 million, guys, $496 million. The street was looking for a lot more than that. They were looking for a loss per share of 107 on revenue of $485 million. Per share loss of 93 pennies from a year ago as well. So, and that top line number was $688 million. Now it's below $500 million. So you kind of feel maybe the consumer's being a little bit selective about where they're spending their money, certainly not on motorcycles at the moment.
Clearly, not a good look for HOG. Coinbase, just seeing JP Morgan cutting their price target here to 290 from 399. So still, I mean, 290 is way up here on the daily chart. So 399 is basically highs. Coin guys sitting at this very, very interesting level here right now, or just above this very interesting level on a daily chart.
Well, we get Robinhood first tonight, but we do get Coinbase. We do get Coinbase this week. They're reporting on Thursday. So look, it doesn't look good. This lost the IPO, so I'm only using the monthly chart so you can see like the IPO support. The initial IPO support was right in around here, like the 220 level. And while that's been, it's already gone. It's always a bad sign when you get under that kind of a support. It didn't do the IPO breakout trade. It was the opposite of Robinhood in that, like Robinhood, the IPO highs, it was able to do the U shape and then break it out. Coinbase, literal opposite, goes into those highs and plunges. All it's got left is see all these wicks of support down at 150. You got bodies of candles in the monthly at 170, and you've got wicks of one down into the 140, 150 range. So on coin, this is kind of like put up or shut up area that needs to hold. So there's a few things that have to happen here. Now clearly they're trying to make at least an effort and a decent effort to try to offer more so that you can compete with the Robinhoods that'll get you and keep you, because they'll give you prediction markets, they're going to give you investing. Again, it's just they're going to give you crypto. They're going to try to do a little bit of everything. It's a little bit late, relatively speaking, and then you throw in the fact that there's so much weakness in crypto. There's a lot working against them in this moment, but it is a pretty significant level down here. Now, of course, on a monthly chart, we're literally the 1/3 of the way through the month. If it were to wick underneath and still close above 140, I think that's a good little dip spot. But none of that's going to matter if Bitcoin finds its way to 50K, I don't think. Like, this would all be under the premise that we kind of hold around here on BTC and stabilize above this 60,000 area. If that can't even happen, then all bets are off for Coinbase. But Thursday is going to be a big one. The good thing is we're going to have some information out of Robinhood to be able to compare with after the bell tonight, and then everyone will look to the weaker name, quite frankly, because I don't think there's many people that prefer Coinbase to Robinhood. I say that as I literally use Coinbase, but it is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, Coinbase is just kind of like a proxy to see what this Bitcoin market actually winds up doing. I mean, it's not horribly valued. I mean, the last time I was checking, it's really been, it's really come back in here on Coinbase. I mean, some of those highs that Brendan was mentioning there, $400 or $500. Yeah, here's the PE, $14. Go find me, 14, sorry. Go find me another name that's active the way Coinbase is with just a 14 PE. So at some point, they're going to have to get some respect back into this name. And I think it's just a matter of believing in what BTC and what this whole crypto market's going to do. Because if a lot of traders lose faith in Bitcoin and in, the possibility of this thing going back up to the upside, then yeah, traders will run away from Coinbase because they're a volume business, right? I mean, if they have traders trading over there on the exchanges, then that's all good. Obviously, there's the Clarity Act as well that I need to get some more clarity myself on that act and see what that means. But Coinbase had basically 20 straight down days here and just now getting a bounce. So yeah, it's definitely hit a lot more than the top of Bitcoin. Like if you'd say the top of Bitcoin, which is 128, I believe, this 419, so 128, where Bitcoin's now chopped in half, so this is much more than half. I mean, we should be around here at 220 or so if it was exactly following that, but it's just the whole crypto space doesn't have very much legitimacy to it now anymore. We talked about that yesterday, that there was a individual that could not find a base case for investable idea with BTC. Why would you invest in it? And until that changes, that mentality, and that whole get-rich-quick scheme comes back, then I think Coinbase loses on the volume, right? And I think that's what's been happening with Robinhood. It's just a simple move of there's a lot of traders right now that aren't buying the dip, and there's a lot of traders that have been getting hurt from buying the dip because it just kept on dipping. So at some point, the market should get back. I don't think crypto is a dead duck or anything like that. But I think the volatility has been squeezed out a little bit. And without volatility, names like Robinhood, SoFi, Webull, all these names, and Coinbase included, continue to get hit, right? I mean, we saw Circle give back its whole IPO. And get even lower on Circle. So we'll have to wait to see if that one winds up basing out as well. Gemini is another name, you know, that's been BLSH, bullish as well. I mean, there's been some bad situations here, right? This is Gemini. Shout out to the Winklevoss brothers. Glad that you guys were able to also rug pull, you know, the equity markets as well. That's cool. BLSH. They're bullish. I haven't even looked at this in forever, so let's have a quick look to see. They had a good quarter, though, one of their quarters, I remember. And there might have been this little bump up here. Maybe, no, they won't report that soon, but this is the IPO for bullish as well. So you can see that's chopped in half from that IPO price. And it just, things are just getting bad in this space, and there's just a very, very loss of, in my opinion, in confidence, you know, of these markets when you're, I mean, here's another one. Here's Bull, right? Webull, straight down. This is down about a third from its highs, from its highs. I mean, forget about that. I was only looking right here. That's $18. Now you're down to $6, let alone this move that happened. But if that was the IPO, which I'm not sure it was, down there at 15, I don't think so. We must have IPO'd right here at $33 or $34, made a move up to 61 or 62 that day when it was obviously going insane, and then the move just right back down in and hasn't been able to catch a bid since. So there's just a big problem here with all this crypto stuff. You know, it's going to have to figure itself out. I mean, even SoFi is down 35% or 40% from its highs of $32 as well, and that's pretty much a straight line downside. So it's not, it's getting bad, and we'll have to wait to see if there is any sort of smoke to be cleared. And if there is, it's Coinbase that I think you want to run to if you do have some sort of confidence in this whole system not falling apart completely. So yeah, we'll watch out for Coinbase down 2% here.
All right, guys, let's have a look at this SPY. Where do we close out at yesterday? Well, we're at 694.5 now. We keep rejecting that 695 area that we've been talking about as a technical resistance level, with the ultimate high there, 698. So look, we're negative on the morning right now, but not by all that much. We're going to continue to use that 695, 696 area as our first level of resistance. If we start selling off, we're looking at 690 yesterday. We defended it quite well as our first support level.
All right, lots to get to this morning, 30 minutes until the open. If you haven't done so yet, grab the absolutely free watch list. We send it out to you every single day, right to your email. All you need is an email address down below in the description of this video. Top link will get you to the sign up page for that. Palunteer trying to bounce right now a little bit, but overall still in a downtrend here on the daily chart. I don't know. If you, I guess, squint really hard, you can see something that looks like a head and shoulders on that. That's a stretch to me. I don't know. Michael Burry thinks so, though.
I love it. I love it. He's he's not just a fundamental analyst. He doesn't call the top of the mortgage, bubble, Brendo. But now he's a chartered market technician. You gotta love this. No, in all seriousness, no. He did highlight what he believes to be a classic head and shoulders reversal pattern on the chart on Palunteer. He frames it as a high confidence bearish structure rather than noise-driven volatility. And his chart, his assessment is he's pointing to a neckline around $80 with the ultimate landing area, if you use the measured move, of course, being 60. So if you're going to use that $60 area as your target, then you're implying about a 58% downside from where we closed out yesterday. So that's his view there. It's not new though. This view is not new. I believe in November last year, he stated that he bought about 50,000 puts for $1.84 million against Palunteer, and that kind of reflects his current convictions. So perhaps maybe a better setup. He previously grouped a lot of these high multiple tech names, Brendo, and he called them the frauds of the modern era. Tell me how you really feel, right? But to be fair to him, Palunteer is down about 20% year to date.
Sorry, he said the neckline is $80?
He says the neckline's $80 and that the measured move from a neckline breakdown would be around 60, which
I'm
again,
so confused. $80 is here. Like, sorry, what? Like, to me, like maybe like left shoulder, head, right shoulder, and then somewhere in here maybe there's a neckline. I don't know, guys.
With you, I'm not a chart market technician, but I mean, it's such an easy visual pattern to look at. So it is what it is. It's like you said, it's head, shoulder. I mean, it's weird because I look at that as like $60. It's hard to make the argument technically, but ultimately it doesn't really matter. Like, it's like, who cares? He likes to short. It has been working. No questions asked. I do think there is a potential resistance spot that we have to think about on that pattern, which would be this support. Like, if there's a shoulder support here at 155, support there. As we come back in underneath the 200, I think you run into some resistance from 155 to 160. But we're at $145. So, I mean, like, yesterday it did step one, breaking out this 140. It wasn't able to break the 146 in the afternoon. It actually ended up being a scalp short into VWAP at the end of the day, as you guys saw. That said, you still have a chance to fill this next part of the gap, which is to break through and get at least into what we were just showing on the chart, the 155 to 160 resistance area. So for me, as long as it's holding prior day close, that's in play. So that's the 143 where it dipped into at the close yesterday. And as long as that's the case, then the breakout's in play, the dip to 143. If we lose that support underneath 142.5, I would think all bets are off, at least for the day trade. So, I mean, obviously you can look at the PE and say it's still expensive, and kind of all pullbacks, it's hard to pick out exactly how far it's going to go. Here, I just want to see 143 hold off that open in the 15-minute, and then we've got a breakout play on Palunteer. That's just the day trade. It doesn't really affect Michael Burry at all unless it goes completely ham.
Okay, so I put Palunteer here on, and look, man, if you guys follow chart patterns, you'll just follow them to your grave. So Palunteer here, 142.50 to 143 long. I mean, these are just day trades. I've gotten lighter on Palunteer up near that 200 marker. We sort of did talk about that a little bit, but 142.50 to 143. We did have a huge day yesterday. Let's just see if that support winds up holding it. I mean, it is nice to get sort of the downside talk. Will give us a better opportunity to potentially get long. Palunteer is going to be a long-term winner, obviously, but it's been getting hit on. We're nervous about software and all that kind of stuff. But if you can come into yesterday's closing prices, I think that's worth a long for me. And that's what I'm here to do as day trade, right? I mean, we've talked about investing and giving some ideas that we have in our longer term portfolios. So Palunteer will still remain a core piece for me in the long term. But at the end of the day, this 142 to 43 area is something that we've talked about earlier, and it's something that I'm going to sit here and see if we can't buy any dips today and before it breaks. And if it breaks, then we can get out. I mean, it was just a level that was made yesterday around 11 o'clock, and then supported, not really at the end to get off this ellipse. Not really at the end of the day, we didn't really have an opportunity to support it. I mean, that was right at 4 o'clock, so it just came right in there, bounced a little bit in the after hours, and then today upside on this negative talk. So we'll if it's up on this kind of a headline, then anything lower, I think, is a good price. So we'll wait to see if we can get a 143 there for Palunteer. One of 4 ideas on the note today, so we'll be looking at it.
Sharif, they're magic. Amazon, there's a couple of big tech related headlines this morning. We'll just run through a couple of them here. Amazon, interesting story. They're talking about the possibility of an AWS supported marketplace for content creators. Essentially, you can make a piece of content, video, I guess, imagery, audio maybe, put it on the marketplace, and then people would have the ability to, I guess, either bid on it or just pay you whatever you ask for it, which is not something that's been done before. I think they might get a lot of interest in that.
Yeah, I want to know, are they going to do an Apple and take a little bit off the top?
Oh, for sure.
Right?
100%.
Yeah. Got to wet their beak, Bendo. Google as well in the headlines today with an outsized bond offering, $20 billion that is, to accelerate artificial intelligence and infrastructure spending. So the issuance are quite wide, maturing starting in 2029 and extending all the way out to 2066. And there are reports that they're actually considering a debt sterling tranche, and that one could have about 100-year duration. And believe it or not, there is demand for that. This highlights, though, a strategic pivot by big tech away from self-funded capex now towards more leveraging of cheap credit. The concerns, though, that AI spending is scaling much faster than near-term payoffs. But as we saw in Google's case, with Google Cloud growing at over 40%, they're obviously able to monetize this near-term AI CapEx, maybe better than some others, like we've been pointing at Meta, which may have a bit of a longer runway. And Alphabet alone, Brendo, is going to spend about $185 billion, and 185 billion of the 630 expected by the big tech players.
Astronomical. Apple, on the other hand, not much as far as news catalyst today. Apple's been super strong over the past couple of weeks here. First real negative day yesterday. We'll see if we get any kind of follow through today. I mean, we're still trying to hold on to some key support levels, guys, for Apple.
Yeah, Apple was sort of caught in the wash yesterday with all the strengths elsewhere. The fact that it had been sort of that rotationary type play, like holding out very well at the end of last week. Well, when the chips started going ham and NVIDIA caught a buy, well, Apple caught a little bit of a sell. But it's still fine. They're holding on to support. I think for me in big tech today, it is NVIDIA. It was a huge volume off of the open. Then it just didn't really do that much for most of the rest of the day. Like it was just two monster volume bars that accounted for like a $10 move up in NVIDIA, and then just sideways. Once it got past the 190, there wasn't a heck of a lot to work off of. There is the TSM. There is TSM, which had strong sales for the month, and that's always going to bode well for NVIDIA here, obviously. The one thing to note, and we don't really talk too much about this on TSM, there's a lot going on with this whole for TSM, make sure you build here in the U.S., or not here in the U.S., but in the U.S., we're here in Canada, build in the U.S. They have like a standard policy about making sure that any of their top line production, like all the most advanced chips that they fabricate are done in Taiwan. And there's a limit to pushing that elsewhere. And part of that is because, well, if the most advanced chips aren't made in Taiwan, then that makes them a little bit more vulnerable to China. Because the implication would be if most advanced chips that they get made for their clients, especially like the US clients, are in Taiwan, then the U.S. has a vested interest in making sure that doesn't come under Chinese control. So I don't know how much that's going to change. It's the kind of thing that bodes well a little bit for Intel, I do think, in the longer run. But as far as NVIDIA goes specifically, it's going to be the 190 level today. The last time we were up here, we were able to hold it held 2 out of the 3 days. There was no breakout through 94. If we hold 190 on the 15-minute, then I want longs off support there. If the first thing we do is break it down, I even said in the note, it's got to be a reversible level. We've had so much trouble getting through it that even though it looks strong going in, clean bounce, just a bigger bounce and a wick bottom off the 200-period moving average this time to test this price area. It does look stronger coming in this time, but if we lose it right away at 190, I'm not one to sit there fighting the longs on NVIDIA if we can't hold on to that key support level. It's just not worth it.
Look, I have the TQs written down here as a short, and we're getting into that area right now. I mean, it's had a nice move back to the upside now, and I want to wait to see if the short is going to play. Obviously, it's up 0.4. It's a 3x to the NASDAQ, so that'll settle out once the NASDAQ and the market actually opens up here, but it's been a straight shot to the north side here on the TQQs, and the reason why we were looking at that is, of course, when we write it down, we're in this area. I was looking at the 50-period moving average. We are over. I mean, if we can get into 51, then I think that might be a long. But for now, there's 52.20. So I was thinking, not pretty negative, but was more bearish today than bullish. But yeah, this 52 has come and gone a couple times here. So I don't know if I can zoom out, but there it is right there, this 52.20 area. So let's just see if it winds up holding. And yesterday we made the mistake of going short and then not, like we went short into here, same kind of thing. Thought that this might have been the high, and we did have a good drop early, and then it blasted higher once we broke through there. So I'm just wondering that if we don't get that low, break lower there, then what about this take of 52.30 breaking through the highs from yesterday afternoon? So that would be something there to definitely have a look at if we can get going here on the NASDAQ. So I'm temporarily looking short, but the chart doesn't necessarily look like that anymore. So we'll hold out on that. It probably won't be a huge trade right off the jump here on the NASDAQ, but looking at a 52 short, and that's right where we are right now. I mean, minus big tech headlines. I mean, we don't really have too many. We just kind of looked at those, and other than that Google debt raise, which kind of could be a negative thing. Apple with a big move yesterday. Microsoft trying to make a move higher. Meta trying to go lower, which doesn't make any sense. So I feel like just a mixed bag right now. Amazon going lower. Google we mentioned, and then Tesla would be the other name that I was looking for there. it's still at that 420 area, and again, pretty flattish here this morning. So the market's going to give us a move. Might not be as dramatic as I would hope for. So that's why I'm going to be looking at, silver more than the NASDAQ. But yeah, for now, maybe just sleeping giants here in the TQQ, and let's let it see if that 52.25 area has a hold, sort of part to it. And if it does, maybe it takes out the highs, and then we can hit it short. But ear to the ground on any kind of news. No real earnings or anything this morning. We had Coke. We had tonight. We mentioned a Robinhood, which is not going to be a big market mover. So ear to the ground on the NASDAQ for any headlines out of nowhere here. No major numbers either. I think 10 o'clock there's something small, isn't there?
Yeah, we had a couple things at 8:30 that weren't that big, and then 10 o'clock we've got, what is it again?
It's business inventory.
Yeah, business inventory. So it's not like a...
And then a little bit of Fed talk,
yeah,
nothing.
Another huge one. And then, Fed talk, but it's not huge. I mean, Hammock and Logan at 1, and then 2 o'clock is... Or no, 12 and then 1, not 1 and 2 o'clock. 12 and then 1 o'clock. So there is reason to keep the ear to the ground, no questions asked. We did have some earnings to get to, and 3 of them are next. And we'll find a way to lump Oscar in there. Hey, they reported as well. Why not?
Yeah, nice look here for Spotify. We double topped, however, at 475, coming back in once again. The forecast beating expectations a little bit to the upside as far as all of the numbers, except for subscriber growth, even though that number specifically was still pretty impressive.
It is. They're close to $1 billion now. I mean, they're not quite there yet, obviously, but working their way. So they beat expectations for both premium subs and total users. They added about 9 million premium subs versus the 8 expected by Analyst. Now bringing about 290 million paid subscribers. That is updated as of Q4 of last year. That is up 10% though, year over year. Monthly active users, those are still monetizable, right? Because they see ads. 751 million, that tops the 745 expected by the street. Now here's how they did money-wise. $5.16 per share for earnings on revenue of $5.27 billion. That is well above the expectations, Brendo. Look at this. EPS expectations, $3.23. They print $5.16. That's a marked change year over year and better than a year ago period. Obviously, this quarter, the company says, reinforced the improving operating leverage and the stronger execution they've been focusing on in the guide, even better, forecasting $5.36 billion ahead of the that's below the 5.41, but it is up from the 4.77, and they want to add about 3 more million premium subscribers in this quarter to bringing their total monthly active users by the end of Q1 to about 760 million.
And the cost issue, I think, finally coming under control.
Yes.
Profitability, the key there. So Spotify, guys, it's been in a downtrend here, but holding on to some key levels today.
Definitely a downtrend. Before we get to Spot, just wanted to give an update. If you're seeing Netflix move around a little bit here, Paramount Skydance, they didn't up their bid. They sweetened their bid, but it's still $30 in cash. They just added a 25-cent ticking fee and then gave an update on why they believe they're going to be able to close the deal. So it's not a huge mover. It's still $30 their offer, and it doesn't seem like it'll be the kind of thing that will get the board to move. That would just be a guess here for Warner Brothers, but the reaction in Netflix was actually to bump higher, I suppose. Like, if it wasn't going to go down and they weren't going to have to spend anything to get them, sometimes you would expect a bigger move in WBD, but it's not. Yeah, exactly. It's right back underneath the original deal price for Netflix. It's not even reacting like this is that much of a possibility here. For Warner Brothers. Again, they sweeten it, but it's still $30 cash. I heard that. I'm like, oh my goodness, it's going to go. I flipped over. I'm like, why isn't this running? I'm like, oh, because it's still $30 in cash. Spotify's downward trend is unabated for now. This is a pass for me on the trade because of the volume and how light the volume is, and just the experience of when you try to trade something like this in the first 5, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. If it can hold on to the 440 area, I think that's obviously a key spot of support that it held on to in the middle of last week, and then held and then flushed. So that would be that litmus test for me on Spot, but give it 2 or 3 days. It's been in a distinct downward trend. They have a lot of competition that I think gives so many choices, and their competition is, like, at the end of the day, like, if you're competing with Google, you don't want to be competing with them, I don't think. at the end of the day. So I'm not a huge fan of the stock. I don't love it for the trade. Actually, for earnings, I'm going to look at Oscar. We talked about this bouncing off a support level. Might have missed the top and bottom, but I had a monster guide. Check out, if you look at the guidance here for Oscar, it was like a 70% beat or something on the guide, which is pretty insane. Now, it wasn't a perfect report, but they have a bit of a shortfall, and again, off of a support level as well. The rounded bottom's in play. All you got to do is hold on to the prior high. It's 1266. I rounded it to say the 13 areas where I'm going to look for a bit of a bounce play. It's a bit spready now, so I want to wait for this one to open up. But as long as it holds the prior day close, that's usually the jam. A little bit of selling going in here. That's the thing with the morning reports, right? You get the earnings call going on, it's going to start flying around here. But I'd much rather look at Oscar than Spotify.
Yeah, Spotify, never really gets traded on here, but Spotify has been going straight to the downside. I mean, it's been a pretty disaster opportunity for them over the last 6 months. I mean, I don't really understand. They're getting more subscribers. Their product is very, very solid. I'm guessing that it's just sort of like now Netflix has all the podcasts on Netflix now, most of them. So you could get home and watch like all the podcasts now in 4K or whatever that Netflix offers, right? I was noticing yesterday they were just like giving basically almost all, I don't know if Rogan was there, but almost all the podcasts seem to have been there. All the ESPN, financial, everything available now on Netflix. And I just think that with the move into YouTube Premium and the move just for the competition starting to pick up again, yeah, Spotify needs to get reweighted. And it looks like it has. But, when do you go long? This is the thing, like you've broken the 50-period moving average rate there, so prudent investor might have waited until, this 650 area to break, but once it did, then it's just been downside, and there's not much protection here for it. You could continue to fall. We've already sort of filled up that little gap, whatever that was there, so back down to levels of 2024 now, November of 24. So it definitely lost a lot of time just sitting in this name, and this just goes to, if you're going to hold something long term, keep double checking on your portfolio to make sure that you don't have something that at once was a winner and has now sort of lost its way. And I think that that's the one thing that you need to do in your portfolio at all times is sort of see, is there still the catalyst for me to go long or to go short? What is the reason to be in this thing? And I think Spotify, just with the competition, lost its way a little bit. And it's nothing that they're doing wrong. It's just this is what happens when margins are so huge and there's only a few players in the game. It does tend to get a little saturated, right? I mean, there's been Jay-Z had one. I don't know what they're, a title or something. So there's been lots of different streaming services that have come and gone. And then there are still some people, shout out to Adara, that go on iTunes and buy actual albums. Well, yeah, she can explain. I can't explain why.
Keeping the dream alive.
Yeah, she can explain why.
The same reason I have a bunch of like DVDs in the basement that are just collecting dust that I've never done anything with. Just put them in a museum one day. No, yeah. But to your point, I find it's a good question to ask sometimes in your portfolio. If I didn't have a position, what would I be doing with this? And if the answer is I wouldn't buy it here, well, I for sure wouldn't buy it. And if it went 20% and I still wouldn't buy it, then why am I holding it? Even if you're holding it from like 10 years ago and it's in the money, you're just like, whatever, I bought it's still in the money. Look how great it's been doing for me. But if you wouldn't buy it there and you wouldn't buy it 20% down from there, then why do you still have it? There's just no need to. I think it's a good question to ask. A good question to ask is what's causing the bounce in Coke? Because it's trying to get back to the upside.
Just reading a good comment there from, I think it was Rusty Dutch. They are by far the worst for artist monetization. From the monetization aspect, they pay by far the less, which is true. Spotify, that is. Coke, yeah, back to the upside here to 77 right now. We did have some comments earlier, but the call was 8 o'clock, so long gone by now. Still struggling here. They actually missed on revenue here for Coke.
Yeah, it's a mixed report, but I know they shored up costs and their profitability got better, but the top line number did miss. 58 pennies, earnings per share ahead of the 56 expected by analysts. Revenue did come in light, 11.82 billion. The street wanted 12.03, but the net income, they're bringing more than $2.25 billion home. on profit, and that's up from the 2 1/5 they brought home last year. So an interesting development there. Investors, however, focused on the revenue miss and the cautious near-term outlook. The reaction kind of suggests here that expectations were elevated following the recent defensive sector strength. Let's talk about how they did in their different segments. Unit case volume up 1% year over year. North American sales volume also up 1%. Latin America leading the way, up 2% year over year. Like Pepsi, Coke does continue to contend with budget-conscious consumers who are trading down or not buying at all. And net sales grew about 2%. Organic revenue healthier at 5%. But as we were talking about at the start of the show, they are consolidating some of their segments, especially the sugary drinks.
As they should. 77, if you zoom out onto a daily chart, this thing's had a huge move. 77, though, I mean, we're only right here. Like, it's not even that much. So we are down, but it could be a lot worse here, guys. Maybe even a little bit further to go.
Yeah, it could have been. Look, obviously, it could be a lot worse. I just think it's hard to, when you're coming off highs, the whole idea is you're supposed to be perfect, but even an imperfect report, they still got the rotation play going for them a little bit and the flight to safety play. So to the extent that the NASDAQ right now is going up and some of the risk names are looking good and the chips are still looking pretty good, it's kind of hard to want to get the long Coke. It's a weird thing to say, but I feel like if we were breaking through the lows on the Qs and the chips weren't looking, Nvidia was underneath 190 and flushing, and if we were still having that kind of a session, then I might tell you, hey, this is probably a good day to buy the dip on KO, because I think the rotation is going to still be in play, and it'll be all, we're all roses. Even with this bounce, I don't know that I have that feeling, unfortunately, and it does have to do with the strength that we're seeing in tech today, because I'm going to like these types of names for momentum when our growth, AI, are having weakness. It's not enough to say I would want to short Coke. I wouldn't go that far here today, but it'll be a stay away from the trade. But if I do see us flushing in the market, this would be a good place to go over to. You found a very solid base here at 75. It's making higher lows. A lot of the reaction actually looks pretty good. That 75 is out and about above the prior high. Like, there's a lot to somewhat like about it, but not in the midst of the tech strength. I want the other thing to be happening if I want to be long on a name like Coke here today. So this is one to file away, give it a couple of days, and if we see tech weakness start to come back, remember that that Coke is still above this 70. If it is, it's still above this 75 and prior high, and that's a good continuation type of play. But the theme needs to be right, and for now, it doesn't look like it.
Right here for Pepsi, I mean, the death of these companies due to GLP-1 seems to be overhyped to some extent, according to Pepsi's most recent move, higher right there. But you're coming into some areas of resistance up here near that 176, 174. So on Coke, not coming out with the greatest guide there. I mean, they guided 321 to 324, estimates of 323. So they'll come a little lighter on the guide with that 321, but I mean, I guess they know what they're doing to put that within 3 pennies. So I could see Pepsi kind of falling back in and maybe, seeing a little gap fill back in here into 156, and then I think you buy that quarter again. So just like what Meta did, gave the quarter back, maybe Pepsi does that. That would seem to be a big move to fall down like 7 or 8%, but if it does wind up coming back into this area, you get the whole quarter for free again, and Pepsi's quarter was huge. So I like this 156 area for Pep if it does feel some kind of ways from Coke. But I mean, again, it's down today, but I feel like it's going to rally back. I mean, the way we were just at 75, up to 77 there real quick. So if Coke continues to slip down a little bit there, I look to buy sort of the second name, Pepsi, on a better quarter. And you get it for free if you get it back down there at 155. So I like Pepsi down there.
Continue along here. DataDog, another one that's reported this morning, was up initially. We are getting a little bit of a pullback right now. If you zoom out onto the daily chart, we're starting to get into some significant levels here when you zoom into where we are this morning, 130, 140 area. Overall, though, I mean, kind of light on the volume side of things, but pretty good report here.
Yeah, interesting. I have no idea what's going on, Brendo, because they didn't do well. They missed the guidance. So Let's talk about that. Fiscal 2026, they're looking for $2.08 to $2.16 on revenue of 4.06 to 4.1. The street, maybe because that meets the range here. The street was looking for $2.34, so EPS a guidance miss, but revenue 4.1 billion. So not a bad look for the current quarter. They brought in about 49. Sorry. The analysts were looking for about 49 to 51 pennies on revenue of 951 and 961. They reported 52 pennies on 934 million. So we'll see how they do.
Overall, I mean, 125, guys, if you zoom out, might be an area to kind of look at here for DataDog today. But again, pretty light on volume right now.
Yeah, well, yeah, 140 to 145. It needs to get there. That's the breakout play on DataDog. Today, success would be just sort of holding around the 130 range, like somewhere underneath the 50 and the 200. That would look a little bit more interesting, but it's flying all over the place. It just went, like it's gone from $20 up to $10 down. And again, this is one that you probably want to be a little bit cautious of. Big time spread in the pre-market. I just want to get to the imbalance locator because there's nothing crazy out here. You got Snapchat as a buy of 600,000. Here, HIMS is there as a sell, 220. I feel like that was bigger a second ago, but now down. TSM, 200,000 to the buy side. So very light on the locator, but remember the market is not look, it's a pretty tight range and we haven't been more than 0.5% up or 0.5% down overnight here. And as I say that, DataDog just literally lost $2. So you know there's going to be volatility with this. So eyeballs on Oscar, needs to hold that 13 right away. IBIT's already starting to roll over. I don't know if we get a shot around that 40 area short again, but its prior close was at that 40, so that's where we're going to be looking first. As we ring the bell on this Tuesday, we'll have Hood after the bell. We have a little bit of Fed speak, and let's get this party started. And we will get to that super chat in a quick little second there, JP, and we see you and we appreciate you.
I've been known to do crazy things before. I think we can try to go TQ short right here off the open. So I'm going to wait to see if we do break. We almost broke, by the way, 51.80 there. Let's see if we can break VWAP, get a little lower, break this 51.70 would be a short for me here. And then maybe just play it back to 52.10 or so. Don't necessarily want to short this high rate in case we do start to blast up. So I'm going to look for a 51.70 break lower there in order to get short. SLV is right at the short level for me of $75, but again, I don't want to be into anything too early other than the NASDAQ just to see if it gets me that initial flush that we might do. But silver now trying to break a little higher through the 200 period moving average.
Wow,
so
Oscar's already at 14.
Oscar's already ripped. Oscar's up 10%. Yeah, good, nice. Really happy with that one. All right, so silver's going to the upside. Yeah, we can go over to Neil for Oscar. I'm just looking at silver and looking right here at the TQQs.
Yeah, Oscar's already, to say it's gone, it hasn't broken the, I guess, the pre-market highs of 14.20. Hey, 420. Why not? Hasn't broken that 14.20 yet, but that 13, it didn't even try to dip into the prior low. It just instantly started blasting. So look for potential. If it does a false break in here, that could give a pullback into that 13 and volume weighted average price. Palunteer is dropping. That could come into that 143 zone as well. Palunteer failed the 146, couldn't break the pre-market high. Here, let me just do this chart without getting away from Oscar. Starting to pull back. So it closed about the 143 area. That's where I'd look for the dip buy there on PLTR. So Burry's got to be happy at least with a short. Although I suppose on his time frame, he can't really care that much.
All right, 74, we have a new position right now, 74.69 right here. We'll see if we can get a bid on silver now. So I know we were thinking about the short, but it did break above. We were holding the 200 period moving average. So now we're going to go long on silver and just see if it gives us that look back to 70. I mean, I'm not going to hold it that long. Where did I put my stop actually? What the hell am I talking about? 74.70. Yeah, okay, so right into there. So if we break below, then we'll, we'll snap out of this one. But worth a shot just to give it a couple seconds and see if it wants to get going there early. And look, if it doesn't, I mean, this will be 35 cents worth of a hit. So definitely worth it for me to have a look at this long to see if it does come out. And we'll actually just base a little bit more down here in the 90s if it can come in and just pull back just a little bit. And then give it this break there of 70. And then we'll get going over there on SLV. So initial position is long here on silver. Even though I'd written down short on SLV, I may wind up regretting that and going against, initial thought, but we've broken back now above and we're, didn't really have that initial flush. So let's wait to see what winds up happening here with silver. Right now long at 75.05. The high's been in and around, well, we'll take something out at 20 if it goes, and then see if we can't hold the rest of it. But here goes silver right now, early, sort of 10 cents, but we're obviously looking for a lot more. And if we can get something near yesterday's close, would be pretty good, 75.76, and then we can get up there from there. So yeah, we're holding this one and waiting for the NASDAQ to come back in a little bit. And then I see you're on IBIT. I was looking to short 39.50. I don't know if it's there yet.
It's putting in a lower high, so it's doing that thing where if it doesn't get to 40, try the first lower high I put in, which will be right underneath that 39.5. Oscar is not pulling back, so this might be, it might just take a bit of patience with Oscar. It's still running toward that 14.20. Doesn't seem to want to take out the high just yet, and the pullback is also not happening. A bit of a dip happening in NVIDIA, and Palunteer is still headed to the downside. So Palunteer made a bottom just at about 144. Another one coming in here at the 144 level. Still needs to at least test. It's a little heavy here in Palunteer, as you can obviously see. So needs to test down to that 143. That would be the support level, at least that I'm watching. Oh, there was one more that we didn't talk about. Intel. Well, another day, another test of the 50 level on Intel. Every single day it seems to cross the path of 50 at least once, but it was 51 that held the resistance. For the last couple sessions, Friday and then yesterday as well. It doesn't mean I don't take a shot at the lower highs, but ultimately I think patience yesterday would have been waiting for the actual 51 level to come in, but that was a flat bottom break there. It looks like we're not going to get Oscar and IBIT. Got to remember Intel on that 50 level as it tries to bounce. I mean, the market hasn't moved much. It's still very flat here in the NASDAQ, but it is slightly heading to said downside.
That's funny because we had, we nailed IBIT and we just didn't take it because we took silver. There's IBIT right there, 39.50. It went to 39.40. They're now starting to fail outside just a little bit on that. So our silver, we went into the long on silver, so we went sort of opposite there. It's now 15 cents and trying to go a little bit higher here on SLV. We'll see if it can get there right now. We'll see, like waiting for 30s and 40s on silver. We'll see if it can get there. And then we are going to try the Qs short if it does break. There's IBIT, there's Palunteer 143. So I'm just trying to let all these things settle down a little bit. Silver doesn't look like it even wants to go right now. Okay, Palunteer, still waiting. We wrote down 143, so we got to wait for that just a little bit. Hopefully it comes in, but maybe it doesn't there. Obviously, Neil's been on Oscar. We have Robinhood reporting today as well. We can have a quick look over there as Bitcoin's still 69.1. Okay, Robinhood upside a little bit, just shaking out right now. Yesterday's sort of trade of the day for me, which was pretty much the whole day for me, was SoFi. And yesterday the long was 21. Unbelievable that it came in once again there today. And yesterday's SoFi trade was just buying all of this. And we bought it there. We bought it 3 times actually on all 3 of these dips, which created that sort of action for us. And then today it just comes right in and goes, okay, we'll give it to you again, but too bad you're not sitting there, all the way to 21.50 now for SoFi. So that name's definitely starting to work. And we're going to wait to see if the Qs gets us into this short, right? I mean, punching short 370 is what I'm going to try to take. So if that comes in, we'll watch out for the Qs and then try to use some of these highs as our out. Like that's the 50 period there is 52 and 52.05 is the 25 period that we like to use there as a short as well. So yeah, it looks like we're trying to break a little lower right now on the TQQs. Looks like we're getting ready to get into that short. Silver, remember where our out is. If we break back below 70, we can get out of silver right here. So nice dip buy opportunity there. We'll see if that can hold. So it looks like we're short now the TQs and long right now on silver. Let's see where this one goes.
Yeah, it's going to end up not being Bitcoin first or Oscar. It'll actually end up being Intel under VWAP and that $50 level. Looks like it's just trying to hold underneath the prior low. Oh, by the way, AMD's going ham again. Anytime you're looking at the market coming back in and like looking for a chip stock short, like the first thing I want to see, let me just get the bid at the low here. I'm still seeing, that's weird. Anyways, still crossed markets I'm seeing on EdgeX every now and then. No, we got the bottom in here on INTC, but I did want to show you guys what was happening in AMD, which is going the other direction. At least it was. It was breaking at 219, up 1% now to the upside for AMD. NVIDIA is almost at $190, so that's heading down. And it keeps missing my bid here on Intel. Okay, I'll move it just a little bit from 58 to 60 to be able to catch the fill. So we're short underneath the volume weighted average price. a better price would be in the 80s, but I have 75, so every quarter is a bit of a thing here on Intel. And yeah, IBIT did miss that curl, as it is now LOD on on Bitcoin, I should say. IBIT, of course, 24-hour market, but you're pretty much at these lows already. I'll just go ahead and cancel the offer. If it pops back up, I can look at the volume-weighted average price for an entry point.
All right, man, we lose on silver, but we bank on TQs. So again, like kind of going against our first idea there of on short silver at 75, that would have been cash, but then we would have got stopped at, well, maybe we wouldn't have. It goes as high as 75.25. We have a little bit of an out, but then we lost it there once it broke, and we just touched 74.50. So yeah, definitely should have been playing the short on silver, dum-dum. All right, here goes TQs. You know, this is the trade that we wanted, and we put it on. So we'll just continue to hold this one and see where it goes now. I'm out of a small piece. We're out of about 15%. Trying to get out of another 5% here at 51.50s flat. It just missed us. So that was this low there. So we'll sit there, see if we take out day's low. And we were feeling bearish. I mean, just rewind it. We started the show talking all kind of bearish activity. And unfortunately, we wound up going long on silver, but that's okay. We can make those decisions and live with them. So, but that's okay. We're now flat on the day with everything. So we just need to work out a little bit. All right, Palunteer flushes with the market, still doesn't get, well, it came in, we were down 142.50, sorry, not 143.50. So we'll get that going on that one. Silver might battle back. I mean, we can maybe look at that 75 again at some point here. Market making a move backside, so we're only out of 15%. Let's see if we can get a little bit lower there, and still watching out for 52 to possibly break. We're just gonna use this as our out, right, on the TQs. This is the way we can still have those big days and not, suffer, big losses. 52 at break, yeah, could be an out for us. So let's see. Here it comes back in. We'll put another couple points here out at 61s if it does come back in, and just sort of try to have some patience here with the triple Qs. The other name I wrote down was IBIT. So IBIT, futures, and silver right now to look at.
IBIT's trying to bounce. This could give it a chance to get into the volume-weighted average price for an entry. But also, Oscar is looking like it's making its first move down here, so fails the pre-market high. Obviously, that's not a great thing, but if you're looking to buy the dip on trend, you need it to come down. 13.5 will be VWAP here for OSCR. Intel is continuing its flush. So there we go. So it just broke the low. I'm looking to reload at VWAP if we can. But this is a pretty hefty gap once you've lost this support. Yesterday went all the way down to 47.6. There's zero expectation that that's going to happen today. I just look back to go to Friday and find this opening range bottom at about 48.8 to 49. Like that's the target area would be this move here for Intel. So yeah, Oscar is still trying to pull back in here. NVIDIA does not want to hold the 190. I'm looking the 15-minute needs to hold the 190 level. If it can't, then it's hard. You got to look for a gap fill here on NVDA. And Oscar is strong. I can't go every time the market ticks lower, and I actually look over expecting Oscar to go down, and it just keeps on ticking higher. I didn't want to chase up here on Oscar, and I'm inclined to not do that. So staying patient, it's going to have to be VWAP or maybe some kind of later breakout play for OSCR. Up 10%. It was all about the guidance for Oscar. If you look at the top and the bottom line, they actually missed on the top and bottom, but a monster guide has them up 10%.
All right, we have a monster trade on with a monster guide. It's the TQs, and here it goes, man. Obviously pumping through right now as we get better and better and better at trading these futures. So that's going to be good, man. It's too bad that we had written down, like, our number one trade of the day was silver short at 75. That would have been real nice, but instead we went long and lost a little bit on that one. So boo-hoo there. But let's find out, like, where this TQ could actually wind up going here today. So if this does, give us that move, we're sitting here. This is 51.10s, 51.20s, pretty nice. That's 51 flat. Coming into yesterday's afternoon, 50.25. Yeah, just more downside, obviously, here, as I feel like it's a little bit of blue skies. We'll put a bid at 31, make sure we capture a little bit of this move. Yeah, there it is, a little bit of a bounce back. Let me punch some more out there, 35s. We'll still wait for 31s, but so far so good, and we have to adjust our stop now, as this is back to 51.90 now. We could still get stopped out of this. So, but nice downside play there for the TQQs, and it's going to be, We've already talked about this. This will be the biggest trade. It just has to hold. Whether or not that happens or not, we'll see. There it goes to the downside right now for the TQs. So good trade on Intel on that side. And then there it is, man. Despite losing on silver, we do have our daily goal met if we were to cash out of everything on the TQs right now. But we're going to get a little greedy and see if there is a little bit of a bigger push. And then, of course, as soon as that happens, now we get some upside moves. Remember, we do have business inventories at 10 o'clock. So that could rally this, but we're still going to watch VWAP underneath the 200, underneath the 50-period moving average. Let's see how low this name can actually go here. More bids in the 30s if we can get it, but for now, it's downside here with the TQQs, and so far so good. Just a little bit of a scalp. Just too bad we didn't listen to our rules, our own ideas, obviously on iBid, because that would now be $1 in the money. And then we went the complete opposite way on silver. So, but let's see if that can hold, and maybe we get an opportunity to go short again in and around 75. But this should be a good area to dip by. Silver's not really doing a whole heck of a lot, and we'll wait to see if that does come in. But right now it's TQs making a little bit of a move higher. We're out of about half of this trade so far.
Yeah, I just took it all out on Intel. We talked about the target there. It was just underneath the 49. It was 48.8 going back to Friday's opening range bottom. And we did get a slight bounce. It went right to 48.8 and then sort of just clipped the level almost exactly. I threw a tight stop to trail out. I will look for a VWAP retracement on Intel, but that's now $1. It dropped $1. It's going to have to work its way up quite a bit to get a re-entry on that. However, Bitcoin doesn't have to go that far to get into VWAP, only about another 15 or 20 cents. So I want to start nibbling in underneath the volume weighted average price for iBid here if we were able to catch it. Might have missed the boat. Nah, you can't say missed the boat on Palunteer. It didn't get to the prior close. It didn't actually press down to that prior close at all, but it is catching a nice bid here for PLTR. NVIDIA, not as much, well under the 190. There was a small bounce off 190, but I'm not seeing anything close above 190. If I don't see it close above 190, then I don't like the strength whatsoever. So yeah, Intel was good, but Oscar still doesn't want to fall. The market wants to fall, but Oscar still doesn't want to fall yet. It's slowly grinding down toward VWAP. I'm being patient here, thinking that the dip buy can get us at least something in the 13.5 range. I don't want to chase too far away from that 13, but if they're looking for strength, it certainly is here. In Oscar. I'm just going to quickly double check because I know Netflix was moving on that Warner Brothers. Yeah, it's still going higher. So Netflix is still moving higher, up now 2.5%. There was a revised Warner Brothers bid from Paramount Skydance. It's still $30 in cash. They literally added some 25-cent ticket fee that I'm not even trying. I have to read up to see what that means, but an infinitesimal change to the bid. But Netflix is reacting positively on this despite the market weakness.
It's okay, I believe we didn't take our own trade on silver. Today's still really big, but it would be so much bigger. Thank you, Chris Arthur. Yeah, today's a good day for me. We got Oscar in their portfolio, and back. I mean, you don't have to follow me for the trade ideas or any ideas. You don't have to follow at all. But back in October, we tweeted out that we were taking a position in Target. Down here in the 85 area. So we have done that. It's now up to 116, 117. So it's had a nice run up, right, in the retail space. So that's going to be quite a nice little victory lap to take here on Target. So before we get a little too cocky with it, I mean, our top was going to be around this 120 anyways. So here at 115, 116, 117 now for Target after, 6 or 7 straight up days. Obviously, we have one little blip there. Might be worth, I don't know about emptying the clip here or not, but worth getting out a majority maybe here on Target and looking to deploy that capital elsewhere. Just been a huge move up, and we saw a name like we didn't get out of everything, like Lululemon there. Went up to 215 or something like that on earnings. Yeah, wow, okay. That's pretty good memory. I'm always surprised myself. Up to 215 there and then fell out. So we did get something out when this was happening. Was hoping for a bigger break, but now we will still have an opportunity hopefully to get some more out in this 211, 212 area. So same kind of thing, man. We bought some Lululemon down here, 166, 167. We actually initially bought some here before earnings, drops back in, and then was able to get the day 3 bid of 165, giving us an average price of 170, something like that, and then nice upside take. So we're in the money on Lululemon, but just because it's bouncing today is a nice story. All right, man, right back to the lows. And again, we're making them sing over here. Good trade for Intel. We got a great trade over here on the TQs as that just hits 51.30 again. Downside pressure there. And wow, this call on silver, man. I know that there's a lot of people that were bullish on it today, but there's the 75 short. That's now $1.30 in the money and going lower. We chose the short on the futures, and we should have chose it on SLV. We did go long there, made a little bit of money, then lost it on the way back down. But look what's happening to silver right there. So we'll go, that was a good idea temporarily. Who knows where it's going to wind up? But the silver short looks like that's a printing machine right now. Bid some more out here on the TQs. I don't know if there's going to be a downside push or not. We'll take a 44 there and just watch to see if this one wants to go. So yeah, what's up short? Pump, the long, the dump. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I took it long, which went against the sticky note, my guy. So yeah, we should have followed it. And I hope that you did there, short the pump, long the dump. I think those are good ideas.
I like that. I like that. Short the pump, long the dump. Just be careful with it, but it's all about like not just a reversion trade, but it's like taking the stairs to the upside, right? Like it's a heck of a lot easier to buy dips on an uptrend than it is to take a
damn
trade, for sure. We're finally we got some into IBIT here, and it's not even at VWAP.
Holy shit,
it doesn't go to 40, but we're short underneath prior day lows, so pre-market lows, prior day lows. We're now short underneath that, so we're jumping in to that party. Intel is still actually falling, so maybe it does fill in the entirety of the gap here on Intel, which would be 47.6. There was no big, it did bounce into 49.2. It was like a 40-cent bounce, almost a full percent on Intel, but not close enough to get into that volume weighted average price. So we are into IBIT to the south side for the second short of the day. Oscar is very, very slowly still moving towards VWAP. This is a very slow pullback here on Oscar. Good in that the market's at the lows and breaking down, and Oscar doesn't want to fall apart. So once I see it bounce off VWAP here, I'll look for the shot at the long trade. And then one last one for you, Palunteer retesting the lows. Oscar's a New York stock, Palunteer is not, obviously, so there we go. Testing the lows, but has not dipped into that afternoon support. We're short into this yesterday. This is a bounce spot we're looking for on PLTR. Could go for a trend break, but it hasn't really set that up just yet. But yet is the key word. If we keep this downtrend, then that's going to be in play after 10 o'clock for me. Uh-oh.
All right. Oh, boy.
Carney spoke to Trump this morning.
Yes, I heard that. I saw that.
There is talk about the potential deals or more negotiation at least happening. You know, there's been hope of that for a while here in Canada. But it's good to hear they're talking at least. That'll bode well for our economy. Can't get away from that partnership. You can say whatever you want, but still a very important partner for
oh yeah, of course, the biggest of importance. So, like, now it's like I have to stop out even earlier because if we're gonna follow the 25-minute or 20-25 period on a 1-minute chart, we're getting close now, you know. But it's fine. Like, this is why we get out of some shares on the way down. You were still holding a little under half as we had sort of discussed that. We got a fill there. I took a fill at 50s. Now let's see if it comes back in. Yeah, really hoping that we can hold this. I'm going to adjust the stop now because it was at 52. We can, I mean, now that I'm here watching it, I don't need to stop right here. I can punch that out if that does wind up happening. But 51.90 now, 51.91 for a stop here on the TQQs. And if that, you know, if it blasts higher, it blasts higher. We did write down Palunteer at 143, of course, and where does it go? 143.50, so that could have been a look, but still quite not set up yet. And that one wasn't an A-plus kind of name. I just thought that, you know, when we talked about Burry and we talked about the move coming back in a little bit there could have been a short flush, which is what happened. Just didn't get into yesterday's levels for me. So something like that, forget about it. Chris Arthur, you did sell. Okay, not bad. You sold some of your target there at 103. I mean, again, to each their own. Everybody is going to have their own share sizes and all that kind of stuff. So if you did sell your target there at 103, it's unfortunate I can't get. I just loaded the thing up now, so I'll have to show it on screen this way. You sold half your target position at 103, and the other half I'm keeping for dividend. Yeah, well, there is a good dividend there, and a new president could push to 200 in the next 5 years. Yeah, nothing wrong with that call at all. And
you did have a super chat today.
I think being long, okay, we can go with the super chat. I think being long target, there's nothing wrong with that. It's just, it is a nice move higher, and if I love that strategy, man. Sell half, keep half. I really, really enjoy that kind of talk. So that's something that I'll probably be doing as well. I don't know about exiting the whole thing, but for me, probably the majority, it has been a nice move higher there and always looking to raise cash. So yeah, good trade there on target. And yeah, if we have a super chat, we can definitely hit that up.
Just going to throw it up from JPN. If there was another super chat that we missed, apologies, but I just see this one here. Any thoughts on ServiceNow? So just very quickly, and we get a lot of these. Obviously, just before I do that, we always got to show the trades. As good as Intel was, we might lose VWAP here to the upside on IBU, which is what I'm going to use as my out. But ServiceNow up 4 points today into a, I want to say weak market, obviously. Oh, this is not split adjusted. That's always annoying when that happens. But this did not do the rounded bottom that all of these other depressed stocks seem to, where it hasn't gotten back up to retest this resistance. And that's sort of a litmus for me. Like in this rebound trade, whether it's a software name, it could be a nuclear name, I don't care. If it was seen as overpriced and all that stuff and was part of this doldrums that we've had in tech, then I want to at least have rounded the bottom here and be testing this breakout over like 110 to 112. So yeah, it's up 4 points, and yes, it looks great here for this 3-minute chart that I'm looking at, but there is that overhead resistance sitting there for ServiceNow. And you have to remember how far a lot of these stocks came to the downside before they got back in. So hopefully that helps on the super chat there, JPN. And you don't have to send a super chat, but as long as you're in the chat, and to do so, you have to be a subscriber, everybody. So hit the subscribe, jump in while the water's warm, enjoy. Make sure you do $ in front. Like I see Microsoft in there, and whomever did not type $, but Microsoft is still #1 on our stock visualizer, which is surprising. Like I expected to see Netflix because of that move. I expect to see Palunteer, Tesla, EVMN, that's that small capper we're mentioning, PHIO, another small capper we mentioned, Spot reported, we just talked about ServiceNow, CRBO as well. But top of the list, actually Microsoft. I'm pretty sure this is the first time, maybe it did so after earnings, I'm not even sure it did then, that we actually have Microsoft on the top of our stock visualizer, up 1.5%. And at the high of the day, of course it's at 420. What other price would it be at when I pull it up? Go figure, right? Like,
yeah, it has to be there.
No, it's like 420 and then 666. I don't know how many times I will flip to a stock that's in the 650 range, and at the moment that I flip to it, it's the 666, which is rather ominous. But 420 on Microsoft, you can't make it up.
All right, we have 5 minutes till business inventories, but the market's trying to climb back higher here. So yeah, nothing going on. Oops, that's still target, my bad. Nothing really going on. Move forward right there. So big move higher. Just trying to see if anything wants to happen here. It doesn't really look like that is going to go through. Short. I don't know why we didn't get stopped. Oh, that's why. I put $5,096 to stop me out. So 52.06 here for the stop out. We'll see if that winds up hitting. With business inventories right around here, looks like we will take a 30-cent hit on the last piece of this. Okay, there it goes. We didn't really average up into it. It was just that trade. So that move there, stop out on the high side as we continue to climb further. Again, just a choppy morning, man. We had the short. This is what happened yesterday. We had the short, we get knocked out of it, and then continue to go higher. Today, because there's that number coming, I don't think we need to punch short right now on that again, so we'll have to wait. But it's a nice V-shaped recovery for sure in the market as market go boom right now back to the upside. So we tried it there and just didn't work that last time. So I think we need to look at, IBIT obviously going lower as I just looked at and saw 68.8 there. Underneath, so I still think we want to look to go short. The market, if this business inventories number is bad, we could use that sort of pre-market high right there maybe and try to get into that short again here against sort of some of that. This is the NASDAQ, not the TQQs, but we're just right back to where we were as the market opened up before that dump. So, a complete retracement back to the upside. Maybe we look to get short now, but against what? So if I use the TQs again, we just have that high there of 52.12. Man, it's still 3 minutes until. All right, we can go short, just a small piece here. And then be careful because there is that number coming out. It's almost like an imbalance, right? We don't know if it's going to be higher or lower, but we'll play it off that top. And then if we break 52.12 or so right there, then I think we can think about getting out and then just regrouping against that number. So here we go right now. Small position right now in the TQQs, but against a number coming out. So just watch out to see if we do continue to go a little higher here. 52.25 would be sort of the top in this AM trade. So right now TQs just hovering in a position here. We'll hold the short, but might not be that short that we're looking for here. So didn't work worked early, didn't sort of work late. It's only 9:57, so
2 minutes till the number.
Yeah, lots of time here, but 2 minutes till the number. So watch out for a topside sort of takeout here on the TQs as we get ready for that number. Oscar's at 14.
Oscar just pushed through VWAP, but I bit very briefly, just wicked the volume weighted average price. I jumped out. Actually, my VWAP is different on my black chart. So my stop is underneath VWAP. It doesn't really matter. I'm back in underneath the volume weighted average price with a stop at the local high here as Oscar continues to go to the downside. So it doesn't stop at the volume weighted average price. We might actually test or retest that 13 area back into the prior close. So trying to be patient with Oscar. I have asked Adara, for a lot of people in the chat have said PayPal is flying around here. It's up a couple of points. I haven't really seen a news story on them. Maybe there is, maybe like an upgrade or something for PayPal here. But it is relatively strong. Again, I'm not really seeing. I think there's
they got a price target cut.
Yeah, that's negative, right? Like Truist maintained a sell and cut the price target, which obviously would not be good news. PayPal seems to not care and is bouncing. Of note here for PayPal though would be it's made two consecutive, it would be three if it did it today, 2 consecutive higher lows after its earnings bottom. So if you give it that whole 3-day rule, it's now past that and making some higher lows. So PayPal starting to look a little constructive for the long after getting woodshedded on earnings. Let's go to Adara. We have a number coming out in less than a minute.
Go numbers.
Just so you guys know as well, in addition to these numbers, we currently have U.S. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick testifying before a Senate committee, currently speaking with Senator John Kennedy. If there's anything market moving here, I will let you know. But as of right now, it really hasn't been. I want to mention as well here, business inventories month over month. That's the number we're going to be getting. 0.2% is the forecast. 0.3% is the prior print. So we are expecting a slight, I guess not decrease here, but slightly lower print than what we got last month. Again, we're going to be getting business inventories for November. Retail inventories ex auto, smaller print, also coming here for November in just 1 second now. Let's see if we get this number and if it populates right away at 10. I am not seeing it yet. Give me a moment here to see if we are getting this number here. Again, that is business inventories month over month for the month of November, 0.1%. So below the forecast of 0.2 and the previous print of 0.3. Here's the NASDAQ, guys. You can see super range bound here. We drop right off the open, then we come right back up and make a slightly lower high. There are tons of earnings to discuss today. We've got Spotify. We had Coca-Cola, our friend BP, Ferrari, tons of earnings that were reported before the bell today, and then also some yesterday after the bell, including CRDO and ON. Let's talk here about PLTR, though. PLTR making some moves here, a little bit choppy after Michael Burry comes out and forecasts that the stock could drop by almost 60% based on this head and shoulders pattern he found in the chart. Speaking of earnings, we have a massive one after the bell today. That is Robinhood, HOOD, Robinhood, Lyft. We're going to be getting Cloudflare, Ford. Those will all be after the bell. Do not miss it. We'll be covering those starting at 4 p.m. And we're going to send you back over to Neil and Sean. Make sure to like and subscribe.
Absolutely, everybody. And make sure as well to have a look at PDS Biotechnology. That's PDSB over on the NASDAQ. And they're transforming how the immune system targets and fights cancer, with an initial focus on HPV-16 positive head and neck cancers. HPV-16 can cause head and neck cancer, and more people are facing these high-risk cancers than ever before. HPV-16 positive head and neck cancers are projected to become the most common type of head and neck cancer in the U.S. in the next few years. PDSB over on the NASDAQ. I want to thank them for sponsoring this next hour of the show. We appreciate them. Look, I see in the chat, SoFi is apparently flying. There's a lot of names to get to. Like now when the market's going up, Oscar is it just doesn't seem to want to get back above VWAP, but we did have a nice little trend down, bottoming tail candle. If it can close above the volume weighted average price, I want to look to try to punch long in here for sure. Let's see if it's able to do it. I mean, this was one that actually liked for a long today. It just never really gave you the bid. Once it opened, it gave you the bid in the pre-market. It never gave you the bid after the open. IBIT is right at VWAP still. Bitcoin, I should say, is right at the volume weighted average price. Again here, so we re-entered, bottoming tail, looking for the bid down into the low. It actually quadruple bottomed on a 3-minute at 38.5. So call it 68,000 holding for support is the best way to think about it. So Oscar is still going to be on my mind. It's not an automatic trade here because if we can't regain VWAP, then there's a press lower, and then I can wait for a better potential entry price on OSCR after their earnings. Good day for them so far, up 5%, but it is giving a little bit back. We got another super chat in here. Throw it up there, Andre. We got Bartaruto. There we go. What's your take on Wolf? Bartaruto. You have a nice day as well. TerraWolf. What's TerraWolf doing here? I mean, first things first, I have not even looked at this stock today. So this will be the first time, and I always want to double check to make sure I'm not missing a story. There was a move yesterday's trade, but yeah, no story this morning, nothing new that I can find on TerraWolf, except for quite the most obvious top. Well, I mean, what do you expect me to say? The daily chart is showing you 17 resistance for literally a quarter, and we just tagged it again here. It's a higher low. Yeah, it looks like a standard sort of breakout play over the 17 level. Wide range here, down to 16, which makes it tricky. I'm not a huge fan usually of liking things to break out without a catalyst. Like, what's going to get it through the level if it doesn't have news? So keep ear to the ground on this, I think, would make a little bit more sense. Because you need something to push it through the 17. It's probably got a good short float on it, which could help it for a bigger move. But at the end of the day, without a catalyst, I'm wary of things trying to break through new price levels for TerraWolf. So I'll slap the fail on IBIT. The early short good, the secondary one above VWAP, so I got to walk away from it at least until it presses those highs. Intel for round 2 didn't really quite push up into the volume weighted average price, which is what I'm waiting for on INTC. Yeah, good look on TerraWolf. It's a great level at 17, but I don't see what gets it through there.
All right, yeah, thanks for the question. Keep those coming through, and we do have, if you do put in $ whatever symbol you're looking for, then it will show up here on our stock visualizer. And, you know, DataDog, good. Oh, yeah, I wanted to look, Amazon's up there as well. So we'll keep on looking at this EVMN there, up 43% to $24. That's a
good low floater.
I was going to say that's a little bit of a different name for us right here. But all right, so I want to look at Amazon. Amazon went basically parabolic to the upside off of this 206. Like, I don't know, just nice fire, man. Right up there, up $4, straight going now for AMZN. We'll have a look at maybe a higher level here. Where can we go on Amazon? I mean, it looks like it does want to think about breaking through this 211.50 area. So that's a good area for support if you are long, resistance if you're long, to have a quick little look down there. And then, you know, for support, I didn't really see why we should have bounced there off 206, but I mean, if you come back just a couple days, there was this area right there. That's 206. You know, looking a little lower, you would think 204, 205 maybe. And then this is a great, like, on that first day when we dumped down on earnings, I was waiting literally at this 198. Didn't get it. We kind of ticked in and around that $200 mark for Amazon. I've since pulled it, but I thought that could have been a decent buy. Now I don't think I want to get a 200 bid, but if it does come back in, that's a pretty exciting area there for Amazon, but have to wait to see what winds up printing for it, right? But yeah, for right now, 211, good name there, AMZN. Big Bear AI had a good day yesterday. I saw some traders asking, obviously, about Big Bear AI, so we can have a quick look at this falling down, right? So this is going to be a little bit of a problem. We've now broken through the 200 period moving average to the downside. We'll wait for earnings for these guys. You know, with Palunteer falling and some of these AI names and, you know, Atlassian and just some of these, you know, bigger names there that are in that space look to be downside now. So there goes Big Bear AI breaking through $4 and trying to hold $4 there at that low. We need to get back up to this 200 period, so we're going to have to wait for some Big Bear AI. The other name that I have is Marvell. I think with recent moves on NVIDIA and whatnot, Marvell finally starting to do okay now as well. But Marvell holding fort now. Big move downside. It didn't pick up anymore, but I like this battle back there for Marvell, Broadcom, NVIDIA, the whole space.
BBI doesn't
seems like it could be good.
Of March?
Yeah, BBI. Yeah, they're a late.
We're like a month away for them. I would have thought they were sooner.
A couple weeks after NVIDIA there too.
Yeah, so after NVIDIA is, I feel like that's. I'd want to. If I was like a growth AI type play, I almost would want to go before NVIDIA than after NVIDIA. I just feel like you get a better chance at a ramp job there, and then NVIDIA can put more risk on the space than the other side around. Let's go to Adara. Oscar is still being very stubborn about this volume weighted average price.
Yeah, just be aware here, we still have this meeting happening, or this hearing rather, with senators and U.S. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick. They're talking mostly about broadband and internet. So just be aware here, keep an eye on Globalstar, which has already been mentioned, GSAT. You can keep an eye on here, they mentioned Starlink as well. So just be aware of some of these satellite names. That's not what I want to talk about though. I want to talk about NBIS. Nebius, this came out, it looks like at 9:35 a.m., but now I'm seeing it circulate on social media roughly 30 minutes later. NBIS announcing that it agreed to acquire Tavily for $275 million to, quote, build the unified stack for AI agents. So AI-related acquisition here, $275 million acquisition of Tavily for NBIS. As you can see, once we start getting this circulated, NBIS does get a little bit of a pump. Back to you.
Thank you very much there, Adara. We're still looking, relatively weak in Intel. It's like we're at the lows of the day. I just turned to Sean, I'm like, what is actually really strong right now? I know Microsoft is blowing out and Apple just went green or so, but there's a lot that I'm watching that just doesn't look strong at all. Intel at that low of the day. NVIDIA literally chilling off the lows, slapped the fail on the 190 level, I should say. If NVIDIA has a 120 level, where if you ever see that price, then you're just sort of loading it up. But the 190 failing here on NVIDIA, if it can get back over, that'd be one. But I'm slapping the fail on that because I did say this, if it closed underneath 19 on the 15-minute, I should be looking for the short. But I wanted it to hold today. So you can manifest it all you want. It didn't happen, so it should have been a short to 190. We'll see if we can rectify that. As Oscar, okay, you got to do it this time, Oscar. Another retest of volume-weighted average price here has yet to actually close on any kind of strength. And we've got the floppy disk. Man, I remember those, which means I'm old. Just Hasbro. That's it.
That's it.
Just dropping the Hasbro in there.
They had a good quarter, though. I think they reported last night, Hasbro.
No, I know there's a new He-Man movie coming out. I don't know.
Maybe. Yeah, they've been on fire.
They're Transformers. I don't know if they're. Anyways, Hasbro's been absolutely on fire. It is a big break. Oh, Oscar did break above VWAP, by the way. But this is a big-time monster runner. I don't necessarily know any technicals. I'm not when it comes to something which is blue sky setup, I'm more along the lines of, okay, well, here was the resistance before, like the 82, and then it breaks out at like this 98 level, so just kind of go like that's $16, so then from up there it goes to like 114, and that's about as far as I would go. Like we'll talk to Brian Shannon about this all the time. Like you can do Fibonacci's and that kind of a thing to look for where a stock might go. I just go from where was the prior resistance that it's breaking out from to the one here, and then look for that move up, which suggests that it has some room to 114 would be the way that I would look at Hasbro. But this one is an absolute flyer. The only reason I bring up the He-Man thing is, I don't know, I saw a trailer for it and I'm not sure it's going to be very good.
Oh, no? Yeah, I was wondering.
No, it's got Idris Elba in it. Like they have people.
They have some people at least.
I'm not sure about that movie, but it seems like it's a difficult one to get right if you know the brand. But maybe that's not even Hasbro. Who knows? So Oscar finally busting through off the volume weighted average price. We'll see if it can get to that 14-point level. That's going to be the target. It is a trend break. It is a VWAP hold. I will reload it at VWAP if we get a shot, and I'm just giving it to this prior bar wick here. It's like 13.25. On OSCR. All about the guide for them. Don't worry about the top and the bottom. Like, look past that. It wasn't very good.
Yeah, don't look there. We have a new position. We'll see if it's going to work out a little bit. We just took $1 on the first piece of it. Let me just bid another piece. I mean, the spread is so big right here, and when it moves, it moves. So here we go. Good ticks, man. Our best out here is 3, 380.59 right now. So we are short now on Micron. Just came right into some of these levels there. Yesterday's kind of closing price of 383. Nice run up there on Micron. It just, went up basically trying to revert this a little bit from 66 to 82s there. So like you're up $14 or $16 right quick. So we've actually just scalped out a little bit of that for that dollar and came in real quick, and we did not break that 380. So that's kind of where I was waiting to see if, I might also put another bid down there just in case it somehow swipes us. But we're going to get out on that high, 382.50. So the most we got there was about just under a buck, or just over a buck on that trade. And now we'll wait to see if it winds up flushing to the upside. Micron, again, like it's moving basically $1 at a time. So if you're wrong, it will just swipe up. If you're right, it will swipe down. So we take a little bit of an advantage there on the first swipe down. Hopefully that next swipe is not up. See, like right there, we were just at 382, and then you would have just been able to get 381.50 on the downside. So we'll give it a little bit of room here. We do understand that this is very violent, so 382.50, we're going to be out, and we'll mark it out of this. This is not a huge trade, size-wise. For me, it's got a little bit bigger there with that fill, but we'll see. There we go. It takes them out there in the 80s again. So reload the position. We've got it on now. We'll see if it wants to fall back in. We'll bid another one at 3. There we go. So now it's starting to fall. So good reload a little bit there on Micron. If you're down to dance with the devil, then I'm here with you. So here we go on Micron. Let's see if it makes that move lower. We just took another 83 fill. Here it comes back in. Now $1 on this one, but I don't want to have too much time in hand. So we are starting to clear this out as we, taking a few hits this morning. So want to make sure that we capture some profit. And this one could still take out some of those highs, but we're here in case it flushes. We took another 381 right there. So we're just taking $1 and trying to scalp this out as we go. So far, so good here on a downside push. Oh, we had a bid here on the TQ. So even though we're going to be short the market, short Micron right here, which is flushing, we're also short long the market, which is going opposite here for us as the TQs just fell right into our lap there.
Yeah, the market just did a topping tail.
I don't know what it was doing there.
So the Qs just did a topping tail over the overnight highs there, just very quickly. Not quite. We'd have to close this 15-minute candle, obviously. 15-minute candle to be a topping tail. But it does look like a topping tail candle, at least for now, on the Qs. That's going to put me back to, well, if it's a short style entry on the future, if it does it, I want to look to Intel. If I can't get VWAP on Intel, I'm just looking at, there's the volume weighted average price, there's the last test on trend, so we connect the dots. If we can close underneath, that would be a place to look for that reversal play for the short. NVIDIA is breaking the low of the day as we speak as well. So some weakness in the chips, everybody, is NVIDIA is about to head down. I would like to get Intel before it actually breaks these lows. So it'll have to be a relatively tight stop because you're very close to the bottom. Once we close under the trend line, I got to go stop sort of here at 48.92. Checking Oscar. Oscar's still holding up. It's at that quarter mark. So got with 50 to the quarters. I'd like it to press to that 14. But Intel for the short, now that we have that topping tail, is going to be on my mind, at least if we can close underneath here. And for everyone still watching, we were talking about PayPal. It is still up at those highs. I'm inclined to think there's a reversal on this stock if it doesn't actually make this breakout. So remember this earnings resistance? It's all the way at 44, but the lower high was right in here around the 42 level. It's the kind of thing you remember. It's my favorite number, and I remember it being a good level that morning after earnings. If it gets up there, I'd like a trend break somewhere around that high, but it hasn't really busted through 42 yet. I stress the yet for PayPal, but it is on my watch. I like those trend reversals.
All right, man. We're now $3 in here on Micron, so we're ringing the register a little bit as it's trying to fall back in, and we're just absorbing this take here on the TQs. We're able to get some profit, some out for flat here, as I'm not sure how much I love the long, but we are in it, so we're just going to give it a couple seconds here to see if it does hold the VWAP, which we almost broke right there. So it's just funny to be in a Micron short, but a market long. So that's kind of giving me some kind of feels right now. I don't know if that's something that we actually want to be into. So we'll offer a little bit more on here for our outs on the TQs and see if the Micron wants to bleed its own blood here down to the bottom. But it just bounced nicely off 379. So our stop is still intact. We've been taking profit on this, and it looks like I'm like really scalping it out, which I am doing, but at the same time, the moves are pretty violent. So we've been able to withstand a move up to get reloaded and then out again. So if the market does pump higher here, we have the futures, and we're now out of like 2/3, if not more, of that on Micron near those lows. So we'll see if the market can find a base here and get back up to the upside. We didn't necessarily want both of these trades on board, so that's why it's kind of a decent thing that we're able to get out right now of some of these TQs and even to get out. Here go Micron. There we go. So fine. So there goes Micron to the upside. It's very, very successful trade. We'll put down some money there, but you had to have scalped it out right there near those lows. Now we have to wait to see if the market actually wants to try to go to the upside here on a little bit of a flush there, right back into VWAP. So that may not work out. But hey, Micron did, so we're happy with that one. But now we just got to worry about our biggest loser on the day, which would be the TQ. When we try to go short and then short right there. So now we're long and seeing if it wants to hold on to VWAP right now. That is your T triple Qs. What's up, Adara?
Keep an eye here on IBKR and COIN. IBKR reportedly expanding their crypto futures offering with Coinbase derivatives. So neither stock moving too much on this, but again, IBKR and COIN looks like that's a combined or combination here. Again, IBKR expanding crypto futures offerings through COIN derivatives. Back to you.
Thank you, Dara. They'll report. Coinbase will report on Thursday. Tonight we get the first, I guess, in the group, which will be Robinhood. That'll be a big one, obviously. Still not much action. Bitcoin's at 68.7. If it gets closer to 70, I might take another stab at it. But throw up the super chat, Andre. It's a good time as any if you've got it there. We've got MRDN Game Development, I'm going to guess. Thank you for the super chat. You're from Canada because I see the CK in the super chat. Thanks for the hog play. You big gain this morning. So that'll be, of course, Harley Davidson on earnings. Back into the green. It's up a point. What a reversal for hog. Down there, unbelievable. Just want to see where the support was on that bid, but just ran off that 17 all the way up to $21, pulling back with the rest of the market just a little bit here is Harley Davidson. But thank you for the super chat. Lots of earnings names here to talk about. No questions asked. DataDog has been moving around. Oscar is still trying to go a little further. It's now consolidating at this 1380 mark. Doesn't want to make that next push, so it hasn't given a reload off VWAP. It hasn't pressed into the high, so we're kind of in a, hold it until it gets back into that 1420 level. Oscar, of course, another earnings name as well. And we appreciate all the viewers out there. Thank you for putting those dollar signs in on the visualizer. I just saw Alibaba. It always makes me smile when people are paying attention. It's still, believe it or not, Microsoft on the top of the visualizer, as the market strength feels like it's being buoyed by Softy, but you wouldn't know it on this pullback. So Softy back to the 420 level. This is a hilarious coincidence. Both times I pulled this chart up, it's been at $420. So if you want good luck, if it gets down to like 415, then I'll pull it up and then it'll eventually bounce back to that 420 level. Softy giving a little bit back here. Got to watch out for that because that's where the strength was to lead us to the highs. If that can't go, then we got a little bit of trouble. So I mentioned where the stop would be on Intel. Right in here, it's pretty much always the prior bar from trading off a trend. That's going to be about 48.88. Let's go to Adara. It's time for the small cap recap.
Indeed it is. I want to start with this one because it's kind of an interesting move, and unfortunately I couldn't find too much on it, but this is AnySphere 3D. This was halted, and as you can see, gapped up. This, I guess this halt ended around 9:30, 9:35. Again, no info that I could find on this, but we do have about a $5.5 million market cap, float of just under 4 million shares. Then let's talk here about QNCX, because these next two actually do have catalysts and making more of a move as well. Quince Therapeutics, QNCX, on the move after announcing yesterday after the bell that they're exploring strategic alternatives. Then you've got ESOA, and this is an earnings play. Energy Services of America posting earnings of 16 cents per share above estimates of 9 cents. They also beat on sales. So ESOA and QNCX, two main small cap movers on watch today. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Adara. We'll try to turn these negative days around a little bit here today, but we're trying to get. Oops, that's still the TQ. Sorry, Micron. There it is, man. That's maybe the top tick of the day. We'll see. Hopefully not, because we are now long on the futures, and I just offered 27s right there, and we got missed. Went to 25. Let's see if we can get up into the highs Right now, I mean, you know, we definitely held that VWAP. It was a little scary there on the downside, and we immaturely got out because we had saw Micron, and I sort of was hoping that that might have been able to fall. So if that kept on going, I didn't want to give back what we had. That was a little. That just came in so quickly there that I didn't get a chance. Like, I always wanted to take 52 long, but didn't give me a chance, obviously, to cancel it. I wasn't even thinking about it when we took that Micron short. So that's going to be an interesting level to look at here on the NASDAQ if it does wind up coming back in. But I mean, just a quick look at what's been happening, you know, obviously in these broader markets. I mean, Bitcoin's still 69,000 and not doing a whole heck of a lot as we look to think about like what's been strong versus what's been weak here today, right? I mean, the financials look like they're doing a lot of the heavy lifting. Yeah, let's go JP Morgan, man. Really happy with that one, up 1.16% again. Goldman, MasterCard, we had that. We asked the Derek yesterday, like, what's up with that as far as MasterCard and Gold, Visa? We didn't really see a story, so they're back to the upside there today. Robinhood's always in here somewhere. I have no idea where, but that was upside a little bit so far today. There we go. Nice take on the TQs. Keep going upside. Just wish we would have, damn it, held on to all of that there again. So those are the financials. A little bit of a mixed board in tech land as we had Google downside. So yeah, getting hit a little bit. I mean, again, the big CapEx spend, all three of these names have it, and you know they're kind of going different spots right now. Palunteer battling today on kind of a downgrade, I guess, by Michael Burry there, talking technicals. CRM, good battle back yesterday for Salesforce. Yeah, wow, that 170 bottom might have been there. You're up to 196 right now on Salesforce, so we'll have to watch that one as we continue to go. The retail trade, we've been talking about that one. That's been banger right there. Not TJX, Target right there, 117. We're going to look over there. Costco, Walmart, Amazon with the upside play there on day 4 or so for earnings. We talked about Caterpillar a little bit today. Consumer services, everything going upside now. Disney blasting higher. We actually looked at Disney yesterday. That was a really good name. Wow, Micron. Looks like I do. Do we have a super chat? It looks like we do have the top of the day there on Micron, by the way. Boo on me for that. Damn you, Micron. Sorry about that, Salvador, and everybody in the chat that's trading right there. Yeah, that does look like it wants to break down. So there it goes, man. We had it. We got stopped out. It's still P&L 1, but, you know, at the end of the day, we could have had a little bit of a better trade on that one for Micron. And rats is all I can say. Wow, man, that's now $5 in the money, but the stop out is for real, and we did take that stop right there as well. All right, you're really liking the long on Disney. Yeah, I mean, I really like it, so you can go ask Neil about that one, but we've been liking Disney for a while. Damn you.
I think that for Disney, I'm going to have to use a higher time frame.
Damn you,
because
Micron.
I think one of the biggest looks on Disney recently, or at least for, whoops, that's still the IS. There we go. Would be the 125. So you're looking at this one. I know in a lower time frame. I know you're talking about 111, but there's been a seller for the last 3 years on the stock between 120 and 125, where there's just been a ton of control on Disney. So yeah, you've got this local breakout happening here, but remember, there is that resistance spot, which is just forever, it seems like. It's only a few years, but forever it's felt like it's been there. You do have the nice rounded bottom. It's trying to fill in a local gap. But that's the only cautionary tale I would have, is just looking at where the key price levels have been. And I always like that monthly chart. Like when we get into a market like this where, you know, you've got the market at the highs and some things going into bear territory and we get these bigger moves and pullbacks, I like to look at that weekly and monthly chart just a little bit more. And I know we had that super chat on Hog, and there's a couple of other ones up there. Thank you very much, Andre, for getting that up. We have Mac. Rivian is threatening to climb out of the basement. So many things are threatening to climb out of the basement. But I would argue it's not the basement. It's more like think of it like a split level, where it's like the second floor. The basement's down around 10, 11 bucks. So yeah, you're getting higher low support on Rivian. Like this one, I don't think you can call it the basement when a stock has a profile like this. It's in a channel off the bottoms, right? Like it's almost like it's just putting in higher lows. Each little breakout, and for the first time recently, was able to actually break out this top that got made on the first bounce. But higher low trend for Rivian, where you just buy it off these dips. I keep thinking it'll get to a support level, but if it keeps the buyers step in before it even gets to the support level, that's how you get an uptrend. In essence, it's exactly what an uptrend is. Like it doesn't get to the next level of support, it just makes one that's even better. On that theory, I would think at least technically, if this doesn't get to 18 in the 50 period, that's not even that good of a move, in my opinion. But yeah, Rivian trying to get off the basement there. I'm just going to quickly go back to Oscar because the next setup I'm waiting for is another patient entry. So it finally broke out above VWAP, but it didn't follow through. We put it on a nice higher low. I'd like it to do this base again, show me that same type of strength, and then I'll add to the position, probably scalp out again, look for the push back into the highs. So that's the plan of action for myself over here on Oscar. We'll see if it'll end up working out at the end of the day. Ooh, no, Joe Black just said Hims game over. What is it with this stock? Unable to, like, you can make the move, but you can't sustain the move, Hims. Yesterday, there were actually some buyers when they pulled their Wegovy knockoff or Wegovy copy, whatever you want to call it, because of the lawsuit from Novo, but there were still relief buyers for the majority of the day. Those relief buyers seem to be gone on Hims, now down 5%, and it just broke the floor. Oh, this is hilarious. This is kind of what I was hoping would happen to the stock. Well, I was trading it to the short side. I shouldn't say hoping it would go down, but we were trading it to the south side yesterday. If I can't find the setup on Intel, this is a bit of a flat bottom break and a trend down. So if it can maintain the trend line, that'd be great. But if it breaks it, look for maybe a VWAP or trace over on Hims. But it's Oscar that has my attention. Just want to see it hold that volume weighted average price. Looks like it's doing it again. It's going to go for the reload, and then we'll go round 2 on Oscar. Although the biggest round was at the open. Like if you just took this literally off the open at 13, you got your dollar. Now we're looking for the scalp trade on Oscar just to see if it can get back up to that 14.20.
Yeah, I like 14.20. Wow, okay, that'd be a good trade there for Oscar for sure on the day. All right, so we did get a reload there on the TQs. I mean, you know, a couple reloads at good prices. So when we come back up to the 25 period moving average, we're just going to empty it out again. We're not going to turn green yet on the TQs. Hopefully we do get an upside move into the 40s there, and we are offering 38. So I'm literally trying to offer the high of the day now on the NASDAQ. Where's my... There it is, on the NASDAQ. So we'll see. I mean, up right into there. We're trying to respect this 25 period moving average. We've been doing some work on that, looking at that. So, all right, what else is moving around? XOM came back into 150, so we can have a quick look there. Yeah, 150 bounced pretty clean off of that number as well. So there's 149.80 right off the open, bang, up about $1. Honestly, Micron, come on, man. Stop a fail on me for Micron. Like I said, it's still top stock, but definitely not liking where it is right now. Yeah, XOM. So underneath. I mean, this to me is looking like a short, just because if we break this level, we probably at least test that. But yeah, this is what I'm looking at for Micron right now. We nailed that top tick right there. Trying to play off of, you know, yesterday's close, the 200 period moving average on the 5-minute chart as well. So good look there, but bad execution as that continues its move higher into that play. We have Robinhood earnings tonight, so join us for that. Upside right here. So Robinhood flushes early. Micron is 376. That flush right there, good move. But now trading a day of earnings is always pretty risky. But if IBIT and Bitcoin keep going to the high side there, we can also look at Coinbase, obviously, to see if that's doing anything. But there goes IBIT, almost looking exactly like a Robinhood chart. So now we might know what to base it off of. 39.50 was another trade that we had marked down there for IBIT. It gets to 39.45 before dropping $1. So that was a missed opportunity that I didn't take. But that was at 920, so I'm not, you know, with the levels I like to write down, we've been burned on taking them early, so we're not going to do that, but it's coming right back up for IBIT again into 39.50, which if we're going to zoom it out, this is sort of why we were looking at it. There's the close into yesterday. I mean, the close is up here, but that was a nice little bouncing area. That's something that we sort of teetered off of before moving higher. So 39.50 coming in for IBIT, but it's up and away right now for the futures. Maybe we can get a nice move just a little bit higher now. You know what? I'll take something out at 27s right there. So there it is. Boom. Actually, we took 26s there. So another out near those highs for the NASDAQ. And now we'll just wait to see if it can get into even a higher level, man. We're looking at that 38 level. So far, so good there.
Yeah, so far, so good. I mean, ultimately, this market is liking this. Is liking it to the upside, but you're starting to see Palunteer. I haven't traded Palunteer yet. It did not get to the lows, but I'm starting to see it try to threaten to break trend a little bit. Oscar is going to take first profit, but I did want to go over. I mean, Palunteer was only a news story because of the Michael Burry thing, which ultimately isn't really much of a catalyst either direction. It may cause some sentiment to the downside, but it does have this, a couple of lower highs being put in, and now if it breaks VWAP, it will also be trying to break out this trend line. So it does not pull back into prior support, or at least all the way there, but there's a chance to break out that trend line above the volume weighted average price. And now that we have a couple of points on it, at least on the higher time frame. So Oscar again trying to go. Intel's right back at the low of the day, so slap to fail. I probably did not have. I got this topping tail candle as we're trying to break down and flush the second part of the move for Intel. It ends up topping tail, getting a topping tail out, which is not always the best. I'll just be more patient next time. Wait for it on the upside and then use a topping tail candle to get me in instead of trying to take a breakdown on INTC. So Palunteer starting to wake up a little bit and give you some opportunity to break out here above the volume weighted average price. I did not hit save, so I will do it now so we can see if this can break through. It's not leading the market though. Like the reason the NASDAQ is at the high, you've had a rebound here in Alphabet. It's mostly been the Microsoft story, and that just woke up again, back through that 420, gravitating toward the highs. It's like what is dead may never die. Microsoft now, that's a few days in a row. The dead cat bounce is certainly on. Like the beleaguered names, the dip buyers seem to say, hey, that's a little too far on Softy, and you're getting the nice relief rally for them. Maybe not as much so like looking at the Mag 7 like Apple. Apple's a little bit boring today, but the good news for Apple is when we had that big tech rally in yesterday's trade, Apple was a sell. Today, it's at least flat. I'll take that. I think that's a win for Apple. If there's some rotation back into some of the risk names and some of the growth names, then it's okay if Apple's going to be flat because that's outperforming what it was doing previously at least. So, take the good with the bad here for Apple and this overall market. Come on, Palunteer, do something.
Yeah, we're just starting to get some profits on the TQs. We didn't get our 38s. We got 35s there, and now I'm trying. Oh no, we didn't. And I'm trying to get 29s. I thought maybe we just got them, but we didn't. So a little bit of more of a bump up there, and we'll take out just a little bit more there on the TQQs. I was looking at congratulations and boom and awesome and bullish. And another one for SoFi. I mean, there it is, man. Yesterday we had written down 21. Yesterday it was the single biggest trade, and we were happy with it, man. It was SoFi right there at the lows yesterday of 21 bucks. Just kept on buying, and there it goes to the upside yesterday, which was a big trade, but we didn't get this. We can get going this much. Day 2 play. So we'll have to definitely have a look because that came right back into 21 again. Like if this was yesterday, I would have bought this name obviously hand over fist. We bought it all 3 times. It did that yesterday and we missed it there. That's right off the open. So I was not, if I'm not looking at SoFi to begin with, that I'm not there, but we should have continued the play, right? From like what we were looking at today, like just like we're looking at Palunteer today and IBIT, like we should continue to look at those levels tomorrow if we don't get the fills today. But yesterday with what was PL1, we should have gone back to it. So lesson learned there. Nice play for SoFi up 3%. So congratulations to anybody that was able to hold that from yesterday. We're flat, obviously, at the end of every single day. All right, so the futures have come back in. That's completely fine. We have our strategy for that. JP Morgan hanging out topside. So shout out to JP, man. They didn't really stop at all here today. Just motored in the first minute and then has kind of just hung out a little bit. That 324 being a nice bottom now for that. So it looks like the market might, someone in the chat there, market only goes up. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. Feels like that's been sort of what's been going on right now. But if you're looking at the NASDAQ, this is the one that is, the Qs. This is the one that's actually down and not at all-time highs. I mean, we had the Dow make all-time highs this morning. We could, and obviously yesterday as well. But this was 640, 637. You're down to 616, so you're down 2% here on the NASDAQ heading into today. So maybe if you're thinking about buying some value, you can get it in the NASDAQ right now if you're looking for all-time highs again. And then here's the MAGS ETF. I've been talking about this. This is 16% of each of the MAG 7. So if you think that there's some value in the MAG 7, and they've been a little bit too beat up on CapEx worries, on the AI bubble that's turning out to be the opposite, that would be something to look at there for MAG. So you get from $64 possibly back up to 68, 69. So I definitely like this name here for the MAG 7 if you didn't think that there was some sort of push back, like, because Amazon's getting it going today, but it's still Google was down 2%. Microsoft, I think, was up today, but Google was down. Yeah, there it is, 1.6. It was actually down to 315 at one point. That's not great. There broke through VWAP and had a run, but now maybe is looking to pull back. Obviously, I'm long the market, so I'd like this market to go back up, but that's a look there. And then another Mag 7 name today, Amazon. So, you know, just like I'm buying XLE a little bit to get exposure to all of the big name energy plays in the United States, you know, buying mags, MAGS, does give you that exposure to all of these, and that way you're not picking and choosing. But nothing wrong with picking and choosing. I mean, there could be some stories that you like and stories that you don't like. And just like Oracle yesterday, that was down there at 150. Now they've had a couple good days in a row now of positive reaction to their debt financing. So Oracle up another 4% here today. I thought that was probably this and Coinbase, I think, are the names that are too beat up that probably need to get back to the upside, Oracle and Coinbase.
Well, we'll find out about Coinbase again on Thursday, how they're going to do. I think Robinhood, look, let's be real, Coinbase probably moves tonight on Robinhood earnings. It probably moves a heck of a lot if Bitcoin continues this charge to the upside. We're almost at 70. Okay, we're not almost at 70K. I'm overstating it. We're at 69.3. Why is that all? There we go. 69.3 here on IBIT. So we're close to 70,000. I slapped the trend line on from the lows. We're short under VWAP. It could not hold underneath the volume weighted average price. But the next look is this broke trend in the afternoon, and we shorted it at 315. It just held the upward trend. So you really had to wait for this to break the trend line. But we could also get back to where we were. I mean, go with the opening range lows or highs, support, and then in the aftermarket, this 39.6. So if it gets to that level, that's like another good spot just in terms of a level for a bit of a reversal. But I am waiting for this trend line to break on IBIT to take my next shot at it. I don't mind looking for that secondary push underneath VWAP, but once that breaks, above the volume weighted average price, short needs to be monster level up top or break the trend line, and I can get into it. Palunteer did not want to go. So Palunteer gets right into VWAP and can't seem to break out. It does give a third point, so it's still downward trending into a flat bottom. Still setting up for that trend break on Palunteer, but if I'm looking for the long, it's got to break this downtrend, or it's just not going to be interesting to me. So IBIT is the next one that I'm going to be looking for. We still have Oscar, almost said Oracle, but of course it's Oscar. And it just reload off VWAP. It's still holding the higher low. It's just not moving the way it was in the morning. Well, it's still the morning, but at the open is how I should say it. Like the open, it was like $1. Now it's sort of moving 15, 20 cents at a time, which is not as explosive as you want it to be. And I just want to throw something in, because someone was asking in the chat when you were mentioning the MAG, and they were sort of saying, what about like the ETF? It's the IGV. So like you always just make sure you're looking.
IGV is software.
Yeah, but it's like a ton of. Well, what we're going to say is, you have to know what you want exposure to. If you were looking to say this software SaaS dump is too far, IGV that's probably where you'd want to do the ETF dip buy. If that was your play. If you're looking for more of like a safe is the word I'm going to use here, but maybe people don't think that. That's just sort of my opinion. If you're ever looking for that more, hey, I just want the MAG, I just want the safety, and I think they've been hit a bit too far, it's just a matter of understanding what you want to express. Or you could say, I'm all in on Oracle on the software play because you like an individual stock, but very different, the software names. Like you're only.
It's like saying I want X, like I'm talking Mag 7, these guys are talking software.
Well, it's just, look, someone asked the question, why not? So I don't mind. It's just, what are you looking to get exposure
But why not? What
to?
was the question?
Well, they just simply said, as you were talking about, they're like, why not look at IGV?
Oh, yeah.
And I would simply say, it's what are you trying to get exposure to?
Yeah.
Right? And if you're trying to get exposure to the dip buy and the software stocks that have been crushed, IGV would make a lot of sense. If you're looking
God, Micron, no.
If you're looking to be a little more safe, you might think about the mags in tech. Or you could do it more extreme and just buy the Qs. It's just what you're looking for. Let's go back to Adara. It is 10:40. I believe that means we got to go to Sector Watch.
Yeah, it's interesting. A lot of these sectors are pretty mixed. There's not too many that are all moving as a group, though. We'll start with the ones that are. Consumer non-durables generally negative for the most part, led to the downside by Coca-Cola, though Nike actually relatively strong here. Energy minerals weak across the board. In terms of strength, you actually do have consumer durables holding up relatively well, with Tesla up 1.5%. Consumer durables being led by Disney, mostly to the upside as well. And health services also relatively strong. Now let's talk about these other sectors that are kind of moving not necessarily all in tandem. Retail trade very much split 50-50. CVS up almost 3% here on earnings. Amazon, Home Depot, and Lowe's also strong, though Costco and Walmart trading lower by about 1% each. Electronic tech really flat for the biggest components in the sector. Then you've got Intel and Micron sharply to the downside, and other names like Cisco trading higher. Tech service is probably the most obviously kind of fragmented of these sectors, for lack of a better term, with Netflix, Oracle, AAPL, all trading up 3.5% to 4% higher or more. Then you've got Google and Meta to the downside. One sector I also forgot to mention that's relatively strong, finance. A lot of these names doing quite well today with American Express and Blackstone both up around 3% each. So all in all, a lot of these sectors are not necessarily trading as a group, though the ones that are, you're going to notice right away, again, like energy and minerals and consumer non-durables. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Derek.
Here we go, trader SIOS here. I mean, this is the thing. I mean, me too. We had silver short 75. And, you know, to not follow what you write down really does suck. So obviously real traders will beat themselves up over some trades, but you got to look forward because there's always other trades there. And I know you and I are probably trying to trade, you know, to make a little bit of income, which is why we actually talk like that. So when you miss trades, it sucks, you know, and that's why I was saying to myself, like, I could beat myself up over this Micron, but I mean, look at it, right? So the only thing it's done is cost me money in my pocket, which sucks, but there's always going to be that next trade. So we'll stop out there for like, what was it, 50 cents? And then now it's, you know, $7 in the money. But what are you going to do? We made money when it went down, and there it is. So it's just more, I'm with you on the silver trade because I don't know what your trade was. You just talked about missing the silver trade there. So, you know, it was probably something similar to what I was doing, or you were maybe, I don't know what else there might have been today for silver, unless you were kind of long there and then missed that bump there, or you re-shorted it, which I should have done against that 75 that I liked short in the first place. So nice move to the downside, man. We nailed it. We nailed the call, but I don't have the right execution. So unfortunately, that's what that is. We have silver and Micron today will be like, you know, those great trades that just didn't pan out, and you know, we'll basically be net on them, so it's fine. But yeah, that does suck. So I am with you on that one over there. So I can see that maybe the same thing happened to you, Joe. There, he said caught a huge move and break even. Was that on silver as well? Yeah. So same thing there for Joe. So yeah, so good look, but obviously not the greatest in the execution there for that. And look, sometimes you get stopped out when you want to, and that situation on silver, we wanted to get stopped out there. So it was a pretty good execution. Breaks back down below 75, and that just should have been the short as wow. All right, still going, guys. So unfortunately, there it goes, man. SLV, big congratulations, anybody on that short. We'll try to follow our own sticky note moving forward.
It's all about following the plan of action. I think ultimately, that's the only, I only ever get mad or upset.
Yeah,
if I break a rule or don't. Break a rule first. Missing a trade happens, but if you break a rule on a trade that you do make, that always irks me the most. But if you're looking for the next, just make sure it's an actual setup. That's what we say every single time. Like if you can, like I won IBIT, like I'm looking IBIT short. I'm looking IBIT short. You know, IBIT's been a loser today. I'll be 1 for 3 if Oscar stops out. But ultimately, the way I look at it is I haven't had anything which is away from the plan yet, which is good. That way, you're not losing more than when you win on a potential setup. Speaking of which, I'm trying to break this trend line as we speak. Once that happens, get the confirmation, it's the standard, get my entry somewhere around 39.25, and then give it to the prior bar high. Look for the VWAP retracement because that's going to be the jam. And Palunteer might end up being a bit of a no trade, but it still has a chance to set up, man. Palunteer right back into these lows. It's well above the 140. It's 142.90 where it closed, and this support's at 142.6. So that's the range of the support level, but it can still break the trend line for an entry as well. I don't usually like it if it breaks the trend line right in front of VWAP, but if it does take all day long, we can wait for it. And then when we get our one shot, then just try to take the position when it does try to come in there. And obviously the market is it's an inside day for the overall market. So you want to find, if things aren't breaking into new price areas, I find that I have to have some kind of a support and resistance or some way to get something which is stretched to be able to get a bit of a move. So that's why looking at IBIT, like this is stretching itself a little bit. And I'm still bearish. As long as 70,000 holds underneath, it's hard for me to be very bullish about Bitcoin in general. I know it bounced off 60,000, but since it's done that, it's not like it's doing a heck of a lot of following through. There for IBIT. So Palunteer, trend break, IBIT, trend break, those are the two things on my mind. We got about less than 15 minutes to go here, everybody. As we throw you guys to the midday where you'll see some of the small cappers. I've heard, we saw a lot this morning. I know Luis said he didn't see a lot of small cappers. There were a bunch in the pre-market, and then Sharif was messaged saying that there's been a lot of active small cappers out there, so it has been a good day in that regard. So hopefully you're able to, the small cap traders at least, were able to pick up some. I know we had, I think it was PHIO was the one that was looking pretty good off of the open. So I hope that's doing well for people. It's still above VWAP, which typically usually means it's been going well for momentum traders, but it hasn't broken a new high. I'm always worried of the gappers that fail to break the high. Like it can't make a new high. Like the pre-market is still the tops, but part two would be hold on to VWAP. At least it's doing that. So good luck. I know a lot of small cap traders out there taking advantage of this name. 121 million in volume for PHIO.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we should probably be, I know it'll be a negative day, but we should probably start to look at some small cappers if they start to run. So that's a good one, PHIO. Right there. So, yeah, just looking around to see if there's any opportunities. Thanks to everybody today. I want to look at Coinbase. We can check out Coinbase just a little bit and see what that's doing. 166. I really like Coinbase as a potential play to the back end of crypto, right? I mean, if you think crypto is going to blast off, I showed you Coinbase already with that 14 PE. And similarly with Oracle, and we've seen Oracle with a good story get back there to the upside. So we'll continue to see if Coinbase has that bump ability in it right there. But that's something to look at so far, Coinbase, if we get something going on there. Quick check with NVIDIA. So we're still long the TQs, and that's been fine, making a little bit back right there now. Silver's really the mistrade, and then the Micron is a good trade, like I said, still up there, but not great. For where it is right now. NVIDIA taking out VWAP, so this could be something. We'll say, oh my God, maybe we are on a rally back to the upside there. As I've said already, like even yesterday, right, just trade it, hold it, don't trade it right now. I mean, and if there was a top end, we just made it, and so maybe now we retrace back in just a little bit here for NVIDIA. So upside down right now for NVDA, just kind of stuck in the middle there, unlike what its sort of friend is doing, AMD, as that just continues. I guess literally its cousin, I guess, moving around, and you can see AMD just up and down and around. They had a huge range, like their range is much greater than the one that we see right now in NVIDIA, going from 260 all the way down to 190, and now kind of hovering, not in the middle, but close enough to doing that. This is looking like it wants to get a little lower if we don't deal with this 50-period moving average. All right, we're going to go off to Adair, then we're back for everybody's favorite segment. It's What's for Lunch, but first, let's go over to Adair and figure out what she's up to.
This is truly fantastic timing, guys, because Howard Lutnick is actually just now, as we speak, answering questions about the weakening of the U.S. dollar. And his answer is a pretty interesting one, so I do want to go over it. He's saying that, quote, the dollar was manipulated higher over many years due to, again, trade surpluses. He's basically saying that right now the dollar is at a natural place. So he's saying this drop in the dollar is taking it to a more natural level, more or less, because of what he views as prior manipulation to the upside for the DXY. Speaking of the DXY, right now it's actually coming to a session low. We are down here for 3 straight days. And again, that $98 area, a level of technical rejection. Let's talk about the CME Fed Watch tool. 80.4% of participants expecting that we're not going to get any type of rate change in March 18th, 2026. Still over a month away, though, of course, gradually getting closer here. Now, it's worth noting a week ago, 90.6% of participants were expecting that the rates were going to be held steady. So we're seeing this very, very gradual increase, about 10% increase now versus a week ago, of participants that think we could get a 25 basis point rate cut. The other months are showing the exact same estimates, though it is worth noting here for June, you still have about 25% of participants expecting a cut, but then roughly 50% expecting, 25% of participants expecting a hold, and then again about 50% expecting we're going to get that cut. So June 17th, 2026, still looking like the earliest date that we're very likely to get a cut for now, unless we get new data coming in of course, the coming weeks and months. Now, it's worth noting in the coming days, we are going to get some key data. CPI on Friday and the NFP print, which was delayed from last week, that's going to come in on Wednesday. Back to you.
Thanks. Yeah, we're excited for the data to come through, give us some more reasons to go long or short. But we're going to figure out what data is coming in for lunchtime right now. Today's good, man. We always have successful lunches whenever the flag is from the lovely country of Thailand. So it should be good today.
Okay.
Thai red chicken, I don't know. We'll see if that's good. I mean, the chicken has been chickeny. With curry stir-fried veggie, so that's good. So a red curry. Looks like a red curry stir-fry. Chicken stir-fry. It looks like what we're doing there with steamed jasmine rice and mixed green salad. So that's not too bad. That is what's for lunch today. So not bad Thai flavor. So, you know, it's never supposed to probably be a little spicier than it is, but it's not too spicy right there as, oh man.
Well, it won't be many chilies, I'll promise.
Yeah, you know, it won't be too many chilies, that's for sure. Micron down to 374 right now, so obviously in what was a monster trade there. Hopefully some of you guys are still on that as the market trying to lose bid right now and come back into said downside. So there we go, man. Micron losing the bid right there. We nailed that one off of some of these dark pool wicks, off of yesterday's close, off of a nice move back there, and then the fail back down in for MU. So, you know, whatever. Spilt milk on that one. More spilt milk, though, on the futures trade of silver because we should have had that one in SLV. So just a couple missed opportunities there. You know, I'll be red here today. Small, you know, nothing really too much to talk about, but we're going to be red on the day. And, you know, that's what it is for today. Hoping for better action this afternoon. We did have a little bit of a pullback now in the TQs. Did that go to view up there? What am I waiting at? I'm waiting at 91, and there it goes, man. It goes to 93s and pulls back upside. So, yeah, just a little bit of an action there. You know, red today, we'll get it back for the afternoon.
Yeah, that's what it's all about, right? Like you said, like keep it in the pocket. I finally broke the trend line, so I'm into it. Give it to the high. It's really just about finding that next entry. I do like the fact that the market is doing a very similar pattern, but if we take out the top in the market, I do anticipate Palunteer is probably going to set up that long that we're talking about. We only have 5 minutes to go. Palunteer is nowhere near that breakout level, so this, if it does end up a long finally on Palunteer, it's going to end up being like during the midday or the afternoon at this point. I just can't see it. It is what it is. Like Palunteer I thought was going to be, the good news is it hasn't set up a really good long that I've liked, so I haven't traded it, but I did think it was going to be one of the better opportunities out there for some continuation explosion. Obviously there was no breakout at 146, but that level has at least provided us with some kind of a trend to look at here on PLTR. And then NVIDIA was just trying to press through VWAP, but it's that 190. We cannot break $190. This was my kind of over-under level. If we're not closing above it on a 15-minute chart, then I don't want to be long on NVIDIA. This has a good chance to do it here and reverse this trend. Closing above 190 on the 15-minute in the next 5 minutes. That'll also probably happen in the midday of trade. So like none of the real A-plus setups, we didn't get to the A-plus level on IBIT. So you know, if I go 0 for 3 on IBIT, it'll be 1/4 of my best win yesterday. And I think that's the way I want to look at it. Like make sure that you're not losing more than what your better winners are giving you on the week, on the month, like that kind of a thing. But Palunteer still trying to go. It's kind of annoying to me because I kind of feel like this was so strong yesterday in PLTR. And then we get this weird Michael Burry head and shoulders setup that was like a while ago that it set it up. And I felt like this had a chance to kind of squeeze. Like if it emboldened shorts, it's had a real chance to squeeze people. It still could happen, but it's going to have to do something in the next couple of minutes. Because if we take out that low, all of a sudden that trade is going to be gone if we lose yesterday's close. Once this goes red, it becomes a whole different ball game. I should say if it goes red, but it is kind of trending towards that now for PLTR.
Yeah, love some Palunteer. All right, we are getting into a moment now where we're going to try it, and then if we lose, the futures right here at VWAP, then yeah, look out below. Micron now $10 props on that one now in the money as, okay, here we go. So now we're starting to get to the downside right now with the TQQs and the NASDAQ as we're breaking lower. There it is, breaking through VWAP. So, you know, those highs of sort of the day have been holding. Let's now see if the lows wind up holding into here for the overall market, or the NASDAQ anyways. I don't know. We can have a quick look at the ES. I'm assuming going the same way. ES, yeah, also at VWAP. So if you like some exposure to the NQs, you're here right now, but it is looking like it wants to break right now into some of those lows. So the NASDAQ trying to get lower here. We could have, you know, maybe not averaged into it, but it's not a huge space right here. We can lose 10 cents. This is just worth it. Back into VWAP. We'll see if it wants to hold some of those low takes right now on the NASDAQ. But after that, silver downside, Micron downside. Let's have a quick look at Tesla, see if that's trying to hold up now as the market's falling back in pretty good now. So nice little move back. Look at Tesla, still up 1.5% as that one looks like it wants to make some moves here for Tesla. So that might be a little dip buy opportunity as it dips now. It's trying to get back upside there, 425. A good level look for Tesla here today, 425. So watch out for that break if the market can find some strength here on a dip, right? I mean, looks like Tesla's been stronger than the rest of the market here today. Similarly with Amazon, really got going. So on any dip buys, you know, if we can get into VWAP or the 200 period right here for Amazon, that may also be worth some kind of a look down there as well. So, all right, man, you know, we got to get ready to get out of here. The NASDAQ's trying to battle back just a bit here, so we'll see if we can take it out as there it goes. You got some 95s out right there, and there it is, 99s, O's, 01s, 02s. We're starting to fly just a little bit right now, so let's see if we can get a little bit of a face slapper going now as we buy the dip on the NASDAQ, and now it starts to head a little northbound for us. So finally, something kind of working out here on that dip buy. So yeah, we'll take it and see if we can get just a little bit higher now. Offer some 03s, maybe we get those, maybe we don't. But there it is. Nice little rebound trade there for the NASDAQ. So we'll put some more of that in our pipe and smoke that now to the upside and see if it gets going now. You know, we always, whoa, I was going to say we're going to try to get out at this level. So there it is right now, 07s, 08s. We'll cross out and get some more out right now on that because that's your 50 period moving average. So a nice little dip buy there, taking advantage of that move back to the upside on the NASDAQ. Hey man, maybe we have a run into us here into the close, into the midday. So
Yeah.
Here we go. NASDAQ long right now off of a dip buy into VWAP. Let's see if it works out and gets a little bit of love back up. I mean, the NASDAQ's going. Hopefully Bitcoin can go.
NVIDIA's going.
60, okay, perfect.
NVIDIA's going to close. There's 1 minute to go, but at this point, it's going to close above VWAP here on NVIDIA. But it just broke out that 190 level. So for the first time, well, okay, fine. At 936, it lost the $190 level, but for the first time since then, we are breaking back above. So I want to give this one to the volume weighted average price in here. Only about 30 seconds to go, but NVIDIA finally looking like a long, and it did so before Palunteer did. So it is what it is at this point. Bitcoin is still exactly where it was when I left it before. B-I-B-I-T. I was saying Bitcoin, and I actually typed in Bitcoin in the chart, which is completely useless. But we are still in the same spot we were before. So we're channeling in the side of this range. Going to put something on the bid and then try to hold it to the volume weighted average price. Eventually, Oscar does fail. So we got into it above VWAP, reloaded VWAP. It tried to break off the lows, but our stop was set at like 9:57. It took an hour to break underneath. But Oscar is now going to be done. It was the initial move that's going to be the best. Like, I think the fail on Oscar was not having it be the first thing I look at, and then we didn't get into it until a little bit later. But again, it is what it is. A loss is a loss, and now we'll look for NVIDIA or Palunteer. Hey, at this rate, it's not going to be Palunteer. As NVIDIA is trying to break through VWAP, Palunteer did just lose the low of the day. Palunteer is now in the red. It does not hold the prior day close at all. So, yeah, I mean, at least it didn't actually set up a long trade. But it is low of the day here on PLTR, and NVIDIA trying to break out. It's now green on the session as we go over to Joey Options, Sharif, the professor himself, and I just noticed that Randy left as a present behind us, and I didn't even see it.
Oh, the bananas? Yeah, all right, see you guys.
He didn't say anything.
We tapped in.
Ooh,
Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. He had a brace on the weekend, by the way. He put
his
two.
knee?
No,
Oh,
brace means two.
I'm like,
Yeah,
no,
my
not the
bad.
knee, man, not the knee.
Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your boy Joey Options, and I'm Sharif. And who do we have here in the chat? Let's say hello, hello, hello. Broomstick. Get it, Broomstick. We got the hangry wife, the Brofessor. I actually really like that. And the Hitman, Joey freaking Options. We got the Fluffster. Shout out to Fluffy Hippo. We got the OG Gora. Vianix in the house. Shout out to RJ Trades. We got Yummy Thai Foods, Noisy, Billy Hardy, Cross Country Curious. Who else, man? We got M Downey. We got 100 Mario 81. Shout out to Suniza Patel, Rock Doc, Melaria, Slow Motion for me. We got Costavio. We got Joyce Money. JC Money, my bad. Randy Worms. Shout out to Soul Queen. Super no. And then maybe yes. Shout out to Andrew Chow as well. Hinsey joining us as well as Mike PD Ryder. Los Polos Hermanos. We got RJD, 1320 Wolf. Kobe, the freaking kid. Whatnot Incorporated. And shout out to JC Trader. Good morning to everybody, brother. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning to everyone. I hope everyone's having a fantastic Tuesday. Let's get right into things here, guys. Let's see what we got going on. You heard that I was chiming in the chat a little bit here about SLV. Well, let's see what was going on. So initial short at 74.60, and I'm like, hey, we're gonna get a neckline break. And what was I referring to when I seen that this morning? We'll go to a higher time frame. I'm like, oh, baby, let's go. We're going to play the break of this $74 mark. We can get in at the top of the range. It's in the notes here, guys. It's in the notes. I'm like, hey, if we fail to hold on the top end of this range, I'm playing the short to the downside. So anyways, moving forward, here we have a short from 74.60. It really starts to pick up momentum and steam. This ad was a little bit late. It should have been on this pullback because I'm like, hey, this is just a breath. This is nothing, essentially, from a strength standpoint. You can see from the volume by time profile as well, too. Relatively cool. Then we add 50% to our position right here, and then we get that move to 73.60. And I was looking for 73. I'm like, all right, we're going to rock and roll. But then sure enough, buyer step right back in, and I have to cut this position. I'm like, I can't allow this to go against me. So there it was. We take a small hit on that when the bulk of the position is up here with that ad. So we get out, and then we take one more attempt. Started to chop around, started forming these lower highs, and sure enough, I'm like, all right, let's go. This is the time. And it's the third one. The third one is always the charm. And sure enough, you get that break right into $73, which would have been my target. But we didn't get to participate in that one. Moving forward, guys, we're going to take a look at HIMS. That's correct. HIMS and HERS Health right here. And we were fortunate enough to catch this short to the downside. A nice one. But on this spike up, I'm like, no, I can't allow me to give back that much unrealized gains once again. So sure enough, when we got that pop up, $18 was going to be my primary target, but I'm like, after this, let's just lock in whatever we got. We're not going to be greedy because we know how the saying goes, hogs get slaughtered. Moving forward, now we're in some OSCR, Oscar Health to the short side. Starting to get a little bit of a rebound here, guys, but I'm playing a neckline break. What I'm seeing on the lower time frames, I would like to get a target of around $12.79. But once again, considering we're at a 1-to-1 risk to reward ratio, it's either break even or we're hitting the target of $13. We take a little bit off there. So that's what I got going on right now. You're not going to see it on the position board just yet until I do a transaction. Let's just hope that this pullback isn't too deep. We retest 1330, and that might even be an ad opportunity. Let's see how price reacts around those specific zones. As for my watch list, this is what we have. Silver, Oscar, and HIMS. That's all we've got going on. We had it written down, and now I got my eyes on the TQs and the SPY as well, as it looks like we're slowly starting to curl over. This chop might lead to a potential breakdown, or is it going to be forming somewhat of a bull flag? I don't like that we're rejecting these pre-market highs and continuously coming back in. You punch through, selling pressure steps right back in. So the market kind of moving, well, it's not kind of, it is absolutely moving sideways. So be cautious of this chop. Those three names, and I was telling the boys in the chat, hey man, I'm avoiding some of the tech plays right now, and I think there's other quality opportunities, and you've noticed that within my trading. We're trading HIMS yesterday, we're trading Oscar Health today, and other names throughout the week. But one more thing before we send it off to my boy, and I promised Wendy's Tendies this. I said, hey man, I put a post on this on X about it a while ago. To be exact, Here it is, September 22nd, 2025. Oh. Is this the start of a crypto winter, or are the treasury plays going to be enough to save the day? Well, it looks like the first thing was right. The start of a crypto winter is right. September 22nd, 2025. Let's pull up Bitcoin to see where exactly Bitcoin was at that date, guys. And we'll say, hey, man, Joe was pretty close to calling it, because I said, man, there was something fishy going on with Bitcoin back in September, especially in that that 126 range, once we couldn't break and continuously climb higher. So September, where are we? September 22nd is, come on, you can do it, right here. So at 112,000, I had a little fishy, I had some suspicion. I had that gut feeling that we were gonna pull back, and sure enough, that was the case. So September 22nd, right around 112,000. Your boy called the crypto winter.
My man. All right, guys, let's get to work. Here is what I'm looking at. I know everybody wants to talk about PHIO, so let's start with that. That's the one that Neil called out in the pre-market, and it had looks to be its best move. Yes, exactly during that time, the pre-market, because at 9 o'clock on the dot, that's where we made the high of the day. I believe that is $1.57. And since that $1.57 print, as you can see, it's been a symphony of lower highs. Unbroken is this downtrend line. Alas, we have the volume weighted average price kind of keeping the price at a certain floor. My only concern with this one is we get that, you know what we're talking about, flat bottom break, because we have that, you know, general 130, 125-ish, basically a third to a quarter of a dollar as a price floor. All the while, we're making lower highs. We call that the descending wedge pattern, and it's typically bearish. It's usually preceded by an uptrend, much like this. So it's a bit of a reversal pattern. Now, I know that the descending wedge could be a continuation pattern, but in this case, it's certainly looking reversal pattern-ish. Now, that's the bad news. The good news is we're going to trade this exactly how we traded some others yesterday. We're going to wait for a decided break of that lower trend line. I'm not talking about a quick wick like the one that we got at 1020 over here, which probably pulled in a lot of longs and probably was a bit of a bull trap. We're going to be quite picky, decisive. We want a decisive clearing of that upper trend line, ideally on a closing basis, and then we're going to weasel into PHIO if it's warranted. So that's the first one. The second one is here, JZ, I was going to say Z, man. Can't help it. JZXN. Now, this one, looking at VWAP more like a line of best fit. You've been hearing me say that a lot more lately because it is. I mean, it's cutting right through the middle of the price action. What do you want me to do? So what I'm going to try to base my trade on are these higher lows. Now, we know we definitely have a seller at 250, right? We saw that early on at 10 o'clock. We saw that again at 1020. We saw a double top over here, 1055 and 11. There's a seller at 250 despite the fact that the high of the day is 280. We spent all but no time there. In fact, when we did clear it, there was only one candle only that closed above 250, because this subsequent candle right there, the 1015 candle, actually closed at 244. So we know that there's a huge seller at 250. We need to be able to shake that seller. So I don't necessarily need to wait for that breakout. What I can do is try to base my entry on this higher low pattern that we're putting in locally since that 1030 candle, which bottomed out. So that's JZXN, focusing on that. As you can see, I'm in a trade, NMRA. It's not the biggest mover on the day, but I like where it is relative to VWAP, so I'm trying to build a position in. A couple of beak wetters so far. It's really nothing right to write home about. We're trying to build a position for a break of 3. Now, mind you, there is a seller of note here at 3. Let me just double check to see if they got shaken. They absolutely did not get shaken. So since I got into this trade, that seller at 3 has been holding us down. We're going to pause for a second. We're going to go to Adara, and then we're going to talk about some of the other ones we have.
Keep an eye on ASMC, American Superconductor, and BRKR here. We have an article coming out from The Verge. Of course, AMSC moving more obviously, but BRKR still getting a bit of a pop as well. Verge reporting that, quote, Microsoft wants to rewire data centers to save space. Superconducting cables could make for more compact data centers. So again, Verge more or less basically saying that anything in the superconducting space could benefit from Microsoft's plans to rewire data centers in a safe space-saving effort. So nice look there for AMSC and BRKR. If I get more details, I'll let you know. Back to you.
Continuing on, ORCX. This one is blocked on our system, but it is absolutely rocketing up today because Oracle is strong again. ORCX moving up into that 1181. Look, I mean, if you're going to execute on this, it's a good price. It's got good structure. You just got to have the permissions for it. Now, what I'd say is be very alive to a breach or a loss of that 10 EMA on the 5. That's a green line right there. It's been awfully respectful of it, but as we know, some of these buy programs or some of the bulls really do, take a break at around 11 o'clock, coming back to their desk, maybe 132. In any event, watch for the loss of 10. If the loss of 10 goes, you're looking for prior area structure. So I'm talking about that 11 1/3. There's an obvious area of resistance there. If that loses, then you're looking at 11 1/5, where the volume weighted average price is hanging out. So that's what I'm looking at there. Back to JZXN, excuse me. This one is working back into the mid 40s. Again, this is feeling flat top breakish. Right? It's kind of the opposite of what we were talking about with PHIO, where it was a descending wedge pattern, right? With a flat bottom breakthrough VWAP. Almost the exact opposite look on JZXN. You've got ascending wedge pattern here with higher lows, and we know that 250 is a hard road to hoe. So this is what I'm going to be looking for here. JZXN, if it can take out 250, it can get really, really, well, who knows? Maybe we can get into 3. I think ideally, though, you should try to build your position around the low end of the area. I'm talking about 2 1/3, 240. If you get really lucky, maybe some 2 high 20 prints, give or take in that area. So that's what we're going to do right now. We're going to weasel on over. We already have what we need to do here on NMRA. And now we're going to look here on the trading screen at JZXN. It's up 82, 83%. And there it is, looking at the half dollar, and look at the selling coming in at the half dollar there. Lots of prints, nary a print above that 50 penny area, and it continues to be that way. So that short seller, well, they're strong for now, but this ascending wedge pattern is a high probability pattern. And, so my spidey sense tells me that 250 seller, he better run for his life, because I think the longs are coming for him, Joey. I'm not able to move the market, but I know a lot of other people, well, I don't know them, but, other people can. And I think that, maybe they're going to move this guy here at 250. Adair.
When I hear an MSOS or other cannabis plays, Marijuana Moment reporting that an agency official at the DOJ is saying that the DOJ is working to identify the most expeditious means of executing the executive order on cannabis rescheduling. Again, cannabis rescheduling EO reportedly being worked on here by the DOJ, according to the Marijuana Moment. Nice pop here in MSOS. Back to you.
All
All right, Joseph options.
Yeah, good stuff, man. You got yours.
Ozan, he's back,
Is
baby.
Ozan back? All right,
Yeah, man.
Ozan is back, baby. All right, I could do a transaction for you here, guys. I could take a little bit off for the folks at home just to see what position I'm in. I would have liked to add on this retest, and this is what we were talking about, right? Like the retest of that support level, and then now we're heading a little bit lower. I want to have a target of this pre-market pivot low. I don't think we're going to get into 1078, like where we really started going, but if this breaks 1286, then I think we're going to be sitting in a pretty good position, and I want to try to hold on to the bulk of it for today. I mean, we were in HIMS for quite some time. You can see from approximately 9:53 over to 10:30, so about 40 minutes or so over there on HIMS. Silver, we were in it. If we just held a little bit longer, and that's what I want to do, is just try to diamond hand through some of these pullbacks. If it gets a little bit more aggressive, maybe we add a little bit more, and then if we get that fortunate enough to get that curl over into the lower 13s, then we're really going to start to have a good time here. So slightly green here on the day, considering we took one loss on well, essentially 2 losses on SLV, which is totally fine, but we're up a little bit of coffee money here. I think Sharif and I would have to split a large out of we couldn't get the protein stuff with what we're up today.
Gold foam. Joey, that's what I want, man.
The protein. Hey, man.
Foam, my boy.
I dig into the savings for that one, my boy. No, I'm obviously playing. So let's sit in some Oscar Health, guys. You can see that we're up 5% on the day, and then maybe we're looking for a little bit more of a continuation. I like this channel as well on the TQs, right? Like if we get this breakdown and the break of this 5182, maybe you get a little bit of a move towards some of these pivot levels here. But as soon as you start to open up on 5-minute time frames above these zones, watch out for the market to continue to rally. And with that being said, I say it time and time again, if you're trading the TQQs, you have to keep an eye on the big boys and what they're up to. If they're continuously climbing higher and you're trying to short the market, well, best of luck to you, because the chance of it working are slim to none.
All right, man. We weaseled in here to JZXN. One print there at 49s, but true to form, that 50 seller is there. Now, as you can see on my screen, pardon me, you can see some unfilled dip trades. All right, here's 50 again. Let's watch. Big volume coming in. Even bigger volume rejecting the 50 breach there. Watching. Let's see if we can actually just even get a 51 print. So in these cases, I keep my eye on the time in sales. I'm looking for any 51 to come in, or even above the 50. I saw 51, and there it goes, Joseph, into 54. There's a seller at 54. We're going to cancel the 55 order, and then we're going to move it up, up, up. Let's go ahead. Let's go at 63, 55. Okay, they're selling at every level here. This is not good. There's a big seller at 55. You figure once you breach that 50 seller, you're going to be, you know, at least 10, maybe 7 pennies in the clear. You didn't. You got 5. And now there's an even bigger seller, but he got decimated. They killed him, Joey. Into 57 we go, looking for continuation into 60s. I'm posted up at 63. We're up 88.25%, and we're looking to do it live here into the 2/3 of a dollar. I should mention the high of the day, 281. But the closing prints, the closing and the opening prints on those candles at 10.10 and 10.15, they go into about the 2/3 of a dollar. So be looking for possible major area of resistance at 2/3 before we talk about 4/5 into that 81 penny area. So JZXN doing it live. I didn't even get my dip trades, man. I'm still working with the original amount here. I had a bias that this would, you know, dilly-dally into the volume weighted average price into the 1/3 of a dollar. Didn't. It did. It has a higher low now, and it has a higher high, and it's breaching the 50 penny area. I'm going to try to get some money fills possibly below the $0.5 dollar. Let's go ahead and wait here below the $0.5 dollar for some money fills. There goes 58. Current bar high, 58. Looking for continuation in a 60. 59 now showing up. Good strength here. Looking for a move. Let's go. All right, let's watch here. Can we get a breach of 60? There's 60. I'm waiting a little bit higher. There it goes, Joey, into the 70s. Let's wet the beak over here. How come it's not letting me wet the beak? There we go. We're going to wet the beak. It's a current bar high now of 71. It's almost 72. Let's go ahead and post at the 3/4 of a dollar. Good strength on this one. I told y'all, man, these higher lows with a flat top, they are a high reliability pattern, especially intraday. It's a story that is being told by these Japanese candlestick bars, man. That is what it is. It's showing you the story, but in a different way, without, you know, regular letters.
Yeah, exactly, man.
So that's what we're watching right now, Joseph Options. We're looking for that 3/4 break.
It's a language, man. It's a language for sure that can most definitely display a lot of stuff here. So there we go, 1320s. A lot of ebbs and flows. Like these prints aren't genuine, right? Like there's dark pool prints, whatever it may be. It flickers a lot on my end. I gotta get Neil to show me. I remember he said, "Hey man, your stuff flickers quite a bit. I need to get Neil to show me what's going on." But yeah, I took 2% off there just for you guys. I would like to hold more into 13s, just so you can see what my position is. Now the position board isn't working, so thanks a lot for that when they were guys. No, obviously being sarcastic. But yeah, no, in all seriousness, man, it's been an all right one so far. Yesterday was a red day for me, start the money up, but I'm like, hey, we're ready to lock in regardless of what's going on all week. Last week was a good one there, and after that, so let's just try to remain in the flow state and rock and roll in here, guys, as we're starting to slowly climb a little bit lower here in Oscar Health on the New York Stock Exchange. And you guys know how I feel about these nicey names. Glad we're all out of HIMS, as it's kind of right back to where my final out was. It had that slow curl over, so that's something that we're going to be keeping our eye on here in Oscar. If we don't get the breakdown, I think it's like once we breach this 1317 level, you can see there's a little bit of a support system there. So if we have the ability to breach that, I think we can head into that next leg, which is around 1280, and then that time we're going to start having a good time around that neck of the woods. I mean, best case scenario, you get all the way down here, but I don't think that's necessarily going to be the case, considering there was some strong opening drive moves here, and we're not opening drive, and the pre-market was relatively strong. So we'll just hold it on one step at a time, sweet Jesus. So yeah, that's what we got going on. And there goes silver down to 72.89. I promise I'll never sing again, but that's all right. No, no, it's all right. I'm only playing around. No, it's good times, man. We're going to talk about the market, see what's going on. Oh, Gore, this is what I wanted to touch on. we're struggling, right? Like, so if you go back to what I was bringing you guys this morning, what I was showing you guys this morning, as for NVDA, is that we have this supply zone. So we're trading around 189.58. We did get a little bit of a pop, guys, in the pre-market, but we're heading right back into these supply zones, and you can see the concentration through the 90s. I think that we're going to start to push down here a little bit here in NVDA, just due to that. Let's pull it up so you can see it over here as well. Is like, okay, boom, we get in the pre-market, not much resistance. Why? Because the options market isn't alive at that point. You pop up into 193.72, and then sure enough, as soon as the open comes, 192 doesn't look back, and you print a low as around 188, as low as 188. So keep an eye out on that, just in case NVDA wants to continue its downward trajectory.
All right, guys, we added into JZXN into the high 50s, just wet the beak there at 63s or 4s, looking for continuation. So this current bar, the 1120 bar on the 5-minute chart, has a higher low. It obviously has a lower high. The high of this candle is 64, prior bar high 75 on the dot. Here's the deal. Because we added here, I have to get a bit more conservative, so current bar low ends up being my out. We've got 58, current bar low, 53, so I'm just below that. It holds current bar low, I stay in the trade. Doesn't, I'm out, and I look to reset, likely around to see if there's gonna be a $0.50 buyer. If it doesn't hold at the $0.50, I'm looking at that 40 to 35 penny area. Reason is, the 10 EMA on the 5 at 40, the volume weighted average price at 35. So we'll see how this one ends up doing. Let's go to the other one now. NMRA, I just wet the beak there as well at 3. But this one, I don't know, man. It's starting to look more bearish than bullish. Let me make my case to you guys. I really don't know how this is gonna end up manifesting. But what kept me very optimistic about NMRA was how it was handling the dips into the 10 EMA. They all look to be bottoming tail-ish, meaning, to me anyway, that the longs were placing, buy orders at around that 10 EMA, because every time it dips in there, it's being bought up aggressively. Okay, fine, you can make that argument, but the other argument, the other side of the argument is, how about these unbroken lower highs? Can't shake them, nor can you shake the 3 seller on NMRA. So I am a little bit concerned about this one. I know full well where my out is going to be, because the volume weighted average price is about 10 pennies away from where we are at 285. So it loses me as a trader. It's really that simple, okay? I'm not going to fall in love with the name. I'm not going to, revenge trade. I'm going to get this one back. I'm going to make money on it no matter what. You know what I mean? Like, there are other names that I can look at. So we're definitely looking at NMRA, but if it doesn't hold structure, I'm Gonzino. Simple as that. Let's look at the other one now. How's my other friend, JZXN? Well, it's awfully close to my stop out area. If it loses current bar low, I'm out. This candle has another couple of minutes doing its thing. We'll see how it ends up doing. By the way, it looks like the story might be all over for PHIL. That flat bottom break is coming in, and coming in quick. Man, I bet you Luis is all over this. We're going to have Luis Barbado tomorrow for all the small cap traders. He's going to be coming on with Joseph and I at around 1, right?
Yeah, 1 o'clock, man.
Yeah, so make sure to catch that. We're going to have a lot more detailed of a discussion with Luis. We're going to be talking a lot about these shorts on the small cap gappers. So I know a lot of people want to look short, myself included. So make sure you're with us tomorrow, because otherwise you're not going to learn what's good with Luis Barbado, who is, yes, a very, very good small cap trader. Joey Options. Yes, we got to go to Adair.
Could you quickly mention this headline from Tesla? Nothing major, but perhaps worth bringing up if you guys are seeing this roll around. Electric reporting that Tesla is quoting $290,000 for its 500-mile electric semi-trucks. It's going to be the long-range version. So again, Electric reporting that Tesla is quoting nearly $300,000 for its 500-mile electric semi-truck. Again, the long-range version. Back to you.
There, guys. All right, so we take a little bit more out at 1305, nothing substantial, another 10%. We're trying to hold this move into 13s, and if we're fortunate enough to get that pivot low, which I was talking about earlier, then it's going to be pretty good. So Oscar Health slowly starting to work for us, but you can see the volatility is most definitely cooling down here, guys, as the range, it's taken a lot to break down, but as long as we don't have any aggressive buyers stepping back in, and maybe we can get a couple clean more flushes, then we'll start to hit some more targets and get more and more out as we head had a little bit lower here on Oscar Health. So 2 for 4, not too bad whatsoever. Coffee money up right now, and let's see if we can keep this party going. As silver heading down to 72.55. 72.55, and the market's starting to head lower as well too, guys. And here it is. This is where you want to try to post up at the top end of the range, right? Because you don't want to have your risk to reward too wide. You're not wrong until it breaches up here. But if you get in around 52s and then you wait, you only have to give it 40 cents opposed to getting around 80s where you have to give it 60 cents, all right? So keep that in mind, guys. Just the nature of the beach as the market continues to chop. Watch for one more liquidity grab here in the TQs, and then maybe you get that slow curl over, or maybe things turn around in the overall market, all right? Once again, you want to keep your eyes on the big boys. Let's get this fixed up. We got my boy, all right, Adam. Real bad couple days trading, but wanted to stop in and wish some fine folks a beautiful day and week. This choppy trend market is tough stuff. Hey, man, listen, Adam, a couple tough days, but don't forget, you had back-to-back record days as well, too, right? That's just how it goes sometimes. You swing big, you miss big, and that's the nature of the beast. As long as you keep those losses in check, like as Neil would typically say, you're going to be fine in a matter of time. And it's weird because when you're trading, I'll go over charts on the weekend because I'm like, oh, I don't want to forget how I did it. I don't want to forget how I did it. But that's just not how it is. If you're consistently looking at these charts, you'll remember, you'll find the quality setups. Not everything goes as you would like it. And that's just how everything is, right? Like, well, I'll pull something up for you guys right now. Full disclosure, I'm not going to get into too much of the detail. But I was like, hey, man, we were rocking and rolling. We were having a good time. And I'm like, hey, sometimes it feels like they'll never end, but they do sometimes, right? So coming off of holidays, not too bad, right? Like, we're not going to complain. So that we're not, I shouldn't say holidays when I can't even walk, really. So this is me coming off of my knee injury. I have 2 red days, knock on wood, that is. Yeah, so we'll see if we can keep this momentum going, getting in the flow state and just trying to remain things. But it's like when you have this, it's like, oh, man, no, did I forget everything that I was doing before? No. Sometimes the market just isn't, you're not in sync with the market, and that's totally fine. So keep an eye out on that. Make sure you guys are documenting all your trades, journaling, writing things down. I told you, if you get frustrated, write it down. You know who I learned that from? Who? Theo Vaughn. He's like, a while ago, a long time ago, and I used to open the Word doc, I tell you, and just like, and just go nuts.
Your emotions
just get all out there. And like, if you can't say it out loud, write it down. And there it is. So that's how I was going. Knees doing okay, guys. Thank you very much.
Make Joe purple again. What does that mean, Ozan? Your name is purple right there. Joey, did you see this? So, you know how, okay, so he scored on the weekend. Look at this.
Who's this guy?
So he's covered his face, and then Martinelli covered his eyes.
Oh, yeah.
It's like one guy's covering the bottom part, the other guy.
How do you use that one guy?
Yeah, don't start that, bro. That's just so hard to do. I did before. I
think I got it one time.
So did I.
So did I.
And like, have you seen like the one that where you go like this and like you pop up a couple of fingers?
No.
Oh, don't even get me started.
Yeah, I like that stuff. This guy's like Theo Vaughn, bro. Yeah, Theo Vaughn is hilarious.
Theo Vaughn's sick.
Yeah, exactly.
I think he's hilarious, and I think he's undercover smart. Like he comes off, you know, as that like
because
that doofus guy.
He's
exactly.
Not at all. But he's a little bit smarter than what you think. He just has that persona.
There we go. All right, guys, stopped out of JZXN. It lost $0.50, so I'm out. Now I'm looking for a trend continuation. So the way that I see this one looks like it's holding the higher lows in and around mid-40s. We'll see. We'll see. I'm going to set up a dip trade for the mid-40s with a view to defending the volume-weighted average price, which is in the mid-30s. So that would be the worst-case scenario for me. So we're going to try to put an order here below the $0.50. Now, mind you, because we closed in a doji candle, I'm talking about prior bars, so the 1120 candle on the 5-minute, it closed as a doji candle engulfed by the prior green candle. I'm putting a breakout trade on top of that, meaning that if the bar, whatever bar that is, ends up breaching that 265, 266 area, I'm going long, okay? So we're gonna see how this one does. It just dipped down, dang it. It dipped down into 48s. I had my order at 45s, and now it's moving back up. So we'll see if we can work our way in, but at the moment, neither print to the top side or the low side. Hangry Wife, 100%. Shout out to Hangry Wife. Shout out to the niece as King Clutch. Delion, Sharif, bro, I got a great deal for you. I got a bridge to sell you. No, just joking. You're talking about Arsenal, huh? Okay. You know, we're on top of the Prem, right? 6 points clear of City. So, you know, we're looking decent. We're
Did you
looking
get 3
decent.
points a win in
3 points a win, 1 point tie. So Liverpool, if they had done what they should have been doing, which is win on Sunday, they were at home, they were winning 1-0 late into the game, and then they choked. They gave it up. And then the City scored a couple of goals, could have been a third. And the funny thing is, the dude who scored, Dominic Szoboszlai, he ended up getting sent off because Haaland was about to score. You know that giant alien-looking guy?
Oh, yeah, I love Haaland.
Yeah, Erling Haaland. He was about to go. He was a breakaway, so he pulled him. You can't pull last man back. It's a straight red, right?
Oh.
Yeah, you get tossed immediately. Now he's suspended. So anyway, Liverpool didn't help Arsenal. I'm not surprised there. Funny enough, though, Tottenham helped Arsenal. And you guys know exactly what I'm talking about there. If you know, you know.
Dude, one time I was on, I think it was Dundas Street, and everybody was going nuts for Haaland. They're just like chanting his name.
Yeah.
You know,
I feel like he's
nasty,
one of the
though,
best
isn't he?
players in the world.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's just
He's nasty.
let's cut the crap.
Yeah,
he's one of the best players in the world. I don't like him.
What?
He's a competitor.
Yeah,
he's a direct competitor to Arsenal.
Yeah,
I hate everybody on Liverpool except Mo Salah for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
I hate everybody on City except Omar Marmoush for obvious reasons. And you know that's the way it's going to be. You know.
I like Zlatan, man. That guy's just Zlatan Ibrahimovic.
Oh yeah.
All he knows is winning, man.
Yeah, and he's got
an
quite
ego.
the character,
Yeah,
bro.
he's an ego
quite
too.
the character. Yeah. Love it. Or Alpha, Sharif, 3K. Third day of using deep charts today. Get this platform immediately, bro. Say less. We're going to take a picture of it so I don't forget.
What is it?
It's called Deep Charts. We're going to check it out. Shout out to Fluffy. Hate is a strong word. Yeah, you know, I exaggerate for effect, Fluffsters. I don't really hate too many people. Delion, Wendy's 10. Okay, he's talking to somebody else. All right, we got a super. Shout out to Lisberto. $5 super chat, thank you. Great day. I'm up $1,600 more than my $500 daily goal. We appreciate you guys. Shout out to Juan Padilla for the tips. Hope everyone is having a good day. Thank you very much, brother. Shout out to Juan Padilla for doing it live in the chat. And thank you to Lisberto. Ozan, I don't hate Joe at all.
Thanks,
Why?
Ozan.
What is this?
Thanks, Ozan.
Guju Trader, Sharif, born and raised in the UK. Died hard Spurs, babe. I don't know if you're a die-hard Spurs, babe, or you died hard. I don't know, maybe it's a play on words, but thank you very much. One more. We got a super over here from Adam James Abroad, my man. By the way, Brett, Adam, loving the posts. You and the wife look like you're having a fantastic time. Opera Bob's Dundas West Man City Pub. Yeah, you're not going to catch me there, I promise you that.
It might be that. Prestige worldwide, though, Trader Joe. For sure, I'm all about prestige.
There you go. All right, Adaira's waiting at the big desk.
Before we get to crypto, I really quickly want to talk about some news. Now, it's worth noting Schwab and Morgan Stanley just came to my attention here, just seeing this post about on social media, but they're both down pretty heavily today. Looks like this is being attributed to a move by Altruist, a financial planning services, to roll out an AI tax planning feature that reads client documents and also basically helps generate tax strategies and run what-if scenarios without manual entry. This could be available to any advisory firm, priced at $60 per seat per month. So again, Schwab and Morgan Stanley reportedly looks like they could be dropping after facing some AI competition, specifically with regards to tax planning. Let's talk here about Robinhood, HOOD, of course, not exclusively a crypto name, but certainly one in the crypto space. Now, last year, their cryptocurrencies revenue increased by 300%. Year over year. So crypto revenue is certainly something to watch for Robinhood. Now that's included within their transaction-based revenue segments. So it's part of that larger subcategory worth noting. Overall for Robinhood, we had over 100% year over year growth in a lot of segments. So HOOD certainly being helped by crypto, but likely to be strong across the board. Let's talk about Bitcoin because this is super choppy. Intraday, or not intraday, but on the daily chart here with this range, you've got, again, this goes back to Saturday, this base of around 67 5,300 top here that we made on Sunday, going back to roughly 72,000. So within that 5,000 point range, more or less. Now, the last 2 days, we've been trading an even tighter range, low here of around 68,000, top of around 71,000. So roughly 3,000 point range for BTC. Nothing super exciting to talk about in this daily chart. Ethereum looking more or less the same, though actually poised to break out its range from, that started on Saturday. The base of that range for Ethereum around 2,000. Looks like we briefly touched that level earlier today. Back to you.
Thank you very much. All right, guys, just keeping an eye here on JZXN for a break above 65. That's where my breakout trade is situated. It still hasn't crossed that, so we're not getting the print, but it's still holding that upper trend line. So at any point here, I'm going to add into this position. By the way, I was just telling your boy Joey Opsh, Tesla finding a really nice bounce off the volume weighted average price. That could be interesting for some traders, especially with that semi headline coming out. We're going to get more on that semi as soon as things slow down. We'll get to read the article by Electric. We'll kind of do a deep dive. A lot has been made about this. I'm sure you guys have seen the back and forth that Elon has had with Bill Gates and Gates' opinions initially on the feasibility or lack thereof of an electric semi. So we'll get into all that when we have a bit of a slower moment here, Joey.
Yeah, good stuff. All right, so we're getting a pretty big bounce here, guys. I mean, this isn't genuine, but like we almost wicked a little bit south of 13.05 and into that $13 mark, right? But now we're starting to get this bounce, so I have to be prepared, unfortunately, to give some back and get out and trail this stop once we get to a certain benchmark, right? Like I'm not going to give some back, all of it back, that is, if it doesn't slowly start to curl over. And here's what I was talking about with the market. It's just channel trading, so you want to try to catch the top end of the range, sticking to just the names that I have on here right now. Silver was ideal, running into that $73 mark. It just took some time before it got to those specific levels. Now, running through the mag, let's see what Apple's been up to here on the session. Oh no. Yeah, why is it doing that?
What happened, Joey?
No, it was just taking forever to load there. Okay, Microsoft pretty strong here today, guys, right? Like so, oh, Apple. Gorev was short this yesterday, so a nice play there, brother, as you were heading towards a key neckline. So this is going to be yesterday's post-market and then the pre-market here, and you get that curl over consistent lower highs to the downside right there. Keep an eye out on AAPL for a potential flat bottom break around there. There's NVDA. Watch out for a nice move higher, right? Liquidity grab. With these names, just because the ebbs and flows, they pull back so often, it's just like so many candles are overlapping each other. You want to catch the top end of the range and give yourself a little bit of a wider stop. That's where I went wrong in SLV. I'm like, what can I do better to make sure that doesn't happen and I don't miss the bulk of the move? A little bit less shares, wider stop, and then that'll allow you to just sit there, be free, be slightly distracted. Okay, you get that pullback, we can sit through this, no problem. And then eventually you get the leg that you wanted to, unless it hits your stop, right? Moving forward, what's Amazon up to? Coming back into VWAP as well, too, helping with the overall market selling there, guys. So keep an eye on Amazon. Tesla, Sharif was talking about this not too long ago, 5-minute and 10-minute time frame. You're right at the volume weighted average price, and it looks like it wants to hold up there. Bouncing off of yesterday's highs as acting as current support, so not too bad of a look whatsoever on TSLA. And Google strong out of the gates. I told you guys we got that. Oops, ooh, that was risky there, Sharif. I went to the weekly instead of going to the daily. You know that can freeze the system up real quick around these neck of the woods. But here's that trend line.
We have small dreams.
Yeah,
like, we don't charts to load.
We don't ask for much, right, around here. So here it is, right? Like we've seen the same thing in Microsoft. I don't think this is going to be necessarily the same case in Google and Microsoft, but watch out. We are on the backside of this trend. We've had multiple touches, and now we're slowly starting to sell. What might happen here is a little bit of sideways price action, and that's what you want to see, right? Condorland, and Condorland a little bit more. So not too bad of a look there on goggles, considering they've reported. So you're good. You're not going to see any major volatility spikes unless you have some form of a headline. Same thing here with Meta, guys, moving to the downside, helping drag the overall market with it.
All right, a couple of new small cap gappers because JZXN has basically lost the trend. It's trying to stay above VWAP now, but I'm going to stop trying to focus on this one and focus on some others because it's just occupying my attention there without really any due reward. WULF, shout out to 2 New York cents. I want to get to ASTI, and shout out to Yannick for that one. WULF looking fantastic over here. Let's actually put it on the side chart so we can see percentage up. It's not up big on the day. It's only 5 1/3, but it's a great looking chart pattern. So we're going to see if we can pick some up off here, off the 10. So that's WULF. And then we also have ASTI. This is a great looking, even though it's got not great volume for $8 at around this time. It's only done about 3.4 million shares, but it doesn't matter because we've got a couple of bull flag continuations. I'd say this one really started getting off at around 9:55. You get about 20 minutes of consolidation until the candle there at 10:20. You get another breakout there, bull flag number 2, the range of which is 780 for the most part to the downside, and then about 810 to the upside. So you're going to get about 30 penny range, give or take here on ASTI. My suggestion to you is, of course, try to build it towards a lower end of the range. You are putting in some higher lows, at least since that candle there at 10:55, so you might have to pick it up at a bit of a higher price. To me, though, you lose the trade below 7 2/3 because that's where the volume weighted average price is. So let's go ahead and try to weasel into ASTI. I'm going to take off JZXN over here, JZXN, yeah, ASTI on the NQ, yes, okay. Bit of a spread here, 03s on the ask, 91 on the bid. That displeases me, but we're going to try to work in anyway. Let's set up a possible entry at 95s. We'll try the midpoint over here, see if we get the fill. We do not, but I'm going to put some more dip trades as well for, I want to say, the mid-80s. Let's see if we can weasel in to a mid-80s trade there. We're going to go 86, see if we can pick something up in and around that level. For now, though, I'm just trying to work into the trade. I don't want to punch at the highs, but I do see a possible, break through that top end of the range and bull flag number 3. You never really know how this is going to end up working out, right? Whether or not it ends up losing the level or you get a false breakout to lure everybody in like we got on JZXN. We'll have to wait and see. Separately, I wanted to mention PHIO because PHIO is really losing it here, and this one is a golden short. So whoever has locates on PHIO, good on you. This one could easily see, I want to say $1.10 to $1.15, just based upon what we did in the pre. So keeping an eye on that. Sorry, I'm just flipping to one of my scanners here. A lot of people are talking about JAG-U. What's going on with this JAG-U thing? Why is it down so much? A lot of people talking about it. Give me a sec here. So, is this an IPO? Hold on. Yeah, it is. Okay, so it's an IPO. So JAG-U IPO. It's called Jaguar Uranium. It's on the Amex. And what we saw, Joey, remember uranium was all sorts of strong yesterday?
Yeah.
So interesting time. So on the Amex, as I said, so JAG-U, this is an IPO. Looks like it opened up. Let me look at the 1 minute so I can give you the exact time. Looks like it opened up at about 11:17. So it's 43 now. It's really losing the bid. It opened up, I want to say, at 528 or 525. The low is 374. It's trading at 4 now. Volume weighted average price is about 425, 430. So JAG-U, something to keep an eye on, obviously, but you know how these IPOs are. Be careful with them. Quickly here, just before we go to Adara for happening now, and then Neil's got his lesson of the day. Quickly looking here, we don't have... okay, no problem. Let's go to Adara. She's actually got information on that JAG-U IPO.
So we're priced here at $4 per share. We opened at $5 per share before immediately halting, obviously. But again, so opening above expectations here for Jaguar Uranium. Offer amount $25 million, offering 6.25 million shares. That's the detail here for JAGU. Again, we did open $1 above that price of $4 per share for JAGU IPO. Back to you.
Thank you for that information, Adara. All right, guys, so we're going to keep an eye here on JAG-U. Look, I mean, if it starts trending up, obviously we can get locates, but they're probably going to be quite expensive, especially on IPO day. So I'd rather take this long. I'm going to keep my eye on it. I'm probably going to take off that hot garbage JZXN, and we're going to put in JAG-U. And if I like what I see on the trend, we're going to get in. Simple as that. But for now, Joey Opsh, we just worked into the new one over here. ASTI, and I'm looking at building my position here into the range. What do you got, my man?
Good stuff. I'm just talking with stock Ed 983 here.
Right.
I mean, it sounds like you've done your due diligence, my friend. I was just going to say what I was typing here. By all means, go with the plan, right, and just stick with it. And if it doesn't work, then so be it. And if it works, then we'll hit this one for you. Just be cautious, right? Like, because these assets have been so strong for so long, do you want to be going and counter trend them right now? And I talk about just making our lives easier as a trader. Like, it's like, hey, Joe, what's the bottom on Bitcoin? What's the bottom on Netflix? Like, me even trying to do so myself. Full disclosure, I own Netflix shares, I own iBit shares, but from a while ago, and I'm not just trying to bottom pick anymore. I'm waiting for trends to be broken, and then once they are, then price will dictate enough. Let's take a little bit more off here on Oscar as we run into 1303 on the bid. So we'll post up there to see if we can catch that fill here, guys. On Oscar, a little bit more of a move down. That's exactly what we wanted to see as the market is continuing to ebb and flow. HIMS starting to head towards the low of the day as well, too, guys. Bang! Oh, we caught that fill. Nice. We'll take it. So a nice little move there on Oscar Health. So yeah, just go with the flow, man. Write your game plans out. I told you guys before, like I made a big mistake, even though I did have the ability to kind of mitigate some of the loss with just writing calls. It was substantially my largest loss by far on those iBit calls. And thankful that I was just like, if I knew more of what I was doing, I wouldn't have took such a big loss and got out when I was supposed to. But instead, I'm in panic mode and I'm writing calls, which we're fortunate enough to collect some premium, but still my largest loss by far. Stock Ed and Trader Joe, thank you guys very much. Appreciate it. It's not necessarily that. It's just go with what you've planned, what you've worked on, what you've done, and execute that. Go long Apple, says Harry GA. All right, man, let's see. Should I just go long? And I'm obviously being extremely sarcastic here. We're not just going to go long Apple because Harry GA told me to, but we will take a look at it once again and see what we got going on. It looked like it was going to break down a moment ago when we were just covering it. Is it going to be in the same path? Yeah, so there's nothing here other than these support levels that are telling me to go long. Look at the breadth, right? Like, so if we talk about the strength within, Sharif was mentioning it, I've mentioned it multiple times before, each individual candle tells its own story, right? And if you look at the volume and correlate everything, to me, look how much weaker the buying is than what the actual selling pressure is. So this could be just a potential breadth, and you can see the strength within these candles. We talk about effort and result and cause and effect, right? Like effort, and what do I mean by effort and result? Well, how much volume is there, and then what is the result of that candle print? Okay, and that's what I used to gauge. Is it going to be right all the time? Absolutely not. I lost a little. Well, I didn't lose any. I got out prematurely on HIMS, just going by what the volume was telling me with that clean up push. But sure enough, it curled over and went right to the low of the day. All right. So it's VPA 101. Gorv's all over that as well too. So effort and result. Keep an eye out on that one there, guys. $13 is where we got a little bit out. 1301 on Oscar Health. We're looking for this to continue to move. I think the next target for me is going to be that 1280 level. Let's see if we can hold on to the bulk of our position. I'm sitting on approximately 75% now.
Joey, have you seen some of the RAM names lately? Micron, 2.25 in negative. SanDisk, 4.25.
Yeah,
WDC, 8.
Dude,
oh, baby.
You could be the biggest dog in the house. Like, aside from what gold is doing, the market will, you always have those opposite reactions.
100%.
In the market.
There'll be a buying opportunity most of the time.
Exactly, most of the time, right?
All right. Shout out to Hinsey. I'm just, I always like when everybody around me is in good juju, or a good mood, because then it comes back around. I've made this point before, right? If people around you have good dispositions and are in good mood, it's a bit of a selfish reason to keep them in that good mood, because then that's gonna, filter onto you. So good mood by osmosis. Shout out. All right, guys, here's what I'm involved in. ASTI right now. We're taking prints. I just took 807s. I'm in at 796. I'm trying to build a position in what I perceive to be a 30-penny range with 780 as support, 810 as resistance. So I'm just trying to build it up here and then see if we can get a break through that 8.25. That is the high of the day. So a couple of unfilled prints towards the lower end of the range. We're packing the patience, and we're looking for a little bit more. NMRA. Curling up a little bit here. Now, we got a seller at 96. It's a much slower of a mover. All right, we're into 97 now, but it's giving me that rounded vibe. You know, that I don't want to say it's a bottom because we're not at the bottom, but it's giving me that rounded pattern shape where it kind of forms a base and then the subsequent candles a little bit higher, the little bit higher highs, a little bit higher lows, kind of showing you that rounding pattern. So let's see what NMRA has to offer. I'm packing the patience over here. ORCX, can't trade this one, but it is on the move. What's going on with this? How come my time in sales? Did my time in sales disappear onto another
over there this morning.
Did you actually?
Yeah.
All right, say less. Where I'm trying to, that's a level 2. Show yourself. All right, well, it's not here, who cares? ORCX, again, this is the, this is an ETF for ORCL, up 7.9%, well off the highs though, 1181. I've been keeping an eye on this. It holds structure. 11 1/3 ends up acting as support, and now we're knocking on the door of 11 1/2. So keep your eye on that one. We can't trade it, but we'll call it out for you guys. All right, we got a dip here in ASTI. It's time to check if we got that dip trade. Yes, we did. We got filled into the bottom wick, looking for a hold here, but I know exactly where my levels are. So let's go ahead and throw in that other dip trade here just into the high 70s so we can defend that area. But we're going to look for continuation into the high. So I got 92s. Let's go ahead and set up a little bit higher into 98s. And then my next profit taker is going to be substantially above that level. We'll go 1818 for the holds. So that's my look. No others that I'm liking at the moment. But as always, guys, you know, if there are small cap gappers making moves, I'd love to hear about them from you guys. As long as you know there's a couple of prerequisites that I really want to drive home. Good volume relative to the price and relative to the time of day. It's contextual. And then number 2, it's got to be above the volume weighted average price and above the pre-market high. We'll talk more about that when we get back from the big desk with Adara. She's got breaking news.
BBBY, guys, that is Bed Bath & Beyond trading higher after the company just posted, like literally minutes ago here on their X account, that they will be participating in ChatGPT's introductory ads pilot launching this week. So again, BBBY participating in ChatGPT's introductory ads pilot. Nice look here for BBBY. That is Bed Bath & Beyond. Back to you.
Man, I was first started trading. I was like a couple months in when this thing was all going down. That was a while ago.
Hold on, I'm so confused. Oh, it delisted.
Yeah.
It delisted from January 23rd, 2024, and then it relisted, according to my charts, August 28th of last year, 2025. Okay, I didn't even know this got relisted, dude.
That's crazy.
I had no idea. So a chasm there in the chart. Again, January 23rd, 2024, the low of that price was 23.81, and then it opened up August 28th, 2025. The high there was 960, it's showing 592 high today. I didn't even know this company was still around. Shows how much I know. So we'll keep an eye out.
Yeah.
Fluffy. SUNE has been respecting VWAP for now. Let me have a look. That in, Joey? SUNE says Fluffsters. Get it, Casey. I like this, Fluffy. It's not the, you know, the best chart pattern, but what I'm liking here is some higher lows. I'm liking the higher lows. If it can hold 11 1/3, and generally this trend line over here, I think you might have something with this. I'm going to keep it on the side chart, and we'll see what's good with this bad boy here. But for now, I'm going to try to focus on the ones that I've got, Joey. What do you got?
Thank you. Matchcam 8371. You know exactly why we're doing it. No, that's funny. That made me chuckle. Did you see what she said? Bunch of comedians in the chat.
Yo, whatever, man. People will do whatever they have to do to get on the right side of the trade, my boy.
Man, that is what it is, man. Yeah. We'll do whatever. Everybody's searching for their edge. All right, guys, a nice little pop there in Oscar NY. Let's see if this is going to be sustained, right? Like if this downtrend breaks, then maybe we have to piece a little bit more out. Once again, I'm sitting on 75% of it. We don't want to give too much back. We did rock into that $13 mark, almost, not quite. But I mean, as Ricky Bobby's dad once said, you're not first, you're last. So we're going to be patient, wait for the market. Not performing well today, guys. I just feel like this channel trading is not a part of my book. I like a nice, clear direction. You want to catch the top end of the range, lower end of the range, and sell the highs, essentially. So keep an eye out what we got going on here in the overall market and some of those big boys. I'm not going to sway. Like, if it's going to be one of those days where it's just like, hey, you're not knocking it out of the park, but just like you get a base hit, a couple base hits, and sure enough, that's kind of maybe the narrative of the past couple of sessions. Could have happened for us yesterday, but that wasn't necessarily the case. So we'll accept the base hit here today. Once it breaks, I got to think about my trailing stop, 25s. I'll just call it, right? I'll just get out of it. It won't be very much, but anyways, it's better than nothing, right? And someone said this to me. He's like, hey, I was short 500 shares of silver, a couple $100. I'm like, hey, imagine you were down a couple $100. And even so, like, when you're down, you're like, oh man, I wish I took that whatever it was amount, and instead you did, and you're looking for more, and then you let the trade go against you, and that's not what you want to do. So, all right, come back in. We're gonna keep our eyes out on the tape here on Oscar Health. We traded the 3 names on the list today. That's gonna be Oscar, Silver. Oh. DataDog. DataDog is something that, DataDog was moving higher. Do I got it up here? We're going to have to implement it. We're going to insert a row right here. DDog, how can I forget you? 132, just moving sideways at this point, guys, on the 5-minute time frame. We'll head over to the higher time frames as well, to 10-minute. We'll double that. I'm surprised the 10-minute's not a little bit more popular. Nice, even number. It makes sense, no? Right? Like, I know most people trade on the 5 and the 1. It's like, who wants these odd numbers? In the 15,
I think
it's like
quarter hour, maybe.
Yeah, maybe something along the lines to do with that. But yeah, Obi likes the 15. But there it is, DataDog starting to form a little bit of a bull fight, couple stair steps to the top side. And you didn't get the break of this previous pre-market high, but now you're starting to slowly cook up here, guys. Be patient on this one. If it does want to break down, look for those 133 zones to hold up.
I'm liking this one by Grunfeld, QNCX. I like it. I like the chart pattern. I'm not necessarily a fan of the price. You guys know how I feel about these sub $1 stocks, but you can't argue with a good chart pattern, and this is what it looks like there. This is the 5. Clearly made a move at 405 yesterday. It looks like it's probably an earnings play. Just double checking my blotter. What the hell? Tuesday. Why is this moving up? Just quickly. Pre-market session company has engaged LifeSci Capital to serve as exclusive financial advisor. Okay, so it's not earnings. I just had a bias that it was earnings because it was a 405 headline. In any event, it was strong yesterday and it's strong again today, and you've got a whole lot of support here. VWAP has been very, very good on this one, whether it was in the pre-market or after, and there it goes into the day high. It is up 171%. So this looks real good here. QNCX, JAGU loses its spot on the side chart, replaced by QNCX. We're going to weasel into this one if it's warranted, man. Let me just go ahead, QNCX, and throw that on there. This is a good-looking pattern. Let's see if it comes back down to test that third of $1, because I perceive that to be like the flat top break. It's at 35 right now. Let's see if it dips into 30 to 32. Well, not 30. I'd say 32. 32 to 33. If we can pick it up around there, you could also get in now and then DCA into that level and then give yourself to 30. It loses 30, you're out. But it looks quite good here. My only issue with these ones, and I've just seen too much, man, you know, that they end up being a thick trade, and it ends up being really hard to kind of clear some levels. But hey, beggars can't be choosers, and I'm certainly not finding a whole lot to trade today, and that's been the case for a while. So QNCX, we're going to put that bad boy on there, and we're going to set up some dip trades to defend that 30 penny area. I'm just throwing it onto the side chart. Allow me a sec. And there we go. What the hell did I just replace? Okay, NMRA, we're okay with that one. ASTI, we're still building a position, so we can go ahead and put this one over here. QNCX on the NQ, there we go. So 35.40, the day high. I'm talking pennies here, not dollars. And there it goes, 35.44, new day high. So the strength is on. Let's see if it dips in. I don't know if it's dipping. You know what? I'm going to get in small share size here so we can take some continuation plays. And then we're going to set up the dip trades again, like I articulated, into those key levels. Let's go ahead and set up some as well over here, 0.34. And then we're going to defend as well, 0.32. So let's go ahead and do that. And if it loses 30, I'm out. Okay? So that's what I'm looking at there. No continuation above 35. I'm just going to go ahead and put some profit takers in case this one does get a price spike up. But I don't anticipate this one to be as directional as I had hoped. So we'll try to exercise some patience on this one. So ASTI, I haven't set up a stop on this now. I have got to set it up here. So I'm going to base it on this prior area low, the low of which is 764. So let's go ahead and throw that on there, and then we'll give it to that range. And then how many shares do we have? guy. Okay, we're good to go. Let's see if we can kind of build that position and take a break up. Juan Padilla, this Birdo is still not your unk. What?
He's saying he's still not unk.
Oh, yeah, I know. I'm
See, that's the thing with Juan, right? Like, Juan's my boy. Listen, when I was your age too, brother, did I ever think... Yeah, he's in his 20s.
Okay.
Yeah, he's in his 20s, right? I'm like, my friend, did I ever think I was going to be 30? No, you think you're going to stay young forever, but time waits for no one.
I knew I was going to get old. I just didn't think I'd be in the kind of shape that I'm in at my age. That's the only thing.
That's fire, man.
And can I say something to you?
That makes you younger, though.
But, okay, it's great when you're in it, but it also, when you don't anticipate that you're going to be able to hold that into your older age, you end up doing a lot more and accelerate a lot more in your younger years. You didn't need to accelerate. That's the wisdom I've acquired from, you know, trying to hit the gas a little bit artificially. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear you.
And any
I don't know, man. I don't like. Yeah, I'm not saying I'm struggling, but I'm like, man, the 20s were it. The 20s were it, man. I get in my 30s now. I'm like, man. Time's a ticking, man. Time's a ticking. It's crazy.
I appreciate you, Trader604. I'm sorry, Wyatt, man. I hate to, you know, upset you over there, brother. I'll slow down, I promise.
Who won?
No, Wyatt. Well said.
What did Wyatt?
All right, guys. It is that time of the day. The clock hits noon, 12 o'clock on the dot. That means we're going to the big desk for Happening Now, and then Neil is going to pontificate with his lesson of the day.
30 was hard, man.
Here's the S&P 500. We'll start with on the 15-minute chart. Pretty choppy here, though, again, holding slightly higher lows if you look like for starting from pre-market and then also the lows that we got right off the day. Again, though, kind of a choppy session. NASDAQ looking more range-bound rather than choppy with not even having those higher highs that we have, higher lows that we have in the SPY. Let's talk here about Morgan Stanley and Schwab, both of these getting hit pretty hard today. I did mention this earlier, but in case you missed it, this is moved down as being attributed to Altruist, which is, I guess, a tax planning service. They announced they're adding a AI tax planning helper to their Hazel program. So that only costs $60 a seat a month anyway. So people are, again, raising some concerns in addition to these worries that we have about the software as a service sector being taken over by AI. Now we even have tax planning with some AI alternatives. Then I want to talk about BBBY, which just popped here. Bed Bath & Beyond announcing that they are participating in ChatGPT's introductory ads pilot, which launches this week. Earnings, of course, are absolutely going to be on watch still. We had already day one earnings moves from the likes of Spotify, Coca-Cola, not DraftKings, DataDog, and Ferrari. But then tonight after the bell, we're going to get Lyft. We are going to get Ford. We're going to be getting Robinhood, by far the biggest of these, Cloudflare, and also Upstart. So it'll be a really exciting post-market earnings slate, 4 p.m. Eastern. Myself, Neil, Brendan, and Sean. Don't be late and don't miss it. But also don't miss, in just 1 hour from now, we're going to be getting a White House press briefing from Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. Sometimes market-moving things can be said. So if you want to be there for that and see what happens, definitely stay here with me. At 1 p.m., we'll cover all of that for you live. But in the meantime, we have live coverage on Neil's lesson of the day. Neil, lesson time.
Thanks, Adara. Yeah, time for the lesson, and one that, the lessons usually, it's for everybody, but, sometimes it's like I'm directing it more at myself than other days, and this would be one of those days. It's just about if you have something that works, and if something is part of your execution plan, it's okay to have other types of entries or other types of executions out there. However, if your go-to is working, don't jump into another lane, because what'll happen is it'll just muddy the situation up for you a lot of times. And I'm going to stare this down. We talk about this all the time. I take the stairs up and whatever, stair-step pattern. Buying the dip was something that got talked about here on an upward trend this morning, and some viewers are even mentioning if you're looking for shorts, short the rips, which just means, short into that lower high, like that kind of a thing. And one of the setups I like for a short is pretty much exactly that. Like it's a pretty standard playbook for me. If you get a fail, if I don't see resistance level, and we'll come to Intel because this is going to be the obvious example here. you come into Intel, yesterday's 51 resistance, that's the spot I'm looking for. The lower high is the first thing that comes in. It's a failed break of the pre-market high, which if that happens and I'm looking bearish under 51, the first chance is usually the pop, either in the prior support low or the volume weighted average price. Today it's a volume weighted average price. It went, filled in the gap to target, great, I got out. I'm looking for re-entry, doesn't give VWAP, so I missed this trade. Now here's where, when I miss this trade because it doesn't go into VWAP, I end up taking this breakdown, which is not typically something I'll do. Don't get me wrong, like it can fall apart all over itself. That trade in and of itself isn't the end of the world. Like I'm taking the breakdown, I'm giving myself an out. It's fine because if it does fall apart, I'm probably not complaining about it. But it's what it costs you in terms of a normal execution. And my normal plan of action is to simply wait for the topping tail candle and then just get it on the other end. Instead of trying to get this breakdown, it's hilarious in that usually how I'd be playing this is let this happen and then just get in somewhere here, or even just get in at the same price I had before after the topping tail candle. And then once you're off schedule or off plan, out of your lane, or whatever it might be, well then suddenly I'm not taking this breakdown. It's like, well, if you like the breakdown, well, this is as good a breakdown, if not better, because it's through the low of the day. And then I'm also missing that. I'm like, oh, great. So now I took a breakdown that didn't work, didn't do the buy the rip or the short the pop setup. So I've like done the one that didn't work, didn't do my usual, which did work. Then I don't do the thing that was the mistake before, and it does work out. So now you're like hyper frustrated because this downward trend is going, and I'm not catching any piece of it. So I then don't take either one of the short the pop situations. It's like one little step out of your bounds, out of your lane, and suddenly I'm missing every short setup. And that's typically not how it would go. Like I'm not usually that dude who Intel does this off VWAP and trends down all day, and I only had one short on it, and I couldn't even find my way into one when it just kept falling all over itself. And that's what it comes down to. It can be frustrating when you have a situation where, okay, like all of the things that you like the most that you got into didn't work, but I can't offset it with the one that should have been the best because I bungled it. So it's a situation where for myself, like it's going to be tough for me to be green on a day like this because Intel can make up for usually, you know, like the IBIT didn't work and NVIDIA didn't work, and usually I'd have Intel just make up for two of those and then some, because I think if you're being reasonable about it, I think if you can have what you consider a good trade to cover up like two bad ones. I hear the term, and I saw it this morning, someone saying they had their, they hit their daily goal or whatever it might be. So, like, I mean, a good rule of thumb, if I'm putting it in those terms, is if you happen to have a goal, you never know what the market's going to give you, so I'm not really about the daily goals. It's a weird thing in prop trading. Most prop traders don't have one. But if you keep your losses like, okay, well, a stock that I'm down on, it's half the daily goal, a third of the daily, whatever that might be, just as long as it's not, you know, oh no, I'm losing 2-3x of my daily goal. Like that could be a bit of a problem. But the bigger issue, of course, is doing other things. Like if you're in your head saying, oh, that's not that big of a loss, but it's 2-3x your daily goal, that's a problem. But also I have to recognize that, hey, because of that first trade on Intel, I'm up on Intel today because of that first trade. But it has to be a fail. I know it's nice of you, Shreep, but I know it's a fail because I missed so many opportunities. Because I jumped from one lane, which was the short the pops, to taking a breakdown trade. And then when that didn't work and I missed the short the pop, I then jumped back to saying, well, I don't want the breakdown trade. Then that trade did work, the flat bottom break. And by that point, I'm like, okay, well, now I'm switching again and I'm not taking the short the pop. You just start getting, you start to overanalyze things. And it's an easy way to sort of get out of the flow as a trader. Like stick to what usually works best for you. And if that means, you know, I wait for this little short to pop and this flush happens and I never get that trade there, then I got to be able to live with it. Just sort of stick with the A to A plus setups if you can. And it does require sometimes getting you might get a little bit of FOMO, because I have to think of it this way. If we fall apart here and this breakdown looks like this, I have to be willing to live with that, okay, fine, I missed that trade when it happens, to know that my bread and butter is usually taking these ones.
Like, that's just how I roll. So I know what usually pays the bills, and you've got to try to stick to that, because ultimately, like, your strategy is everything. You don't get to be a consistent trader without first developing something that gives you a positive expectancy. And then your job is to do enough of that and make enough on it so that when you are inevitably wrong, you are making more on your positive expectancy trades than you are losing. Right? So you follow your plan enough so that you can do that, and then once you're consistent enough, you can then start worrying about things like scaling, right? Like, it's tried and true. I've never really seen traders do well without some semblance of that pattern, but it does first require you to stick to your plan of action. There's lots of ways that a trend can work. There's lots of ways that you can set up stops on a breakout. There's lots of ways that you can put targets out. And even on the same stock, there could be 4 or 5 different ways that you're trading it that could work out in a given day. But you have to stick to the one that works for you, because jumping back and forth is a good way to get messed up, like I did today on Intel. So good luck, everybody. I'm going to go have some rice and chicken, which I've been told, like, there is chicken in here, but like it's like a little vegetable, bunch of vegetables. There's like chicken somewhere in there. Apparently the portion might not be that big, but it does look tasty. So we got the Thai chicken going on with a little bit of rice, little vegetables in here. It looks pretty solid. I'll let you guys know how it is. Good luck.
The food does look good, Neil. It's the quantity that I have a bit of an issue with today, being a hungry boy. No, the quantity. I want more.
Neil's going to be coming in here with Pizza Nova and a Spanish.
Pizza Nova.
I promise you. He's like, yeah, no, we're going to go hit some Pizza Nova there.
He's going to get pineapple on that bad boy, too. You know it. He's going to come back reeking of cheese and pineapple. That would be the day that I buy a lottery ticket immediately, because the world would be turning on its head. He's coming in hot. He's going to give the finger the Matumbo. Yeah, your boy Neil's not going to be eating pineapple pizza willingly. He does. He's a good sport, so if he loses a bet, he's going to do it. We all saw that.
I think it complements the ham, though. Like, the ham is key, right? Like, you got to get the ham, make sure the ham's properly cooked.
Booger check? I got no boogers, man. Get out of here, man. Or Alpha check. Making me worried over here.
Yeah, we don't.
FGL. Let's check out FGL. I heard you guys yelling about this earlier. What is this thing? Why is it moving like this? Hold on, Joey. It's moving crazy. It's done 158,000 shares, guys. It's up 33%. What am I supposed to do with this? Hold on. We're going to bring it in. We're going to have a look at how absurd it is. Shout out to the Fluffsters. Just eat your eggs. Just shut up and eat your eggs, Sharif. All right, I'm sorry, Fluffy, man. Hey, guys, what am I supposed to do with this? It's not even able to print candles. Yeah, this is not for me at all, unless I'm seeing something different. FGL Founder Group. This looks like an IPO. No, it's not an IPO at all, excuse me. It's been trading for a while. Let me just look at the daily. Yeah, this is not an IPO. Pardon me. I misspoke. Guys, it's not doing anything. It's done 158,000 shares of volume. I believe it's down halted here. It's halted at 1323. So right around here, it's really not for me. It's just hard to trade something that illiquid, but thank you for that. I did see it in the chat. Someone did mention it before. So. TT Mass saying CNET. Let's have a look at CNET. Who still uses CNET for like information on tech? Because I feel like some of their reporters are still pretty good. Just for tech-based stuff. Yeah, let me know if you guys are still on that. I remember I used to watch, they had a TV channel back in the day on satellite. That's how long ago this was, and it was actually a good one. It was like all computer stuff and super tech nerdy. You remember that? Like, you could download shareware, Fabian, off CNET. Yeah, it got a little sketchy. I do agree, but there was a lot of good that came out of that. There's a lot of other sources he's saying. Yeah, and I kind of agree with that. There's just a bunch. In any event, yeah, I do like this pattern here on CNET. My man Big Spile would definitely like this because he's a big fan, Joey, of rounded bottoms. Oh. And this is one hell of a rounded bottom over here. Trying to work its way back above that dollar. Not quite having that opportunity yet. But keep your eye on CNET, man. This is up 35 and change and nothing to sneeze at. So what we're going to do is we're going to take off Playboy because Playboy is not doing much. We're going to throw in CNET. And we're going to see if we can execute if it's warranted on this one. I also want to go over PHIO because I see you guys talking about that. It's possibly breaking trend here, and if it is, we're gonna look at it. So let's look at PHIO for the crew. So this is what I was looking at, Joey. Joey, look at this. I want to show you this.
Okay.
So look at that trend line coming in. Area reject through topping tail, and it's doing it again.
Yeah.
See, you know what I mean? Like, and so this is why I don't get lured in once it breaches. I insist on a closing print for exactly that reason.
Above the
trend line.
Big time.
You know, your boy Neil's all about that life, right? He loves the trend line break. I'm starting to really get behind that thinking and that style as well. And PHIO is just not showing me what I need to see. Now, what if it does? If it gets above this 140 area on a closing basis, I feel it would have broken trend, and I'll get into it. But for the moment, I still feel that the sellers are in control. We keep putting in lower highs, local area highs. I'm not talking about prior bar high. It's obviously breached prior bar high, but is having trouble taking out this trend line. So I'm very much alive to PHIO. But I just don't feel that it is right at the moment. Quickly here, some of the trades. Let's take a look at that. Your boy Nomura is working back into 3. We've got 97s. We built the position in on this one, so I'm looking for a breach of 3. Otherwise, I'm not interested in taking prints. ASTI, what do we got on here? We got 88s on ASTI, showing me 91s. I'm looking for a move above 8. It had a good hold of VWAP, but we're still putting in lower highs. So I am concerned here about the ASTI trade. And then QNCX, I've built the position now, and it is for the moment finding support at 33, and that's the area we earmarked. We said $0.33 area support. We've got that now, but now I'm looking for the move back up, and we're not getting anything move back up. In fact, we've got 1, 2, 3. Now this is the 4th candle in a row on the 5-minute chart with lower high. So I need to see a trend change here, man. Give me a prior bar high breach, and we're not getting that. I still have a DCA here into 32. It's still unprinted. It loses 30. I'm out. QNCX. Sub $1, but up 155%, Joey.
All right, man. I'm going to take a look at something. Ooh, okay.
Ooh, baby, I love your way.
All right, so we got, yeah, that's all right, man. Keep singing it, baby. We hit the karaoke machine, man.
Get it,
yeah, we know your neck of the woods we got a lot of those over there.
Bro, I'm telling you, you will have the time of your life.
Yeah,
they can do. Koreans love.
See, the thing
love
is, when I go there, I don't try to be good because I know I'm not good. So
Neither am I. I'm trash.
So
I know I'm trash.
It's more or less like get the mic away from this guy. All right, here it is, right? So we take the majority of our position off. We're slowly starting to curl over, but what we're going to do is look at some spots. So I'm holding on to approximately 20% of my remaining just to see what happens, right? So we did lock out some. We didn't run into the below 13 into that 1285 mark that we were looking for.
My man.
Hold on. No, we're not doing that right now. I'm going over SPY. And then we can look at
You're going over SPY when big SPY's here?
Yeah,
That's
it's fine.
crazy.
All right, 695. I think it's risky just due to where we're currently sitting at. It's at the money. That's a tough play, right? It expires next week, so keep an eye out on that. Just be cautious of what's going on. All right, here it is. Are we ready for this?
Yes, sir.
Big smile verified. I don't see any blue check mark by your sign, your name.
Oh, he's automatically verified wherever he goes.
All right, let me read this first.
He's such a liability, bro. He's such a liability. Bad Bunny, all I see is Bad Bunny there, man.
Yeah, I'll read the second half. The first half we're not going to read out loud.
No.
LJS got back from being a backup dancer for Bad Bunny. Bueno trabajo. All right, good job, he says. Thank you. Timu Football. Thank you. I much appreciate it, man. We're not going to read the first half there, obviously. But, hey, man, if I was a backup dancer for my boy, Bad...
Getting paid. You'd be getting paid.
You know what that means, my boy? All right, but yeah, aside from that, guys, thank you very much. Good seeing you in the chat. Big smile, man. I hope everything is going good for you. I'm sure you like the blood in the streets that we've seen in the last couple of days. But it's time for our friend Frederick Von Yummy Pants, also a.k.a. Danny Boy. All right? So on the first, this is a serious one though, I think, all right? So on the first week of January, I picked up Dow, HUN, and CC because they are all great looking long-term charts with obvious upturns taking place. However, CC reports soon and it may be time to let it go. Thoughts on CC? Well, we can take a look at CC. We can take a look at CC. Jim Morrisco, I'm not familiar with this one. Steady uptrend. I mean, what we got going on with the street, I wouldn't go against what you got going on. Like, this is a steady breakout, not going against that. As simple as it is, continuously rock and roll, go with the flow. And I think that's what the majority of individuals are doing right now, is just going with the flow. Bottom at 15, you're up 20% from that mark right there. So not too bad of a look, guys, whatsoever. We got on CC 33% more or less. So
all right, we're going to go to a Dara in a second, Joey, but I want to mention that ASTI did break above 8. It got into 818, and we took a whole bunch of prints there. I think we have 780 on. Watch out for the flat top break, though, guys. It's not an ascending wedge, but there's an obvious seller at 20 pennies. It's more like a 10 penny flat top, but the wicks do work its way up into that 20 penny level. So be alive to ASTI. It's an obvious range. Here it is again into 18s. There it goes into 23, 24. We get the breakout. We've got 77s on. The spread is opening up into 24 pennies. Watch out. This is dangerous here. Take some beak wetters as the price action develops here, because ASTI, and it gets into that high end of the range, the spread opens up crazy as the liquidity dries up. So be careful with this one, but we're doing it live. We're looking for a high day break, 824 high.
Tesla broke out heavy.
Take a look here at this market. Nice bounce from the lows. I do want to mention we are having some comments from Fed's Hammock. This began at 12 p.m. I'm just seeing a summary of the comments, so I do want to go over them because there are some things of note. I think biggest thing here is she's still being quite hawkish, which isn't a change for her. She's generally been pretty hawkish, but she's saying that the Fed's rate policy could be on hold for, quote, quite some time. Inflation is still too high and that tariff issues are still in play. She also thinks there's a risk that inflation could stick at 3% this year and that it needs to come down. What's worth noting as well is that Hammock is actually a voting member this year. So these comments coming from Hammock could actually play a role in rate decisions given her voting status for 2026. Back to you.
Yeah, Joey, what are you looking at, brother?
Good stuff, yeah. Market, someone was telling me, hey man, market might find a little bit of a curl around. That has been the case so far. Running into that $52 mark, starting to come back in a little bit. Sharif was like, Joe, man, look at Tesla right at the volume weighted average price, and now we're experiencing a breakout in this name. So Tesla most definitely in play over the past 4 sessions. Looks like we're on a 4-day green streak. Right off of this 398 mark. Oh man, why didn't I see that? Go do a little bit more DD and go over some of these mag names. But I mentioned I'm just avoiding the tech trade right now, espresso. So shout out to that. Nice move, nice breakout there, and Tesla volume starting to pick up as well. You can see that breakout candle, boom, straight to the top side. So a nice little move there. Let's see, CRM, Salesforce putting in a session as well too, Sharif. Not too bad of a look off of these lows.
Oh, it recovered. It was decidedly negative in the pre-market.
Yeah.
Nice recovery there.
Nice recovery by Benioff and company. Yeah. Let's see what my boy CrowdStrike is up to. Let's see how we're doing. Where are you? Where are you? Shout out to CoreWeave, sorry for that, but shout out Blink-182 for those who are fan. Where are you? All right, anyways, moving on. Not much going on CoreWeave, guys. I can't find CrowdStrike. It's usually typically at the lower end, but there it is. Bang, CrowdStrike. Are you... Yes. Let's go, man. With that being said, a nice little bounce off of those 415 there on CrowdStrike. Let's see what we got going on here with our visualizer here. See how the chat is doing. I'll tell you, I'll give it to, hey, listen, the chat gives it to me straight. I'm going to give it to them as clear as I possibly can, man. 8th place, not bad. All right, not bad here. You guys were second last for quite some time. Ramin falling in the ranks as well. Down 6% there. Your boy down 1.39%. Sharif and I just been leapfrogging each other here in that 3rd and 4th slot right there. Sean falling a spot as well too, guys. But I did have 2 of my names. We had JP Morgan slightly green this morning, right? But we're getting a small pullback in Walmart. But a nice recovery here in CrowdStrike. We're at a low of around 15 to 20%. So Adara still cooking up all 3 of her names now. Boeing continuing to the top side. Starbucks up a staggering 10%. Yeah.
I had no idea.
Yeah, there you go. Bang. It's a long game, that's for sure. Oracle 20%. Obi still holding on to that top spot, 23.5%. All 3 of his names, 2 of them being short, with 1 of them being long. So good work there, Obi.
All right, would love your thoughts on app. Absolutely. Shout out to, I'm just going to say your name properly here, Harto Hardo Heart Media, thank you very much for the $5 super chat. I'm just waiting for this trade to resolve here. QNCX is the one I'm focusing on. That's that small cap gapper, and there it goes in the 35. We sized up here, guys. We've added into this position. Let's see if it can break out above 35.44. That is the high of the day at the moment. I'm still holding ASTI, I'm still holding NMRA, but I'm focusing here at the moment on ASTI because 35 pennies has been a hard level to breach. Let's go ahead and set up at 36 on the dot. So we'll set up there, but yeah, again, moving into 35 and again, selling at 35. No continuation, sadly, despite the fact that we were above it momentarily on that 11.55 candle. So we'll keep an eye out on that. I see JZXN Bovin is my biggest loser on the day, and I'm prohibited now from trading it, not like by the company, but by myself, because it has been no good to me. But let's take a look here at app. One that I typically look at all that much, but we'll have a quick look. I'm assuming you're asking from a daily as opposed to an intraday because it's kind of, not really doing a whole lot. What I didn't like about this, and I remember looking at this before, that 735 double top, and then it lost the neckline at 525. And then it really lost it at 5, right? It bled its own blood quite aggressively. All the way down into 375, that bottoming tail candle on the 5th of February. It's not even bottoming tail. Recovering nicely. What I'd look for, number one, that 500 is super important. Reason is $500 psychological resistance and or support, and now you're getting the 200 SMA and the 200 EMA amalgamating at that $500 area. You're gonna have to reclaim the 200 from the south side, right? So let's look, it's number one, can it do that? Number two, is there gonna be more resistance at 525? Don't forget the bag holders, right, that are going to be holding it from that area and want to get the hell out. As well as the shorts, they're going to see the same thing as well. And you have a base here at 525 from the 20th of January to when it started bleeding its own blood on the 30th. So defended it for a period of 10 days. On a closing basis, it did wick below it. But that is my kind of look there with respect to app. I'd like to see it reclaim 500 above the 200 SMA, above the 200 EMA, which are almost at the exact same price. But I do like that bounce off, what was the low of this candle here? 360. 360. It looks like more like a 375 hold. And that 375 was an area of important resistance going back. Look at how many days from May, mid-May of 2025 till all the way, I want to say, when it really claimed it to the end of July. So that 375 could be an interesting shelf area. Now you did wick below it, but you were quickly retraced above it. So I like that part of it. I'm not liking the fact that it's below the 200 and the fact that it lost the neckline. But you can always account for that, of course, using strategic stop placement and whatnot. Just to continue on here, Joey. Sorry, I've been talking for a while. QNCX into the high. Here we go. It looks like there's aggressive buying. Let's now just wet the beak here. Oops. All right. There we go. Looking for a 36 print here on QNCX. Good look, good look. How's that other one trade doing? Oh, that's right. It's at the high of the day, Asti. Get it, baby. Into 830. It's an 835, showing 31s, excuse me. Let's go ahead up. Set up at 37. There's 32. There's 35. Let's see if we can get a bit more here. I'm going to set up at 45. Looking for a move above the high of the day, 835. Showing me 35s right now. Let's go, Asti. Great looking bull flag pattern. Now it is taking out the high. And there goes QNCX, Joseph. Taking out all my prints. It is the inverse of bleeding your own blood.
Oh. Blood bag.
Yes, there it goes into the high. It's up 186%. Go QNCX. 39.06 high. We're going to set up here above 39. So we're going to go 41. Let's see if we can take out that area top. It is a little ambitious, but I'm going to do it anyway. What do you got, Joey?
Do it, man. Do it.
Doing it well. Oh, that's LL, man.
Yeah, LL,
oh,
man.
No.
All right, IBKR. How you do? How you doing? How you doing? Oh, Sharif, almost all-time highs on A. I touched it today, up to 78 smackers right there on Interactive Broker. I know, man. Crazy. All the options activity coming straight from your boy here. 129% from those April lows. A nice little grind higher there in IBKR. There's news as well too. They're teaming up with Coinbase. I believe Adara was bringing it. told us that. Yeah.
For crypto?
Yeah, for crypto, I believe that is.
You know that we can't trade crypto. You and I still were blocked.
I know.
Why is that? Why can we see all the data?
They best,
you can see the level 2, the time in sales, everything but punching, Joe.
Everything. Hey, man.
Someone make it make
Don't
sense,
worry, man. The market's going to be what's it called? It's going to be nonstop anyways if it isn't already. All right, guys. We have gone absolutely nowhere on the Qs in 4 months. Literally a horizontal line. PS, the rocks up front, and Sherborne is the GOAT for karaoke. You know what I mean? Shout out to our guy Adam James abroad, my friend. He knows the city. He knows the city. He knows everywhere he goes. So, yeah,
He's
go
a
check
vibe, that guy, bro.
Yeah, he is. Go check out his thing, man. There's a lot of traveling going on there. I like him when he's climbing up. I was making fun of him. He's climbing up this mountain and he's trying to catch a ride. I'm like, walk your lazy bum up that mountain, my friend. And what are you trying to hail a ride, man? Get those steps in, brother. No, all fun and games. But yeah. All right, guys, let's see what else we got going on. A slow curl over here in Oscar. We did take out the majority of our position right there at 318. It looked like we were going to curl back over, but we're starting to get somewhat of a rebound. So break even is going to be our out on that one if it does come back up to 1349. Going across the board, I don't want to just start jumping around as Neil was talking about lane switching this morning, and we don't want to be switching lanes over here. We want to stick with what has been working for us. Even though they're more of a slow grind, there might be a potential continuation to the downside here in silver. But what I've noticed with these, with the commodities, is whatever direction they are trading in, as simplistic as it may sound, just go with the flow and don't fight it. It's a nice steady recovery. We have 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 35 minutes of just steady up and to the right here on silver. So all day grinding to the downside, recovered in the span of a half an hour on silver. The market's slowly starting to curl back over once again as well too, guys. So establishing a lower high on that front. Keep an eye on this. You want to draw your basic trend lines. As soon as that 52 mark breaks, get out of dodge. But this is what I'm talking about in silver. Just go with the flow. If it's going to just slowly start to recover, you just want to participate on that front. Is this going to be an add opportunity? I really want to focus and just get into the nitty-gritty and the detail here on Oscar. This is the 10-minute time frame. What I'll do is give myself a little bit more detail on the 5 minute to say, hey, Joe, is this an add opportunity for that move to the downside? And you can see right here, I think this is a crucial point. 1326. We failed to establish a break of that 1332 mark, so a lower high being formed right there. And if you have the ability to break 1317, then maybe we can add and use this as our out. Considering that I'm adding, what's going to happen to my average? It's going to drop, obviously. And with that being said, it's going to tighten my stop. But if we are going to slowly start to curl over once again, then I like our chances. Hims putting in a new low of the day. It's unfortunate that we didn't hold on to that one, but it is what it is. We got a nice little move on it. We were red on the day with silver, and then we hopped over to Hims looking for the short, in which we were looking for yesterday, and fortunate enough to catch that move. Multiple touches, and then you can see with each pullback, you're slowly starting to establish a lower high, and sure enough, you eventually breach it to the downside, and then now you are establishing a new low of the day. A nice bounce. Ooh, look at that on the tape there. A big clean flush to the tape and a rebound. So that was about 5 or 6 cents right there. Okay, you know what, man? I got to put my money where my mouth is here, Sharif, on Oscar Health. I think I'm going to add a little bit here, brother.
Sounds good, brother. There you go. There you go. We're going to wish you multiple storms of prints.
Appreciate
you, my man. All right, guys. Taking out a little bit more out here on QNCX as this bar is engulfed by the prior bar. So we have a couple of more outs, but now we're going to move up to break even. So we go up into 32. So 31.5 for those who are looking, because you can do that with these ones because, well, they're south of $1. So they have 4 decimal places that you can post at, okay? But ASTI is him right now. There it goes into the high of the day. It's into 850. We just went the beak there at 45s. Good move up here. ASTI about 30% in the Ville of Green. There it is, right into 30. Let's see if we can take out the $0.50. It is the high of the day right now, 850 on the dot. It hasn't done too much in the way of volume, which has contributed to the wider than normal spread we typically see on these small cap gappers, but it's really tightened up here. I've seen it as wide as 30, 40 pennies, especially when it got into that area high. At the time, it was about 810, 820, but it's since tightened up. Look at that, 45 on the bid, 44 on the ask, 43 on the bid. It's a 1 penny spread. Probably doesn't stay that way for that long, but it's looking good here. A lot more tradable. And as you look at the volume on this, the volume has started coming in. It's not at the highest point it's been all day, but it's better than this sort of chasm that we had midday where, you know, these prints were doing what, 30,000, 44,000, 25,000 shares a pop. Now we're doing Ds. We're doing about 94, about 75 over here. So not the greatest, but definitely tradable. So QNCX and NMRA are the ones that I'm focusing on. And I'm being stubborn on NMRA because I'm seeing these higher lows for the most part with that seller, that staunchy, convicted seller at $3. Not exactly at 3.99s here, 3 here. Sometimes it's 98 that we're at right now, but most of the time it is 99 and 3 that we're seeing a lot of selling at and big selling. So, you know, the higher lows can only give me one piece of the picture here in terms of prediction. I'm going to take that and I'm going to stay in the trade for a breach of that 3. That's my bias there. We'll see how it ends up doing. Let's see what the super we got. Shout out to the man. SP Williams 48. He's dropping 5 in the chat. We're going to thank him for that. Sharif, SKTL, not a big deal. Which way do you think it will gap? Up or down? Consolidating now. Let's take a look. So SKTL. Ticker. Allow me 1 sec. Okay, TL. STKL, sorry. STKL. Pardon me, guys. STKL. All right, what a gap up the last couple of days, but what a tight range. So look at that. Look at that closing print on the 5th. The close, cash buyout. Neil knows about this because he's a buyout king. Okay, so it's a cash buyout. That's why we gapped up like this. So this is what we call on the floor basically a buyout trade. And it's a completely different technique and methodology to trading these ranges. Remember, oh, you weren't around Greg days, were you?
I was not,
Floor
no.
manager, yeah. If you traded buyouts, you automatically got in Greg's good books. Yeah, he wanted to see that because he made good money on trading buyouts as well. A lot of the floor did. So it's a completely different beast. So I'm going to give you a very, very basic way of trading these buyouts. You sit heavy on the bid or the ask, and you're looking at taking 1 or 2 pennies with big size. That's basically the name of the game there. And you're trying to gauge which way it's going to trade based upon, you know, the technicals. You see big buying at certain areas, big selling. So by way of example, I'd sit here at, say, just giving you any random number, 640. I put 10,000 shares. I'm in 10, I'm in 15,000 shares at 640. And I'm looking at wetting the beak at 641. Couple of ways to make money. Obviously, the price accretion. You make money on that 1 penny move. But also, you're probably also going on an inverse gateway. So you're getting paid to add liquidity. So you make money a couple of ways there. Obviously, it's a little bit more nuanced. So if you're interested in buyout trading, you got to go and do your deep dive. But that's basically the name of the game. Now, but your question was, which way does it fold? Does it gap down or gap up? Hard for me to answer that question because it is a buyout and it's not really, you know, subject to the same norms that we get with these, with the price dynamics of normal stocks that are trading on fundamentals and technicals. So I can't answer that question. I hate to kind of leave you in limbo. If I had to guess, it probably fills the gap a little bit to the downside, but you never really know. I have to pause here because QNCX is all sorts of crazy, and there it goes again. Joseph Options, we're going to take that beak wetter. That is a new high day, 40.75. What do we got on this? We got 32s dropping back down into 38s. I'm going to go ahead and wait a little bit higher. We're going to go to 45s now. So by definition, that will be a high of day break. So QNCX sub $1, but treating me well on the day. Yeah, so I hate to sorry leave you, P. Williams. I think maybe it fills the gap a little bit here. Maybe down into 6. I don't know. I don't even want to give you a pronouncement on this because I really don't have a good understanding of, you know, the gap fills on these buyouts. So all I can really tell you is, you know, just how we were taught to trade it on the floor. It's basically, you know, a structured trade. You're sitting on the bid, sitting on the ask, and you're looking to get out, and then you're adding liquidity into the market. You're getting paid by the gateway, by the market makers, as well as making a price, you know, move 1-2 pennies, Joe.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, Adam, I mean, the West Coast typically go to Baja, you know, and then Puerto Vallarta. I would love to go there.
They always say every time. Like
West
when I went to Cabo in November, it's almost everybody's from California.
Yeah, Yeah. And then when you go over to the East Coast, you got the Cancun, you got people come from Calgary.
Exactly.
Yeah. I'll say something, man. I love my Canadian brothers, but people from Calgary complain a lot, man. I don't know what's up with that. Is that a Calgary thing? Fabian, was that your laugh? I don't know. That was crazy, man. Yeah, this one guy just wouldn't stop complaining like all the time. I'm like,
why?
bro, I don't know, man. I'm just like,
Complaining
hey, man.
about?
Well, his flight was delayed,
that I can
and you
sympathize
know
with.
what I mean? It's just like, hey, man, just chill out. Have a nice wobbly pop. Chill out a little bit. And
You know what aggravates me? When you get up like at 6 in the morning because they're going to pick you up at the hotel at 7:30, and you're like, all right, sick, I'm going to be home by 2 o'clock. You know, it's only a few-hour flight. And then your flight doesn't leave till like 4 o'clock that day. It's just infuriating, but you're gonna get some money back.
Yeah, that sucks.
The saving grace.
I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I don't know what it is. I must have a horseshoe. I'm not gonna finish that sentence, but like, dude, I've never had any. Okay, aside from the Air Canada thing, I've had pretty good luck with flights and stuff, man. I've never had one really delayed. Really, they're like a couple minutes, nothing substantial. Other than when I had to plane, trains, and automobiles back from Chicago.
Yeah,
that was fun though. That was fun.
Intense.
Yeah, that was fun, man. I was exhausted. Yeah, exactly. All right, guys, is this our ad opportunity right back into these markets? Sorry for talking a book on the same one name here, but this is what we got going on. We've been holding on to these things. You've noticed as of late, I just stick to a couple of names, stay in them longer. If we continuously hold this trend, then I think it's going to be a good quality ad opportunity for an additional leg lower, and we're continuously flushing, hitting that bid clean. So I have to take this attempt. It's going to drastically change my average price, but why not, man? It's either we add a little bit more fuel to this fire or we get stopped out break even. That's the worst case scenario. We've already figured out what the situation may be. Let's see if we can add a little bit more. What's my average down? Okay, so we don't have too much room, right? Like to 26, and then we're out to break even because we're not going to allow a loss on this trade. So let's go. Let's get this breakdown here on Oscar Health. I added 66% more of what I currently have right now. So lucky Joe, but now he's talking to you to ends it is. But now, knock on wood. Yeah, we're going to knock on wood with that one. But yeah, let's go. Let's see if we can get this breakdown here in Oscar. Once again, the market's slowly starting to curl over. You can see these trend lines most definitely coming into play. You're getting a stall right at the volume-weighted average price here in SLV. Let's take a look at Tesla. TSLA, what are you up to? Where am I here now? Let's pull up Tesla. Is that breakout being sustained? Or is it not? I think there's a little bit of a pullback here, a retest of some of these support levels. Let's see if we can get this the volume to step back in. Like, look at it stair step down. The market is most definitely a quiet one today, right? We've seen that we've been trading within a 70-cent range here, approximately 90-cent range in the TQQQ. It's not something that we typically see, right? But we had some big volatile days. The big boys have done reporting their earnings. Now it's just like, hey, what direction are we going to actually head in? So not much of it. Space I gave myself on Oscar Health, but it is what it is. Let's see if we can get this breakdown once again. Adara, what do you have for us?
For one, keep an eye on these charging plays like BLNK and CHPT. Department of Transportation in the U.S. coming out with this press release here basically saying that the administration has a new proposal to expand a Buy America public interest waiver for EV chargers. So again, looks like the administration is proposing to expand a Buy America public interest waiver for EV chargers. I want to talk as well here about the Fed's hammock still talking, saying that it's important to get to 2% inflation before changing rates again. So more hawkishness coming here from Fed's hammock. Back to you.
Here we go, guys. QNCX is really, really going. I think it was Yannick. I forget who mentioned this in the chat, but shout out to you. 43.61 high. We just took it out there at 42. This one's really going. I feel this one may have a pullback. I want to say between 37 to 35, 37.5 to 35. 35 is the breakout area. The 37.5 is a 10 EMA on the 5, but this is very, very strong, very aggressive. We could see 50 pennies sooner than you may think. It's up 232%. So even though it is sub $1, it's going to be higher up on the order condescendi on your scanner. So that makes it, in a lot of people's purview. Just before we get to that super assassino, I want to mention to everybody here that ASTI, ASTI, remember that we were talking about that breakout range between 810 to 820? It's just weaseled back bless you, Fabian, into that 820 area, which is now the 10 EMA on the 5. So this might be an add here. I'm getting in small share size, and I'm not giving it that much room, okay? So we're gonna go ahead, we're gonna do it live. Let's go down like that, and we're gonna give it to that. And what do we got? We got 23s, okay, so we're gonna wait up here for a little bit higher. Let's see if we can get up into that level, and we'll see what ASTI has to offer. Looking for a retest of that breakout level now to see if it's gonna act as support, obviously former resistance. We got Lettuce Go TV, $5 super chat, thank you very much. Appreciate the team for all you do. Can you please look at apps? I have February 20th, 450 calls at 25 pennies. That is your world, Joseph.
Dude, look what I'm running into right here. So I'm trying to get this line out of here, but then I got to bring my mouse over to this screen. I tried deleting my layout yesterday, and it's just like, hey, you kept saying you can't delete default, can't delete default. So I got to talk to Neil or something.
Did you try to do it from the directory? You know, like how it saves your layout in the directory and in the program folder?
Oh, okay.
You know
On the actual computer.
Yeah. You can delete the layout.
Okay,
there,
not on
kind of
not on Pro itself.
We'll do it after.
Yeah, we'll do it after. All right, yeah, let's take a look. I appreciate the team for all you guys do. Says Lettuce Go. All right, let's go. Lettuce had a little bit of that the other day. For all you do, can you please look at apps? I have February 20th, 450 calls at a quarter. At a quarter. We like a quarter. AAPS. Sorry. Quarter. We like a quarter. Digital Turbine. These were worth a quarter. Oh, okay, let's pull up. Hold on, let's actually get up the actual chain. Let's see more detail in this. February 20th, $4.50. Is that in the, am I even in the right thing? Why is that saying it's like multiple dollars? I think you might be all right, my friend. It's looking pretty good for you if you ask me. I haven't even really looked at the underlying. You have the 4.5 at a quarter. Wow, okay, yeah. I mean, here, there it is. We have no idea how many you have. Let's pull up the advanced chart. And then we'll see what we got going on. Go Oscar Health on the ad. Obviously, big-time liquidity issues here. That's going to be a massive thing. But you're at the lower end, right? There's your quarter. And this is just basic stuff. Like, ask yourself this. You're up 81% on those contracts. How many do you have? They expire in a couple of weeks. You know what? Neil, myself, Sharif, Sean will say that you never go broke taking profit.
Bang.
And that's what we're about to do here,
Get
Sharif.
it, Joey.
So there it is, 30-40%, lock it in. The rest, leave it for a little bit of a runner as you get. If you happen to appreciate more, you lock some up or break it out into third tranches, 30% here, 33% at your next target, and then the final out at a specific target. So write your game plan down, think what you want to do with it, and then rock and roll with that, guys. So there it goes, a nice little move to the downside. It may not seem like much, but we had that reload as Oscar Health is really starting to head to the downside. A nice little move right there off of that. I wish I had this one, so we'll hit this here for it. Do you have the I'm reloaded?
No, that's
No, you don't? That's
yeah,
Kakina, man. All right, so, no. Oh my days, that was really close. Okay. So yeah, let's take a little bit more off here, guys. I'm gonna remove half of it, and you're gonna see my average. Actually, I'm not. I'm gonna take a little bit less than that, and then you're gonna see my average really start to cool down. Ooh, no. Not what we want. And there we go. Okay, we catch that fill. A nice little aggressive move to the downside. I'm sitting on approximately 45% of the remaining position, a little bit more, maybe 55% right there, guys. A nice move on Oscar Health to the downside. And you can see my average kind of be lifted there as well, guys.
Bovin, you were asking about FGL.
I'll go lower, sorry.
Sorry to interrupt you.
No, I'm done. Yeah, I'm done.
You were asking about FGL. So apparently there are no active broad IPO-style lockups for FG. However, 70% of the company is owned by Fidelity National Financial. Okay, so they have the majority of the shares there. There was also a reverse split on the 10th today. That's why we're doing this whole thing. It was 100 for 1. Looking for insider lockup expiration countdowns, not currently in the headlines. However, they recently issued Class B shares to insiders. They often carry different voting rights and lockup expirations as well. So nothing that I'm seeing outright to answer your question, Bovin, but it does stink a little bit. Yeah, okay, so we got to all the questions there. I'm seeing everybody talk about triple CX. Triple CX. What do we got over here? This is a good look. Shout out to Casey, shout out to Bovin, both of them calling this out. Triple CX, it's looking good. But by the way, guys, my ASTI is paying over here. We got a bunch of prints. Next, beak wetter, we're looking for 43. So it was a good test of that breakout level. And now acting as support as opposed to resistance. That's a daily on triple CX. Let's flip to the 5. Oh my days, what are you doing over there, bro? Is that even real?
Yeah, you know what I mean? Hold on, man.
Joey, killing me, bro. What did you do? All right, triple CX. I can't even concentrate now,
I know,
man.
We got us distracted.
What's going on over there?
What's going on over there?
All right, 1280 high. This looks good, guys. This is a bull flag continuation. Looks like it certainly had support in and around 12. That $12 level now is the volume weighted average price. So you got the double whammy there. You get the price action, already proven support level, and now you're getting VWAP. So it's going to be on more people's purviews. The volume on triple CX, 4.53 million on a $12.75 name at around 10 to 1. It's not the best. It's not too bad. We're going to keep it on the side chart. I'm taking off. Who am I taking off here? Wolf. Even though Wolf hasn't been bad, we're going to put triple CX because this one is more, you know, gapper inclined. And we'll see if we can execute on this one, but not a bad look. I really don't have any specific executions that I could say, you know, look for this level or that other than the $12 level. By the way, that $12 level is the low of the day. So all that price action that we were doing before, that was all before 9:30. That bull flag, by the way, started breaking out at 9, as you can see there. So that is the look. But there goes QNCX into another high a day. Now, we're done our trade on this one, so we have nothing to celebrate here, but it's a 46.03 high, dipping down now into mid-44s. This one is all gas, no brakes, guys, and it's up 237%. It's getting really extended away from the 10, but I think there's still more to do here in terms of upside for QNCX. I think we're probably a little bit close to 50 pennies now not to reach it. So be on the lookout here. This is a very strong, very directional. We're going to be looking out for this one, Joey.
All right, good stuff there, man. A nice little move to the downside in Oscar Health on this reload. Trend line hold, boom, we engage a little bit more, and a nice little bouncer. Time's a flying tree for almost that 1 o'clock hour. As we look, Gorev, I don't know if you're trading this, but it looks like this signal, if we continuously hold up here, maybe this signal might come into play, but I felt that the volume on the lower time frame really just started to kick in. You have the SPY breaching downtrend as well, too. So let's see what we got going on here. If we cover more of this head into 1305, I think we can get a breach of the lower end of this wick, and at that point, we're going to get the break of $13. So it looks like we're kind of on that trajectory right now, and we want to stick with the flow. So happy with that ad, considering we missed out on silver.
Thanks for that, Neil.
We didn't hold on to HIMS long enough, so yeah, we're going to be patient. What I did is I'm trying to eliminate some of the noise here as well. We're heading over to the 3-minute time frame. We can take a look at it from a 1, so you can get more detail within the ad. Boom, boom, right and at the right time. I would have been kicking myself if I didn't get involved on that. So keep an eye out on that there. Ooh, there you go. That's one right there. You want to show that?
Yeah, that's Neil's. So I want to show this for exactly what we were talking about, because remember we were explaining how to, you know, trade these buyouts. So look how tight this is. See where he's looking. So Neil, just so I can confirm with you, the green are buys, the purple are shorts, correct? Okay. So that's his profit taking right there. So he gets in, literally, look at this, 236, he's wetting the beak at 237. He gets in at 238, he's wetting the beak at 239. And then when you get a 2-3 penny move here, you've done really well. So this is the type of like tight sort of consolidation area range that the buyout trade entails. It's, you know, it's a slow mover. You could be sitting, you know, on the bid with several thousand shares, you know, for 20 minutes, half an hour before it moves up a penny. Or even if it moves up, you may not be in the order of priority to get filled, right? So there's obviously other ways you can kind of bamboozle that, the gateways that you choose, et cetera, et cetera. But this is a very, very viable way to trade. A lot of people do this. It's buyout trading. It's not exciting. We're not yelling. You're not getting breakouts, but it's profitable for a lot of people. So I really want to show this. This is the kind of range that we see on buyout trading, and Neil definitely does this as best as a lot of them. So make sure you know, you're kind of researching this type of trade before weaseling in. But thank you, Neil, for sending that out. Kind of wanted to show that. Very, very good description there. Nobody. 2310, Sharif, I don't see you shorting the small caps or anything for that matter, even when you know the small caps go down rapidly at times. Why? Great question. Number one, you need locates, right? And that takes a bit of it's a couple of step process. So by the time the price action develops, you go and get those locates, the price isn't where it was anymore. So there is that side to it. Number two, I really do focus on the long only, but your question is very pointed and accurate. And that's why I want you to join us tomorrow at around 1 o'clock when Luis Barbado comes on here with Joey and I, and he's going to be talking about how to short these small cap gappers. In fact, I'm pretty sure he's mostly short these small cap gappers, and really going to get into a lot of the nuances with him about that. We kind of started off last week. He kind of showed us how to go in, look at a company, see if it has a shelf offering, especially when you get a big, huge price spike down, and what that can mean for the price action going into the the rest of the day. So it's something that I definitely want to expand on. I want to increase my my arsenal and have the ability to take these short. But for the moment, I am long only these small caps. But great observation, and thank you for asking that question. Let's see what else everybody's saying. All right, above pre-market high, says Grunfeld, BJDX. BJDX. Let's have a look. BJ.
SLV.
Here it is, Joey. Okay, very light volume, brother, on this. This has done 135,000 shares. It's $3.50 at 5 to 1. So it's not tradable for me based upon the illiquidity. And really, there's very little in the way of price movement. Now, again, this could be a different trade for, other traders where they sit, on, like I showed you there, on the penny and look for the move up. That's not really how I trade. It's not my methodology for trading these small cap gappers, so it suffers from illiquidity. But hey, let's put some respect on this one's name. It's up 13.5% on the day. So if you're in this, you're doing well. Let's look to the daily. Yeah, so this one is, one of those ones that just has outsized days, but when you look at the chart pattern as a whole, it's seen certainly better days. This reverse split umpteen amount of times because the price action goes all the way up into like 1200s. Sorry, it can be more helpful there. Still holding here, Joey. 20 pennies in the money here on ASTI. We got back into this one. It's a very, very clean hold. Look at this, guys. The obvious breakout level of 20. Clears it, comes back in, tests it once, twice. OB, he is the one thrice. And right back into that, close to the high of the day. I just went the beak there at 45s. The high of the day is 50. The next profit taker goes above that $0.50. We're going to go 55s. See what we can get in and around that level. Get it, Casey. Bovin in love with TROX. Uncle Sharif, I'm swinging this. All right, Casey, let's see what TROX has to offer over here. Take a quick look.
Man, oh man.
Rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. Man, I love Don Toliver, bro. I don't know, keep talking about this.
Yeah, you like that guy. I have like one song on my playlist.
That's it, eh? Just one song by Don?
Yeah, man. Dude, I'm an R&B guy, man. Been listening to a lot of rock and roll lately as well.
I like that. You've been listening to a lot of rock, eh?
Yeah, a lot of rock, man. R&B guy, man.
That's cool. TROX, let's look at this. This is not bad, Case. Even intraday, I'm going to look at it on the wider time frame, but this is a bull flag. It's just, again, kind of a liquid. But it doesn't really matter for your case because it looks like you're swinging this anyway, so who cares? 2.25 million shares at 1 o'clock on an $8 name, but it's got a great looking pattern. It's putting in higher lows, suffering from a little bit of lower highs here, holding 8 most notably, so that whole dollar psychological support intact. Let's flip to the daily. And look at that, man. Look at the recovery above the 50, above the 200.
That's a trend line.
And then look at what we got here, Joey.
Yeah, but yeah, boy.
You know what we got here? That's the golden cross. That red line is the 50. That blue line is the 200. There you go.
Zoom out on that one a little bit? Like, so this is what I'm talking about, not trying to necessarily catch a bottom on the Netflixes and the Bitcoin. It's like if you draw a trend line from peak to trough.
I know where you're looking.
Right? Like, it's like, wait, even if it goes further out, like there, you know what I mean? You wait for it to hold, no, in.
Look Like this?
Yeah, exactly. Or you want the most touches, obviously. So you
Well, that's
were
what I was
right.
thinking,
Yeah, you
right?
were
You know
right.
what I mean? Like,
So it's
that's a break
That's
rate,
a
Joey.
break. That's a break right there. So if you wait and you eventually get on the back side of that, look how much more of appreciation you're getting on it instead of
100%.
trying to just continuously pick the bottom on things.
100%. And that's kind of what we try to preach.
Yeah.
You know, let's wait for the bottom. I made the mistake of adding aggressively into Meta when it was bleeding. That forced me to dollar cost average into the 500s. But you know, you live and learn, right?
Absolutely.
So I really like this, Casey. What the hell does this company do? $1.27 billion market cap. Producer of titanium products, including titanium dioxide, pigment, specialty grade titanium dioxide products, and high purity titanium chemicals, and zircon. The company is vertically integrated. Manufactures of TiO2 pigment, mines titanium bearing minerals, sands, and operates upgrading facilities that produce high-grade titanium feedstock materials, pig iron, I don't know what that is, and other materials, including the rare earth bearing minerals. Wow, okay, so this is not a bad look at all. And definitely, you know, as we know the materials are quite volatile, but this is going on my materials watch list. Thank you for that, Case. And I like how you're swinging that because you're probably printing up a storm. There is the Golden Cross, guys. This is probably going to be on a lot of people's radars because you can filter your scanner. Show me all the stocks on the daily that have experienced a Golden Cross today, right? There's so many different ways to set up your scanners. Some people set it up that way, especially swing traders, because that's what they're looking for. They're looking for that Golden Cross and to ride the momentum higher. So yeah, I do like this case. Shout out to you. Joey, what do you got?
Yeah, good stuff. All right, guys, let's see what we got going on here. Silver starting to come back in, so you get that volume-weighted average price rejection. And I was thinking, oh, man, if you play this break here and get in a little bit higher at this consolidation, your risk to reward is going to be really tight, and you get a nice little move here. And maybe the same thing going on with the NAS. I just have so much issue shorting this thing, going long. It's just like, man, oh, man, whatever direction I decide to go on it just decides to go the opposite sometimes. So here is the TQQs. We're still sitting in this Oscar Health. It looks like it wants to break, so maybe some sellers are going to step in. We can punch through that $13 mark and head into that next key pivot around 1280. That will be prime time Deion Sanders.
Great call, Bovin.
Nice consolidation. I don't mind this over here. So yeah, that's what we have. A nice, cool, calm day. I know a lot of people saying not too much excitement. That's why we're having a little bit of fun with it, a little conversation here and there. So if you guys want to go over everything, there goes silver with an additional leg lower, guys. Now down to 73.24. So a nice look there if you are still short. Los Pollos, are you still short silver? I'm curious to know, especially after that pullback, if it didn't break you out or you had somewhat of a trailing stop. But there it is. This is the volume that I'm talking about on the lower time frames. Keep an eye on the tape, and not necessarily what the price is telling you right here. So at the bid and the ask, we're sitting around 0.06 and 0.07 on OSCR on the NYSE. Now, what are you guys looking at? Let's go over a couple of your names. Make sure you get those votes in as well.
Joey, can I interrupt for one quick
man.
sec? Just want to give you this, and I'll send it back to Joey. Shout out to Bovin. HURA is breaking out, and it's up 50%. It's really kind of going now. The volume's kicking in. Look at the volume bars on the bottom right of your screen. They're really picking up. So be on the lookout here. HURA, $1.23 high, Joey, up 48%.
Sorry. All right, you are. Okay, I am, says Filter Trades. But yeah. Nice, 1305, you're keeping an eye on it. I'm assuming that's what you meant. NVDA, we've gone over those names. Commodity Kings brought us Bloom Energy, continuing to grind higher here, guys. So a nice little move up to $155 in Bloom Energy. What's Palunteer been up to? A nice, taking another hit. What was this one? QCOM, a nice strong recovery here, but Palunteer down to 140. Did we get a bounce? Yeah, so you get a break, you get a bounce off of that 128 mark, and then sure enough, you're starting to come back in a little bit here on Palunteer. But we mentioned this for a while ago from the 150s is, hey, you see the same pattern across multiple names, and you get those neckline breaks. Now you're starting to get somewhat of a rebound. And I like what Neil was saying is that the the stronger bounces are in bear markets, and I totally agree on that. So that's why it's kind of like an attractive play. But there it is, Robinhood, SoFi. How have you been reacting since the break of those lows? What are we off of that previous pivot high? Approximately 40% at the lows, now only down 34%, so something to keep an eye out on. Robinhood still down roughly around the same, maybe even 35% or so, so keep an eye out on Robinhood. 44% This thing had a 50% haircut at some point, man. Yeah, it was like, oh man, oh man, oh man. All right, guys, so Oscar Health, a strong rebound, keeping an eye on this 312, 313, as it looks like it wants to rebound and not crack that 1306 mark there, brother.
See Jake Paul?
Yeah, and his girlfriend, Yuta. Yeah.
That man was deep into the tears.
He was
there,
balling, yeah. Would you do that? Would you? I would be, maybe. I don't know. I've never been in that situation.
Exactly. I'm not going to judge him for that.
I'll tell you one thing, man. Like, just watching athletes win certain things, it hits like a home. Like, it hits. It's like, oh man, you achieved what like you've essentially practiced your whole life for, which is huge. So,
yeah, I didn't know she was Dutch. I thought she was American, but
Dutch,
yeah, she's Dutch. Yeah, okay, good for him.
Good for him. All right, I think we're 3 past 1. Let's get down to work. We're going to start the news segment today, guys. I think this is a record for the morning note. It's the longest it's ever been. I think what are we at today? I think we're 18 pages or 19 pages, something like that. 19. So we did 19 today on the morning note. So let's get right down to work. We know, of course, Alphabet, the worst performing Mag 7 name on the day, down 1 3/4. How come? Well, let's do this, Assassino. They priced a $20 billion 7-part bond offering, and the funds are going to accelerate, guess what? Artificial intelligence infrastructure spending. The issuance spans different maturity dates. The first and the earliest maturity date, 2029. The latest, at least for now, 2066. But get this, they're also considering a 100-year bond, but it's going to be in sterling pounds. We still haven't seen them do that, not at the time of the writing of this article, but apparently, according to the article, there is demand for that 100-year bond. Will Google even be around in 100 years? I mean, there's companies that are way older, so I'm assuming probably, yeah. But this highlights the strategic pivot we've seen from big tech, from self-funding their AI build-out, now looking to leverage cheap credit, right? You're Google, you're king, what? So because you're so good, because you're Google or Alphabet, you can obviously charge or pay out, I should say, a lot less of a coupon because your credit's so good. Your AAA credit, somebody with single A or double A is going to have to schlep more. So they're taking advantage of their size and their reputation to be able to raise debt, raise money at low rates. Who can dog them for that? But the market is, at least for the moment, 1 3/4. But this continues to, reignite the focus on the AI spending and the scale, and whether or not you're going to get near-term payoffs. They expect total capital expenditures by big tech in 2026 to be $630 billion. Of that $630, Google has guided that they're going to spend about $185 billion, just to give you the size of this bad boy here. But the funding is going to, via long-dated debt, reduces that near-term cash flow pressure so you can kind of continue to fund operations. And it doesn't look as bad on your balance sheet come earnings time, right? You're holding higher free cash flow, so you don't get, at least, on the headline basis, penalized by the market. Alphabet's issues follows that $25 billion bond sale we saw by Oracle, Joey, but something tells me that Google is probably not going to suffer the same fate that we've seen Oracle suffer.
Yeah, absolutely. Just due to obviously the free cash flow as well too, Sharif. So they got a lot of cash. These guys aren't worried about it. The 100-year though, that's quite a bit. That's quite a bit. Like, why would you even hold on to that? You have to hold it until expiration.
You better be getting paid for that.
Yeah, like big time. Like, what do you think you're gonna get? You would never get double digit. I don't think.
I don't think so. Not in this environment. No, well, for a 100-year bond though. If you, I want to know what that is. Keep talking. I'm going to have to find out what it is.
It's like, man, if that's not double digit, then mid double digits, anyways, like almost 20%. I would be looking for that thing. But no, interesting stuff, guys. Like the rounds of funding are going to continue. Obviously going a different round in which we've seen the open AIs, the oracles, and everything along those lines. So there's nothing I would really worry about. We talk about the technicals on Google as well. The street didn't really take their CapEx, and we go across the big names. Almost every single one of them is doubling it. So it's very interesting to see Google's route here. But I mentioned this is going to be probably, in my opinion, Sharif's opinion as well too, in a couple of years, it's going to be the largest market capitalization company in the stock market.
Listen to this, Joey. So they issued a 40-year bond to US in the US dollar denomination, and they're paying 5.75 on that. But because this is a European, specifically targeted in sterling, they're only paying 5.25 to 5.5 on a 100-year bond. Talk about duration risk. Why would I put my money in that?
Why would you ever do that?
Well, I don't know, man.
I don't even, but like, I don't quite understand it either. Like, don't you have to wait until maturity? Like, you're not gonna live.
Maturity, you get the principal back, but you're gonna get that coupon every year.
Every year, yeah, exactly, yeah.
All right, it is what it is. The audacity, says Curtis. All right, let's go on to the next story. What do we got here? Tesla. Executive exit adds pressure amid sales slowdown. We're not going to go with the sales slowdown. Everybody knows it. We've talked about it ad nauseum. But they disclosed, Tesla that is, that longtime executive, Raj Jagannathan, is leaving the company after 13 years. This is according to a LinkedIn post. He most recently served as VP overseeing the IT department, the AI infrastructure, as well as business applications and information security. So he had a broad, big you-know-what portfolio there. And in 2024, he was asked to step down. Sorry, he was asked to step in and lead Tesla's sales organization after that dismal North American sales by the previous head of that department, Troy Jones. The leadership, though, reshuffle is kind of continuing to underscore the internal strain that Tesla is experiencing after attempts to stabilize volumes and margins. You know, I think that we're still looking at Tesla as a car company, or certainly the writer of this article is. I think I personally moved past the whole narrative that they are an EV, only company, and I think that obviously it's more robotics and autonomy.
Yeah, I think that's been the narrative for quite some time. Like, how long have we talked about Tesla being one of the most forward-looking names in the market? If you go across the board and look at all the other car manufacturers, they shouldn't be at any form of valuation in which Tesla is, and I think that's just the narrative, is that it's a tech company, it's energy storage, they're going to continuously grow and expand what their business is, whether it be within robotics, aside from what Elon's got going on the side, autonomy. So our boy Dan Ives is like, hey man, this is one of the purest, aside from Palunteer, this could be a pure AI play. Why? Just due to the autonomy segment, and then also with robotics as well too. So I think that's how you remain forward-looking with Tesla. Is hey, and I mentioned this before, Shreve, is I wouldn't be surprised like 10, 15 years down the road where Elon's like, hey, we're really going to put this auto manufacturing to the side a little bit and just focus on how well the robotics can potentially do the autonomous side as well. So I think that's the future for Tesla.
To build on your point, I think he's taking the first step, the cancellation of the X, the cancellation of the S.
There you go.
And
if that
for Optimus.
And then if that's the case, you're never going to see the Roadster or the Model 2, right? Like, he's just like,
he's still talking about the Roadster at the end of this year.
It's not coming.
Do you know that they're talking about putting plasma boosters on there?
Yeah.
Like rocket plasma boosters to bring it from 0 to 100 or 0 to 60
in like how long?
Less than a second. He was saying, but
how would you like? It's like boom. You're at
that.
You couldn't even drive, man.
No, but some of these Chinese EVs, like the Xiaomi SU7, that crazy spec version, it's like 1,500 horsepower. It's in that range, man. It's like sub 2. It's insane, dude.
60 mph.
Which one? What do you mean?
The
SU? Yeah. They're not all like that. It's like there's a spec specifically. It's like 1,500 horsepower, something dumb. Anyway, let's go on. UK antitrust push pressures Apple and Google app stores. So here's what's happening here. The UK's Competition Market Authority, the CMA, they're seeking public feedback on the commitments that have been made by both Apple and Alphabet to align their mobile ecosystems to the new digital competition rules. The review is part of the CMA's kind of next step in enforcing the digital markets competition and consumer bills. The feedback is due by the 3rd of March, and then the commitments are expected to take effect from the 1st of April. So, give you some context here. Apple and Google both pledged to ensure app reviews are conducted in a fair, objective, and transparent manner. Both companies said they would avoid discriminating against rival apps in favor of their own services, and the firms also committed not to misuse data collected from developers used during the app review process. So why are we even talking about using data that doesn't belong to you? Because This is what Altman and a lot of people are being accused of right now in the tech sector. Altman specifically, and I'm not saying this is true, this is what's being speculated, that he is making chat, cheaper than what it should or could be in exchange for you using it so that they can learn, study, see how you use it, see the apps that you're building on it, and basically beat you to the punch. A lot of people are trying to draw comparisons to how Microsoft operated in the 1990s, where they allowed Lotus 123, WordPerfect onto the Windows 95 or Windows 3.11, whatever, and then basically saw exactly how they were operating and then made Microsoft Office. So that's been the concern with a lot of these tech companies. If I show you the code, if I show you the goods, you're just going to go and compete with me. So this is kind of the commitment Apple is making. Whether you guys believe that or not, that it's going to happen in real life and they're going to honor this stuff, I think reasonable people can disagree on that. Let's talk about this, the legal framework and the timeline here. The CMA plans to designate both Apple and Google as companies of strategic market status in 26, bringing them formally under the review of the law. The designation allows the regulator to set binding conduct requirements for services like search engines, app marketplace, etc. Google said it believes the Play Store practices are already fair, and Apple argued it faces intense competition across all markets and said the commitments allow it continued progress on privacy and security features, Joey.
I just find it funny that they said they would avoid discriminating against rival apps in favor of their own. I mean, yeah, it's just like, well, we could still use our own. We can say we considered something, but we don't like it as much as what we currently have. But I understand what they got going on. UK, once again, with another antitrust coming into some of these big boys. Want to make a fair playing field. Sure enough, they're still going to catch their commissions on. You're going to have to pay to be in the App Store and everything along those lines. So the more apps, the better, I think, in my opinion. If they want more clarity, then so be it. I don't think this is going to have too much a dent in either of their names, to be honest. It hasn't proven to any so to say. They'll pay whatever fine if it doesn't go their way and then be on their merry way.
Oh, yeah, and the Europeans will be more than glad to find them there. Let's talk about Amazon making an AI content marketplace to kind of monetize publisher data. So they're laying the groundwork for a marketplace that would allow publishers to sell their content directly to companies building AI products. The initiative is still very in the very early stages, and it's AWS here. They've circulated internal slides referencing this content marketplace ahead of the conference presentation. AWS is pitching the concept alongside other AI offerings like Bedrock and Q, and it's framing the marketplace as complementary to the infrastructure it's building out for AI. And it's suggesting, this report that is, that AWS could act as both a distribution layer and a billing intermediary between the publishers and the AI developers. So looking at getting a little Apple love there. But they're not the first to this. Microsoft is already doing this. They reported that they're launching publishers content marketplace, and that's going to allow publishers to license their premium content into AI workflows. So it already exists. So, I'm not saying that they're not going to do well, but just Microsoft's already come up with it. Microsoft highlighted the publisher-controlled licensing terms and usage-based reporting, so we'll keep an eye on that. And then Amazon said it has nothing specific to share at the moment regarding the report, suggesting, it's neither denying it nor confirming it, but the lack of denial kind of keeps the story alive. So, Joey, marketplace, do you think it's moving for Amazon? I mean, they could probably take a little off the top here and a little off the top there, but it's not bad to have your name at the forefront of AI build, even if you're not the one doing anything and you're not monetizing it all that much.
No, I don't think that's a bad idea, right? Like, look at Meta; they're not really monetizing anything right now. Exactly. They can't. So yeah, it's interesting stuff here. They'll find a way to monetize it for sure. There's without any question in that. But to have your name in the hat, it's more ideal, and that's what you want. Amazon's going to be just fine. AWS continuously growing at a substantial rate. Really started to catch up to the e-commerce segment as well too. Out of comparison, I think obviously we have Google Cloud growing the fastest. Then it was Amazon, I believe, and then Microsoft. Second and third might be switched up. But the growth rate is substantial, and I think it's going to remain that way. Once again, these guys wouldn't be spending their money on this build-out if they didn't find any form of ROI, and eventually they will. So,
all right, let's go on to CVS, Joey. CVS has been doing all right lately, man. This was a company that wasn't doing well for a while, but they're okay. EPS adjusted, that is 109, beating the 99 expected by analysts on revenue of now over 100 billion, 105.69 billion. The street was looking for 103.59, and that net income, their take-home money, rose very sharply, a little bit less than 3 billion, 2.92 billion, Katina man, for their revenue. That's up from the 1.62 billion they took home last year on the quarter. Let's talk about their guidance as well. Very important. They're confirming full-year EPS to be 7 to 7.20 per share. That's broadly in line with the 7.17 expected by analysts, and they're maintaining their 2026 revenue outlook of at least $400 billion. They did, however, flag that $20 billion headwind embedded in the guidance. Half of it's tied to the existing ACA individual exchange market, and the half to lower drug pricing. And we've seen that with, obviously, President Trump, really with the initiative to lower the drug pricing there. Their insurance business, wowzers. Almost $36.33 billion. That is up about 10% year over year. And management in that division reiterated its goal of restructuring the Medicare Advantage margins back to about 3 to 4% by 2028. They've been pressured lately. And their medical benefit ratio held steady at 94.8. That is a very important metric for these medical insurance companies. If you know, you know. And then their pharmacy and consumer wellness revenue rose 12.4%, now bringing in more than their insurance business, about 37 2/3 billion. And a lot of that was as a result of the Rite Aid acquisition that they made. Their prescription count rose markedly after that Rite Aid buyout. And they operating, Joey, more than 9,000 retail pharmacy shares are up 40% in the last year.
I forget who was speaking about it, but did you see kind of that like cyclical effect of CVS Health, what they call the perfect customer?
No.
So essentially,
Explain.
so CVS owns the doctor's offices,
Yes.
right? So they own the doctor's office who provides the script. They go to CVS, they buy it there, and then sure enough, they implement it into the insurance as well too. So this is what they classify as the perfect customer.
Vertically
right?
integrated,
yeah,
baby.
exactly. So that's what they got going on. Healthcare benefits up 9% year over year. Health services up 11% year over year. Pharmacy and consumer revenue up double digits, 12% in Q4, helped by higher prescription volumes and shares gain. So a lot going on, reimbursement pressure and generics, obviously partially offset by that. So yeah, very interesting stuff. They just have that perfect customer. They send you to everything in kind of that ecosystem, like kind of like Apple, but with the healthcare system. So it's fishy stuff, but
it is. Well, it is fishy. So I want to kind of build on your point. So this is something my family deals with.
Yeah.
So Joey.
Yeah.
Right now, you walk into the doctor's office.
Yeah. Owned
You're
by
supposed to
CVS.
get, you know, the prescription in your hand, right? The doctor's writing you a script. You need antibiotics. You're sick. Typically, you'd get it in your hand, or the doctor would print it out in the office and hand it to you.
Yeah.
But some very creative individuals, they didn't like that model because the customer gets a prescription in their hand, and then they can decide which pharmacy to go to.
Instead,
They would leave. So you know what they would do? Now this is not allowed anymore by the Ontario College of Pharmacists, but they would basically tell you, oh, the printer is in the pharmacy. Go pick it up from the pharmacy. And like they'd have your prescription already ready, and if you chose, you could have taken it. If you didn't, you didn't have to, right? But most people did. They're like, oh, it's ready? Okay, I don't have to wait. Highly unethical, right? And they're cracking down hard on that kind of stuff. I'm just one of the many different little gimmicks they do in the pharmacy medical clinic business. If you guys probably already know that kind of stuff, but let's go to always Coca-Cola. How are we doing here, Joey?
Median Muscle says he hasn't been in a doctor's office in 15 years.
That's my man. That's because he's jacked, my boy.
He's in good shape. Yeah, the market is really starting to slide here. We're getting that downward move in silver and in the TQQQs, right? Like, so you get that break, and then now, sure enough, you're right at this neckline of 15.51, holds $52, and then now you're moving a little bit lower. So keep an eye out on this for some potential downward movement. We did get that flush into 13, but you get bought right back up there in Oscar Health. We took some off right at 13s, and then now we're starting to climb a little bit higher. I don't have much left there, guys.
All right, Coca-Cola down 1 2/3 on the day, but it was, let's see, did we get to all-time highs on this thing? Let me flip to the weekly. Okay, we just got to all-time highs last week on Coke, by the way, 79.20. That was the high from last week. This week, 79.11. So it looks like at $79 level, a bit of a resistance level. Let's talk about the earnings report. EPS, 58 pennies ahead of the 56. Check. Revenue, missed. 11.82, the street wanted over 12, 12.03. So a mixed top line for the current quarter. But their net income, $2.27 billion in profit, and that's up from the 2.2 they took home a year ago. However, shares were down as investors focused more, Joey, on the revenue miss and the cautious near-term outlook than they did on the profitability with EPS. The reaction is suggesting, expectations may have been elevated. We've seen this before. Let's talk about their demand and their volume trends. Unit case volume up 1% year over year, but that is the second consecutive quarter of volume growth on that top line. North American volumes rose 1%. Latin America, though, takes the cake here with a 2% increase, but both regions showing early signs of stabilization after we saw some negative prints last year on that. Remember the Ozempic thing where everyone was like, oh, Coke sucks, Ozempic, right? Like Pepsi, though, Coke continues to contend with budget-conscious consumers trading down or not buying at all. Net sales grew 2% year over year. Organic revenue rose a healthier 5%, and they're guiding about 4 to 5% revenue growth, organic revenue growth for 2026. Comparable EPS growth is expected to be about 7 to 8% for the full year. I don't know if you know this. I was telling Brendo at the big desk in the morning. Do you know they canceled those sugary drinks? So you know the Minute Maids that you put in the concentrate, like in the cans that you add water to? Gone.
Oh, I never. You add water to it?
Yeah. Because you don't want to drink the concentrate. So the big can, throw it in the jug, you add water to it. So all those are gone.
The frozen one.
The frozen one.
Yeah. I used to drink the Fruitopia ones of that. Yeah, interesting stuff, man. A lot going on. You guys heard my opinion on this. Someone said Mexican Coca-Cola is better than McDonald's Coca-Cola. McDonald's, don't get me started there. All right. So there it is, guys. Let's take a look a little bit more. So from each specific segment here in Coca-Cola, North America sold volume and more Coke Zero as well too. Latin America, strong volume and pricing. Water tea with water volume up. Asia Pacific mixed with softness and some sparkling flavors. And then we have Global Ventures, Costa Coffee, a lot going on here with Coca-Cola, but full year guidance, not too bad. 2025 net revenue up 2%. Yeah, full year EPS up 23%. But this name, like you talk about the rotation, right? 13% from those January lows. That's a big move in Coca-Cola, especially if you're a dividend individual. This is more or less what you sit in this for because you don't get too much steady appreciation. What's the chat saying?
All the Coke innuendos. It's just Chuck.
Yeah, but they're saying mix.
It's like you can't say Coke around this.
Yeah, you can't say Coke.
You can't do it.
Yeah.
But there goes NMRA into the area high. We've been holding this one for a while. I'm looking for the next profit taker, 11 and 14s. It's up 30% or thereabouts, 29%. Such a slow mover, but we saw the hold at around 295, and it held trend, looking for a move back up over here into the high. 310 currently the high. Adara, please give us your take on Coke.
I don't have too much to say here, but I do want to talk about one metric in particular, which is why I decided to talk about this. And it's Coke's annual revenue growth, because this is like just so all over the place. There is no trend here. There's no uptrend. There's no downtrend. This is as swiggly as the little white swiggle line that you see in a Coke can. If you guys know what I'm talking about, the little white, wavy logo, that's basically what this growth chart looks like. 33% growth in 2011. I just went back like 15 years for this. Then you get as much as a 15% decline in 2017. And that decline is larger than what we even got during the pandemic. So I haven't added like 2025 yet, but last year we had 3% growth for 2024. Now just 2% growth. So this isn't a massive change. Although I guess if you do look at it from 2021 onward, we've had slight year-over-year slowdowns in growth. But the point I'm trying to make is, and Pepsi's kind of similar in this way, there's just no rhyme or reason to the growth here. So I always, like I said, what I've been trying to do more with this earnings segment, both in terms of how I think about things and how I visualize them for you guys here on TTV Research, is what metrics kind of matter and don't matter for companies. It's very clear that revenue growth or net sales growth or whatever you have there is not something that matters for Coca-Cola, because this thing will continue to swerve up and down, much like the rates of someone's sugar crashing after they have a Coke. Back to you.
Let's talk about AstraZeneca reaffirming their long-term growth ambitions on strong results. So they reiterated that they have an $80 billion yearly revenue target. Hopefully they'll hit that by 2030. They're citing performance across emerging markets as well as deep late-stage pipeline. More on that in a second. Let's talk about their 2026 earnings outlook and growth guidance. They expect 2026 revenue to be about to mid to high single digits. That's pretty good. Core EPS, they're projecting to be low double digits. Not bad at all. And guidance here signaling that signaling steady compounding rather than acceleration. Let's talk about that pipeline. The company highlighted that they have 16, what they're calling, I'm not calling it that, but they're calling it blockbuster treatments already in the portfolio, and more than 100 late-stage trial are ongoing, multiple shots on goal through 2026 and beyond. Now, let's talk about their obesity drug segment, because that's been in vogue for a while. They flagged ecloglipron, an oral obesity candidate. It's moving into the late-stage trials. They did want to emphasize and differentiate their products from Lilly's and Novo's, and they say, and I love this, Joey, they're focusing on improving the quality of the weight loss. You know what that means, Joey? We don't need catabolism. You don't, not the other one, catabolism, reducing muscle mass deterioration. That's what I want to see. So when we joke, like, what's wrong? Why do you have Ozempic neck? That's what we're talking about there. We're talking about, you know, huge amounts of muscle loss in addition to fat loss, and they're trying to reduce the muscle loss and focus on the fat loss. You got to like it. Let's see if they can do it. Emerging markets, as we mentioned at the time, are viewed as a significant untapped opportunity for obesity treatments. And here's what they actually made in terms of revenue. $15.5 billion. That's in line with estimates. Core EPS, $2.12, a penny above expectations of $2.11, but it is up from that $2.09 a year ago, Joe.
Yeah, interesting stuff. I like the obesity drug thing where they're just kind of focusing on not necessarily everybody talks about Ozempic feet and Ozempic face and everything along those lines where you're actually losing the muscle mass like Sharif just mentioned, but just focusing on the core thing, and that's losing weight, whether it be continuously reducing appetite. Oh my God, what's going on here with the daily? I'm not getting any data here, Sharif, but if you look at the technicals on this thing, there's no way.
It's happening on mine as well. It's happening on mine as well. On this morning when I was copying the 15-minute chart
did that,
to
right?
get the technicals, I couldn't get the data either.
One thing that I personally find alarming here is just like 18 more or 60 more blockbuster treatments. It's like, okay, really, what is that? And 100 late-stage clinical trials. Like, what are you really trying to pump out to people these days? I think a lot of it can be solved with healthy lifestyle and everything. There's obviously, without that being said, people need these treatments, but that's a lot down the pipeline, and I think that's a little optimistic as well too, because you know with those with the trials, things can turn the bad way real quick.
Absolutely, it could be, and we always talk about this. We're like hoping AI was going to be able to help shorten and reduce some of the R&D costs, shorten the trials.
Yeah.
If they can get around these things or reduce them, Joey, it's like such a cost burden.
Yeah.
Let's talk about Oscar Health, because OSCR was an interesting one this morning. Where is it at? Where is it at? Oscar Health. We've got 4 1/3. Let's talk about how they did. Q4 loss of $352.6 million, or about $1.24 per share. That is wider than the $153.5 million they lost a year ago, or if you want to look at it on an EPS basis, about 62 pennies per share. They also missed expectations. The analysts wanted an 89 penny loss. They lost a lot more than that, $1.25. No good. The company continues to struggle with elevated medical utilization, especially with outpatient care, they say. Revenue, that top line number did rise 17% year over year, up to $2.81 billion. However, this came in below the $3.11 expected by analysts. So some, good and bad. Here's where it kind of gets a little bit dicey, and I'm not really sure why this is up, but their medical loss ratio continues to climb, 95.4. That's well above the long-term target and up from the 88.1 last year. Higher claims intensity continue to weigh on margins, and we've seen that with a higher EPS loss. Total members, though, increased about 2 million as of December 31st of last year. That is up from the 1.68. And the growth was driven by strong demand in individual as well as a small business market, probably a little bit more higher margin. But membership expansion, much like what we said about SoFi when they added 1 million new members up to 13.5, membership expansion supports revenue visibility. So if you're looking at being able to gauge what their revenue is going to be in the next year, in the next 6 months, look at their membership acceleration to see how many new people can we monetize. And so maybe that's why we're up a little bit more of a positive view there. Now, with respect to the guide, they're guiding about $250 to $450 million in operating earnings and about $18.7 to $19 billion in revenue, Joey.
I'm just reading here. So core insurance booking premiums driven by membership and pricing, MLR and risk adjustment flows, admin and services small fee revenue line, Cigna plus Oscar, which seems to be down roughly around 40K and down more than 80% year over year. Interesting, but you're getting the membership increase, as you mentioned not too long ago. Investment income driven by float size and yield provides modest upside leverage and revenue invested assets. So interesting stuff here on Oscar Telehealth. But let's pull up the actual underlying here and see what we got going on, because this can tell us a lot here from a daily perspective. I mean, if we zoom out and make this as large as we possibly can, this is a lot of what the healthcare sector does here, guys. It's just a sideways price movement, and you get these big breakup. But we gap up here today, which we head into a key resistance zone, which act as prior resistance at 1426, and then you get that move right back in. So I think it's a little bit tough here, considering it's just a lot of sideways price action here in Oscar Health. I think Katina Man was involved with this. You're going to want to zoom out on this a little bit more to see if there's actually anything going on. And we're not even past that IPO price. We're down substantially from that $37 mark, approximately 64%. So a little bit of a tough look here on Oscar.
Thank you, Joey. Let's just get to the super chat. Frederick, thank you very much, Frederick. I saw PSG, and then, you know, Frederick, if you know me, you know where my mind went immediately. Paris Saint-Germain. Le Classique was on the weekend. Paris Saint-Germain versus Marseille, and Marseille got smacked. I think it was 5-0 or 5-1. But yeah, that was definitely not a competitive match. Usually competitive between those two. But you're asking about Paramount Gold. You say, although PSG, Paramount Gold, isn't the biggest mining company, they are among the earliest to report today. Should be interesting to see the free cash for mining companies given the rise of gold. Well said. Well said. I don't think you're really asking for anything there. I think you're just making the statement. So I'm trying to look for it here. I can't find it. PSG. Can you tell me where it trades? You don't have to super chat again, Frederick. Just let me know where it trades, because I can't seem to find it on my exchange here. So just tag myself or Joey. I can actually search quickly here. Paramount Gold. Let me just search for this super quick, Joey.
Yeah.
Let's go Paramount. What is the ticker for Paramount Gold? Show me. Let's see over here what we're going to get, and then we'll go on to the next story super quick. It's PZG. On PZG. It's on the MX. PZG. Thank you. There it is. Okay, let's bring in the chart. We'll have a look at this one quickly. PZG Assassino. There we go. Oh, this is nice. This is real nice here. Yeah, this is not too bad at all. Let's flip to the weekly. Okay, so we just got to all-time highs, I think not that long ago. I think yesterday probably. Yes, that does breach the high that I think we put in 2015. Thank you for this one. This is going to go on my mining as well. PZG is the ticker, PZG, for my Canadians and my British people out there. Not a bad look. We're going to throw that on to the miners. Sorry, PZG, there we go. And thank you for that, brother. I appreciate it. No question by you, so we'll go on to the next topic. Let's talk about race. Ferrari, where are they at? So Ferrari up nicely. Oh, baby, 9.58% for the Italian automaker. They reported adjusted Q4 EPS coming in at $2.55. I'm going to say it in euros from now on. So 214 euros, that beats the 210 expected by analysts, and revenue rose 4% year over year on that top line, now bringing 1.8 billion euros ahead of the 1.77 expected. It helped ease the earnings beat, that is, ease investors' concerns about margin pressure that had weighed on the stock over the past year. They also guided quite well. Revenue coming in at 7.5 billion euros. That's broadly in line with expectations. But more importantly, they projected an adjusted operating margin above 29.5%. Not bad at all. That tops the 29.1 consensus. Stronger than expected margin guidance viewed as key to that cleaning event for investors waiting on clarity around profitability. The stock is still down about 29% over the past year. I don't know if that's accurate given the 9.5% move today. RBC Capital Markets analyst Tom Narayan reiterated his outperform rating on Ferrari with a 415 euro price target, which implies about a 47% upside from the close yesterday, and he suggested the rally could extend beyond the initial reaction as confidence rebuilds following their new 2026 guidance. But there is still an overhang here. Investors do remain cautious around the long-term margin trajectory for the company and the rollout of its first fully electric vehicle. Brendo and what's his name, Randy, was telling me about a hybrid Testarossa. It has a V8 twin turbocharged, I think, and 3 electric motors. What the hell is this? I need to see this Ferrari Testarossa. So let's pull this up because my curiosity is getting the better of me right now. Let's check out Ferrari Testarossa. Let's go EV. Let's see what this thing looks like. Don't know. Oh my days. Is this it for real? This is it, isn't it? Oh my, is this for real? Ram, look at this. You're looking? Isn't this, you're busy? Excuse me, I'm sorry. My goodness. This is really nice. And I like how the light covers open up like very 80s, but very modern as well. This is a crazy looking car. Yeah, this is the new Testarossa, Joey. It's gonna have 3 electric motors, and I think it's going to be a V8 engine. The original was 12 cylinders, but we know they're not doing that anymore. Pardon me? Oh, well, yeah, I've got something back to say there. 800 horsepower V12 engine with a 120 kilowatt electric motor. 2021. All right. We're done with this. Anyway, Joey, you want to comment about race?
Yeah, and I can't really afford one, man, so.
All right, let's go on to the next story. Let's talk a little Taiwan Semi. TSMC revenue surges, and they signal continued AI demand strength. So Taiwan Semi reported January revenue, not the full earnings, just January. They brought in about 12.73 billion US dollars, but that's about 401.6 new Taiwanese dollars. Either way, it's up 20% quarter over quarter sequentially and 37% year over year on that top line number, underscoring obviously the dominant position they have in fabs. It reinforces demand momentum ahead of the company's previously guided 30% full year revenue increase. They don't provide commentary, however, on monthly reports. The data does suggest sustained strength in the AI related orders as they accelerate. They said they plan to spend about $56 billion in CapEx, which is one of the reasons kind of we started moving back up on that CapEx or in big tech and semiconductors after some weakness a couple of weeks ago once they reported. And management expects elevated CapEx to continue over the next 3 years as it races to meet demand for advanced AI chips. Spending here kind of reinforces the confidence the current demand is structural rather than cyclical. That has been the worries, of course, by a lot of people. And according to the Financial Times, major U.S. tech companies may be exempt from semiconductor tariffs, offering potential tailwind for Taiwan Semi as it makes their products a bit cheaper and more competitive. The carve-out is reportedly tied to TSM's pledge to actually spend $165 billion in CapEx in the United States to increase their manufacturing capacity. Exemptions could allow TSMC to allocate the tariff relief benefits to its American customers, again, improving that pricing. Joey, Taiwan.
Interesting. We got gross margins up, Sharif, quarter over quarter, 2.8%, operating margin up to 54% as well, too. EPS continuing to climb. 3 nanometer process, 28% of wafer revenue in Q4 of 2025. Advanced node 7 nanometer and below, 74% of 2025 wafer revenue. So a lot going on here with TSMC. I mean, none of this build out is working without these guys right here as they continue to climb to new heights, a new all-time high right there in TSM, a big move to the top side, a gap up here, and then after that report, boom, you get a little bit of a slide. But if we head over to the technicals in this name, what an investment, right? Like this is ideal. This is kind of what you want. You go to those April lows, and you're catching a quick 170%, right? So in a short period of time, 316 days, 46 bars, how does that work? But anyways, aside from that, that's not a year. March, yeah, we're almost there. All right, 309. I mean, we're almost there. Wow, April. That was the tantrum lows. So yeah, 170% here in TSM, a substantial move. And what else can you say, right? Like you go across the board and see what, oh, that's why it's because we're on the weekly. Same thing with like NVDA. What happens, right? We know they're reporting near the end of the month. But if you look at this consolidation, what is it telling us? We're just failing to continuously put in any new lows. Is this going to be a move where we break out higher and put this name into new all-time highs? Am I going to bet against this? It'd be smart for me not to. 2,000% in the span of a couple of years, 4 years to be exact. I mean, a little bit less. So, man, oh man, it's insane what this build out has been to the overall market, and I think for the next couple of years we're going to continue on that trajectory. So stick with the big boys. That's going to be TSM and NVDA. Hey, listen, if you happen to be wrong at some point, at least you put yourself in the right position, and I think that's the narrative in which you want to look for there. So not too bad. Someone was talking about Robinhood earnings. Yeah, let's do that right now while Sharif, he'll be back momentarily, and we'll get right back into the news. But we do have Robinhood earnings after the bell, and we'll touch on a couple of these names. Or no, we don't want the chart. We're going to go over to today. So after the bell, we have Robinhood, Arista Labs, and then Ford as well, guys. Cloudflare, Lyft. So a B lineup here, Upstart Holdings. But what I want to do is I want us to go over to the expected move here for Robinhood and see what we got going on, right? Like, just to see what we're kind of going to gauge here. And then later on after the news, maybe I'll stick around a little bit for you guys. 9.8% there in Robinhood. And then with the afternoon segment, we can go over a couple more expected moves if the boys aren't too busy. Man, HIMS is still bleeding. Wow. HIMS is really, really bleeding here, guys.
Dude, I mean, like, it's all sorts of dumbassery at that company.
Yeah,
bro.
man.
Like, what?
What was the point of this?
Because they're just gambling that they would be able to get away with it. Like, you didn't think you were going to get a response from Novo. I don't get it. You think they're just going to be like, hey, we spent billions on the patent, but yeah, go ahead, make some money.
Yeah, exactly. No, I think this is going to be a continued short here in HIMS, guys.
Right.
I don't know what's going on with yesterday's session. Like, we were trying to short this name on multiple occasions. Today, we were fortunate enough to get that short, but out really early as it's just been an all-day bleeder.
All right, let's go on to the next one. Cisco Systems. Interesting networking push here in 2026 upside signals. So Cisco unveiled multiple AI-focused networking upgrades that are aimed at scaling their AI workloads, as well as, improving efficiency and, of course, supporting hyperscaler data center demand. It allows faster switching, tighter AI integration, and systems designed to handle power-intensive AI clusters. And they're also working on this new Silicon One they're calling it G300. So this Silicon One G300 delivers 102.4 terabytes per second, terabits probably per second, of switching capacity, setting a higher bar for AI back-end networking performance. It's designed for massive AI clusters. The chips emphasize throughput, security, programmability, and future-proof AI data centers, and they highlighted that you get 33% higher network utilization and 28% faster job completion, which improves, of course, your GPU efficiency. We've talked about this. NVIDIA's chips, these chips are not working in isolation. They all have to be on the same wavelength. I think, what do they call that word when everything is kind of jiving? I forget the name of the term that they use, but everything has to be super set so that they're all talking the same language at the same time, and a lot of that has to do with networking. So networking is super important. Cisco introduced a new AI optimized system. They're calling it Cisco 9000, 8000 series. Sorry, I don't think I'm plugged in. All right, we're going to have to pause for a second. We're going up to the big desk.
BTU bouncing here off intraday lows. This is Peabody Energy. It's a coal play. Why are coal plays moving? Because White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, who just began her briefing just now at 1:45, said there will be holding an event on coal tomorrow. So tomorrow afternoon, U.S. President Donald Trump hosting an event on coal, BTU, and other coal plays on watch. Back to you.
SCO gave up the entire move here, guys. This is not good. So this was a nice gap up in the pre-market. From the low to the high, we were up about 4.5%. Now we're negative 0.1, so that kind of sucks. But to be fair to Cisco, I think Cisco Systems is at all-time highs. Well, let's hold on. No. Let's go back to the dot-com bubble because something tells me, is it? Katina Man, no, brother, look. Yeah, well, we're closing the gap, Katina Man. So, yeah, Cisco Systems was one of those dot-com plays. Obviously, that may never recover to that level. 146.75, I think that is the all-time high there. Today, we made local, let's call it millennial or century highs. Yeah. I think this was in the 90s. Is this not in the 90s? No, it was in March of 2000. So, all right, barely within the 21st century. But anyway, Joey, Cisco, what's
26 years to recover. I mean, that's not bad, like, considering you have all the time in the world. If you've just been bag holding this one, essentially you've been doing all right. But in all seriousness, from those April marks, hasn't been horrible, especially if you're a new investor, longer term, something that you kind of shy away from. And it's like the COVID names that we talk about outside of the dot-com bubble. These guys will never recover and go back to those levels.
All right, let's talk a little Spotify today. Where's Spot at right now? Where are we at? We're up 15% on Spotify. Okay. They beat expectations both for premium subs and total users. In the fourth quarter, they added 9 million premium subscribers versus the 8 million expected. And now they have 290 million paying subs. That's a 10% bump year over year. But they're monthly active users, because not everybody pays, right? 751. That tops the estimates of Wall Street, which was looking for 745. And, it's probably like that Netflix thing. The more you listen to and you're not a premium sub, the more they make, right? Because advertising, it's just the more you listen, the more advertisements you're going to get. They posted earnings of $5.16 per share on earnings of $5.27 billion. That's above expectations of $3.23 per share. Joey, they printed $5.16. The street's looking for $3.23. That top line number beat is not, great. 5.35. That looks like a revenue miss there, unless this is a typo. Results compare favorably to a year ago when they printed $1.83 a share on $4.4 billion, and the quarter reinforced improving operating leverage and stronger execution. For the guide, they're guiding a revenue forecast of $5.36 billion ahead of the $5. Well, again, that's wrong, so this is probably incorrect. And revenue that would be higher than from the $4.77 billion they printed last year. They also expect to add about 3 million premium subscribers by the end of March, bringing that number to about 293 million. Monthly active users projected to climb to 759 million. The analysts are expecting 752.7. Investors reacted positively to the evidence that Spotify's year of accelerated execution is translating into tangible results. Is that what the CEO said? Tangible execution? Who knows? All right, before we get Joey's take, I want to bring in QNCX here, guys, for those who are still trading small cap gappers. Here it is again. So it's breaking trend. It was an obvious lower high pattern. That comes vis-a-vis, a trend break comes vis-a-vis that 145 candle. And now the 150 candle trying to knock on the door of 44 pennies. It's a 46.60 high. So keep your eye here on QNCX if you're small cap gapper inclined. Joe.
All right, so let's take a look at some of these metrics here. Sharif was talking about the MAUs, they're the monthly active users. What I found interesting is gross margins around 33.1%. Isn't horrible. I thought it'd be slightly higher there. Operating income up 47% year over year, and then the free cash flow up to 834 million, full year of 2.9 billion. So not too bad of a quarter. Net income around 1.17 billion. It's finding it interesting. This thing is down 50%. like at the lows from this peak to this $400 mark. So a $783 stock going down to 406, and you're getting somewhat of a rebound. But the street not in love with those numbers. Why? No. In my opinion, because you're starting to pull back a little bit here. You bounce off of some prior support levels, acting as current resistance. I thought you'd get a little bit more of a gap and go in this name, but you're still down 40% plus in Spotify off of that 2025, June of 2025 high there.
There goes QNCX into a new high a day, guys. It didn't breach by much, but technically is a new high. It's on the rampage to the high side now, and it is up an easy and not so big QNCX. 238% on the day, guys. So keep your eye on that one. Adara, please give us your opinion on Spotify.
Yeah, I mean, we know I am not a Shopify user. I mentioned before I have like some kind of coupon for this. Unfortunately, I have not yet redeemed it. But let's talk here about Spotify, SPOT. Yeah, I think what's interesting here, like this is just the total monthly active users, premium subscribers, and MAUs for Spotify each quarter. As you can see, like kind of vague sequential growth for all of these. Nothing too crazy here for SPOT, but I think with the stock move, I was actually quite impressed because, as you know, we have had Sean and Neil and everybody say, this stock was beat up quite heavily. This is actually one of the ones that I was considering as potentially a short pick for the year for our 2026 pick. So, I mean, yeah, I think like not a bad look. Again, if you ever want any of these metric visuals, you can always check this out on X at TTV Research. But one thing I kind of find interesting here that stands out at me is kind of the sharper increase maybe than some of the other metrics for total monthly active users on a sequential basis, going from 713 million in Q3 25 to 751 in Q4 of 2025. So again, nice sequential increase. Sequential increase as well for ad-supported MAUs. Again, I'd have to break this down a little bit more to see what, I guess, how we're getting this MAU breakdown. Like, is it just these ad-supported MAUs, which also increased? And again, what percentage of this is also paid users? But interesting look here for SPOT. Back to you.
I find it interesting. I thought this would be a name where you could have a couple more paid tiers. Obviously, you have the premium subscribers, but really take advantage of ad revenue, digital ad revenue. I don't really see that happening here in Spotify.
Well,
it's up 4%.
That's it, eh?
Or that
well, then they must not be increasing their regular, their non-premium subs. 4%, it's not too bad. It's not Amazon speed. Amazon was like 20 some odd
No,
percent, I think,
but you
right?
think you'd see a little bit more of an increase considering we're in the digital ad world.
Are you a Spotify member?
No, but I'll be honest, man. Apple Music's kind of sucks. Spotify's where it's at, I feel like, dude.
I don't like Apple Music.
No, it's not that good. Yo, I don't know what it is, so I'll listen to Hoser, but then it will transition into like the weekend. It's like that's not the transition that I'm looking for every single time.
Yeah.
I feel like the flow in Spotify, like I'll put Spotify on the TV. I find the flow is much better than what we got going on.
I like the flow. I like the natural shuffle.
Yeah, yeah.
But can I say to you, they put in this AI, DJX.
Yeah.
And he kind of sucks.
He sucks, eh?
Yeah, like, and you know, you tell him, like, for example, like play, I don't know, late 90s hip hop, play top 40 late 90s hip hop, and it
sucks.
It's not
we're not
the right
there
selection,
yet.
but
fair enough.
In any event. All right, let's go on to the next one over here. Alibaba, let's just see if there are any more important stories. I'm just looking quickly because I don't want to waste time on this one.
The Salesforce job cuts.
You want to talk about the Salesforce? Yeah, let's talk about CRM, Joey. Good call. All right, so CRM reportedly cut part of its workforce earlier this month, impacting fewer than 1,000 employees. This is being reported by Business Insiders. The layoffs affected teams across marketing, product, data, as Salesforce continues to rebalance resources amid, that accelerating AI transition. Probably doesn't help them with Software Mageddon last week. The company has not publicly disclosed the cuts and did not immediately respond to the comment on the report. Apparently, they also appointed or promoted 6 execs to key business units, including Agentforce and Slack, 2 of their most important, I would say. The move replaces 5 high-profile leaders who have announced their departure since December, and it points, obviously, to ongoing leadership turnover. Management, according to the report, is focused on aligning leadership with AI-driven growth priorities rather than these legacy operations. The reduction does reflect, though, the broader industry shift as tech firms kind of expand beyond their AI adoption while trimming roles tied to routine or automatable work. And AI was cited as the driver behind more than 54,000 layoffs in 2025. That is according, if you believe that number, to Challenger, Gray, and Christmas. Salesforce move aligns with peers aggressively restructuring cost basis to protect margins. Amazon, by way of example, cut 16,000 jobs in January after 14,000 job losses in October. In September, Salesforce eliminated 4,000 customer support roles, shrinking that headcount from 9,000 to 5,000. That was confirmed by the OG Benioff. And the actions reinforce, a trend of replacing labor-intensive support with AI workflows. Is this the beginning of the end, Joey?
It seems like it, man, especially in the cycle that we're currently sitting in and just this AI boom. Benioff just can't seem to get anything right. If you're cutting jobs, that's usually, unfortunately, a positive thing for the stock, but it doesn't matter what the street or what Benioff is doing at this point. The street doesn't like what we got going on in Salesforce. It's just continuing to drop. $193, you have a peak of around $360. You're getting a 50% haircut like that, and it just doesn't seem like it can get out of its own way. Agentforce, maybe not doing as good as Benioff would think or would like it to.
All right, Adair, give us your take on CRM.
I think the biggest thing with CRM is it's interesting, we know CRM needed some kind of catalyst to buoy it. This clearly does end up being the catalyst. I know, Sharif, you say this a lot. It's sad, obviously, when people get laid off, but it's something the market really seems to like. And I think especially for a stock like CRM that's just been so beaten up for so long, it did need some kind of growth. However, it's interesting, too, that even then we still can't get above 200. So it's maybe as well the number of layoffs. Again, you never want to pontificate on, why didn't more people get laid off? But the amount, maybe not enough here for for investors. I think either way, this stock's been betting off of its highs for quite a while. It's going to, I think, still take some time for this to necessarily recover. And again, maybe this isn't the catalyst that does it long term. Where do we open here? We opened at around 192, so we're about $1.50 above where we opened. So yeah, obviously nice pop here, unfortunately not sustained. And again, unfortunately that people had to be laid off for this to happen. But even if you look here at the weekly chart, it's still obviously a long ways to go here for CRM. But yeah, just interesting sometimes the catalysts that do and don't move the market and the ways in which they move the market. Again, something I have a lot of time to sit and think about as I sit here and look at all of the news that gives us these moves and sometimes doesn't move anything at all. So interesting look here for CRM. Let's see if we even get more layoffs from this as well, given the exposure delay or announcement delay.
Thank you very much. I feel like the market's just looking for anything to make this company pay more. They're just looking for something to kind of, send this one further down. Can it catch a break, dude?
I don't think so.
Did we look at the chart? Because this is a ridiculous chart on what was once, one of the big companies. Do you think this gets removed from the Dow soon?
Usually if it keeps performing, if it continues on this trajectory. I don't even know when the previous peak was in this thing. We're looking at 25.
That wasn't the high, Joey. I'll tell you the exact week.
Yeah.
The week of December, December, what's it called? 2nd, 2024.
Yeah.
The all-time high, 378.45.
And then it almost peaked again once again in early or late January, but we're down 47%, right?
We are
in a year, over a year at this point. So I don't know, man. Benioff's gotta figure something out here.
Do you see a head and shoulders pattern here? I know I might be grasping at straws, but look at this. Preceded by an uptrend, left shoulder, head, right shoulder, neckline breakdown around 230, 220.
Yeah, big time.
This is not good. And it's losing 200 on top of that, Joe.
It's how many good things. The earnings reports weren't horrible. He's laying people off, but they just can't find any form of a bottom. So yeah, it's a really tough look in Salesforce.
Yep. All right, guys, it is 2:01. Thank you for joining Joseph and myself today. We're going to be back on the same bat time, the same bat channel tomorrow. We're going to send you over to the big kahunas. The market, where are we at here? Let's just quickly look. Are we up?
Quick review there.
We are down on every single ETF except the Dow, which made another all-time high today. We'll talk about that. See everybody shortly at the big bet.
See you later, guys. We're all out of Oscar Health as well, too. Ciao.
Welcome back, everybody. Apparently, I've just learned it's gotten so bad for Salesforce that Benioff's name is a pun. Oh, my goodness. I think Mark's going to be just fine. Shareholders, meh. Mark, he's good. He won't care, but
That's a case of pretty much.
No, I mean, what are you gonna do?
Unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's how it is. And unfortunately, the market lost the gains and is now red.
Yeah.
And I don't know. There were a few headlines regarding the president was speaking about Iran and possibly more carriers. That was around the time that things sort of accelerated and rolled over a bit. Whether or not that is the cause, or maybe we were just sitting in a weak chop fest to the upside, and it was going to take not much to roll it over. So it took too long, in my opinion, but is what it is. It looks like we're going to have another somewhat inside day for the overall market, though. I think if you were looking for exorbitant volatility, you weren't getting it at all. Like yesterday's rally was fantastic, but it was more of a chop fest in the futures here. We've been back and forth, green to red, multiple times. Although we have the feeling, I don't know, I kind of have the feeling that we're going to stay in the red here, so I'm leaning toward the short. I just got out of a BM&R, and I'm still in PayPal, which eventually did do that trend break we were hunting for when we left you guys this morning. So yeah, I'm feeling a little bearish. Again, maybe it was a Trump thing, I don't know. But ultimately, it's still more of an inside day in the market than anything that we should be scared about. Right? Only 0.2% to the downside for the NASDAQ, which is a drop in the bucket. There's no sky falling anywhere, no matter how much Michael Burry may say so, although Palunteer having a rough day.
Yeah, we're short. We finally got short on IBIT, so we follow our plan of action right there. We get short 39.50. There goes IBIT right now. So IBIT right here will be PL1, and we just put it on right there. So it's another one. Some good shorts. We're going to look to go short the market again if we can get that opportunity. We had to wait for this. We came back. It broke through our level. We wanted 39.50 short, so we came back in. From the gym, we hit that 39.50 short, and there it goes, right? So just trust in what you're trying to do. And unfortunately, the TQQs right now, has given many opportunities to get short at 52 where we wanted it to, right into there. We spent a little bit of time above our short area. We're going to start the short again to see if it can work here in the afternoon. Market down underneath everything. I'm feeling short. We'll start it again. But yeah, nice trade on the on IBIT. So we got some, some good stuff going on right here, right now, and hopefully that will continue to print out for us here on the short side, and a couple covers, and we'll just wait. I mean, I'm going to stop out a little bit more at 39.20 if it does get back there to the upside. So yeah, just a whole bunch of stuff going on there, and then silver, of course, the missed trade of the day. We had Micron, and I wasn't here again when Micron basically did the exact same thing all over again. And so that would be something to definitely to look at. Silver downside, we called the 75 short. That has obviously never gone against us. And then Micron, double touches again near the top, and then comes crashing right back in again. So, I'll be up on IBIT and Micron, down on SLV and the futures. So, yeah, it'll be a kind of a mixed day here, but holding it well in the pocket so we can, continue to battle back. And like we said, we've been having obviously a great start to the month. Let's see if we can continue it right now. But yeah, it's Micron. So yeah, Palunteer was talked today. I didn't really trade it myself. It is straight downside PLTR. So this name just keeps on getting waxed every single day. Besides yesterday. Yesterday was an up day there for PLTR, but you can see it is continuing its downside play here today again as well. I don't know where the floor is going to be on Palunteer. Like I said, I don't think it's time to buy anything in the NASDAQ. I'm not looking to do anything over there right now. So Palunteer continues to make new lows on the day, now down 3%. And again, I have no idea why. Potentially a news story for Palunteer really set this thing off. As soon as we broke that level, 144 basically, it was just downside. So yeah, get down Palunteer, I guess. So we'll see if the futures can withstand some of this play, but there it is, man. We're now in decent one there. We'll ride the Bears, not the Bulls, on the TQs. Let's see how low we can get now to take a little bit of profit here. If we're able to get something in the mid 40s, we just dip down there. We've sort of been holding out for bids, and maybe we get them a little lower here for this trade, and we'll be good to go. So short IBIT, short the NASDAQ. It's a short kind of day, as we had posted earlier. So let's wait to see what winds up happening now. Maybe the NASDAQ gets back into the lows.
Yeah, I'm thinking that's exactly what's going to happen. Oh, that's right. I just saw in the chat someone mentioning USA-Canada women's hockey is starting.
Yeah, it's on right now, yeah.
Oh, did it already start?
Starts at 2.
Okay, so
we're missing Poulin, which is the greatest female hockey player of all time. So She got hurt yesterday, so hopefully she'll be back.
It's early. Let's just say it won't be the last meeting in this tournament, probably. But no, the thing I'm looking at right now is, well, outside of PayPal, which I'm in, would be BM&R. There was just I trailed out. I actually put this in the chat before we switched over. There was a trail out on BM&R, but I'm going to look for a re-entry right off basically the open range lows. That turned into some resistance recently, so I'm looking to get back in after that trail out. So it's about 20.55. This was just a standard trend break. I can show you just a normal upward trend, gets broken, it tested the high. Once I saw it fell underneath the high here, I'm like, okay, well, let's go short, and I want to get this reload off the 20.55 area. Now, it is time for the rundown, so I actually didn't cheat this time. I haven't cheated yet. To see what names are going to be on the list, so it's a complete and utter 100% surprise.
You're turning the page. I like it.
No, usually I'm like, well, it's not that I tried to
usually,
look.
every time. You just said this is the first time.
I was going over some of the earnings notes that Adara had for us, and generally speaking, that particular browser is usually what has a visualizer up, so I don't have to cheat. It's just always right in front of me in the afternoon. But I swear I haven't even looked. So I will guess that the number one name on the list, because I remember it this morning as number one, it was Microsoft. Let's see if it's still softy.
You were close, Neil. It's number 2, but you were pretty close, so we'll give you that. Guys, welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. Neil and Sean, the big boys as they're called. They are locked and they are loaded and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get your tickers on the Afternoon Rundown, you gotta join us in the chat and you gotta vote every day. It is super simple. You throw in that $ followed by whatever ticker of your choice. All right, guys, let's look at the 4 major averages. First and foremost, the Qs down 0.16. Most of the day they were positive, dropping down negative now. Much the same look here for the SPY. Down below is 0.09. The Dow Jones, another all-time high. The DIA moving up into 505.30, barely holding on to positive though, up 0.14. And the IWM Russell 2000 ETF, marginally lower as well, down 0.3. The first ticker, as decided by you guys, Palunteer, PLTR, down 3.25%, despite the fact that it got an upgrade from Daiwa Securities today. They upgraded it to a buy, boys, and they boosted that price target up to $180. Didn't really matter, though. Double top into 146. What's a look?
Well, I guess it was the story. I think the bigger story this morning was that Michael Burry was talking about the Head and Shoulders on the weekly chart. So when we were going over it this morning, for everyone that was defending Michael Burry, yeah, he was looking at a weekly. I was looking at a daily and trying to figure out where he was going with the measured move. But ultimately, where it's headed, and for those that didn't follow, it should be pretty easy. You can either just find his tweet. But I think basically all he was saying was you've got a classic Head and Shoulders, and he's looking at the measured move thinking this is heading down into $60. Right? So that was the substance of the comments this morning. On that same weekly chart, though, you can find this 148 resistance on the 50 period on the weekly. I think that's worth looking at in the shorter term. I was looking for one thing. It was a pullback into the prior day support level, that's actually where we were short into yesterday. It did a bottoming tail candle into it right here at about 11, actually just after we left you guys, believe it or not, like 7 or 8 minutes. It took the long when it broke back up. It immediately lost the support level. That was the one shot. And it's really just been getting, I don't want to say waxed ever since because it's not even back to where it was at the open yesterday. But it is trending down and much weaker than the overall market. If we do think there's going to be support today on Palunteer, I think you would look to at least close the gap in a little bit. But this isn't one I want to chase. I'd rather try to get back into BM&R than PLTR. But watch out, alert for 130, about 136 this low in here. And then if you go back, look at Friday's close, that could be a bit of a level as well. So Palunteer, it's still got that big valuation on it, which sometimes can be a little bit of trouble, especially when the market decides it matters. I chalk it up to that more so than what Michael Burry's saying about the stock, because his thesis about the valuation has been true the entire time. I just think we're in more of an environment where that's starting to matter, and you're seeing that reflected today.
Yeah, I mean, if PE is going to matter for Palunteer, then this thing's going to, you can just take a one away from this, and this is going to be back to $30. So it hasn't mattered during the run up, and I don't think it's going to matter now. I mean, you got to like the name, and it's just right now, there's a lot of hate for PLTR, so down it goes. And I mean, it's just been a huge darling, right? I mean, all of last year it was absolutely rocking, pretty much out of control, and then it has been slowing down. I mean, and this is obviously the peaks and the ebbs and flows of the market. And oh God, I'm trying to get this over here. This is what it looks like. All right, so you've already broken back down through, right? So you're broken here, now it's back into 130. This is the same level that we were at in the middle of the summer, right? We've seen many different names back at summertime levels. There are actually many names in the market that are even at or below tariff levels. This is not even close to that yet. You gotta be chopped in half before we get down to there. So Palantir is actually holding up a lot better than many other names in a very, very similar space. So I don't wanna push the panic button now, but yeah, defense names, software names, everything's getting crushed. And you know, the year of magical investing is over with, right? All that like just buy something in space name or quantum name or nuclear name and you're guaranteed to win, that's over now. So you're going to have to hold out on Palunteer. They had what Alex Karp, of course, and as any proper leader will say, if they believe it, and that is that he thought that they had one of the best quarters not only they've ever had, but that's been had by any tech company, and this is the result of it. So maybe overconfidence, but the numbers were there, they're legit, and I think Palunteer eventually makes it back up here, but to call a bottom, I mean, I think you got to get back up to 160 first and try to hit out the 200 period moving average. Right now, we're starting to slope down, so it's not a great idea to be starting to buy some PLTR down here. It could be a little bit more pain before we get any real gain. So I don't know. I'm already in it. We've been in it for a minute and just letting it settle down. Palunteer can't get out of its own way right now, like many names. So we'll have to just hold out for it and think that there's better days ahead for PLTR and the software space. I mean, Oracle got chopped in half, more than in half. If Palunteer gets chopped in half, you're gonna have $100 sitting there. So yeah, it can go the way of the big dogs for sure, but it'll be barking soon, Palunteer.
All right, guys, Microsoft up 0.7, not a bad look for them today. Well off the highs, though, into that 423.68. It was this report that came out midday that Microsoft is exploring high-temperature superconductors to design more efficient data centers by enabling what they're calling zero-resistance electricity flow, which could, if enabled here, significantly reduce the space and power the infrastructure needs. This was reported by The Verge. Another name to keep your eye out is AMSC, to keep your eye out on AMSC, American Superconductor. They're a grade-wide provider of advanced power electronics. In any event, boys, Microsoft up 0.71.
Yeah, it's
Microsoft,
hard. It's hard for 0.71 upside into a market which is down to feel like a fail, but that's what it feels like for Microsoft today, because it was so strong off the open, and you really did think, you know, based on the way we were looking at this 3 hours ago, that a temp bottom might have been in for Microsoft. It was holding above that 420. I know 420 is kind of one of those magical psychological levels, but look, this morning you were stepping up, it pulled back into the prior high, it bounced off 420 almost like on a dime, it's making higher lows, you're looking good, and then boom, the trend breaks. It sits there looking like it's gonna hold 420 for an hour or so. Like, okay, well maybe the support's going to, nope. And then all of a sudden we had, look, maybe it was the Trump-Iran thing, I don't know, but it was holding support for an hour, and then when everything started rolling over, it just kind of went with it. So unfortunately for Microsoft, I don't know that it's not that it got cheap. It certainly fell more than people are used to seeing Microsoft drop off. It never got to that point where it was cheap, like in the 300s, where I think that was kind of the, for sure, sit down there. You'll have at least a 2 in front of you on the PE basis instead of a 3 in the 30s. So there might still be some pain to go for Microsoft. It would have felt like if it was going to today with so much work, like we didn't fall apart in the market. We're only down a quarter. Like it's exactly the kind of day that if Microsoft was having a bounce back, that you would have thought that it could have held on to this support that was so good at the volume weighted average price. It just couldn't do it. Even when we're like barely down, it still managed to roll over. So that means the sellers didn't take much to get back in control here. I don't like that. If you're looking for the long, I don't like that sign at all here for Softy. So as far as I'm concerned, it still feels like it's a little bit weak. And until proven otherwise, I'd wait for the 300s. I'll be waiting for the 300s for some kind of a bounce play on Microsoft.
Yeah, so you may be surprised. Current P 25 for Microsoft. So you are
what? The number I was looking at was before earnings. I always got to look after.
Yeah. That's that would be.
That's
part of the E.
So that is pretty good. Yeah. But it's still not better than, historically speaking, and being better than the market would require like 15 to 20% back. So I think really you're not that far away on Microsoft from getting to the point where it does become at least it's not a bargain yet. It's okay, but it's not a bargain yet.
Yeah, there. I got the 1-0 USA from you guys and from the wife.
Ready?
So no, the Canadian women's team, United States dominates Canada. I was telling this to Joe yesterday. It's the women are dominating right now in that game, and the men's actually it's pretty much 50-50 who's going to win between the men's and because the Four Nations was such a great tournament. Okay, so Microsoft down to 25
this time.
PE right now. So is it worth a buy if you're looking for value? Yes. But as I'd already said with Palunteer, like if we're going to be worried about what Palunteer is doing, this is a 560 top back into 416. So you've still lost 25% from top to bottom, if not maybe a little bit more. I'm not even sure how so here, let's go to the very bottom of that. I'm not even sure if this works. That was 30% top to bottom there, and you've gained back about 5% or so of that. So let's call it 25% off the highs here for Microsoft. So yeah, maybe it is worth picking something up down here, especially if you do have longer term horizon in mind for MSFT. I just don't like the name. Like it's already a big part of the portfolio, and honestly, like, I'm not sure I love too many of these tech names, but I'm not going to sell them all the way down here, possibly rethinking about things when and if we get all the way back up to the upside for Sir Softy, because it's just had such an epic run. Like been buying this name literally for 30 years. And I remember getting in and out of this thing like 40, 50 bucks, back in the 2000s and whatnot. But now you're all the way up into 540, 560 with Windows being like a meh thing now. I worry a little bit about it and the valuation of OpenAI and the fact that they have only 15 million paid users for Copilot. It's very, very weak. So anyways, all right, we got a super chat.
We do, and it's going to be KMI. And shout out to you, Nick. Another super chat. I think it's like the second one, maybe even like the third one today, and almost every single day you send one in here. I know you're asking about Kinder Morgan on the weekly, but it's actually the monthly. I can see what you're talking about for the breakout on the weekly, but I'll actually flex you the monthly chart too as well. With this, it's about 24. There's support to resistance to consolidated support, double top on the monthly. So my guess is you're looking at this breakout to fill in the gap. Energy's been making a strong rally lately. You've had names like CVX and obviously XOM doing well. You've got the XLE going well. So why not a pipeline name, which is also following suit? Obviously, again, this would be the look on the time frame that I think looks pretty solid as well. But obviously, you were asking about the weekly. Again, just puts in the same range. Like your support to breakout, it's about an $8 range. And when you extrapolate that out, why not break it out and look for that 40 area? So the structurally looks really good there, Nick. I feel like a lot of times, like I know you're looking at the chart and you like support and resistance, which is something that I like as well. So good space. I'm a CVX guy myself. I think it's the only energy. I have some XLE, but the only thing I've recently bought is probably CVX off the 141. XLE I haven't bought in a couple of years, but you got to pick your. I shouldn't say you have to pick your horse in the race, but if you like energy, not bad to pick a horse in the race. I like mine, and I don't think there's anything wrong with Kinder Morgan either.
All right, Tesla, the best performing name in Mag 7 world, up 1 2/3. Couple of headlines on this. Electric, that magazine or that site that talks about electric vehicles, came out midday saying that they're quoting Tesla The semi-truck is apparently going to be priced at $290,000, and it's going to have about 500 miles of range. That is unconfirmed, guys, so we'll see whether the company confirms that or not. Separately, we knew that an executive is leaving Tesla, Raj Jagannathan. He's departing the automaker, vice president of IT, AI, infrastructure, and business apps, as well as information security at Tesla. He announced he was departing the company after 13 years on Monday after a LinkedIn post confirmed that, guys. Tesla up 1 2/3.
What is that? So, actually, look, I mean, ultimately, I think, I don't know how much that's going to move the needle for Tesla. I think we want it to move the needle, but it would be, I know Tesla's up today relative to the market, so it's good to try to look for that reason why. But can we really think that's what it's been about? It'd be a bit disingenuous when most of the story has been, hey, let's focus on Optimus. That's what should be driving Tesla. Let's focus on autonomous. That's what should be driving Tesla. So I don't necessarily want to get too overreactive here. What is a somewhat positive? It's still a somewhat positive story. What's more important today for Tesla is in the face of, remember we were talking about with Softy? Like it was doing the whole stair step up and the higher lows and everything seemed fine and the market did that little bit of a dip and it couldn't hold on to support. Well, Tesla did. Tesla did pull back, held on to the higher low, and is now attempting to break it out. So when we're putting things in at least temporary boxes here of, hey, this has a little bit of strength going on with it, this particular move down in the market does not seem to be affecting Tesla. And I like that. I think that gives us some room off the 420 to maybe retest the 50-period moving average. It allows me to come in, like every single day, I feel like it's been looking for some shorts. This morning, stock, and then eventually they started to come in. But Tesla's one that I don't think I'll be in that realm for tomorrow, as long as we hold on to this 420 for now. A lot can change in the next 90 minutes or so, but so far so good here for Tesla. It did what you'd want Microsoft to have done this afternoon to prove its relative strength.
I believe we have, don't we have Rivian this week as well? So if we're going to have a quick...
I'll double check.
One day this week. Rivian up 3% today. So, you know, this to me is a little more exciting as far as like a pure play in the EV space, right? I mean, we've seen some of the talk recently of EV credits, and we know that here in Canada there's been some Chinese EV push forward here as well by our government to allow some of those names to come through. But with the build of the R2, and I think there's some pent-up sort of expectations on this, and I know for me, like I'm going to be test driving it and looking at it, and you know potentially stepping into one of those. So I just think that there's a lot of demand for a secondary electric vehicle where families have grown into, you know, extending a little further than the Model Y and getting more into something that is a smaller SUV, but still bigger than the Model Y. And that's why I want to, you know, get my hands out and see how that is. And I know that Rivian, pretty high quality build as well. And that's been something that's been sort of against Tesla, some of their cookie cutter factory kind of build out. So let's see if Rivian, you know, gets that little bit of a boost here on their recent release. So I kind of like Rivian right now as a pure car play rather than Tesla. But I mean, I really, really like Tesla for the long haul. I just have no idea how to value this thing, right? I mean, and if you do like it, I feel like Tesla's one of those names where you just want to continue to buy dips and hope that it works out. You think there's a PE problem with Palunteer. This is double the PE. This is 400 price to earnings, right? And so we can't just sit here and judge stock based on what their price to earnings ratios are. So Tesla, I'm not going to do that, and I don't know what price is going to be a dip buy other than every price. If you believe in it, then you want to wait for extreme moves to happen and pick them up. And we just had one down there, so if you were able to, like, let's just say you only have the ability to hold, like, or your max you're willing to hold is 200 shares, something like that, okay? So if you're going to pick up 20 on a dip buy, then just try to find 10 spots to do that. You know, and then hopefully by the time it starts breaking out new highs, and you know, there's people in the chat, you know, myself included, really, that have been just buying, you know, these tech names for decades, really. So you're going to have a great average price, and it's just a matter of, you know, once you don't believe in it or once you think the move is over, then hopefully you have enough shares and it's near the top that you can start to get some out and then rebuild the position as it goes back and forth. Because, you know, Tesla, it's not like this hasn't given you tons of opportunities. You know, you're not absolutely mooning here. This is what a daily chart looks like for Tesla. If we go over to a weekly chart, you're going to see like, you had the opportunity to buy this exact same price back in 2021. So Sharif, where's the last 5 years gone? So you just had an opportunity right now to buy shares at, I mean, even if you go even lower, like, you know, well, it's all the same prices, $380, $400, we were already here. You know, pre-splits, there's been lots of splits that's happened in this stock, 3 it looks like, or 2. So, you know, if you just waited for 5 years and did absolutely nothing with Tesla, then, you know, your average price may be somewhere around here. But if you're able to dip buy and take advantage of every time, and I'm not that smart, but every time it goes down, if you're able to pick up 10, 15 shares, then hopefully by the time it comes back up to these levels, so you've waited 5 years, well, hopefully now your position is somewhere long, you know, 220 to 250, and you've DCA'd into this name. This is where I think that Tesla has the advantage, that there's going to be stories on this name for a very, very long time. So if you like the stock, you buy it on dips, and if you don't, you know, you don't. And, you know, a lot of people don't like Elon, so I can understand why you might want to stay away. We are getting out of some more IBIT now and some more of the TQs as we just wait to see what this market's going to do. I don't know if Bitcoin's coming up, but we went short where we said we would, 39.50. So there it is right there. And just getting filled right now again at some of these lows. So that's that trade. And then the TQs as well. We've only taken out a couple spots right here, but getting ready to take out another one if it gets into the 30s down here, the low. So maybe we'll put another bid at 40 and wait to see if we get something at 30. All right, Sharif. Number 4. Okay.
AW or Amazon, I was about to say AWS. Amazon down 1/5%, despite the fact that we had an interesting headline this morning being reported by the information in Reuters that they're looking at launching a digital marketplace where publishers can sell their content to firms offering AI intelligence products. There is apparently an AWS event today. I couldn't find the exact details, but it was referenced a couple of times in the article by the information and Reuters. So Amazon down 1/4% on the day.
All good, Sharif. I think when you say AWS, everyone knows you're talking about Amazon. It is absolutely.
What are you talking about? All-wheel drive over there? What's he talking about?
Maybe. I don't know. Oh, by the way, we'll get right back to Amazon in a quick little second. So you're telling me you're not excited, you go for the Rivian, you're not excited to get some kind of a BYD vehicle. They got an SUV. I'm just throwing it out there because supposedly here in Canada, we're supposed to be all about the Chinese EVs soon. I could do it, but I'm half joking, obviously.
Oh, okay.
No, but we are there are.
If it's any good, I'd buy it. I'd buy a Saudi Arabian Lucid.
I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know anybody. I don't personally know anybody who's driven a BYD vehicle or a Neo vehicle.
You may never know anybody.
Certainly. Well, we'll see what happens here. There's a lot of lip service being talked about for growth of the Chinese EVs here. You see them in Europe, and of course, obviously dominating China. Back to Amazon. I'm trying to figure out what I want to say that'll sound different from yesterday, especially given the fact that Amazon's day is more or less the same thing. It dipped. It held about 206. It failed that 212 we talked about yesterday. Can't fill in the gap. There's the fail at 212. We're heading back lower. The bad news is now that consolidation underneath prior support looks a little worse because it failed that top again today. So, you know, you've had that little cooling off period, but all we've done is support turn into resistance, which the longer that's true, the worse it gets for Amazon. The good part about it would at least be you're holding a higher low. So there's the earnings bottom, higher low, higher low. But if we can't break out this 212 level to start filling in the gap, got to start thinking about shorting that 212. I've been waiting for it to look strong above here to try the gap fill breakout long, but it's been the other way, unfortunately. Boeing to start new 737 production line in midsummer. Well, hopefully that'll get off the shine. I looked at Boeing today. Boeing didn't have a very good day. I don't remember.
Oh, no?
No, I don't remember why I was looking at the chart. Sometimes you're just looking at the chart, looking at charts throughout lunch of stocks that you maybe have or are interested in. No, but Boeing on that little turnaround in the market, Boeing kind of lost a bid and was right at yesterday's lows. I guess that news may be giving it a little bit of a bounce, but that's down a point. And it's another stock that seemingly was cruising on the way back up. I don't like that one bid on Amazon. We need to break that 212 level. That's the key.
All right, like I've already said this a couple of times here. I don't. Amazon didn't impress me, Shania Twain style. It don't impress me much. All right, and that is, oh Canada. This is it all the way back. This is 2024. We're not even talking 2025. So Amazon is right back to where it was. You're talking months and months, not smart enough to do the math, 16 months ago. We've sat in here with no dividend, no absolute nothing, and now we have CapEx to worry about? Not excited about AMZN down at these levels, honestly. Like I think you excited for the future. There's no doubt about that. But to say like, okay, we want to sit in here and try to dip buy on Amazon. I mean, I did have a bid at 200, and looking at this, I think 200 would be a good spot. If you're trying to buy something here on Amazon for myself. I think that's would make sense why I put it in there now that I look at it. I almost thought it was going to be almost like a swing trade. You get that little bounce off of their earnings report. But yeah, all the way back into where we were. Did I say November? I'm going to go even further, man. This goes back to basically summer of 24 that Amazon has given everything back to. So if you're an investor that doesn't like dividends and really doesn't see too much growth, then Amazon might be right for you. But for me, I'm going to hold off on it. Let it dip down like dramatic. Do these dramatic pulls. Just like we did right there into 170. Like if something can get lost here on Amazon and you're able to pick something up at an extreme value, then I think there's something there. Kind of like with same story here as I said with Tesla, but I actually feel like the Tesla story is something that I like better than the Amazon story. So I probably would prefer to dip by Tesla. All right, Sharif, it's 2:33. Let's go back over to you for the last one.
Netflix, Katina, man, and we got a bit of an update on the tie-up here. So Paramount Skydance trying to sweeten its takeover deal for Warner Brothers Discovery with a ticking fee, guys, of up to $650 million payable each quarter after 26, of course, if the regulatory approvals for that $108 billion deal get approved. So this ticking fee is calculated about 25 pennies per share. It's intended to compensate Warner shareholders and to signal confidence to the market, of course, that it can obtain approvals in the U.S. and other major markets. The company reiterated that WBD's current deal with streaming giant Netflix is bound to hit obstacles. Warner confirmed that they had received the amended offer by Paramount at midday, and among other things, now David Ellison-led media company said it will fund the $2.8 billion termination fee to Netflix and willfully backstop a debt exchange offer that would relieve Warner Brothers of its contractual bondholder obligations and potentially eliminate that $1.5 billion in financing costs associated with that. Netflix, 84.66 high, trading at 82.82.
I mean, the second part's the part that I think actually matters, like sort of guaranteeing the breakup fee that's good and maybe reassuring on some of the debt. Because adding this 25 cents, whatever, I've been trading buyouts all my life. I've never even heard that term before, the ticking fee, 25 cents on 30. I think probably people were looking for them to say, we'll give you a 33 cash or something like that. And then maybe that could get the board to take a serious look here. But there's been zero response that the board is interested in anything but the Netflix deal. Every iteration hasn't really changed that. So until proven otherwise, barring obviously any regulatory hurdles and all that kind of stuff, Netflix 27.75. The bulk of the company is still the way that this seems to be going. There was a bump where Netflix was trading higher. I think it was part relief because of the market, and then maybe the outside chance, maybe the market didn't want them to get the deal, and if it went to Skydance, they're trying to reward them for that. Either way, it fell with everything else. I don't think you should be overreacting to this bid. Certainly, I wouldn't change anything if I was, like, Warner Brothers is trading a little bit higher. I was prepared to short this if it got into the $28.6 to $29 area, which generally speaking has been the top. and so far above where the actual cash prices that Netflix is buying that I think it's worth the shot, as long as you don't get any word from the Warner Brothers board that they are remotely considering this over Netflix side. Wait till this gets into the 28th and then looking for a short. I didn't trade it today because there was news. I traded every other day except for today because I actually wanted to see how this reacted and because I had no bloody idea what this ticket fee was. But it doesn't seem like it's that big of a deal. I'd short this at 29, barring any kind of an update on Warner Brothers.
All right. Look, as Neil said, like Neil literally makes all his money trading buyouts. If this guy's never heard of this 25-cent thing, then I'm just going to sort of brush it off right now. But Netflix up 1.7%. I mean, I still like the stock. I think it's a buy down here. I mean, you want to talk about a chart that's been really destructed and getting killed to the downside, you would be looking at Netflix. And I mean, it's thinking about a bottom here around 80 bucks. So again, like just one of those names, and this is what I'm talking like this about every single mega cap name, and that is like, I still feel like, especially if you're in the space other than NVIDIA, I still think you want to wait for just a little bit longer before we're trying to scoop up some of these names. Like, let's let it take down the 50-period moving average. Like, if you haven't done anything with this name yet, you know, you could almost take it, trade it like how I kind of day trade here. Once we break above this and start to turn upside down, if we do have Brian Shannon this afternoon, I'm not sure, he hasn't messaged me, maybe I should look. But breaking this 91, 92 area would be something for me on Netflix if we can swoop up and get back up there to the upside for NFLX. So I think it's probably worth being patient on this one, Netflix, moving forward, and watch out for, the Warner Brothers, and if anything ever happens with that stock, there might be a little bit of money to pick up as that becomes closer and closer to some kind of a date there. So, all right, so we'll wait on that. As we've been talking there, we were able to get out more and more here. This just happened, and then this was just in the last second. We got out some at 39.20 as we break a little bit higher. I'm going to stop out of the rest at 39.30 right now for our TQQ trade, and then just work on it backwards. So if we wind up, on IBIT, if we wind up getting stopped out, then we can re-engage. If it does get to the high side, we're going to take it out if it breaks this. So 39.32, just to get out of the last piece. I only have maybe 15% left of this, so we'll cancel our current IBIT order and then get out of the rest. So 39.33 out of 100% if that winds up breaking. So that's hopefully doesn't happen, but could. There's another fill we just got a couple seconds ago as well on the TQQ. For this one, I'm not so worried about it. Would like to let this maybe hold on just a little bit more. I'm actually looking to get more shares up here. So just looking, I'm not sure how many shares we had in the beginning of this trade. I'd say we probably have about 30 to 40% left. As we took some good fills near the low of the day, we'll take another one and try to hold, see if we get one more, then hold a quarter and see if it really blasts lower. But I am looking to reload this name here, the futures or the TQQs anyways. My favorite logo or thing. Thanks, Fabian, for that. Along with the Stone Cold, Joe, along with the Stone Cold. Man, we get a combo of there it is, yeah. Futures are breaking, but right in there, 51.70 would be a reload up until VWAP at least there for the TQs. I want to make sure that we support the short coming in right now. So that's what I'm doing right now, is just kind of hanging out with you guys. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the show so far. We're going to be getting into some trades. Yesterday we had that banger of a trade on Amazon. We'll see if we can sort of replace that with another one here today. As we held the short, it was a very, very good short yesterday into the close on AMZN. So, you know, we can see if that happens again. We had this, you know, but we'll have to wait to see here if Amazon has enough juice to even break that low of 207.50. Then if it does, then I think it opens the floodgates back into that 207 downside. This is why I'm thinking like the futures are going to go lower here. So we're going to wait on it, but Amazon's on my radar as well. I'm going to go through a couple scanners and try to see if I can find a trade that I want to put on right now. But that's initially what's on my mind here with Amazon to try to see about a short through some of these levels.
Yeah, I mean, right now, like the scanner is, I don't want to say it's dry, but it's a little bit, just looking at the trade rate list, you got Palunteer, SNDK, NVIDIA, nothing crazy and popping off, and there's also no small cap. What is this? AQSTs.
What is that?
It never moves. Every single day this thing is on my trade rate. Okay, and it's not really doing anything. IBIT's going to be in there, DPro, Qs. IonQ, oh my goodness. Okay, so I got my reload. That reminded me, when I saw IonQ that we have not said a word or even been looking at quantum names or nuclear names. And I'm gonna get to one of those charts in a quick second. But I got it to reload, and PayPal came back into the lower high here. Just trying to stick with this one since the trend break. Just looking to see if it'll fill. I mean, you could make the argument it's already filled the gap, and that's fair. Like, it pulled back into prior high, so you could argue that, okay, the trade is complete. But I'm gonna give it one more shot here to pull right into the prior day low. But speaking of these, whether you like them or not, IonQ here, and I can't take credit. Like, I haven't been looking at this stock, and it is what it is. I know it just showed up on one of the scanners, but this broke a monster level, and it's right back to it now for like 35, 36, like this support. Like, this broke it down. We're right back now, trying and just teetering, holding on for a couple of days. Like, it was a huge breakdown level, and now you're consolidating sideways for 2 days in a row. Like, the way I feel about something like this is, as a day trade, once we break back in either direction, like under 34 or over 37, you just go with it. It's too big of a level, it's too big of a fall, and these have been pretty volatile stocks. And you can, and another one, to go to a nuclear name, SMR has a kind of a really similar setup. Like, you go from quantum to nuclear, and it's like the same kind of nonsense. Pull back, 2 days of consolidation, like this breaks 1820 on the 15-minute. You know, you go long the day that it happens. Presumably it could happen tomorrow, it could happen next week. I don't even know when they report. It doesn't really matter for this stock, although this is actually threatening to break and fill the gap back into the downside. But I think a lot of times you look at the big cap tech names and you can forget, hey, there was a moment for these others that were running, and as crazy as they ran up, if the floor breaks and you're a trader, I mean, you can short IonQ, you can short SMR, you can short Rigetti for another example here, Oklo. Like, all of these are opportunities, and they're just teetering. They're all just teetering after we had that big bounce back to end last week. So and when I say teetering, I just mean the bounce is on thin ice. Like, it went for a day, maybe a day and a half, and now it's not doing anything. It's just consolidative. So that could just be a stair step down. We talk about taking the stairs up, but consolidation in a downtrend could also mean taking the stairs down for some of those names. The only new position was the PayPal reentry. Oh, I am in this ZSL. Man, this thing is not moving like it used to. So it pulled back. It held VWAP, the thing that it never did yesterday for a trade. It held VWAP. I jumped in off the volume weighted average price, threw my stop under the prior low. Guess how much it's done since then? It just can't break out the top because SLV, and of course ZSL is the inverse of SLV, because SLV is holding VWAP in the other way but won't break the low of the day. Well, this is essentially just a VWAP trade looking for it to break down through the low so ZSL would actually break through said high. But other than that, let us know what you guys are watching, what you might be interested in. Rainmaker saying Zed is dead. What's his name again? May he rest in peace, the actor that played Zed. He passed away a few months ago.
Here's
I forget the guy's name.
Oh, I don't know. Here is tonight's earnings, and someone in the chat, so shout out to you, Mark, in the chat asking if we are doing earnings. Yes, we are doing them tonight. So this is what's hitting your scanners tonight, and thank you for asking, and hopefully thank you for joining all of us. It'll be Brendan, Adara, myself, and Neil chilling out tonight. And if Joe sticks around, he can help us out. Upstart, Lyft, Astera Labs, Ford should be okay. That's today at 4:05. We just talked about Rivian and getting, actually like the Bronco as well. Clavio there. We can see what's going on with some different financial, alternate financial plays there. Cloudflare as well. Edwards Life Sciences, interesting name. Mattel. Like, you basically get a bunch of different feels tonight. So it should be an exciting one. Gilead coming through as well. So that's obviously another exciting name. There we'll see what's going on with the pharmaceuticals. And then this morning was kind of, again, pick and choose what you wanted to trade with. But this morning we got Coke, Spotify. We've talked about that. We'll look at Oscar again for you in just a couple minutes. But join us tonight right away at 4 p.m. where we will talk everything earnings related. So that should be fun there. And go make sure this is Dara's page. Go check out Trader TV Research right now for all of your research needs as far as, earnings and kind of cool graphics that Dara's been doing. Obviously a great job on all of those graphics. And a lot of people, easier to learn, understand if you're looking at sort of visuals. So if that's an easier play for you guys, go over there. Often, the revenue forecast and things like that is pretty interesting to see. All right, last week he took a week off. Here, I don't have a trader. I don't have the trader thing on here. I'm looking to see what it is. So I'm just going to go like this. This is not Brian Shannon in the Lamborghini. But he's here right now. What's up, Brian? How are you doing, my good friend? Thank you for coming back today or this week. Missed you last week. How have you been? How's this week been so far? Have you made any trades today? Thank you for coming back.
Yeah, good. Actually, Bitcoin has been kind of riding the anchor off of last week's low. We had a little undercut of it this morning, and I think that was the shakeout that could lead to a more sustained bounce. I'll pull that chart here in a little bit, but that's kind of the one that, it's still a bounce. But Sean, I see you're short some Qs, and I think that we're at a pretty critical place there. If you look at this daily chart on the left, we've got that anchor from that high and this one right here, and we're stuck just below them. We also have a declining 20 and 50-day moving average. We've just run up into that zone, and this blue is the year-to-date anchor. So what I'd really like to see with the Qs, if we're going to get this thing back in gear again, is maybe come down to the anchor off the low from last week and then shoot back higher, back above this level. So a little pullback, carve out a higher low, and then maybe we can see the NASDAQ start to behave a little bit better, but kind of in no man's land here, isn't it?
I think so, and that's what we talked about earlier today, was like sometimes it's very tough to sit here and think about a trade because you don't always need to be in anything, right? And it's sometimes sitting on your hands and waiting for something to actually pop. Like we saw silver going crazy sort of the last couple of weeks and maybe now taking a little bit of a break. So you don't need to rush in and make every single trade that you see. I think patience in a market like this, Brian, as you just mentioned, very, very important. Any chance you were able to watch the Super Bowl?
I watched part of it. I just truly wasn't very interested in it, so...
Have you... Go ahead.
Yeah. I was just going to watch maybe 15, 20 minutes of it.
Yeah. Okay. I was going to say, have you ever done any research or thought about like companies potentially that were on the commercials and things like that? We saw big moves. Everyone was really excited about Hims and Hers. I don't know if you want to look at that stock, HIMS. They had a Super Bowl commercial, and then the very next day, they got basically in trouble with Novo Nordisk and really fell out, and now is down another 10%. So we have a lot of traders that are viewing the show, obviously, and ask us about Hims and what we think about this name. To me, this is just basically a falling knife, and I mean, you're saying is like this whole penalty box. I think this thing's been kicked out of the game. I'm not even sure this stock is in the same arena, let alone in a penalty box right now. So what do you think about Hims right now if we're just talking about charting?
It's a disaster. It's below the anchor from the inception of when I guess it was a SPAC back here. And, we were below the declining 20, 30, 42-week move. It's a classic stage 4 decline. There's no such thing as down too much when there's still sellers. This thing is toxic. I would just stay away from it.
Yeah, and I was even saying that the other day. It's like we all like to try to catch the bottoms of stock because, it feels good. Like, like I'm long Google at $100 or whatever, on these dip buys, or I'm long Robinhood at 80 when it goes to 90. But I think you and I are similar in, like, why not look at a stock that's actually, like, you want to look at J&J with me right now? Like, Johnson & Johnson just continues to push higher. I love the space that this is in. I know you and I look like we're getting younger, but generally speaking, the population's getting older every day. And as you can, I guess there's births, but as you can see, this name continues, not enough, this name continues to take out levels. And we're looking for names sometimes to put into our portfolio that have broken down. What about names like this on J&J that just continues, to put money in shareholders' pockets? They pay a dividend. Do you like J&J? You see anything on this chart?
The trend's your friend, right, Sean?
Right.
I mean, look at these tests of the 50-day moving average. I think bounces off that 50 were really the ideal points to be a buyer if you weren't in from the original break way back here. That was, the move that really kind of set it off. The pullbacks to the 50 as it rallied away from there. Now, the thing is I look at it and I see, if you bought it there, it got extended from the 50, it got extended from the 50, and now it's extended from the 50. I think it's, hold it if you've got it, raise your stops, but buying this one seems a little bit too late to me. One that I have recently is Pfizer, and I'm trying to tell myself I'm an investor in this thing, but I see it ready to break out, and I'm getting ready to sell some because of it. I own it down at 26.30, I think.
Nice.
You look at the weekly chart of Pfizer, though, and here's, we had this. So this is where HIMSS might be right now, right? And if they don't scare you out, they're going to typically wear you out. HIMSS is yesterday's news. Forget about it. And now, Pfizer, it's a controversial company. Who cares? If they didn't scare you out, they wore you out. The thing about the news recently, and there's been some great examples. If you look last week, we saw that Trump called for an investigation of the home builders, and intraday they sold off 2-3%, and now look at them. They're way back up there. And then today the news was China has told their companies stop buying U.S. Treasuries, and U.S. Treasuries have their best day in quite a long time here, and now we're seeing interest rate sensitive like energy breaking out and soaring. Energy is breaking past the anchor from this high over here and this band of resistance, which had been prior support. So these are the types of plays that if you want to get into a new trend, you buy them here with a stop under there, and you expect them to do maybe something like this over the next 3, 6, 9 months, and keep raising your stop up. And as it pulls back to those 50-day moving averages, like we saw in J&J, then you look for strength off of that. But you've got to listen to the price of the stock, not to, hey, we have this new drug that we copied. No, we're going to take it off the market. And even NVO has been a disaster. I mean, it's all over the place. And, with a declining 200-day moving average, don't expect rallies to hold, is what I always say. And, man, that just is just a disaster.
I mean, yeah, it's like, why would you, for Novo Nordisk as opposed to Eli Lilly? The thing about Eli Lilly here is if you're trying to get some love into the GLP-1s, a good name with Pfizer. Pfizer recently had, Dara, what was the company that they recently bought? Minestro or something? Pfizer to try to get into the GLP-1 game. But Eli Lilly, to me, is almost just as confusing here, Brian, because I know there's a lot of traders that are interested in this GLP-1 and sort of the pipeline that Eli Lilly does have right now. But something that I think you've mentioned here on the show and taught us a little bit, this is the 50-period moving average. To me, Brian, today, and maybe if I zoom in just a little bit more, you can see this is starting to decline on my 50-day moving average right now. I'm in Eli Lilly. Maybe time to get out a little bit. We're starting to decline, maybe turn a little over here. What does Eli Lilly say to you at these levels?
It is declining, and we know that because that's what this line is here. This was 50 days ago. So this was 51 and 52 days ago. As we were replacing those the last couple of days, and we replace this today, that drags the 50-day moving average lower. Now, in a couple days, as we start, next week, end of next week, as we replace this with, say, data up here, it'll be rising again. So what I'd really like to see with Lilly is maybe it comes down like this, little shakeout, recovery, that 50-day moving average rightens itself, and then it could continue to move higher. But right now, it's just kind of stuck in this, zone where it's just basically doing nothing, right?
Yeah, I think I agree with you on that one. All right, I'm going to go manage that Q's position is getting a little more in the money, so we like that one. I'm going to pass you over to Neil and put out some bids.
Yeah, thank you for everything, Brian. I had one question, and now I have three. But I want to start, if we can, just for a second, going back to that Pfizer chart, because the second you pulled it up, I had what seemed like an obvious question to me. It looked like you had I couldn't tell where it was from, but it looked like you had an anchor at a purple line just above we were sitting on that Pfizer chart, and you said you're already in. So my question would be, if it were to break that, does that not look like a breakout? Would you be adding to a position on something like that, like averaging up as it's made that bottom and looking like it's breaking through some resistance? Or is it just you would take profit once it breaks that resistance?
Well, that's a great question, Neil. I look at that as just like anything is here's a level of interest on the upside where it might get dragged to. The problem with buying a breakout past that level is that's 28.5.
Right.
And the stock has just run from, 25.5 to 28.5. So we'll have just run, 12% to get there. So if it breaks through that level, I think it's time to become defensive and look at it and say, raise my stops, because it's more likely to shake out a little bit, rebuild, and then get your bigger move. Because the extended breakouts are what often just traps the late buyers in there, and you get some profit taking from the people who are positioned lower. Now, it might not be as much for this stock. I'm sure some people are holding Pfizer thinking, well, I'm going to hold it because it's got this 7.2% dividend yield, and it might not, that might give it a little bit more stability. But realistically, it's, the stock has kind of been a disaster here. So I'm looking at this breakout level and saying, if it breaks past that, I'm going to start to get super defensive. And if it, start to raise my stop tight, because if it pulls back down, it might pull back down to the anchor off of this low. And that would bring it to, let's say, 26.5, 26.75, $1 lower. And then as it bounces from there, then I might look to replace what I sold up here with that. So I don't like to pyramid higher and increase my cost basis, but I like to sell strength, hold some. If it pulls back, rebuild on strength, raise my stop underneath that low, if that's what the low ends up being, and then hopefully ride it up to that bigger anchor up that we were just talking about on the weekly chart, which is right here, which would bring it up towards, what did we say? That was 28.5 or so.
Yeah, perfect. Great thoughts there. I think that's one that the trap on dividends sometimes. Like, oh, but it's got such a great dividend. Well, sometimes it's for a reason it's got such a great dividend. There's been a lot of talk.
Here's the thing, if I can go on my soapbox for a moment, because there's three people that I think are doing enormous damage to people's wealth out there. Kathy, Tom, and Michael. Saylor and Tom Lee. And on this BMNR, they're bragging about how they're making their money. They're making $120 million a year on their staking. That's a 2.8% dividend. Meanwhile, this stock has gone in the last few months, it's down 65%. How many years do you have to wait, with your 3% dividend to break even? How many dividends do you have? And of course, people say, well, Bitcoin or Ethereum will come back and that sort of thing. But we've heard nothing but price targets of 2,000, 5,000, 8,000, 10,000. And meanwhile, Ethereum and BMNR just keep going lower. So, same thing as the dividend trap. They're trying to, paint this as, hey, we're staking and making 2.8%. But 2.8%, who cares if you're down 60%? What a loser mentality that is.
100%. And you could point to examples like Intel all but got rid of their dividend, actually tried to focus on a turnaround, and that stock's up like maybe a little farther than it should be, but it's up over 200% from some of their lows. You can make lots of arguments along those lines. But okay, so there's been a lot made, and I'm going to switch gears here. And this is all Palunteer. We get a lot of questions about it. There's been a lot of chatter about this weekly chart of Michael Burry, and he's still short or at a new short. I don't know if he put a new position on or it's the same one from before. Frankly, it probably doesn't matter. But he's been talking about and a lot of chatter about this head and shoulders pattern on Palunteer. So on the weekly chart, it's an obvious breakdown. Like there's a support at 150. There's the 50 period on the weekly. You can see it breaking down underneath. You got the head, you got the shoulders there. What's your take on what is next for Palunteer? Because some of it would say you had this level here from 2002, that high, you could pull into 120. He's saying we're going all the way to $60. So just give us your thoughts technically, if you have any on Palunteer.
I do, and I've, so I was pointing that head and shoulders out in my weekend video as well. And, the thing about this is a lot of times when you see these big obvious patterns, they fail. So it's clearly bearish right now. I have no desire to own Palunteer. When you look at the daily chart, we've got a declining 20-day moving average, declining 50-day moving average. We're below the anchor from the April lows, from the tariff tantrum, or whatever they called it. We tested last year's anchor from January 1st, but the pattern here on the daily time frame is still the same. It's still a pattern of lower highs and lower lows. Just like, Oracle. Oracle, people got excited about that yesterday because it was up the most in the last 6 months, but it's still in a horrible it's a bounce in a downtrend. So back to Palunteer. If Palunteer is going to turn itself around, what we often see with these head and shoulders patterns is that what's so obvious becomes obviously wrong. In other words, it gets underneath this level, then rallies up quickly, traps people, and then as it does that, then it rebuilds and then could get going. So I don't think there's any hurry to get involved in Palunteer, simply because we are still technically, in this head and shoulders pattern that measures down, if you want to, take it literally, the height of the pattern from 150 to, let's just call it 250 points, gives us a bearish objective of down at 100. Which it may or may not hit. You don't want to take these patterns so serious and to say, well, I'm going to cover my short at 100, and maybe it gets there, or maybe it starts to rebuild, gets back above that neckline, and then starts to shoot higher. It's very similar to the play that I've got on right now in Bitcoin.
Yeah, I appreciate the answer. I think a lot of times what will happen is, you just sort of hear somebody throw a number out there. The pattern, obviously, I think it's one of the easier ones to see, like a head and shoulders. Like, I'm not a chart market technician. You can see it. It's kind of intuitive what it might mean. But you hear this crazy, like a big number, like a 6, and you're like, oh no, this thing is going to fall apart. We're going to be there in minutes. So I appreciate the candor on that answer. There's one last thing before I throw you back. And you mentioned something that I know there were some questions about when you were talking about HIMS, because you said HIMS stage 4 breakdown. So not that, for some of our viewers who are asking, hey, what's he talking about there? If you could just briefly maybe expand on that for their benefit, because there were a few questions and they're like, what's a stage 4 breakdown?
Sure.
Something that not all traders will be familiar with.
You know what? I'll put this up on X here when we're done. I've got a great infographic about it. But basically, the market moves in stages, and that is the accumulation stage, and then the higher highs and higher lows above the moving averages is the markup. Then we have sideways distribution with moving averages crisscrossing, and then we see the stage 4 breakdown. And the fear amongst long holders in Palunteer is that we've seen just that. We saw, it came public, had a stage 2 uptrend, stage 3 distribution, stage 4 decline, then a stage 1 accumulation, and this has been one big giant stage 2 uptrend. We've seen the moving averages just starting to crisscross. We've got lower highs in here. And, that's the thing also about a head and shoulders pattern. All it is, people get, like you said, they're very easy to recognize. But what the only thing that we have here is the pattern goes from higher highs and higher lows, the definition of an uptrend, to a lower high followed by a lower low. That's all a head and shoulders pattern is that we've gone from higher highs and higher lows to lower highs and lower lows. Is it going to create a lower high and come back down again and continue like this? Or is it going to trap the shorts and then move higher? That's obviously what the bulls want. And then this would be, back to a failed breakdown, back into a range, and then continuation of the stage 2 higher. That's the bullish scenario that we want to see happen. The bears obviously want to see it continue lower.
All right, Brian, thank you for that explanation. And yeah, let's go check out Brian at Alpha Trends over on Twitter. Okay, this is my favorite time of the day. I'm just going to ask you. You mentioned Bitcoin, IBIT, maybe you're into that right now. Is there something that I can ask you about next week that's looking like maybe breaking out now, or something that's caught Mr. Brian Shannon's eye, and our traders can have a look at the charts with you as well? So the floor is yours. What name maybe are you looking at right now, Brian?
I think you mentioned nukes, but not nukes necessarily, but some of the uraniums are starting to firm up here a little bit. 4Us, we still have these lower highs. I'm hoping that this ends up being a higher low in here, and maybe this time next week we're going to start to see that one move higher, along with CCJ, kind of the same story, that we've seen this correction, and it's not clear that it's over. But if we can carve out a higher low, then I want to be a buyer of strength. Same is true. So the uraniums, I would say, 4Us and CCJ, and then you get DNN as well. But I also like another energy group, which is solar. So if you look at, for instance, Sunrun on this weekly chart, we go back to the IPO in 2015, and there's the anchor from that, as well as the anchor from the all-time high. You can see we've been banging up against that really for the last 2 years. It has been resistance. Now we've got all these moving averages rising again. So this is the weekly chart, and we've got that supply there. If we break that, then Sunrun is in this range right now. It's building, I think, to get ready. And my confidence in that is increasing because shares like JK Solar, JKS, are also kind of in that. If they didn't scare you out, they wore you out going sideways. We spoke a couple weeks about NXT and that they had just reported earnings over here, and it holds those gains very well. So NXT is, same thing here on a shorter term time frame. You can look at this as, is this a shoulder? Well, I guess it wouldn't really be your best head and shoulders pattern, but maybe you've got 2 right shoulders and two left shoulders. But this is, if we can get back above 125, then, buy it with a stop under here. Enphase had earnings, and that behaves well. So I think that, generally the solar names, in particular JKS and RUN, are going to be good ones to follow up on next week. I would say a stop would go under here. Worst case, underneath this level, Sean, for Sunrun, now down at about 1870 or so.
All right. That Sunrun, the way that chart is building up, it's got bullish written all over it. I really like the way that's looking. Of course, when we're talking about Sunrun, there's going to be some political stuff happening there as well as we, wait for the approval of solar.
Think about the midterms too. Like the midterms are going to be 76%, I think, for the Dems in the midterms to take.
There's a good chance that solar becomes back on the radar again. All right, Brian, we've taken up lots of your time. We want to thank you once again for joining us. So every Tuesday, when available, Brian Shannon from @AlphaTrends swings by and gives us some of these ideas. So Brian, the chat is absolutely loving it. Let everybody know where they can find you.
Look, in about 10 minutes on X, I will post that infographic with the 4 stages.
Perfect.
You can find me there. That's the easiest place, and I've got a nice little infographic to post there.
If anyone wants to come over for dinner, you'll just drop your home address and just come over there and we'll see what's going on.
We'll have ribs.
I want to have some ribs. I'll bring the cheese plate. Neil, you bring dessert or something, okay? Neil,
we'll make a West Indian fruitcake. How about that?
Okay, you like fruitcake, Brian, or?
Okay. Brian, here's the thing.
All right, how about pie?
What you think of fruitcake is not, West Indian fruitcake is a rum cake. It's not like that hard, terrible, dry nonsense that you think. It's rum based, it's moist, it's delicious. West Indians do it.
I would try it.
Okay, there we
go. So some rum.
I had to sell it a little bit.
Some rum cake and blueberry pie coming your way. Thank you, Brian. We'll check you out next week. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Brian.
Thanks, everybody.
All right, that's Brian.
You've had rum cake.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I'm sure Brian has as well. Right now. But here we go. Before we do that, I just want to show you I'm in a new position right now. I'm in Boeing short. So, there it is. Let's see if it wants to get to the downside. We're short now at 244. But in the world of gold and silver, volatility isn't necessarily a hurdle. It's an opportunity. But harnessing it requires the right tools. Beta Pro by Global X delivers that edge. As Canada's first and longest running suite of leveraged, inverse, and inverse leveraged ETFs, Beta Pro provides a decisive way to engage with metal markets. Through 2 times daily bull and 2 times daily bear exposure, these funds are built for the precision and momentum the modern markets demand. Designed for sophisticated Canadian day traders who understand the risks of leverage and the power of a tactical response, Beta Pro provides the agility to navigate market moves in either direction. Don't just follow the gold and silver markets, position yourself for what's next. Discover the suite at betapro.ca. I think that was pretty good. Okay, thanks Beta Pro for that as well. And thanks Brian for coming through as well. Beta Pro continuously sponsoring. And check them out, man. They're all over the place. Great suite of products, especially in that levered space. You'll see me trading TQQs and doing various things like that. But okay, so here we go. Let's put out a little bit of, okay, there it is. We take a little bit of a fill there right now on our trade for BA. Get something, we sort of punched up a little bit, got some of those 66 halves. So just trying to clear the gap a little bit here, see if we take some kind of profit now. I'm still waiting at 243.50, so if we do come in, it's just another one right there. I don't know if we're going to have diamond hands or not on this trade, but we'll see. if that comes out. And then since you guys have been here, I mean, look, man, sitting here trading and you know, trying to make money on some of these trades. So far, so good here today. This was a nightmare early, way too many ins and too many outs. But right now, as we calm down, we've got the trade on right now for the NASDAQ. And it was nice that Brian was also talking about this position as we continue to go a little lower right there. So we're making it all back right now. There goes that. Oh, no, we did not. Oh no, we're sitting here at 50. We did not get BA there. It came in, and see, this is the problem. All these prints right here are inside. Everything that's blue is inside. So it's, oh, there it is. Yes, sir. We'll spin the money there as we take another 50 cents right now on Boeing. So that was a good little fill that we wind up getting there at 53s. We sit a little bit in front of key levels all the time. So hopefully that's a little bit of a trick that I can teach some of you. I mean, you don't necessarily always want to sit at the even dollar level, or the even penny level. Now, as I was trying to show you, you know, anything that's blue in here will be in between. Anything that's a sharper green is above, so those are always D prints. But you could just see there's actually nothing coming off of the bid and the ask right now. All the trading is done in the middle. So the Citadel, Fidelity, all that kind of Robinhood, like all that which routes to Citadel. Any of these, well, they used to, any of these orders that are going through, generally speaking, won't hit the bids or ask unless there's like a sort of a sharper move. So if you are, because a lot of these are still algorithmic as well, they'll pull the bids and all of a sudden, you know, the bid will be empty if there's a move, and then you got to sort of put something in. And that's why sometimes we'll say, oh my God, it's tanking. Oh, my order stopped it. It's because the minute like a real order comes in, then this is what happens. All these little ticks start coming through. See, those are all like one share, like nothing was even happening there. In order to post there, that's supposed to be 100 shares minimum, but they're hiding like at 56s with 50 shares and all this. So, you know, you got to be careful on what you're doing here when you are looking at these kind of stocks. Now, it's one thing if you're trading a handful of shares, but if you're trading hundreds and stuff like that, then you have to be very, very specific about what you're trying to do, and don't post up like 500 shares right there, because most likely you won't get the fill you like, and sometimes they'll run it against you. Obviously, if there's enough liquidity in the market and Boeing wants to go down, you could put 20,000 shares, it's not gonna matter. They'll eat it up. But when you're trying to scalp out levels, this is something that you gotta look for. And then here we go again, man, we're in the building. IBIT, nice move to the downside. So yeah, man, we're making all this right now today. We've got a great trade on Boeing, a great trade on, they're all 37 cents exactly in the money right now. So about $1 sitting here in all these trades. Yeah, TQs is 38, IBIT is 38, Boeing is 37. So, so far so good here as we continue to hold the short. And yeah, man, I mean, we talked about short early on in the day. The whole sticky note is littered with shorts, and we are at 313, we're at the low of the day. So we'll do a Barry Horowitz, we'll tap ourselves on the back and say that, hey, at least so far so good here today with some of these shorts. Would have been better to get them earlier on, but we'll play with what we have now and see if we get a little bit of a lower move. Already out of half of Boeing. Why? Good question, Sean. 244.50 was my out anyways. So the plan is to be out of half for 1-to-1 risk and then let it ride, because letting it ride has been a successful story thus far. So here we go. Next bid on Boeing is 243 flat. So let's see if we get some 243s. I'll probably put something at 243 quarter just for that extended move. And if we get that, then great. Then we wait for 243 break, which is your 200 period moving average. Actually, that's at 243.25. And then maybe if the market collapses, we can get something a little lower. But so far, so good here on the Boeing short.
Yeah, while we were talking with Brian, I did get a reload on PayPal. It did come back into a higher low. I still have an offer to take more, but I'm questioning it because the market just broke the low. BMNR, which I was trying to get, just broke the low of the day, and this is making a higher low. So that tells me no need for the reload here. It's like you're still getting lower. You're still getting these lower highs overall as we're trending down, but it's starting to look at least a little bit relatively strong compared to the market. Like, it's one thing to short every single opportunity. I get that on a stock, but you know, sometimes it looks a little bit better than others. And then just back over to BMNR. Oh, this one will be frustrating. It was pressing right in. It was pressing right back in to look for this re-entry. It looked like we were just going to break a little bit higher. I was watching Bitcoin and ETH at the moment, and it felt like we had some strength to maybe get us closer to the volume-weighted average price. Doesn't happen. Now we're just breaking the low. So I want to get involved here underneath 2030. And hey, you heard Michael say it. about Michael Saylor, Tom Lee, and Kathy Wood, and how much destruction there has been. But ultimately, it works in both directions. Like, as strong as BMNR was, relatively speaking, yesterday, it's going to do the same thing in here today. Because I was shorting Bitcoin this morning, but then when it came to the afternoon, and I sort of looked at BMNR, it's like, okay, well, if there's going to be a trend break, which one's going to move more? And there's no way I could argue to myself that just because I happen to have been trading IBIT in the morning, I can't argue with myself and say that that setup's going to be better on Bitcoin than it was going to be on BMNR. So if we get back into this 2030, that's where I'll look for the short. We'll see what happens there. I know a lot of people, oh, wow, someone just, I don't know why that got blocked, GJK. BMNR total junk got blocked in the chat. Here, I'll let that. That's okay. You can say that as long as you keep it clean in the chat. It's perfectly fine. Like you can dislike a stock or security and have an opinion on it. It's not the end of the world. Just try not to spam everybody in the chat. Try to keep it relatively clean. But it's fair to like if you think, look, you can think that Tesla's a garbage stock if you really wanted to. If that just happens to be your opinion. But BMNR down 6% is what it is. And we always talk about Bitcoin when we're talking about crypto, but it's not that you can't look elsewhere. Like obviously, if you're trading in BMNR, you're going to care about what happens in ETHA. But to my point about the weakness, like this is to the point about how it's relatively weak. Like breaking down through lows, still making higher lows off of the bottom. ETHA is. So overall, BMNR is leaking further. It's just relatively weak, even compared to its cohort. So the short there, in theory, is going to pay off a little bit better as it tries to come back. So as long as we hold under VWAP on ETH, I'm going to like these short the pop situations that we've got going with BMNR. Legends, Intel. Okay, we can talk about Intel. Intel was my fail today. I had this one on the lesson of the day because, well, I don't know particularly why I got away from shorting the pops. And if you don't have a good reason for doing something, you shouldn't do it. Like I tried to short like a breakdown instead of just waiting for it to make the next pop and come back in. But Intel's now down 7%. And I get the feeling that we've lost the 50 level for good this time. I've been saying it, yeah, every time it gets above 40, like short the rejection of the 50, I should say. Maybe a Freudian slip, maybe it's at 40 tomorrow. Every time it fails this 50 level, short that 50 back through. And then the next day, we're right back at 50 again. And it's like, it's a short at 50. And then it fails the 50 level. And then the next day, we're right back at 50 again. This feels a little bit different. Like, I'm inclined to look lower highs tomorrow instead of just, let it get back to 50 and short it up there. Nah, I think we're in the next, whatever. It's not really the stages, all that nonsense. But I think we're in the next step of this. I don't think we get back to the 50. We've traded at 50 for like 5 days in a row, even if we've been pulling back. I think this might be the last time. And you can start thinking about the 48 level on Intel, working back into this 42. If memory serves, there was some insider buying at 42, which caused, whatever. It happened to be the story when it bounced off 42 the last time. I think it was just a little bit of insider buying. Don't think that matters too much there for Intel.
I was going to ask you, did you make any decisions on that? Because I was thinking, like, I know I sold a little bit up top. I don't. Just want to know if
I still hold a third.
Okay.
And
you didn't like
I
that
keep
55 was so huge.
It's like I'm staring at this 50 fail over and over again. And I'm like, oh well, I could sell some covered calls. I'm like, I've already done that before. I'm sort of like my mentality is, do I still want to own this?
Right.
When if I think that the foundry play is going to be a thing, I'll probably get a chance at a better price because that's a couple of years away. Making any real big inroads.
Like I'm still in half of mine, so
I don't know.
I mean, we were able to get some out at 50.
I haven't made a decision.
350 or something.
I sold once in front of the 50, but that was not this time, and this time. Like I haven't done anything this time on earnings. I think is what you're getting at. I really haven't decided what I want to do with it yet.
I was having that FOMO because it did make that move back up to 50 because I'd sold 53.50 and I was like, maybe I should have bought back because when you sell, you got to put that money to work somewhere. So it's nice to see it make that move back to 51. But then out of nowhere, like Adair, this is out of nowhere today, isn't it?
Yeah, it's out of nowhere.
This Intel move is kind of out of nowhere today, right? Like down that 60.
As with usual, I have not seen any news on Intel. And yet Intel is moving. So take that how you will. As
so you
always,
have no
if I see
Intel.
things, I'll tell you.
No Intel.
So you have no Intel. Okay. All right. Well, then we have to say thank you, Adara.
Oh, sorry. I was hitting
So
the
you can do that, and then.
Thank you very much, Dara.
I don't need intel on how to put on some winning trades, hopefully. I mean, I need some help with that sometimes right here, but we'll go bang. As there goes Boeing right now, 50 cents in the money now, and we just took a bid. Where was that bid? 31. So we take a fill there at 31, and it comes right in, and I actually misjudged where the 200 period was when I said it was at 43s. It was at 43.25. So I told you we sit in front of these names. So it comes in, we get a 31 or 32 fill there, get that fill, and now we're out of half of this trade, and I'm actually just right into there 244.10 or so, thinking about just sending that as my stop. So I'm actually going to, now that we've covered some of this, and this is what I'm talking about making sure that you keep your profits, when they're there. So I'm going to go 244, basically almost like a 24. There's going to be slippage because you have 11 cents here at least, and that's when it's not even moving. So we're now 20 minutes away or so until these imbalances. 244, let's just go 244.10, like literally the highs. If it stops out, it sends out a marketable order. We see that there's a lot of prints in between here. So Boeing, even though it's only done 3.5 million shares, I don't think I'll pay the spread, but we send it out with a marketable order that we just learned only goes out 5% higher than where it needs to go. So we're not going to get slippage in that realm. That is for sure. All right, so IBIT, good cover there at 39. We're getting lighter and lighter. I don't really have, we already talked about the stop being in and around here. We could sort of hold out for that. I mean, the NASDAQ just made a move down and potentially, and we took a bid, I'm pretty sure, didn't we, on the TQs here? No, we must have got missed. We didn't even have a bid down there, so we should have. That was the low of the day there, and I don't know why we didn't have a bid down there. So silly me. Let's put a bid out now on the TQQ. So we'll try that, and we'll get filled, but I don't know why we didn't have a bid lower than that, so we'll put a bid there now at 25 and see if we have that. We're not too far away from it, but we're starting to get back up to the upside, taking out that spot right now. So here we go. If we can get a 33 fill, we'll take it. There it is. So we'll take a little bit of a fill there, hit the sirens, and we're getting lighter and lighter. It's only 322 right now, so it's not like it's getting too close to the close. Here we go. Was just reading about Blackstone there. They're joining in. I don't know if it's going to move around, but isn't it Amazon is Anthropic, or I know they're their own thing, but I think Amazon. Anyways, I just read a story here. Blackstone joins Anthropic, raising $1 billion there. Blackstone into Anthropic. So maybe I'm wrong about Amazon. I thought that might. Okay, Adara says there is some Amazon tie up there. So okay, so there you go. All right, we'll wait to see what that news is exactly about Anthropic, but there it is. I mean, you could see a similar pull here. I mean, you want to talk about Amazon, and we talked about how Microsoft, with OpenAI, maybe Amazon, if Anthropic, and we're thinking that they are going to IPO this year is what we were thinking. And if they do that, then maybe Amazon and their stake in that gets them going just a little.
Got to figure that would be positive.
I don't know. Okay, good. I'm glad that they do, right, Adara? Is that what we're going to you for?
Yeah, I was just going to say Amazon. They're considered the one of the biggest backers here of Anthropic, and also one of the earliest. But yeah, so this story is Blackstone's just raising its stake in Anthropic to $1 billion and joining this round. Okay. So you get the sense they've invested before, but now their stake is wider. I can look into Reddit though.
I was just wondering, I wonder what their previous stake was, because it raised to $1 billion. It doesn't even really, for Blackstone, it doesn't seem like it's that much money.
The amount of money they're throwing around.
That's why I assume that they're putting $1 more billion into it. I can't believe now we treat billions like it's like almost like $1 million now, when it's not even close. No, 1,000 million.
What's crazy is how the scope. The size of the bond market will literally give you. I try not to think about it.
Yeah.
How big the bond market has gotten. How big. When the metals were going up, it's like, okay, well now silver is the number 4 asset market cap in the world. And you just start to ask yourself, it's like, oh my goodness. And all of this appreciation, all that money printing, and then ask yourself how the average person is doing. You'll just make your head explode sometimes. But. Sorry, what were you going to say?
Yeah, sorry, I just have more. You guys were wondering how much is Blackstone actually investing in this round. Looks like only 200 million. I mean, only 200 million. But yeah, so the wording of the story kind of makes it seem like they're investing $1 billion. No, they're just adding 200 million. Right. I guess they previously had invested 800 million. Now the total's $1 billion.
Yeah. Shohei money.
Exactly. That's what I was trying to say right there, is that I know that they've already sort of invested. Okay, here we go, man. We're almost in that club again. It's almost Boeing dollar club time. So that should be a good trade here if it if it winds up printing there, then we may be able to have something. So you can't have nice things all the time. But 243, we're basically at O's. So we're at 02 right now. So hopefully we do get one more little smacky to the downside. I may trade in the middle here a little bit and see if I can get a 20 fill, because we still have exactly half left of this fill. So I wouldn't mind a downside play. But I mean, the market's bleeding. This is exactly what we had sort of thought could happen into the afternoon. And this is why we put on shorts. So there it is, man. We're down back again at the day's low. And this time, this time we get that trade. So we're getting a little lower right now, but we do have that marker in. Let's put one more at 16, see if we get that. But the market's falling down just a little bit now, and we're short. So far, so good on all that. Short IBIT, short Boeing, short the futures. So good trade there. And Bitcoin, just got to let that settle down a bit, see if we can take out this big level right here, 39 bucks. I mean, that would be so sweet if we could do that to the downside. Look, I'm a bull. I'm not a bull, but I own Bitcoin long. And I don't like to see it fall back in, but for today's trade, we'll take it, and we'll see if we can get a little bit lower here. There's the short, man. We put this down on the note earlier this morning at 8 a.m. We got the level 39.50. Would like to have about 15 cents better than this, but that's okay. There's the move. Looks like it's trying to break lower right now. I'm actually sitting at 38.92, so that's like the very low right there. So maybe we get that, and if we do, then great. We've basically got the price we want and the low of the afternoon, so far, so good. I'm just nervous that Boeing might bounce back a little bit.
If it bounces, it's because it's doing something the market isn't doing. I was asked about the early looks. It's almost 3:30, but I'll give them to you right now because something did just pop up on the imbalance locator. It is NCLH for 2 million, 1.9 million, almost 2 million shares to the buy side. ZSL, which of course this is insignificant. It's a silver inverted. It's only 900,000. Would need to be millions to push it around. It's just still hanging around VWAP. Snapchat's almost $1 million to sell. Brian's Pfizer was 1 million to buy. You're going to need to see a lot bigger. Pfizer has one of the larger floats in the entire market, so you need to have a lot more than 1 million on the buy side to move that stock around. BMY 700,000. Oscar, a sell of 750,000. So the standout at this point would probably be NCLH, Norwegian. If it'll load here, it's not moving yet, but in about 20 minutes, if that 2 million is, let's just imagine it comes out at 2.5 million or 3 million, well, it's right at VWAP where you could almost take a breakout trade. So if I saw it come out as 3 million shares after the early look was 2, I'd be looking to punch through VWAP and then just play it into the high of the day. That presumes, of course, that it does come out as larger imbalance. So we'll know the answer to that question in about 20 minutes. I did elect to try to grab the reload on PayPal. I got it once while we were talking to Brian. It got to first level support, bounced a little bit. We'll look for the reload. And then just playing for the low of the day in here. Like I said, ZSL, I don't know. Silver used to be volatile. This is probably, it's up 8%, it's up 8%, ZSL, but understand that most of that is the gap and not the actual, it's this dip and the move. It's in the middle of the day. It's done almost absolutely nothing. But just trying to have it push back into the high. So I want silver to go to the downside. BMNR. It's weird that neither Bitcoin or ETH is actually breaking through their support right now. They're both kind of hanging at the low. But BMNR did break it pretty decisively. So as long as it holds under this 2030, I don't want to chase too far. But this will be potentially the last chance to get back into the short on a bit of a pop. So it is this pre-market low that I'd like to work into. I got out when it bounced off of this level, and I want to re-enter if it can bounce. But there hasn't even been a green candle on the 3-minute for BMNR. And as I said, this is without ETHA falling apart. ETH is just sitting, it's pulled back a little bit, but it's just sitting with the bid. If this goes, then BMNR is going to get smoked, and really, as long as this is underneath volume weighted average price, I'm going to like that BMNR. BitMine, Tom Lee short at 2030. Okay, so this is weird. I don't know what's going on with YouTube, but I've been seeing this, and I've been trying to show as many of these in the chat as possible. Someone just put in SEGG, S-E-G-G, and it's blocking it and holding it for review. You guys think that Hood will be, so a bunch of stuff is getting blocked in YouTube. If you're trying to engage in the chat and you say something innocuous, I'm just gonna show the message. I don't know why they're getting hidden. At least a dozen messages have done this so far. Must be some kind of a like mix-up on you.
Yeah, there's some sort of a filter that's
yeah,
on
like
in there.
all someone did is put in a ticker. They didn't even say anything. And it's getting
All right, Neil will be your moderator. We'll hold out on Boeing right now because there it is right there. It's $1. So finally we take that dollar. We just got hit at 243.02. So, you know, we shorted that. We shorted this while talking with Brian Shannon. So there it goes to the downside for Boeing, and gave $1, right? We hit the side when we took the trade, and there it goes now down there to the downside. So good little look there for Boeing, IBIT and Qs. Just want to let you guys know that with only 20 minutes left now for imbalances, I'm stopping out on a break of 35 right now. We have very few shares left. We've done really good here in the afternoon with these 3 shorts, and you know, just really helping the day out. So, you know, missed opportunity there on Micron. Obviously that was, I want to be back on Micron tomorrow, man. I mean, that was such a, we've actually traded Micron quite well, but I was using the high of the day as a stop, and I think I even gave it like 50 cents extra. Still obviously a positive name for me today, but too bad, because we had reloaded it. We actually were making dollars on this. So that's why it's positive. Like, you know what, some of these fills are 380 flats. These are 382 change shorts. So we wind up getting stopped out at literally at 382.50. The high of the day is 382. Looks like maybe 80s or so on the wick that we got stopped out on. So stopped out by 30 cents, but made dollars on it. So it's a positive return there for Micron. So we're really, you know, happy with that one. I now have about 20% left of Boeing. So that name, you know, if it wants to go, great. I'm going to stop out of this one now with only 20% left. At a break of the 21 period, so 25 period, so 243.40. So let's change our trigger on Boeing, and now let's just adjust this. 243, let's go to 50s, okay, just because, you know, there is gonna be that little bit of that slippage there, and we are well aware of that, so we'll see if that can go through. We already talked about where our stops are on the Qs. Let's look at our stop on IBIT. Kind of the same thing now. I mean, we were going to let this go, but with not too much time left, let's just stop out for, and again, all these trades is like 15 to 20% left, so they're not huge. All right, so 39.12s. But again, like share size, you know, it's about explaining how much we have left on the trade itself, because well, everybody will trade different share size, and I'm not really sure it matters to anybody out there. I mean, you know, I know what I'm doing, and as long as you guys know what you're doing, that's what we're talking about. So right there, 39.13 on a little bit of a stop there for that. And, you know, again, like 15 to 20% left on all of these positions. So far so good. And let's see if we can keep on going upside on the P&L, but downside on the market. We're at day's low, sort of. So we got to be careful with if there's more of a push coming through. This is why we're starting to cover right now, and understanding that this could blow up higher. So let's put all these winning trades in our pocket right now, and potentially look for a crazy spike at 350 somewhere. But Robinhood tonight, earnings.
Yeah, Robinhood after the bell. They're not the only ones reporting, but they are the big name that we get the most questions about, and of course we're going to cover them. Expect to see some movement with Coinbase as well. A couple of days before their earnings, I would suspect you're going to see a lot of sympathy movement out of Robinhood. Certainly, everyone's going to be talking about crypto trading, but the pressure is on. This is, you miss. If it's not perfect, you miss anywhere. It's not going to be the right market for them. If you have even the slightest issue, you're not gonna want to see any misses, especially in terms of user growth. Like that's one place that definitely can't miss. So it was just simply for me, PayPal. We just wanted to continue to go with the short, but I am going to bid out in front of the low of the day here. If we do get one more pop to short another lower high, great. Otherwise, you know, just sort of stick with it, get it bounce a little bit, roll over, take a quick entry. My stop is just above this little hump. Usually just give it to the prior wick high. Well, this was one mistake I made. I usually say never, I usually don't do this, where I have a trailing stop, and then it ends up being right at VWAP, which I never think it makes sense to just stop out or trail when there's a line on a chart. Like usually I just give it a little bit more room, but this time I was a little bit sloppy with it. Just jump right back into the trade. Oh, like it's still holding. Just jump right back in underneath the volume weighted average price. So hopefully that's relatively simple as we head to the low of the day. Let's go to Adara. 15 minutes till it bounces, everybody.
There is so much earnings content on X at TTV Research. It's not even funny. How do you check it out? Go on X at TTV Research, guys. It is that simple. Please join us. And like you guys know, when we have these earnings aftermarket shows, I am updating constantly. So every big market moving earnings on Robinhood, I'll be having some content there. I'll be updating, I'll be posting. Here's our implied earnings move image here for February 10th tonight after the bell. As you can see, it's pretty large implied moves across the board. Gilead, the smallest here, 5.6%. Largest by far is going to be Upstart at 16.2%, though Klaviyo, Lyft, Astera Labs and Cloudflare also in the double digits. Same with Robinhood as well, just above that double digit mark with 10%. So long story short, big expected moves and big earnings reactions. You can check that out here with us on the aftermarket show. Also, just other fun earnings content we have here. This was posted a while ago in X at TTV Research. Actually looks like this is from an earnings report that was roughly 2 years ago. You can find this post if you go on my Lyft infographic from today and then just go click on that thread. But long story short, we know a couple quarters ago, Lyft accidentally added an extra zero that slipped into its report, which made its margin guidance a lot larger than it actually was. So interesting look there. Again, if you want earnings history, what we're expecting from today, any of that, X at TTV Research is your one-stop shop. Back to you.
Yeah.
Trying to figure
I do remember that. Lyft was going crazy that one time, and then they Yeah, exactly. Extra zeros over there. Hopefully that happens to my paycheck, and hopefully to the other side of the decimal place over there. So as that was happening, man, we were able to get a little bit of a. We shouldn't do little props up here. We'll drop the airplane here. We'll do this one on Boeing. So that actually came down and broke that 343, and we're able to get an 85 fill on that. Now I'm waiting near that low of 65 again. So maybe if we get one more move down, then that would be something. But yeah, I'm looking at you, Robinhood, and like, obviously, wow, IBIT right now, Bitcoin going to the downside. So yeah, I don't feel good about this report. I'll tell you that just right now. I don't know how they're going to be able to guide too exciting forward, because I know a lot of their revenue is based on transactions. And I'm not really seeing too much love right now in the crypto space, or even really in a lot of the trade. I mean, we just had a great opportunity for these guys to make a lot of money on the ZSLs, the SLVs, and how much those things have been moving around in trading recently for volume-wise. But if the markets dry up a little bit here, which I kind of think, not dry up as in like opportunities, but maybe the volatility may not be here over the next 3 or 4 months. It could be completely wrong. So let's just see what Robinhood says, because they're going to be transacting a lot or moving around a lot on transactions. And if they can't get sort of, because I know they're going to have a lot of accounts, we're going to have to hear what they have to say about the Trump accounts. And I think that's going to be like a huge boon for them as well. Obviously, if you're able to, manage that $1,000 times every single American that's born, that's definitely a good sort of introduction to the stock market there. And I think that if you could open up a Trump account for your kid and you realize how easy it is, maybe you do it for yourself and get investing. So I could see Robinhood gaining a lot of customers from that. So that would be the one sort of upside for me. I just think that in Bitcoin and in crypto, the trading, like I see it on my Twitter feed, I'm sure you guys all do as well, and we don't see as much talk even in the chat anymore about crypto. And we can even put out that poll up where it's less than nowadays. Yeah, less than half and everything like that right now. And then plus, you got ICE investing in Intercontinental Exchange. In fact, I should say that, investing in Polymarket, that $5 billion. DraftKings now has, like, all of these places are going to have event trading and prediction markets. The thing about prediction markets is they're great until you can't predict anything. And once people lose all their money on prediction markets, hopefully they'll go back to investing and realize that that's where it's at, not these prediction markets.
It's just another form of like
gambling.
Gambling.
Yeah.
Well, but for Robinhood, their biggest market and prediction market was NFL. So it basically was just sports gambling. It's not like it started out as like, oh, it's cool. You can now bet on this in elections and who's going to be the next pitcher. But the reality is, it's still just about sports. Like that's still going to be the biggest thing. It's always going to be sports gambling more than anything else. Always.
Gambling is a losing proposition. Yes. You can't, that's how it works. I mean, over time, the greatest sports gamblers of all time that spend way more time in all of this than we do in investing or in trading, their winning percentage is like 55 points, something like that. So if you can just beat, the house by 0.5% or 5%.
Well, look at Phil Ivey, like the guy.
Forget about poker.
No, but his biggest game was when he was playing. I think it was Baccarat, and it's just like he found like a small edge that the casino allowed, and it was a small one. Mm-hmm. They accepted all of his rules, and it just gave him like a very, very slight, better than 50% chance to win.
Right.
And he took them to the cleaners. Of course, they actually tried to sue him for the money, but it was literally just the smallest margin of an edge. Yep. They allowed him to pick the cards that he wanted. They were like, okay, we approve this deck. They use the deck, cause an advantage for him. But that's what it's about. But trading's the same way. Like if you get a 55% positive expectancy, that should be fantastic. Ooh, David, you've got one on Robinhood. Throw that super chat up here because we have a super chat from David. Thankfully, because I think people were saying they couldn't do super chats while that was going on. Have Hood to 100. You've got March 20, and you've got Cloudflare to 200. Same strike, but not new for earnings swing. So you use some Robinhood. You're giving yourself. Look, you're.
$100 is not out of question.
No, it's not out of the question. And plus, you're giving yourself over a month at this point, so you've got plenty of time for it to get back, and you're not needing it to break back above that, the big 200 period moving average. So I think it's in that reasonable realm. But as we were sort of saying here, the sentiment is in the other direction for Robinhood. So I like the fact that you're at least not needing to break out in a monster way. Like you could just push in. You press into that 200 period moving average, you'll probably be in the money at that point, and maybe you don't have to hold all the way till March. But we're going to find out in a big way tonight for Robinhood. They're the one everyone's going to care about the most. I don't want to. I know they're not the only people reporting, but
who else is reporting?
There's a couple.
Exactly.
No, but no one else I care. Exactly. No one else I care about.
That's what I was saying.
Literally no one I care about.
No, that's why I was setting you up because I think you're right. I don't think there is too many other people reporting here tonight.
There's always somebody.
I know one place I could check over at Trader TV Research. I want everybody to go follow this. Go follow at Trader TV Live. Go follow at Trader TV Sean. This is it right here, man. I mean, look at all these graphics. Hey, Vlad, what's going on, Vlad? Here's the Robinhood earnings preview. You can go have a quick little look there and see if that floats your boat as well. But this is what we're talking about tonight. And it's funny that we couldn't even remember these, and I just did this 20 minutes ago. There's Ford. Upstart. Neil just did a story on Lyft. Come on, man, aren't you paying attention? Mattel as well. There's your Cloudflare. We just got a
we just talked about that.
Question about that as well. So there you go as well. Gilead, Astera Labs, Mattel, Edwards Life Sciences. So this is what's on the sort of the docket for tonight. We'll be focused on Robinhood, but I think Ford has a story to tell. That should be interesting. Upstarts, again, with Clavio there, some financials. And then we'll go, this is more like a startup for financial funding and whatnot. Lyft, we just had that story from Lyft. We'll see if they can get going as well.
We could put some respect on Gilead. That stock's been
hands made
on
tail.
fire.
That's a good one. Yeah, we love the biotech names. Biotech has been hot. That's a good spot in the portfolio as well. But DraftKings we're looking at here. I mean, here's Uber Uber reported already last week. So, this has been pretty disastrous. I mean, any stock that's reported that's sort of like a big tech name, there is some definite headwinds, it seems like, that you're going to have to deal with as this whole AI has kind of created other problems for a lot of these big names. Some of the major ones are the spend, and then a name like an Uber has to now deal with full self-drive and the mapping of the Waymo and all that kind of stuff. And where does that lead Uber? What path does that lead them down? And I recently picked some of this up in the 80s. Now you're in the low 70s right now. Just continuing to bleed here on Uber. So we'll see if they can get maybe a little bit of a bump here this afternoon on hopefully good Lyft earnings. But this is down about, we can do the math. This is essentially 102 down to 73. So either way, you're down about 25%. Yeah, 26% right there from top to bottom. So everything's in bear market, man. I mean, this is in bear market. I wanted to look to see what Lyft was doing. So any stock that's down 20+% is in bear market. And oh well, yeah, lift for sure would be then as well, as this was 25 down to 16. So another move down there. We'll see if lift can finally get going off of some of those levels, and it looks like they have sort of tough road to hoe to get back upside. But well, we never know what they're going to say. So
I just don't know what the story
we'll
is.
pay attention to lift.
That works for lift is.
All right, IBIT Qs. I'm just going to take out a little bit more here, regardless of the prices. We'll punch some 21s right there on IBIT, and on here we'll just punch some out now. We punched out on Qs. We'll punch out some on IBIT right now. Let's just take this 04 level. Let's take 03. We'll sit there at 03 and see if we get that fill. Right now, as that's just kind of bouncing around, we did just in the last 10 minutes get that low of the day again. So, and there we go, we get 03s here. So yeah, man, the market's just doing its own little thing here. We did get out, I said that, so now we only have 15% left of Boeing, and I'm just thinking about maybe punching, there we go, we'll punch that 03, 04 out, get some out there, as you see a couple of shares going through. So we do take that fill, and now we'll wait for that 240, 260. Hopefully that comes in, and 5 minutes now until imbalances, and then we see what happens. Our stops are already in, so kind of sitting on our hands until then. Oh, I did get something before. I had that song that I was singing, so Shania, so thank you so much for that one. And I'm glad that you feel sort of the same way that only I do, because no one in my family thinks I'm funny, and I don't think anybody around here does, but there it is.
Oh,
Thank you so much there, 808. Low-key hilarious. Thank you. I mean, I'm glad I provide something around here, so we'll clear that trigger. And this is what we're doing.
Get the emojis on there.
Yeah, it says, yeah, I don't know. Can we get those emojis?
Is there a way to?
There's
got to be a way to do that.
Fabian's too busy over there, man. He's got fixing the mics. Thanks, Fabian. I haven't heard anybody say that. We have mic issues in a long time. Knock on wood. So that was a good fix there.
The job that they've done. It used to be absolutely constant, like every single day with my mic. So thank you. And I know he was actually even fixing it this morning, and then no one was complaining about it again. We have 3 minutes to go till the imbalances drop out here. There was one on NCLH, and then there's an expected sell that's already popping up that you might see. It's a THS. I might be in it. We'll see what happens. It's not very big right now, but I just popped out of PayPal. We'll end it for this stock. But I think one of the things is today, didn't trade PayPal or BMNR in the morning, and then they end up being the two best stocks. It's just wait for the stocks that set up the cleaner trend breaks and then just sort of work the entire way. They just ended up being different today. So you never really know, but just sort of stick with it. Ultimately, I ended up not taking the trade when we came back into this 2030 because we're right into the imbalances in about 2 minutes. They're going to come out. It's this thing, 6 million shares to the sell side. But you see 6 million shares. It was 2 million, now it's 6 million. Yeah, this one wants to bamboozle. It's actually popping up on a big sell imbalance. NCLH is now 2.5 million. BMNR is a 1.6 million sell. Just an alert, it never matters. It seems to not care about the imbalances, so I wouldn't necessarily read too much into the BMNR sell imbalance. Snapchat's still about 1 million to the sell side. Pfizer's still about 1 million to the buy side. For the reports tonight, 1.3 million to the sell side as well. But I'll have my eyeballs on that THS. If I see that come out, if it's over 10 million, I'm just punching short, but the 5 is actually pretty good as well. And then NCLH would be the second one. BMNR now 2 million sell. Maybe it is going to matter today. That one's actually creeping. I can't remember the last time I saw it increasing as we got toward the close. And it is ticking down a little bit. So maybe I will throw that on a side chart somewhere. Oh, I'm not even going to wait for the stop to hit. Just punching out of ZSL. This one will end up being flat. It got up, it gave us a few pennies, and then it comes down and breaks the support level. I'm not even letting it break that stop level. I'll just get out. I actually got the midpoint there, but not going to let it wait around. I sat around for this to hold VWAP all day long, and it never broke out the top. So kind of one of those boring ones. BMNR was better in the other direction, but less than 1 minute to the imbalances. And I just saw S Rouch game. Why is the volume low today? So the volatility in the market has been down the last couple of sessions. And we haven't had there was no major earnings. It's not as big earnings as it was last week. So you are getting into a little bit of a lull. You'll notice things that were going crazy on a daily basis, silver's not moving around as much. You're getting a more condensed range on a lot of stocks. So it's not abnormal that you will see this. My guess is we need a catalyst. We need some more major earnings to come through. We're waiting around for some delayed data that we'll get this week in the jobs market. That's where I think things will pick up volume-wise. But there's plenty of things that are moving around individually. It's just the overall market hasn't had many gigantic catalysts today. Like, we moved on some random, like, Iran headline that I don't think was even that big of a deal. So imbalances just dropped. That THS is 7 million to the sell. Tesla's 2.5 million to the buy side, along with, it looks like, not much of anything. NVIDIA's a sell of 1.1 million. Tesla stands out at 2.4 million to buy. Everything else looks like sells for the most part here. Snapchat Pan W is $1 million to the sell side. Intel sell 900,000. BMNR comes out smaller than expected, only 900,000 sell on BMNR. But Tesla, it was strong, and hopefully stronger. Is Tesla high of day on that amount?
All right. Let's go, man. We're firing off the hot dog cannon all afternoon, just with winners. There goes the TQs. We'll take that fill right at the low of the day. So, yeah, props up on that one. Boeing, let's go, man. I mean, this is $1.20 now and going lower, hopefully, on that one. And then IBIT, we just got to fill at 39. So we can pretty much let's just clear out of IBIT. We'll bid some 07s there and get it, or sorry, 07s, 01s, get out right there at that bid. So there it goes, man. Just, pretty decent there. Make sure you guys do check out, that's that. Check out the sticky note every day. Check out Max's Lambo. And hopefully stocks do not go into the gates of hell, especially the ones that you guys are holding. But Boeing, we're still bidding 60s. Hopefully that can come in. And then if we do get like a complete crack of this name, then maybe I'll put something real low. I mean, I don't even know what the imbalances are. Let's go 242, like 20s. We'll see if we can get a fill on that one. But that's going to be it. Hey, look, man, let's just fix this as well. 243.25. If we break above that, then we'll get out. So least we could take is just 75 cents. So 243.26 is. We'll stop out if it somehow gives us that kind of trade. And then we'll just look forward to, potentially putting on some good ones there tomorrow. Unfortunately, we did have Micron. That was a good trade that came out early. We went back and forth with silver. Crazy talk, because today I was sort of confident on the silver 75 short. But when we started taking off early, I was like, okay, we're wrong. Let's use this area as support there and buy. So we bought silver, and then the 75 short just printed all day. So tomorrow we'll stick with our plan and actually, stay in some sort of a silver short, or I don't know, we'll change our mind tomorrow, but that will be something that we'll look at there tomorrow and try to see if we can hold on to the basis and the ideas that we had, because today on the note, of course, and here, shout out to Adara for this, but if you're gonna look back, like I always try to do, and sit there and analyze, like, what we've done, there's silver 75 short, it's at 73.50, so that's $1.50. TQQ is 52 short, right? I mean, and you can always look back at your notes and be like, whatever, but we actually had these trades, and there's 52 short. We actually put it back on right there, but not enough, man. We should have had 52 there. Palunteer, we never got in, but we were looking at that level 143. Man, that stock really tanked. And then IBIT will be P&L number one today. So we'll fire off the hot dog cannon on that one and give IBIT the big trade there at 39.50 to the short side. So I hope a lot of you were able to follow all those. Obviously, could always hope for a little bit better. Boeing's right at our level. We're sitting right here. So hopefully that does wind up printing. I'm sitting here that's me at 66. So maybe we'll get run over, maybe we won't. But here we go, Boeing. Hopefully a nice downside play there. And that'll be the end of that one. $1.40 in the money on Boeing. Let's see what winds up happening. There it is. We get the fill there on Boeing. And now we just have 5% left, but a big trade alert there for BA right there off 244, giving us 242.67. So thanks, man, save woman there. Really appreciate that. And yeah, we'll just be back here tomorrow for hopefully put on some more bangers.
Exactly. You never know where they're going to come from. That's why you try to. It was a rough start to the morning. You're able to get half of it back. Well, I should speak for myself. I was able to get half of it back just by being pretty particular about it. But we just got a super chat. I just want to point out that that big imbalance in that THS just got cut in half. So it was like 8 million. It's now down to 4 million. In about 30 seconds, you might see a big pairing event as well. But easy peasy. With the 0.2%, the resolution, appreciate you, easy peasy, $2 super chat. You continue to share and be a valuable and awesome just member of the community. Let us know what you're looking at as well. Always curious to see what you were trading. Sometimes you'll tell us you sit it out when you don't see anything. Sometimes that can even be a good thing for sure. Tesla has paired about a third of that imbalance off. It was 2.5 million to the buy side, now about 1.9. In 10 seconds, I expect some of these numbers to change. NCLH has paired off its imbalance before we even hit 355. And like I said, that 8 million on THS has paired it off half as well. That just actually stayed 3.7 million. So that's not that bad. Yeah, Tesla looks like it's gone. PanW is still a sell, though. 1.1 million to sell on PanW. Somewhat significant. But the one I'm watching, that THS, I don't want to chase it too far. But every time I try to punch short, I miss on the stock. It's hilarious. I'm going to wait till a little bit closer to the close, because that one is absolutely tanking.
Oh, THS, yeah, nice move there. All right, man, we may not get Boeing. I mean, we're waiting to see if there, okay, maybe we will, see if there is a downside play here for BA into the close. I was still waiting at 20s. We just printed pretty low there in the 50s, so we're watching out for that. All right, minutes away now until Robinhood earnings. So let's go have a quick look to see what Robinhood is doing. Obviously, we're going to be, okay, Robinhood's tanking here into the close. Tanking is a hard word, but nice move down there into the lows into the lows of the day. So at least it's moving lower. I don't know about tanking. We have Ford coming through as well. They had a nice high there at 1450 or so. We'll see what Ford has to say. And again, they have Ford Blue, they have their electric, they have all of that. And we just heard that they were getting rid of the F-150 Lightning. So we'll have to hear what Ford has to say moving forward about their fleet. So Ford right now, flat on the day, heading into earnings and at a pretty important spot, man, right there at 1364, symbol F. So pay attention if you are a shareholder tonight. And, you know, again, thank you everybody for joining us, right? I mean, you guys are going to stay late with us and join us right now at 4 o'clock. Neil and I will spin around in a couple minutes, talk to Brendan, talk to Adara, and get it all figured out for you here as we are going to come with, I guess it was 7 or 8 kind of big names there tonight. So we're excited to, you know, have that for you. And yeah, that's momentarily Hood earnings, Ford earnings, Gilead earnings, Cloudflare earnings. Lyft should get lifted as well. Upstart, Klaviyo. So there's a couple of different opportunities for some good trades here in the after hours. So yeah, get ready for that. 3 minutes until earnings.
Yeah, 3 minutes until they pop off. You never know the order they're going to come out in. But we are expecting Robinhood will be the first one. If you're still tracking, that THS is paired almost entirely off. Might actually, I'm not saying it's going to flip, but it's only $1 million. It was 8 million, then 4 million, now 1 million. Tesla is gone. PanW. PanW's still 1 million to the sell side. Don't usually care about that thing.
1 million, okay.
Yeah, it's a decent amount. It's a good percentage. It's not really moving, and it's acting like it's going to pair off. So that's probably going to be a nothing burger. 58, you would see if it sticks around. But man, that THS. I'm going to hate myself for this one because that was actually a really good short. Too late to chase it now because it's already starting to pair off there. Thought we might have gone into the high of the day. But that's the thing with the imbalances. The algos are all over it like an absolute, like a champ. That's how they roll. Like you're trying to catch a break on a sell imbalance when it breaks that 50 level. On a stock where you're trying to get a 10-cent move, you can't get that first penny. You got to cross it a couple and just get a little bit more aggressive. So like we said, 2 minutes. We'll be taking your questions. Make sure you engage in the chat. We'll always have it up. We'll actually have it on the screen in front of us so we can talk about any moves that might be happening. We're going to focus on Robinhood. Let's be real. That is the big, important earnings name that we're going to get after the bell tonight. That said, there will be a heck of a lot of other things going on in some other smaller names that we weren't giving enough credit to, but we will still cover them for you. So a minute and a half, we'll throw you guys to Brendan and Adara. We'll swing around, and it'll be the aftermarket earnings show. Robinhood, bull or bear? We'll find out. No?
Thanks, guys. Let's get you set for what's going to be an exciting, probably 30 minutes here as we get ready for not only Robinhood, but as the guys mentioned, we have Ford coming up, Lyft, to name a few. Mattel, I saw also on the list tonight. We'll bring you all those as they come through. This is how the market overall is wrapping up the day. A little bit of a bounce into the close here, but overall pretty negative throughout the entire afternoon. Let's maybe give them what they want to know. What do we have to expect? You already have a graphic ready for this, I see on your screen here, but What do we need to look for? What do we need to expect here from Robinhood?
Yeah, let's start absolutely here with Robinhood. I have a couple Robinhood earnings infographics, but this one just basically runs the gamut and covers everything. So revenue estimate, $1.32 billion. EPS, we're expecting 63 cents per share of earnings. Now, last quarter, 100% year-over-year revenue growth, Brendan, and that triple-digit thing is going to be a theme here because we also had a 129% year-over-year increase in transaction-based revenue. Now, that segment is broken up into three subcategories. Crypto revenue, which is up 300% year-over-year. Options revenue up 50% year-over-year. Equities revenue up 132%. Thank you very much to our sponsors, Beta Pro by Global X Canada, for bringing us that bell. And ding, 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 the market's closed, but earnings are just opening. I want to go over two things really quickly as well, if I may. So here's a look at Robinhood Gold subscriber count. I did not realize that they hadn't really been reporting this metric for that long. Like, they only started consistently reporting it every quarter in Q3 23, but as you can see, we are looking for steady growth in Gold subscribers. Last quarter, they reported 3.9 million Gold subs total. Now, here's the transaction revenue broken down a little bit more. So I mentioned options equity growing the slowest, but it's also the largest portion of this segment. Cryptocurrency, that 300% revenue, let's see if that growth is sustainable.
And among that, I mean, the crypto side of things, I think, is going to be key here with what we've seen in the past, couple weeks.
Oh, yeah.
With this move back down, whether or not we get the volumes right out of the gate or not, the trading volumes right out of the gate or not.
Yeah.
I think they do typically include it in the report.
They usually do.
But
I was going back through past.
A lot of people, I think, are going to be really, really glued to that as far as the data goes. But anyway, here's Ford. I was just I heard something there, but no, it's not doing anything yet. We should get Hood, guys, 405. So maybe not necessarily right away, but 405. As far as the expectations here go, I mean, I think, as Adara just mentioned, a lot of people going to be positive on this, but given the state of this market, should we?
I think it only matters if they miss on top and bottom. If they beat the top and bottom, that's been normal. Like, show me users, show me that there's been maybe not as disappointing in the crypto market. Maybe it's an unexpected amount of trading benefit from there. It's just it's been a tough road to hoe on earnings. We do know you're getting punished if you do miss on either the top. Look, it doesn't really matter revenue or EPS. The guide is going to matter a heck of a lot more for Robinhood. I feel marginally better about them than Coinbase on Thursday, but that could end up being a bit of a distinction without a difference. And I look at something like a Lyft, which is also reporting tonight, and like, what story are they going to be able to tell us the way Uber's been heading to the downside? Ultimately, they're going to be number 2. Outside of a good short float, I'm not sure what excites about that name.
Yeah.
But yeah, Robinhood, I hope for David we get to that 100 mark, but we'll find out in a couple of minutes if there's enough strength to get us there. I like the fact that we already had a big sell-off going into it, so you can't argue that it's, that whole price to perfection at the highs. That's been troubling for some stocks. The good thing is you are at least in the midst of a big pullback going into this.
A little bit of an uptick here right away for Lyft. It's also, just checking here, 405. We're supposed to get Lyft. Don't think it's out yet, but starting to fly around a little bit. Not seeing any data points yet. Sean, for a Lyft, I mean, this thing's down significantly over the past couple of weeks with, as Neil was mentioning, Uber, dominating right now the conversation. I mean, what do we do here if somebody's in this?
I mean, Lyft is one of those pure play names. I mean, at least with Uber, we've got things like Uber Freight, we've got Uber Eats, we've got many different opportunities to see where profit's going to lie.
Gilead?
Maybe it's nice because it is a pure play, so I think that there could be something there. And maybe because the market cap's a little lower, potentially there is a team up that can be done here with a Waymo or something like that to help spark Lyft. But I know we have Gilead, so why don't we go over to Adara and we'll talk about that name, and that's been on a run.
Double beat for Gilead. So Q4, adjusted EPS, 186, beating estimates of 181. Sales, $7.925 billion, beating estimates of $7.694 billion there. guidance here, we'll pull this up. This might be where things get dicey. GAAP EPS guidance for fiscal 2026 between 675 and 715. That will be across the board below estimates of 743. I don't know if this is a Handmaid's Tale, but it's certainly not a great tale here for Gilead, G-I-L-D, to make a quick little pun there. But yeah, I mean, if I look at the rest of this report, they announced their first quarter dividend by 3.8%. Not sure how substantial that is. I'll read through the whole report with you guys. Revenue, or I guess their product sales excluding Veclery, was up 4% year over year. Bit-Tarvy sales up 7% year over year. So yeah, I mean, that's some of the generally year over year increases. That guidance, though, for the fiscal year, not the most promising, Brendan.
Yeah, this is another one, guys, that as far as pharmaceuticals go, I mean, this is up huge over the past, what is this?
Muted.
My fault. What I was saying is, in this group, one of the stronger ones over the past couple of months here, straight to the upside, guys. $25 move here on the daily chart for Gilead.
Straight to the downside. Robinhood is absolutely bleeding right now. This was always the problem here, as now you're down to 79, 78, getting a little lower here. Dara's going to parse through those numbers when she gets them, but here goes Robinhood, looking at some further levels. How low can we go right now? I mean, we had bounced recently off that low of 71 and change, so we'll have to see if that winds up holding right now. Adara's got them. We just touched down. Low of 78, Adara, now holding 81.
So they reported revenue of $1.28 billion for Q4. I was seeing estimates of $1.32 billion. So more or less in line with estimates, but record revenues for the fiscal year are $4.5 billion. 66 cents per share EPS for Q4. Now, we were seeing estimates of 63 cents. So again, they're kind of in line here, guys, for EPS and revenue, at least based on the estimates I was seeing. Net deposits hit a record of $68 billion here for the year. Transaction-based revenues up. Okay, this is significant. Only up 27%.
There we go.
Or sorry, 15% year over year. So transaction-based revenue growth notably slowing. That crypto revenue was down 38%, Brendan. And I think that's going to be the key here. From up 300% last quarter to down 38% this quarter.
Does it mention volumes there? I think that's going to be the key.
I'm going to term search. Give me a second here if I can do that.
So just to recap there while you're doing that, 66 cents beating expectations of 63, 1.28 billion. That missed 1.33 billion. So not a huge move right now, but holding on to 80.
Okay, so equity notional trading volumes up 68% year over year. Crypto notional trading volumes, so that $82 billion. Apparently, Bitstamp notional volumes, they didn't really have a comp for that, but the Robinhood app notional volumes were down 52% year over year for crypto. So crypto is really what's behind here, because other than growth slowing, the rest of this report isn't out and out negative, though crypto is. And that's going to be for Q4 operating data. We actually have some January data here too, Brendan, so let's get into that. So January 2026 operating data, equity notional trading volumes up 57% year over year. Crypto trading volumes here down 57% for January. So 38% decline for Q4 for crypto, 57% decline for January for crypto volumes.
Guys, thoughts?
That's exactly what I said just before we came on air. I mean, we were talking about this with 5 minutes to go, and I said I think crypto is going to be a problem for them, and obviously that number in January is not great. Wait till you see what the number's like in February and moving forward. So I would say I give you, Robinhood, 2 thumbs down for today's report. Let's just see what winds up happening, though. Sometimes we've had some of these reports and kick out the other way. Now, there's a lot of traders that are long Robinhood. And there was some good things, obviously, in the report as well. Revenue higher, EPS in line, gross margin 69.4 for 69.5. So they're missing a little bit on the gross margin. So that's not great. But yeah.
It's getting worse, man.
Yeah, it's getting worse. And
ARPU missed as well.
It's not even down that much.
Well, that's what the only thing, if there's a silver lining here, like revenue per user missed 200 expected, 191 is what they came with. It's the fact that it's only down 6%. Maybe that's at least a little bit encouraging. Don't have to whip out the weekly chart for some fresh lows. It hasn't broken the local bottoms that we've seen in here at the 70 to 75 range. I think this is part and parcel because we had that massive sell-off already. Like there was a risk-off event that affected crypto. We got back down to 60,000, of course, with Bitcoin. So like I'm seeing, like the revenue was a miss. You're getting some inline items like that ARPU not looking very good. The fact that you are not underneath most recent support and we're still above that bounce zone and we're even holding above 80, could be attributed to the fact that we had that wipeout bottom potentially in Bitcoin and this name getting smoked so badly. I would suspect this does not bode well for Thursday for Coinbase, because if Robinhood is putting these numbers up, explain to me how Coinbase is supposed to do better 2 days from now. I'm not seeing how that's possible.
Dara has Lyft here, guys. Lyft downside.
Yeah, Lyft, let's see if an extra zero slipped in. And what I can tell you here is gross bookings were up 19% year over year. Revenue up only 3% year over year here, Brendan, for Q4, $1.6 billion. This does also, though, include a $168 million impact from, quote, certain legal, tax, and regulatory reserve changes. That's pretty vague. Apparently, without those charges, revenue would have been $1.8 billion. Net income, $2.8 billion. That includes a benefit, apparently. Adjusted EBITDA up 37% year over year. Adjusted EBITDA margin actually up on a year-over-year basis, it looks like. So EBITDA, I think, a rare bright spot here. For the total fiscal year, gross bookings were up 15% year-over-year. Revenue was up 9% year-over-year. Adjusted EBITDA up pretty significantly year-over-year, same with that margin. So again, I think adjusted EBITDA, the bright spot, this isn't necessarily like an out-and-out bad report, but I think that charge we had to take of roughly $200 million in Q4 certainly didn't help. Rides for 2025 here grew by 14% to 945.5 million for the year. That's an all-time high. Q4, the 11th consecutive quarter of double-digit year-over-year growth for rides.
Market seems to think it's a little bit worse, however, off a cliff for Lyft currently. Ford coming across here now as well for anyone who cares. EPS. Missed segment results with strong Ford Blue and Model E revenue, but weaker EBIT. Guides 2026 adjusted EBIT between 8 billion and 10 billion. It was red. We did get down to 1340 there, but about to go green, guys, for Ford. I mean, Lyft there as well. Thoughts?
Well, just one name that's at least going up. We saw in the chat people saying Upstart is blasting. You're right. It's up 9%. At least we have something good, although I'm not seeing the comparables on them. Whoa, you know what? 86% year-over-year growth in their in loans originated. That's pretty good. 19% conversion rate over 18%, so that's actually going to be good as well. So some good growth. 64% revenue growth, exactly at 1 billion. So some strong numbers from Upstart at least, but the only one so far that doesn't look like an absolute dumpster fire. But yikes! Look, so far. Like I said, the only thing that looks good is the fact that Robinhood isn't as bad as I think it could be. That Lyft looks like a dumpster fire.
Well, don't look now. Robinhood's tanking.
Oh, wait, okay, so it lost a bid anyway. So it doesn't, you know what? The last, I guess, I was looking at Upstart. I guess we've lost the bid.
Look, I tried my best to let everybody know that this is a transaction story, and it was pretty easy for me to see that they would be down on crypto numbers. I mean, we know that when crypto's blasting, you got guys like Joey and Sharif making bets on all-time highs. No one's making a bet on how low this thing's going to go, so people are sitting on their hands, and down goes Robinhood. Pretty bad now, down 11% for Hood. I don't even know what it was up today. This is probably down more than 11%, or maybe it was flat. Now I don't know where my mouse is, so I can't really do anything on the screen here. But anyways, Lyft, there I found it. Lyft, I wanted to say something about Lyft because Lyft had a $7 billion market cap. When you have EBITDA of 120 million, you probably don't need a market cap of $7 billion. So just probably a recalibration there in Lyft. I mean, their profitability, everything's higher, right? Margin 3%, gross bookings 5 billion, revenue a little lower. That was the bad number, but the profitability numbers are there. It's just right now not great. I actually thought Robinhood had a chance to give us a little bit of something other than the transaction data because they had recently cut 9% of their workforce. Right, and so that should have been getting them a little, skinnier on that end, but that's not really affecting here, I guess, too much as we worry about the state of. I mean, where's the tokenization? Is there anything on that, Adara? Because I thought that was supposed to change the game a little bit for them. But hey, if in this downturn right now in the market, it's going to be a problem for Robinhood in the crypto space.
The word tokenization is not mentioned in the report. I did a term search.
Yeah, probably.
What about the events market?
Probably a good idea.
Give me a second. I'll do another term search.
That being said, the events markets would need to be doing so incredibly well already to make up for what's already going with the transactions. Like, I can't see almost any way that it's putting a big enough dent yet. But they're gonna have to. That's gonna have to be the next big play, right? And obviously sports betting is a big part of that. NFL just ended. I don't know where the oomph is gonna come from.
Yeah.
Over 12 billion event contracts traded in 2025, so remarkably vague. I don't know what happened this quarter. I don't know the value of those contracts. All I know is over 12 billion event contracts traded.
Remember, they're only making transaction data out of this.
It says nothing.
They are much worse.
Nothing.
Yeah, they're much worse than a casino or anything like that. They're not making the spread or anything like that. No. They're just signing people up, and then they're putting out the bets, and then on that kind of format, you're the one making the lines. So I think Robinhood, if you're holding this for events contracts, go somewhere else.
It's not the events contracts themselves that are supposed to make the money. It's the events contracts that's supposed to pull more users to them and retain them.
I know, but the problem is you're going to lose money betting events contracts.
Well, I think we know people are going to lose money doing it. Well, for them, it's a matter of just getting the retention. But I don't think we should. I want to go back for just a brief second. I want to go to Ford here because we're talking about some negative stories, and ultimately, look, I prefer GM. We've seen a little bit of what's the word I want to use here? Nastiness with Stellantis. I'll just say it like it is. But you've had some winners and some losers. Ford is worth a bit of a watch because we've talked about it's easier to buy the dip on trends than it is to try to pick bottoms on things that are falling apart. Robinhood would probably be an example of that. Well, it looks to me like it might be a nothing burger tonight. But that's the 50 period on Ford is that nice teal line, which is being very well respected. And it's very close to some of those highs. I know it's not the sexiest and most exciting name out there, but there's two earnings names right now that aren't getting smoked, and one of them is Ford and one of them is Upstart. And this is giving you the 50 period moving average. I'd grant that GM's probably doing a little bit better in terms of execution and also probably the share price as well. I think Toyota has a pretty good chart, but hey, there's something to look at. Usually there's strength somewhere. Not a lot of it here with Ford, and they're not going to blow you away at all with the numbers. But I do like the fact that you're seeing a bit of a push, with the administration, but also for them, just streamlining, getting right back down to their bread and butter, and understanding that, hey, the EV market is not what it's expected to be, so we need to start doubling down and focusing on where we're actually, generating cash, and they've been able to do that successfully.
Cars are still terrible.
Well,
I'm just going to say it.
That's cold-blooded.
Something called Teradata just reported, TDC. Another one upside here, guys.
You're missing Astera Labs.
Right across the bowl. Sorry?
A-Lab. A-Lab's a big one. So we just had A-Lab, and I know there's a lot of people, there's a lot going through, so I just want to bring A-Lab to your attention. Adara, I know this is one that's traded quite often, and there's a lot of traders holding on to some A-Lab right now, and that's down 8% as we have, do you have the numbers?
Yeah, I can go over
All right, let's go over A-Lab because there's some people asking about it.
This is not a super exciting report, guys. Q1 adjusted EPS beating estimates 58 cents versus 51 expected. Sales 270.583 mil, beating estimates of $249.468 million. Q1 EPS guide just above estimates, 53 cents versus 53 to 54 cents versus 52 expected. Sales guidance 286 mil to 297 mil, above estimates of 259.3 mil. If I just summarize this report and guidance, Brendo, the sales guide and sales a lot better than expected. EPS kind of mid.
The move pretty muted there on A-Lab as well. Lyft just seeing guys authorizing as well. I didn't see this initially, but 1 billion share repurchase program on Lyft. $1 billion.
Cloudflare.
I'm just saying no one else is buying it, so they're going to have to buy their own stock to get to go up. But you don't need any kind of a catalyst. Apparently, you also don't have to beat on EPS. Cloudflare up 13 points, although they were already up at least a couple of percentage points, so it's really more like double digits here. As net, I have them with a miss on EPS and a beat on revenue. Is that correct there?
Adjusted EPS was a beat. So sometimes it sucks when social media as things disseminate, they kind of disseminate weirdly sometimes. So adjusted EPS was a beat, but like by a hair. So 28 cents versus 27 expected. My estimates had 28, so more or less in line. I think that's kind of the theme here. Sales, though, were notably above estimates, 614.507 million, above estimates of $591 million. Q1 EPS, they're guiding at 23 cents. That's going to miss estimates of 25 cents. Sales, 620 to 621 million. That will be above estimates of 613. They're guiding fiscal 2026 EPS below estimates, but they're guiding sales for the fiscal year above estimates. So much like what we saw with Astera, EPS guidance leaves a lot to be desired, but their sales does not. Sales are strong.
It's got to be the space being beaten up so much that you can get away with the EPS guide miss.
On both EPS, like the year and the quarter.
That's a little bit strange. You would expect, recently that happens. We were expecting double digits to the downside, not double digits to the upside. But maybe it does mean that they've fallen down enough because this would be, if we hold here, the big if, We know we've been down this road before. How many times have you seen us look at something which is looking strong in the aftermarkets on earnings, and we come back tomorrow morning and we're like, oh, what happened to Cloudflare? It's giving everything back. Well, for now, you've broken the 50 and 200, and you are breaking out of this little bit of a downtrend. If we can hold some of these gains, that'll be the key. That could be trouble when people start saying, well, I know it's been beaten up a little bit, but if they're not even giving us a strong guide, what are we so excited about here for Cloudflare? So look, you can't say it's bad. Even I see upstarts pulling back. So if you had told me that these guys were going to be the ones that would be the double-digit winner, I don't think I would have had that on the bingo card. I can understand upstart, but a little surprised that they're up this much if they're going to miss on guidance like that.
Let's Cloudflare pulling back. Remember, Cloudflare had its ups and downs when they sort of took down the whole internet a couple times, and we'll have to wait to see if they can hold. I mean, the bid is $1 right now, so the spreads, you got to be careful. We just touched down into 192. This name could give it all back. I don't think it will. You know, I think it's going to be interesting because Vlad's going to be on this chat here, Vlad Tenev with Robinhood on the call, wondering if he can sort of figure this all out and get people's focus back on the name Robinhood and, you know, what some of the ideas are moving forward, answer some of those questions, and then really address the transaction problem that they had there in January. Maybe there was reasons for that. I like the fact that they've got that gold card, right? I mean, they're getting more funded accounts. I think Robinhood does have it. Maybe he's going to talk something about the possibility of those Trump accounts and where those are landing right now. So I don't know, Robinhood, now that the numbers are out, I mean, it seems like we're finding a little bit of a base in and around $79. So yeah, this is looking pretty good to me. We'll see if 74, 75 can hold here on Robinhood. Maybe not the biggest disaster that we thought it could have been.
Earnings call coming up at 5 o'clock. Hopefully we'll get more on that from Vlad. Dara, you have more.
Yeah, I noticed something that I thought was really odd that I want to talk about. So Robinhood reported other transaction-based revenue. I showed you guys this infographic like for last quarter before the earnings report. We didn't have another category, which I thought was really strange. What's stranger, Brendan and Sean and Neil and people at home, is this category increased by 300% year over year, but we didn't even report it last quarter. So this seems like them trying to be like, hey guys, it's not all bad. Here's a category we didn't report last quarter that expanded up 300% year over year. This kind of is a little fishy to me, but I did want to address it to you guys because I read through the report and it made my eyeballs pop.
Interesting.
It's an interesting one.
Probably the first question that he will get on said earnings
call. The first question I would ask.
The good news, guys, you know, we're giving back 2 days here on Robinhood. If you zoom out a little bit, it could be a lot worse.
But yeah, I think if that's what we're hanging our hats on, no, you're right. It 100% could be a heck of a lot worse. And it was telegraphed. It was somewhat telegraphed how bad this might have ended up being, I do think. But, you know, you look back to what happened in Bitcoin, and when you have, like, the event that we saw in BTC, it sort of felt like when we lost that 100,000, you had some people get out of Dodge. When you lost Michael Saylor's price, that 73,000, I feel like that was a big-time trend break. And there's a lot of hands that probably said, you know, I'm done with this, and I got to wait until we find some kind of a catalyst or a bid. And there's a lot of talk about 50,000 as being a potential level. You still saw some weakness at the end of the day today. So I'm not completely convinced that a lot of this it's going to be crypto-related. And we can talk all we want about the earnings and whether they're able to retain people with some of the additions that they have with the betting markets and all that stuff. But, you know, ultimately, until we see a real rebound in crypto, I'm trying not to get too excited for any levels that might hold here. You know, if you show me that Bitcoin breaks out, because I don't think Bitcoin is breaking out of this downtrend. It needs to reclaim about 70 to 73K. If that doesn't happen, I'd be concerned. Like when I look at the weekly chart on Robinhood, it still says to me there's room to, like 65 would be like a go zone on Robinhood. That's what looked like to me as a good level on the weekly, and I'm not really seeing anything to change that. And the other thing is, if I do think that Bitcoin can get to 50,000, well then how could you want to buy Robinhood? If you think Bitcoin has more to go to the downside, how can you want to buy Robinhood before it hits a low? That's one of the things I'm starting to think about. Do the numbers matter that much if we have more room to go to the downside on IBET?
I mean, it's obvious that level, that 55 level, Sean.
Yeah, I don't even forget about, I mean, this is, I mean, I appreciate this here and I appreciate Neil's thoughts, but these were the exact thoughts I had pre-earnings call. And I warned everybody that this is potentially, I didn't think we'd be 38% transaction-based revenue growth year over year. I was really just worried about crypto over the last couple months, but you can see right here, that's not great. I just, when I look at this options and equities, this is the thing. It's nice growth, there's no doubt about that. But the whole thing that I'm thinking about is there's so many more platforms now that offer all of this. So it's like we've seen Webull get to the downside. There's Robinhood's great, but they're not the big boys, man. They're not Charles Schwab. They're not Fidelity. So I'm a little nervous about what the future kind of looks like here for Robinhood. I mean, going from a company that's 5 years old or however old Robinhood is to a company that's seems like 100 years old, and it might actually be with Ford. This name finally now starting to go back up to the upside, and as we sort of talked about, sometimes what's not super exciting can turn exciting, and I think if this one can get back up to this 1450 area, we want to look to sell some Ford here. So we'll see tomorrow if we get going on Ford, but a decent report for them coming through, and of course you throw out the electric side of things, and we talk about how Ford's going into more hybrid. So we'll have some numbers tomorrow on the show about how that looks. But I like the Ford report. And then Upstart, I thought was giving some back, but I haven't looked. Yeah, so a little bit giving some back here on Upstart. So don't really love any of these reports today. And I think that Lyft might be a good buying opportunity on the way down. I don't mind that. I actually like the 1 billion share buyback. I think that's shows some strength in what the company actually believes.
We'll get Cisco tomorrow. We'll get Coinbase coming up on Thursday, the main headliners for the rest of the week. Otherwise, I was reading before we came over here tonight, 75% still of the S&P 500 beat this quarter. So just sitting here tonight seems like mostly negative. Just throwing that out there, but there are a few, obviously, that are not. Final thoughts here, guys. We'll wrap this up.
Actually, I just thought about something if we think that Lyft's next step could be a big partnership, maybe someone likes them as a takeout candidate. If they continue to buy back shares, that does make it easier for an acquisition down the line.
That's what I was saying. I was saying Waymo, Google has enough cash just sitting on that.
Like, I do think... I don't know that.
But why do they need to do that? They probably don't need to.
No, they probably don't need to, but it could still be some like a structure, like a large partnership where there's a stake, where maybe they don't take the entire thing. I'm just trying to think of what could be positive for them. But I do want to point out, look, Ford's up a little bit, and I think they're headed in the right direction, at least relative to their peers. They've been doing okay, and I'm pleasantly surprised with Cloudflare. The fact that you show me another name that missed on guidance and is up double digits. I mean, that hasn't even happened. I don't think that's happened once in this earnings cycle. So there is some positivity that we can look at this afternoon.
I mean, and Ford announced also a 900 billion, was it 900 billion or million? It must have been million. 900 million tariff hit. So if these tariffs can get sorted out as well, that should benefit a name like Ford, because I don't think they're going to be getting any of that money back. But moving forward, if the tariffs can sort of clear themselves up, Ford probably a beneficiary of that.
All right, lots to come still this week. Thank you, Ms. Adera, as always. Great stuff, guys. We are back 8 a.m. as always tomorrow morning. How do you like the dollar bills in the background?
Oh, I didn't even notice that. I've been staring at this the whole time.
It's $1 million bill.
It's $1 million bill.
What is that, million Zimbabwe dollar bill over
Probably.
there? What is that? Okay.
Anyways, happy evening. We will catch you all tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Thanks.
Yeah.
Good night. Be the $1 trillion bill.
Cash rules everything around me.